Madman of the Sword Chapter 2505 to Chapter 2588. Among the lackeys, the elders and disciples of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground were crying emotionally. "Elder, save us, you must save us, kill him. You must kill him, I want to tear him into pieces," they roared madly, but what awaited them was a few slaps. The dark red divine dragon sent them flying, and now you want to escape? They haven't saved you yet, 9 great lackeys, cover us. The dark red divine dragon gave the order. At the same time, it spoke to the 3 immortal palace martial artists at its side. "Let's leave quickly. There are too many of them. We'll be at a disadvantage if we continue fighting." He was a wily old fox. He wouldn't do anything that would put him at a disadvantage. If it was a one-on-one fight, he wouldn't be afraid of any elder. He could even kill them. But there were so many of them. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't do it. So, he quickly retreated with the 3 immortal palace martial artists. The 9 lackeys wanted to escape too, but unfortunately, their lives were still in the hands of the dark red divine dragon. So, they could only obediently resist. But this time, there were too many people from the 9 Heavens Holy Ground. In an instant, they were surrounded by more than a dozen figures. They couldn't exert any strength at all. The remaining people were like sharp swords, piercing through the sky and charging towards the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon roared, and his body expanded. The dragon blood on his body surged, enveloping the 3 immortal palace martial artists and increasing his speed. However, the people of the 9 Heavens Holy Ground were determined to kill them. Moreover, their companions were still surrounded by the enemy. How could they let it go without saving their companions? Therefore, they finally arrived at a spacious cave after searching for a long time. Buzz! Buzz! The 3 elders of the 9 Heavens Holy Ground formed seals and raised their hands, summoning 3 phoenix shadows. They covered the sky and covered the entire space. The dark red divine dragon was blocked and stopped. The army behind them charged over and completely surrounded them. "Master Long, what should we do?" Seeing this scene, the 3 immortal palace martial artists were terrified. The dark red divine dragon's face darkened. Beside him, the 9 Heavens Holy Ground lackeys who were tied up laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha ha. Did you see that? This is what you get for provoking us, you're dead," they gritted their teeth. Finally, they had a chance to take revenge. However, the dark red divine dragon smashed half of their heads with a single slap, and many cracks appeared on their bodies. "If you dare to threaten me, I'll kill all of you with a single slap, damn it, let go of our people." Seeing this scene, the 9 Heavens Holy Ground army roared in anger. This time, there were dozens of them, and they were not afraid of any sudden changes. This was unless Immortal Palace's great army also came. However, they suspected that this dragon didn't have any summoning and transport items in its hands. Otherwise, the other party would have called them over long ago. Indeed, Immortal Palace's 3 individuals were also asking. The dark red divine dragon shook its head. This emperor didn't have that kind of thing, but little Xianxia might have it. What should he do? The 3 of them felt as if the sky was falling. However, the crimson divine dragon waved its arm. "Don't worry, it's not that hopeless." He instantly set up layers of array formations, which enveloped the surroundings and formed a defensive barrier. Soon after, the dark red divine dragon said, "Don't worry, although I can't contact Immortal Palace's great army, I can contact little Xianxia. Let him save us. Contact the palace master." The 3 of them were excited. As long as they could contact the palace master, they would be able to contact Xianxia, Elderly, and the others. When the great army came, they would have hope. Therefore, the 3 Immortal Palace's members were relieved. In front, the 9 Heavens Holy Ground martial artists snorted coldly. "You want to trap us with array formations? You want to call for reinforcements? Not so easy." 9 Heavens Divine Palm. An elder stood out and waved his palm. Light shone in the sky, and the entire space shook violently. 9 large palms appeared in the sky and slammed forward in an overwhelming manner. Pung pung pung, the intense collision shook heaven and earth. The bright light screen shook as if it would break at any time. But in the end, it did not break. It was blocked. It was blocked indeed. Inside the array formation, the three immortal palace martial artists were excited to see this. However, the nine heavens holy ground people frowned. Damn it, what kind of array is this? Why is it so strong? The Crimson Divine Dragon sneered. Idiot, you think you can break my array formation so easily? How is that possible? His array formation skills were beyond the imagination of these people. In addition, he had many treasures in his hands, so the array formation he created was definitely powerful. How could a peerless almighty break it? If one is not enough, then 2. 3. I don't believe that I can't break your defensive array formation. The nine heavens holy ground people were filled with murderous intent. Indeed, the three elders descended from the sky like gods and demons. Their bodies were emitting a strong aura. The three of them used their ultimate techniques and attacked below. Indeed, the light screen shook violently. It seemed like it could not hold on any longer. But in the end, it managed to hold on. Damn it, he can hold on. The three peerless almighties were shocked. This is impossible. At this moment, the nine heavens holy ground people finally screamed. So what? I don't believe that he can hold on against all of us. Everyone, listen up. Attack together. In the sky, dozens of figures flashed and energy surged like an ocean. Seeing this, the Crimson Divine Dragon's face changed. Damn it, do you really think that I'm easy to bully? I'll let you taste some pain first. The Crimson Divine Dragon waved its dragon claws again. 4 killing arrays descended from the sky and shrouded the nine heavens holy ground. Let's see if you have the energy to break my array formation. Indeed, the killing arrays were extremely terrifying. They turned into a strong killing intent and shrouded the nine heavens holy ground people. Ah, the nine heavens holy ground people screamed and fought back madly. The elders also roared in anger. Damn it, is this snake an array master? Why does it have so many arrays? Under the siege of the 4 killing arrays, the nine heavens holy ground people temporarily gave up on attacking and started to fight back. Seeing this, the 3 immortal palace martial artists heaved a sigh of relief. The Crimson Divine Dragon sneered. This is my strength. Do you see? If I use all my killing arrays, it'll be easy to kill you all. He snorted and ignored the people in front of him. Instead, he stared at the 5 lackeys of the nine heavens holy ground. In the next moment, he said coldly. The 5 of you, get over here. Make dinner for me. As he said that, he took out a few demonic beasts from his storage ring. This one is steamed, this one is barbecued, and this one is braised for me. Make dinner for me. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to torture you all. The Crimson Divine Dragon opened his mouth and spat out clouds of chi that evolved in the air. Tables, chairs, pavilions, and all kinds of exquisite decorations appeared in the cave. Those who did not know would think that it was a palace. The 3 immortal palace martial artists were stunned. The Crimson Divine Dragon waved its dragon claws. Stop looking, come and enjoy. This is great. I love to eat. Following Lin Xian and Whitey, he also loved to eat barbecued meat and spirit fruits. If it was in the past, he would have skinned these demonic beasts alive. The 5 lackeys of the nine heavens holy ground had no choice. They wanted to resist, but after a few slaps, they screamed in pain. Therefore, they could only brace themselves and cook for the other party. Outside, the nine heavens holy ground experts who were fighting against the killing array vomited blood when they saw this scene. Ah, damn it. This is too despicable. They were risking their lives to fight against the killing array, but the other party was enjoying his dinner so leisurely. Braising and steaming, this made them mad. They were the hunters, okay? The other party was surrounded by them, but why didn't he look anxious at all? They all regretted coming here to kill him. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Those cultivators couldn't find any treasures in a short time, so they all came to investigate. When they saw this scene, they exclaimed. More and more people came to watch, and there were about 100 people discussing. What's going on? Are the people of the nine heavens holy ground fighting against the immortal palace? Sure enough, the news of Jiao Seiko being killed by the immortal palace is true. Otherwise, the nine heavens holy ground wouldn't be so crazy. Look at that snake, aren't they Lin Xian's lackeys? They're trapped by the nine heavens holy ground? Trapped? What a joke. They're enjoying life, while the people of the nine heavens holy ground are fighting with their lives. Who do you think is trapping who? These people discussed fervently, and they were shocked. Someone in the crowd screamed, F***CK. Who's cooking for that snake? Are they from the nine heavens holy ground? What's going on? Aren't they fighting? Why are the people of the nine heavens holy ground cooking for the other party? Inside the array, 3 immortal palace cultivators looked around and said loudly, What do you know? These people are the lackeys of our Lord Long. What? Lackeys? Everyone's mouth twitched, and the nine heavens holy ground experts who were fighting against the killing array vomited blood. Bullshit. Who's your lackey? Damn it, I'll kill you. Don't give me the chance, or I'll make you regret it, they were furious. They were the elders of the nine heavens holy ground, and yet they had become the lackeys of a snake. Moreover, they were being watched by so many people from the Holy Lands. How were they going to survive in the future? The dark red divine dragon did not care about this. He took out a small array formation and started to contact Lin Xian. Although it was enjoying the show, it knew that the people of the nine firmaments sacred emperor would still be in danger after breaking the killing array. That was why he had to contact Lin Xian and have him lead Immortal Palace's great army over. The dark red divine dragon began to transmit its voice to the array formation. The formation flickered, and the message was sent out. Little Xian, hurry up and reply when you see the message. This emperor is about to be besieged. The dark sorcerer god sighed as he ate the golden roasted meat. How was he in any danger? Ancient tomb, in a stone house. Inside the black earth vessel, Lin Xian was cultivating when a certain array formation inside the black earth vessel suddenly moved. Radiance blossomed. Seeing this, He too floated over and waved his broken sword to open the array formation. Then, the dark red divine dragon's voice was heard. Kid! Save me, I'm trapped. These people from the nine heavens holy ground are sending an army to hunt us down. Hurry up. Otherwise, you won't be able to see me again. The dark red divine dragon's voice echoed in the black earth vessel, sounding very miserable. Those who did not know would think that he was being hunted down. When He too heard this voice, he waved his sword and floated back to Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was still cultivating with his eyes closed. How could ruffian dragon be hunted down so easily? He too thought for a moment and did not interrupt Lin Xian. After all, this breakthrough was very important. If he could successfully break the array formation, Lin Xian's strength and cultivation would rise to another level. Therefore, He too did not have the heart to interrupt him. Moreover, in his opinion, the dark red divine dragon was a wily old fox that had lived for thousands of years. He had the bloodline of dragons and even had great abilities of dragons. It was impossible for him to be killed so easily. He too would let him be hunted down for a while. He too waved his sword and stopped in midair. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon began to eat and drink after sending the message. The 3 cultivators from the immortal palace also ate and drank. The 5 lackeys of the nine heavens holy ground stood by the side, carefully waiting on him. Not far away, the experts of the nine heavens holy ground were doing their best to resist the 4 killing arrays. Among them, one of the killing formations was sent flying, and the remaining 3 killing formations were also dimming. Oh, not bad, not bad. They actually managed to break one of my killing arrays in such a short time. These people from the nine heavens holy ground are not bad. The dark red divine dragon nodded slightly as he ate and looked at the battlefield in the distance. Although he had broken 1 killing array, he was not too worried. More and more cultivators gathered in the surrounding passageways to watch. Even the cultivators who were passing by were alarmed by the intense fighting sounds. They thought that someone had found a treasure, so they could not wait to rush over. However, after rushing over, they found out that there was no treasure. Instead, there was a battle to the death. Whoosh! Friends from the nine heavens holy ground, do you need our help? More than 10 figures flew over from one of the passageways. They were surrounded by 5 colored light, forming the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The people from the 5 elements palace were here. The surrounding experts exclaimed. The 5 elements saint was among them, that's right, the people from the Five Elements Palace were here. Moreover, the Five Elements Saint was leading them. When the Five Elements Saint saw this, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He gnashed his teeth in anger at the dark red divine dragon. Now that there was a good opportunity to kill him, how could they miss it? Thank you very much. The Nine Heavens Holy Ground Elder was overjoyed when he saw this. Great, with the help of the Five Elements Saint and the experts from the Five Elements Palace, they would definitely be able to break the killing arrays faster and faster. At that time, it would not be difficult to break the other party's defensive array. As expected, with the addition of the experts from the Five Elements Palace, the second killing array was easily broken. I'll help you too. The 10,000 Thunder Saint led 7 or 8 experts from the 10,000 Thunder Holy Ground and appeared from a passageway. Even the 10,000 Thunder Saint was here, the surrounding cultivators exclaimed, but the people from the 9 Heavens Holy Ground were excited. Great, the 10,000 Thunder Saint was here too. The heavens were really helping them. They knew that the Five Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Holy Ground had a grudge against the other immortal palace, especially the palace master who was suitable for the other side. Now that the three sides were attacking together, how could a small snake resist? Sure enough, with the three great sage joining forces, the remaining 2 killing arrays were shattered. In an instant, the three forces were like 3 mountains, pressing down on the void as they walked towards the Crimson Divine Dragon. F***CK. What's going on, damn it, 5 Elements Red and Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground are here too. The Crimson Divine Dragon was no longer calm. He threw away the golden barbecue in his hand and floated up into the sky. Damn it, this is not good, Master Dragon, what should we do? The 3 martial artists from Immortal Palace were also worried. Previously, they could still fight against the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground with their arrays. But now, the Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground and 5 Elements Palace were here too. They could not fight back at all. Don't panic. Damn it, these guys dared to come out at this time. Just wait, I won't let them go. The Crimson Divine Dragon would remember this grudge. He swore that he would not let them go, however, this was all in the future. The most important thing now was to solve the crisis in front of him. He must not let them join forces to break the array. Otherwise, his defensive array would not be able to withstand it. It seemed that he could only use that thing. The Crimson Divine Dragon gritted his teeth and decided to use one of his trump cards. With a wave of his dragon claw, another array floated out. However, this array looked very strange. It was like black quicksand, surrounding his defensive array. It formed a black circle. The black circle was more than 10 meters wide. It was like a black river flowing continuously, shining with a demonic light. What is this? The surrounding martial artists were stunned. The 3 great sage experts sneered. It's useless. No matter what you are, you can't escape death today. Indeed, they were very confident. Who could fight against the 3 great sage experts when they joined forces? Even the clan of the ancients would not be able to fight back, right? Not to mention, a little snake. Go, the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground Elder, 5 Elements Saint Sun, and Saint Sun Wanlei waved their hands, and the 3 great sage experts stepped forward. This time, they sent 9 people. The 9 experts' auras pierced through heaven and earth. Their figures were like demonic gods, crushing the void. One could imagine how terrifying these 9 people were. Their figures were like lightning as they flew forward. The energy in their bodies surged like wild beasts, causing people to tremble. Soon, they arrived before the black quicksand. Facing this black quicksand, they did not care at all. The 9 of them struck out with their attacks, hitting the quicksand. The quicksand spun rapidly. The black sand was very soft and it absorbed all the attacks. It could be said that these attacks had no effect on quicksand at all. It was as if they were punching cotton. Damn it, what is this thing? The 9 experts frowned, and 3 of them snorted coldly. The king's domain enveloped them, and in the next moment, they strode into the black quicksand. Since he couldn't break through it, he would just force his way through. The others were also puzzled. What exactly was the black quicksand? Soon, they were screaming. This was because they had finally discovered the use of the black quicksand. The 3 experts entered the black quicksand, and in the next second, they suddenly disappeared. Swish, two people appeared in the distance of the palace, while the other person disappeared. What was going on? What happened? Why did those experts suddenly withdraw? Everyone was stunned. The people from the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, 5-Element Palace, and 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground also frowned. What was going on? They hurriedly asked, and the other two people flew over from the corner of the palace. I don't know. As soon as we entered, we were teleported away by a force. Teleported away? Could it be a teleportation array? Hearing this, some people turned pale with fright. They looked at the black quicksand and gasped. The black quicksand was actually a teleportation array. Anyone who entered would be teleported. No wonder that dragon was so relaxed and calm. It turned out that he had such a treasure by his side. Yes, if they could not break through the black quicksand, they would not be able to reach the dragon, let alone break through the array. Ha 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 ha. The dark red dragon laughed loudly. Come, 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 sons of the 3 sacred grounds, hurry up and attack your grandpa dragon. The people from the 3 great sage sacred grounds vomited blood when they heard the clamor. Damn it. Damn it. A snake dared to be so arrogant in front of them? He was courting death. Go, attack, since it's an array, we're afraid of being damaged. I don't believe that he can ignore all the attacks. The 5 Elements Saint looked solemn, and the 10,000 Thunder Saint looked gloomy. The elders from the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground also roared. In an instant, the experts from the 3 great sage sacred grounds attacked again. This time, there were more people, more than 20 of them. They were connected as one, as if they were thousands of mountains. One after another, terrifying attacks were launched. The sky was full of flames, shocking lightning, 5-colored light, and a surging sea. All kinds of energy appeared in the sky, shaking the earth and causing the surrounding martial artists to retreat. However, after a series of attacks, the people from the 3 great sage sacred grounds were dumbfounded. Damn it, this was impossible, they did not receive any injuries. What kind of array was this? Could it be that all our attacks were teleported back? How could there be such a terrifying array in the world? The people from the 3 great sage sacred grounds were dumbfounded. The dark red dragon snorted coldly. You want to break my world's end near-at-hand array so easily? You must be dreaming. This array formation was his latest masterpiece. Previously, he had read a lot of information about ancient arrays in the Immortal Palace's treasure vault and combined it with his own attainments. Finally, he had created such an array. This array was called the World's End Near-at-Hand Array. It had the ability to teleport people randomly. After entering, who knew where they would be teleported to? Even the dark red dragon did not know. Seeing that the black quicksand had really blocked the people from the 3 great sage sacred grounds, the 3 martial artists in the array breathed a sigh of relief. The 5 lackeys of the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground were pale and in despair. The 3 great sage sacred grounds combined could not do anything to this snake. How could this be? Could it be that they would have to be its servants for the rest of their lives? No, they screamed crazily in their hearts. This kind of life was worse than death. However, it was impossible for them to die. Because the dark red dragon had started to torture the people from the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground for the 3 martial artists from the Immortal Palace. His purpose was naturally to provoke the experts outside the array. Sure enough, when the 5 lackeys of the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground were stepped on and slapped, the experts outside were so angry that they vomited blood. Ah! Damn it, I must kill you all, let go of our people, they were about to go crazy. This was a slap in the face. The 5 Elements Palace and the 1,000 Thunder Sacred Ground were also roaring in anger. However, they did not feel any psychological pressure. Because there was no one among the lackeys. The Crimson Divine Dragon looked at the 2 Holy Lands and sneered. Initially, he did not intend to attack the 2 of you. But since the 2 of you were so reckless, how dare you jump out and go against me? Then, don't blame me, 9 big lackeys, get over here. This voice was like a clap of thunder, spreading in all directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! 9 figures flew over from the distant passageway. As soon as these 9 people appeared, they half knelt in the void. Greetings, Master. What? Seeing this scene, the surrounding people went crazy. The faces of the 5 Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Land instantly sank. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot, as they realized that 7 of the 9 lackeys were actually from the 5 Elements Palace and the Myriad Thunder Sacred Land. The remaining 2 were from the Taiyu dynasty. 9 lackeys, I order you to slap each other, the harder the better. If I go soft on you, don't blame me for being impolite, the dark red divine dragon ordered. Hearing this, the people in the distance felt their scalps go numb. As for the 5 Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land, they roared furiously. They were really mad. Previously, when they saw the people from the 9 heavens holy ground being slapped in the face, they did not feel anything. But who would have thought that it would be their turn so soon? Not only were the 9 lackeys lives in the hands of the dark red divine dragon, but their souls had also been implanted with a slave mark. Therefore, at this moment, although they were instinctively unwilling, once the dark red divine dragon activated this kind of mark, they simply could not control themselves and began to interact with each other. The crisp sound of a slap rang out, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth. Those people's faces were shattered in an instant, but they were all experts and could recover instantly. Thus, in an instant, countless slaps were heard. The dark red dragon raised its wine cup and said to the passageways in all directions, "Come, come, come. Today, I'll treat everyone to a good show. It's free. You don't have to be afraid. Just enjoy it." Heavens, what happened? What was wrong with these people from the Holy Lands? Was he caught in an illusion? This crawling snake was too heaven-defying. Using the people of the Holy Land as lackeys? He even slapped him in the face in public. This was the same as taking the lives of those Holy Lands. That's right, if they couldn't kill this snake, they would really lose all their face. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. F***ck. Even if I saw it with my own eyes, I still wouldn't believe it. The other warriors in the passageway were stunned. The people of the 5 Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land were furious. The 2 saints, in particular, were brimming with killing intent. Attack! Capture them for me. Hearing this, the 2 elders of the 5 Elements Palace took action. They stretched out their hands, and countless rays of light flashed in their palms, instantly enveloping those people. The people from the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land were the same. They had to capture him. Otherwise, they would be utterly humiliated. The dark red divine dragon sneered at the sight. You want to take him back? Do you think that's possible? Attack him? Kill them all. He formed another seal, and the seals in those people's minds trembled. Roar, kill. Those people roared out angrily, their eyes completely red. They didn't recognize anyone, directly attacking the large hand in the sky. In an instant, he had destroyed their attacks. Furthermore, they were charging toward the 5 Elements Palace and the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land. Humph, the 5 Elements Saint snorted coldly as a cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He rushed out of the 5 Elements Mountain and blasted it forward. With a loud boom, the 3 figures in front of him were instantly blasted into a bloody mist. Nothing was left. They were directly killed, the surrounding people exclaimed. The people of the 5 Elements Palace were also stunned. They didn't expect their saint to be so decisive and merciless. They had killed all of their own people. They were already under his control. They were no longer his own people. The 5 Elements Saint's cold voice rang out, making everyone's scalp tingle. On the other side, the 10,000 Thunder Saint also made his move. An ice thunder divine spear pierced through the 4 directions, nailing the people who had just arrived to the void. In an instant, the 9 lackeys were mercilessly killed by the 2 great sages' sons. Blood rained down from the sky. When the people of the Immortal Palace saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. The dark red divine dragon also frowned. He sneered. How shameless! They even killed their own people. To be honest, he didn't expect the 2 saints to be so ruthless. When the people of the 9 heavens holy land saw this scene, a hint of madness appeared in their eyes. Among them, a few of the palaces discussed and decided to attack. Those people probably wouldn't survive. Otherwise, if they used them now, they might be able to break the array. The few old men nodded. In the next moment, they suddenly formed seals and a strange aura exuded from their bodies. Not good, the dark red divine dragon's face changed. Damn. You guys are too shameless, he roared and completely distanced himself from the 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens holy land. At the same time, his body expanded and turned into a huge dragon, enveloping the 3 martial artists of the immortal palace. Boom! Boom, boom. The 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens holy land suddenly exploded. Violent energy swept out in all directions. Everything was annihilated. The light shone brightly and the energy surged. What happened? The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't expect the 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens holy land to suddenly explode. What was going on? Could it be that the people of the 9 heavens holy land had done it? They looked at the sky. Indeed, the 9 heavens holy land's elders looked extremely cold. There was still a lingering fierce aura on their bodies. It was indeed them who had done it. It seemed that the 9 heavens holy land was also ruthless. The people of the 5 elements palace and the 10,000 thunder saint land were overjoyed. That's great. This energy will definitely be able to tear apart the array formation, he might even be able to kill that snake. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the front. There were countless cracks on the defensive array in front of him. Some parts were even broken and several black holes appeared. Great! The array was broken, they wondered how the snake was doing. They looked over. However, at this moment, a scream came from within the light. Damn! It hurts. Who the F***CK did it? Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The scream made everyone's scalp tingle. What? That guy didn't die, however, judging by the scream, even if he didn't die, he was half dead. The people of the 9 heavens holy land sneered. Great! As long as they could injure the other party, it would be much easier to capture him. However, when the light that filled the sky disappeared, they were dumbfounded. What was going on? Impossible. The other party was unharmed. How was this possible? They were all crazy. They realized that the other party's body was black as if he had been struck by lightning. However, there were no cracks on the other party's body. There was no blood flowing out. The other party was not injured. Damn it! What kind of physique was that? Even the holy son of the Demon King Palace didn't have such a physique. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground went crazy. They didn't expect a snake's body to be so strong. The dark red dragon grimaced in pain. Although it didn't crack, the pain was very obvious. He stared at the 9 heavens sacred ground. Damn it, I'm going to roast you all later, humph. You don't even have an array and you still dare to be arrogant? The 5 elements saint sneered. Kill! Countless people charged forward. However, although the defensive array was broken, the world's end near-at-hand array was still intact. This made everyone frown again. Don't worry, we also have array masters on the way here. The people from the 5 elements palace and 10,000 thunder sacred ground spoke. Hearing this, the people from the 9 heavens sacred ground's eyes lit up. They already had array masters in their team. However, it would take a lot of time to break the array. But now, the other 2 sacred grounds had also sent array masters. With the 3 of them working together, they didn't believe that they couldn't break it. Moreover, they were really jealous of this array. If they could master it, it would definitely be a heaven-defying defensive method. Sure enough, after waiting for half a day, figures appeared in the passage. The array masters from the 5 elements palace and 10,000 thunder sacred ground had arrived. 4 white-haired old men walked over shakily. They looked at the black quicksand in the sky, their eyes shining. On the 9 heavens sacred ground side, an array master also walked out. The 5 array masters came forward together, ready to break it. Heavens, this is a teleportation, how did this snake do it? It's too exquisite, it definitely didn't make it. I think it must have gotten a treasure in this ancient tomb. The 5 array grandmasters said. They didn't think that the black quicksand was made by the snake. Moreover, it didn't matter whether it was made or not. They had to work together to break it. With the 5 array masters working together, it was indeed very powerful. The dark red dragon and the 3 members of the immortal palace were in danger again. One could imagine that once the world's end near-at-hand array was broken, what awaited them was the merciless killing of the 3 great sage. Little Xian, where the hell are you? Come quickly. The dark red dragon took out the array disc again and sent a message. Black Earth. Lin Xian opened his eyes. A vast aura erupted from his body, like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. Violent energy blasted out in all directions. Fortunately, he was now in the cultivation room of the Black Earth, so he didn't cause any impact to the interior of the ship. Middle stage 7-star, Lin Xian stood up and clenched his fists. His eyes shone with a sharp light. He was too excited. You've broken through. The black soil floated in. Lin Xian grinned and asked. How many days has it been? 7 days. 7 days. Lin Xian took a deep breath, his heart filled with excitement. In just 7 days, he had advanced from early 7-star to middle 7-star. No one would believe him if he told others about it. One had to know that under normal circumstances, it would take 1 to 200 years for a King Realm cultivator to break through from primary to intermediate King Realm. As for him, he only needed 7 days, and it was done. This was absolutely heaven-defying. Of course, all of this was due to the ancient medicinal pill. What surprised him even more was that not only did he make a breakthrough in his cultivation, but his great dragon sword soul had also awakened further. Now, his battle prowess was equivalent to a mid-8-star peerless cultivator. If the great dragon sword soul went all out and unleashed its maximum battle prowess, he would be able to contend with a late 8-star peerless cultivator. This didn't include his trump cards, such as the Black Earth and the Saint's Hand Bone. If he used those trump cards, he could even kill a late 8-star peerless cultivator. This filled Lin Xian with confidence. According to his estimation, he had only explored half of the saint's tomb. There should be even more heaven-defying treasures in the latter half of the tomb. Right, there shouldn't be anything happening these few days, right? Lin Xian asked. Ruffian Dragon sent me 2 distress signals, but I saw that you were cultivating, so I didn't interrupt you. Distress signals? Lin Xian frowned. What's going on? Listen to it. He-Tu took the disc array over, and Lin Xian listened to it. It was indeed sent by Ruffian Dragon. He frowned. He knew the strength of the dark red divine dragon. It was at the level of a saint. Even the other saints wouldn't be able to do anything to it. But now, it had sent a distress signal. This meant that it was in danger. When he heard the second piece of information, he understood. The myriad thunder sacred ground, 5 elements palace, and 9 heavens sacred ground were really courting death. He-Tu, use the array to lock onto Ruffian Dragon's position and fly over. No problem, leave it to me. He-Tu started to control it. Soon, the Black Earth flew over like a ray of light. On the other side, in the main hall, the world's end near-at-hand array had already dimmed. It was gradually being suppressed by the 5 top-notch array masters. F*CK. 5 or 6 days have already passed. Why isn't Lin Xian here yet? Could there have been an accident? The Crimson Divine Dragon looked at the scene around him with a gloomy expression. If Lin Xian didn't come, it would be in trouble. It estimated that its world's end near-at-hand array could only last for 2 or 3 days. After 2 or 3 days, it might be broken by the enemy. At that time, it would be difficult for it to deal with the enemy's army. Even if it could escape, it would be severely injured. That was not what it wanted. Another day passed. The 5 array masters were excited because they felt that they would be able to break the array one day. The people from 9 heavens sacred ground, 5 elements palace, and 10,000 thunder sacred ground were also excited. Their eyes shone with a sharp light. Crawling snake, prepare to die. The people from 5 elements palace sneered. The people from 9 heavens sacred ground gritted their teeth. Suddenly, 7 or 8 rays of light came from afar. These 7 or 8 rays of light were very fast. There was a floating immortal palace on top of them, shining with thousands of rays of light. The people from 9 heavens sacred ground were here. Could those immortal palaces belong to Jiuxiao Seiko? Sure enough, the people from 9 heavens sacred ground all turned their heads. Buzz, their eyes shone with a sharp light as they went up to greet them. How was it? Did you find the saint? They asked anxiously. However, the 7 or 8 people who came had ugly expressions. Some of the elders even cried. Ah, we are guilty. The saint was killed. What? The saint was killed. How could this be? Didn't they say that the immortal palaces took him away after he was struck? This news was like a bolt from the blue, and it stunned the people from 9 heavens sacred ground. The people from 5 elements palace, 10,000 thunder sacred ground, and the surrounding people were all stunned. Especially the 5 elements saint and 10,000 thunder saint, their faces were ugly. They were holy sons themselves, so they knew how difficult it was to kill a holy son. But now, Xianxia was killed. What was going on? Was Xianxia really killed? By who? Could it be Lin Xian? In the distance, the 5 array grandmasters stopped what they were doing and frowned. The dark red divine dragon laughed. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Who asked you to be so arrogant and find trouble with me? How was it? The saint was struck by someone. He was too happy. He was annoyed that he had been trapped here for the past few days. Now that he heard the news, it was as if he had eaten an iced watermelon in the summer. The 3 martial artists from immortal palaces also felt their eyelids twitching. Could it be the temple master? Damn it. Is it that Lin Xian? The elders of the 9 heavens sacred ground roared. Their eyes were red, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. It was as if they had turned into demons. This news was too much for them to bear. Impossible. This is impossible. Among them, an elder in a white robe roared. Ah, damn it, another elder went crazy. No. I believe. A few elders cried. Their tears turned into blood rain and scattered in the air. Not good, retreat. The faces of the surrounding martial artists all changed. That was because they could feel a shocking killing intent coming from the front. Puff, puff. Those who were slow in running were directly blasted away. Many of them were pierced by the killing intent. Defend, even the people of the 5 elements palace and the 1,000 thunder sacred ground on the side were holding up their domains and armors as they retreated. They realized that the people of the 9 heavens sacred ground had really gone crazy. Kill. 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 The killing intent of those experts pierced through the sky, with the immortal palace around. How could he be killed? An elder questioned. This immortal palace was a supreme treasure, however, the 7 or 8 experts who rushed over gritted their teeth. We don't know. When they arrived, only the immortal palace was left. Xiaoxiao's storage ring was gone. All the treasures on him were plundered. His body was split in half, and his soul was completely destroyed. There was no way he could survive. As for the murderer, we don't know. These elders' faces were extremely ugly. If this news were to spread to the sacred ground, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. One had to know that the sacred ground had paid a huge price to cultivate a saint. But now, he had fallen in this ancient tomb. This was definitely a huge earthquake. Find the murderer, we must find the murderer. Cut him into pieces. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer to the sacred ground. These elders had really gone crazy. Among them, many turned their heads and stared at the dark red dragon. It's them. It must be the people of the immortal palace. Kill this snake. Kill that Lin Xian. Kill everyone from the immortal palace. Avenge our saint, F***ck, what nonsense are you spouting? The dark red divine dragon was shocked. Which F***king I did you see us do it? Killing the saint was also a big deal, and the dark red divine dragon was unwilling to admit it. It's you, no matter what, Lin Xian must die. If it were not for him, the Holy Sun would not have been injured, and no one would have dared to attack the Holy Sun. Therefore, the main culprit was still Lin Xian. Kill. These people roared crazily and attacked like crazy. However, due to the presence of the world's end mirror at hand formation, those attacks were all teleported away. However, these people had gone crazy. Dozens of 9 heavens holy ground cultivators attacked without any regard for their lives. There were even people who directly entered the world's end mirror at hand array. At this moment, 2 attacks were sent towards the dark red divine dragon. One of them was even sent in. Ha 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 ha. That's great. This was a random teleportation. As long as we try a few more times, we will definitely be able to enter. That elder roared madly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he mercilessly struck out with his palm. Damn snake, go to hell for me. They had gone crazy. They could not accept the fact that their holy son had been killed. Therefore, they vented all their anger and killing intent on the dark red divine dragon. This scene stunned all the surrounding martialists. Even the dark red divine dragon did not expect that the other party could be randomly teleported to its side. The probability was too small. The person who was teleported was an elder. He was a peerless almighty. At this moment, his body was filled with killing intent that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. That piercing aura seemed to be able to destroy the entire world. Feeling this killing intent, the surrounding martial artists felt their scalps go numb. Sure enough, these 9 heavens holy ground people were going crazy. How could an ordinary peerless almighty exude such a terrifying killing intent? Boundless light surged, and a violent force was about to swallow the dark red divine dragon and the 3 immortal palace martial artists. The 3 immortal palace martial artists felt their scalps go numb. They thought that they were young geniuses, but under such a terrifying killing intent, they had no way to fight back. They felt the void around them freeze, and the energy in their bodies was also frozen. They could not resist at all. Roar, the dark red divine dragon roared, and the dragon's roar turned into a sound wave that surged forward to fight back. The sky fell and the earth cracked. At the same time, he swung his dragon tail, and a red river slashed out like a heavenly blade. Pung pung pung, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and the 2 forces of energy dissipated in the sky at the same time. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. The 9 heavens holy ground people were stunned, and so were the 5 elements palace and myriad thunder holy ground people. The elder of the 9 heavens holy ground had gone crazy and struck out a shocking blow, but he still could not do anything to the other party. One had to admit that the other party was too strong. Its strength was probably not comparable to these holy sons and elders. Damn it, what kind of species is this, a variant of the heavens and earth? The myriad thunder saint's face was gloomy, and the 5 elements saint's eyes were like divine lamps. It seemed like it was indeed a variant of the heavens and earth. Thinking about it, it should have some kind of powerful flood dragon bloodline. Otherwise, his physique would not be so strong. So what if he had the flood dragon bloodline? Today, he provoked us, so he must die. Go to hell. Just as the 2 holy sons were talking, the elder of the 9 heavens holy ground and the dark red divine dragon were still exchanging close to 100 blows, and the surrounding area was shattered. There was not a single spot in the void of the entire main hall that was intact. Damn it, do you really think that I am a pushover? The dark red divine dragon was also angry. It waved its dragon claws and formed 2 arrays that overlapped, protecting the 3 martial artists of the immortal palace. At the same time, its body swayed, and it turned into a giant dragon, roaring as it charged out. The dragons used their grand super skills, and countless red lights in the sky were like red swords, fighting against the dark red divine dragon. After another 300 blows, the elder of the 9 heavens holy ground screamed as half of his body was smashed by the dark red divine dragon's claws. Blood mist filled the air, and the elder of the 9 heavens holy ground screamed as he retreated frantically. He entered the black quicksand and was teleported out. He did not appear in the main hall, and no one knew where he was. But soon, a roar came from afar. The elder with half of his body came out from a passage, and the half of his body had already recovered. His face was incomparably pale. Damn it, the elder roared crazily. He did not expect that with his peerless strength and the 9 heavens holy ground's unique skill, he would not be able to defeat the other party. In the distance, the people of the 5 elements palace and the myriad thunder saints' eyes lit up. They had finally found a way to kill the other party. Hurry up! Everyone, get into the black quicksand. Although it was a random teleportation, there was still a certain probability that they would be teleported to the other party. As long as they were near the other party, they would immediately kill them. He had to use all of his trump cards. The 5 elements saint and the myriad thunder saint gave the order. The 9 heavens holy ground's elder roared, and everyone from the 9 heavens holy ground rushed over. On the other side, the people from the 5 elements palace and the myriad thunder holy ground also rushed over. They were continuously transported by the black quicksand. However, after many attempts, 3 of the Almighties finally arrived near the dark red divine dragon. Not good, Lord Dragon, be careful. In the array behind, the 3 immortal palace martial artists were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. If the three of them worked together, they could probably even kill a saint. Therefore, at this moment, the dark red divine dragon was in absolute danger. As expected, the dark red divine dragon was pushed back as soon as they exchanged blows. F***CK. This emperor is in so much pain. The dark red divine dragon rolled in the sky and bared his teeth. His eyes emitted a bloody light, and his body was overflowing with killing intent. With a swing of his tail, the three immortal palace martial artists were sent into the black quicksand. At the same time, he said, "Hurry up and leave, teleport out. Don't stay here." The three immortal palace martial artists entered the black quicksand and were completely teleported out, disappearing from the main hall. Seeing this, the martial artists of the three holy lands roared out in anger. "Damn! Don't let me be teleported too." They struck out layers of light, and the three king domains floated in the air, completely sealing the space where the dark red divine dragon was. "Damn it, do you really think that I can't do anything to you?" Seeing the three immortal palace martial artists eyeing him covetously, the dark red divine dragon was furious. He was a dignified dragon. When had he ever been beaten like this? In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. The dragon blood turned into a sharp sword and flew out instantly. Poof, an elder from the Five Elements Palace screamed. His body was penetrated, and a terrifying bloody hole appeared. His internal organs were all shattered. However, this elder was a great sage after all. Although the injury was serious, it was not fatal. Whoosh, the elder from the Five Elements Palace retreated. The power of the Five Elements Palace rolled in his body, and his internal organs were instantly regenerated. However, his face was incomparably pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. "Damn it! Be careful. This guy is too evil." The surrounding martial artists were also stunned. A mouthful of blood was enough to severely injure a peerless almighty. Heavens, what kind of blood is this? God's blood. The other two almighties wore solemn expressions. They shot out countless beams of light. Among them, the Almighty from the nine heavens holy ground shot out a pagoda with 9 floors. Floating in the sky, thousands of rays of light shone down and enveloped the dark red divine dragon. The old man from the 10,000 thunder holy land was wearing a thunder battle robe. Terrifying lightning covered the entire sky. The elder of the Five Elements Palace took out a large amount of elixirs and swallowed them. His pale complexion also became rosy. Boom! A 5-colored cauldron rushed out of his body and floated in front of him. Then, he attacked again. The three experts besieged the dark red dragon once again. For a moment, the dark red divine dragon was in danger. Even if he was a dragon, even if he was an old monster, he was still forced to retreat. However, this was already shocking enough. Because if an ordinary almighty was surrounded by 3 experts of the same level, he would probably be killed very quickly. However, the dark red divine dragon had persisted for so long and was still not killed. One had to admit that it was indeed shocking. However, everyone knew that it was only a matter of time before he was killed. Unless reinforcements arrived. However, would the people from the Immortal Palace really come? It had been so many days, but they had not come. Perhaps they did not even know what had happened here. "Damn snake, go to hell!" The elder of the 9 heavens holy land roared. The 9-story pagoda above his head turned into a towering mountain and pressed down. On the other side, the elder of the 10,000 thunder holy land formed streaks of heavenly tribulation and thunder and blasted down. The powerhouse of the 5 Elements Palace activated the 5-colored cauldron and directly smashed through the void. He wanted to suck the dark red divine dragon into the cauldron. The dark red divine dragon could not dodge the 3 ultimate moves at all. He roared and sent the 5-colored cauldron flying. At the same time, he relied on his strong body to resist the thunder that filled the sky. However, he could not resist the last 9 floors of the pagoda. It was about to envelop him. "Go to hell, snake!" Seeing this, the elder of the 9 heavens holy land turned solemn. The surrounding powerhouses of the 9 heavens holy land laughed wildly. Their eyes were filled with blood-red light, and they looked like demons. At this moment, a sword light appeared and directly slashed the 9-story pagoda. With a clang, the 9-story pagoda was sent flying. What? It was blocked. The surrounding martial artists exclaimed. Old Zhang of the Nine Heavens Holy Land even took a few steps back. He stopped and shouted coldly. Who is it? How dare you interfere in my business? Get over here and die. He was really crazy. How dare someone interfere in the current situation? Who is so reckless? Humph. I think you should be the one getting over here and die. A cold voice sounded. The void split open and a young figure descended. What? Damn kid. It's you. Seeing this, the elder of the Nine Heavens Holy Land was stunned. The surrounding martial artists of the Five Elements Palace and 10,000 Thunder Holy Land all looked over. In the next moment, they were all stunned. Lin Xian. It's you. Ha 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 ha, kid, I wanted to kill you. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come to me. The elder of the Five Elements Palace laughed loudly. The people of 10,000 Thunder Holy Land snorted coldly. Seems like you didn't take the path to heaven and barged into hell instead. Since you're here today, don't even think about leaving. Kid, I'll tear you to pieces. The people of the Nine Heavens Holy Land were even more murderous. The four powerhouses in the sky descended and surrounded Lin Xian. To be honest, they were too excited. They did not expect the murderer of their holy son to be here. Below, the dark red dragon heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Xian. He quickly took out some treasures and swallowed them. At the same time, his body swayed and he appeared in the sky. Kid, be careful. These guys from the Nine Heavens Holy Land are crazy. Their holy son was killed by someone and now they suspect you? Destroyed? I did split him in half with my sword. Lin Xian admitted it directly. Hearing this, the surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. The dark red dragon explained, no, after you split him, someone else killed him. This time, his body and soul were destroyed. Someone else killed him? Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect so many things to happen while he was in seclusion. Xianxia was really killed, a holy son had fallen just like that. This was indeed a big deal. No wonder the people of the Nine Heavens Holy Land were so crazy. However, what did this have to do with him? Humph, this Xianxia is really unlucky. Lin Xian sneered. Ah! The elder screamed. Damn kid, don't try to deny it. You killed our holy son. Today, we must kill you. We will use your blood to pay tribute to our holy son. We must catch you, skin you alive, and send you to the 18th level of hell. Never. Kill him. Avenge our holy son. The martial artists of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground roared. The people of the Five Elements Palace and the myriad Thunder Sacred Ground also gathered around. Kid, looks like you are going to die today. I don't know what kind of hatred you have for Xianxia to kill him. The Five Elements Saint said coldly. The myriad Thunder Saint sneered. Yeah. Can't we talk it out? Why do you have to kill him? The two of them were very sinister. Although they did not know who did it, they had already identified Lin Xian as the murderer. This way, they could kill him together with the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground. F***ck. You two are so shameless. Which eye of yours saw us do it? The dark red divine dragon scolded. These two holy sons are too sinister. He wished he could cook them and eat them. Lin Xian's face darkened as he stared coldly at the Five Elements Saint and the myriad Thunder Saint. I will say it again. I did not kill Xianxia. But the two of you might be killed by me on the spot. Lin Xian did have the intention to kill the Five Elements Saint and the myriad Thunder Saint. The two of them had gone against him time and time again. Did they really think he would not kill them? Don't try to deny it. You killed him. Admit your guilt. The myriad Thunder Saint and the Five Elements Saint sneered. Kid, go to hell. The elders of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground roared out in anger as dozens of them struck out together. The sky was filled with light and exploded in front of them. There were so many experts. No one among the Almighties would be able to resist them, let alone the Holy Sons. Lin Xian did not resist. His body shook as he used the demigods and semi-devils to dodge in the sky. After the breakthrough, his speed had increased tremendously compared to before. Coupled with the heaven-defying speed of the demigods and semi-devils, he was able to move faster than before. For a moment, his figure was erratic, and his speed was beyond the imagination of these people. What a fast speed! The martial artists around them exclaimed. They discovered that such a violent power had actually failed to hit the other party and had allowed him to escape. 5 Elements Seal, Myriad Thunder Purgatory. The 5 Elements Saint Sun and the Myriad Thunder Saint Sun used 2 sealing mystic abilities to completely seal the entire hall. They would never allow him to escape. So what if you did? I don't believe that you can hide forever. The 2 saints sneered the Holy Sun and the Holy Sons of the 9 heavens' sacred ground. Their gazes were like heavenly blades that pierced through all directions. There. Soon, they locked onto Lin Xian again. Brat, you have to pay with your life for killing my holy son. Lin Xian was infuriated as well. He sneered, you said I killed him? Then I'll take it that I killed him. So what if I killed him? Speaking of this, an extremely violent aura exploded from his body. It was like a storm, sweeping in all directions. Once this aura appeared, the surrounding people trembled, and a look of fear appeared in their eyes. What a terrifying aura. How can this kid be so strong? The 5 Elements Saint and the Myriad Thunder Saint were even more shocked. Impossible, how did his aura become stronger again? The 2 of them were crazy because they realized that the other party's aura was on par with theirs. But now, the other party's aura had surpassed theirs. How could this be? Damn it, where did this brat go during the time that he disappeared? Could it be that he had a fortuitous encounter? Cries of surprise rang out. The dark red divine dragon also exclaimed. Kid, you broke through? Yes. Lin Xian nodded. He pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and pointed it forward. You won't let me go? You killed my immortal palace's disciple and trapped my companion. Now you want to kill me? Do you think I will let you go? Come, let's see who will die first. His cold voice was accompanied by countless rays of sword light. At this moment, he was like a sword god that everyone looked up to. Humph. So what if you've become stronger? We have so many people. It's easy to kill you. The 5 Elements Saint said coldly. The Myriad Thunder Saint gritted his teeth. Damn it. He broke through in such a short time. They were jealous. Kill. The martial artists from the 9 heavens' sacred ground were even crazier. Indeed, so what if he had become stronger? They had so many people. Would they be afraid of him? Swoosh. Swoosh, several elders from the 9 heavens' sacred ground charged forward. Boom, a dazzling palm covered the sky like countless clouds. It carried with it an unparalleled divine aura and slammed down from the sky. When this force came out, everyone's scalps went numb. It was too violent. The 4 elders were enough to destroy everything. No one present would be able to fight against them. Buzz, looking at this terrifying attack, Lin Xian's eyes shone sharply. The sword chi on his body shone brighter and brighter, constantly rising. Swoosh, his body was like a flickering shadow, quickly dodging the sharp palm. At the same time, he appeared in another space. Whoosh, the ancient dragon abyss sword was swung, as if a giant dragon was roaring. Boom, this ray of sword light enveloped one of the elders. A blood-curdling scream was heard, and blood spurted out. The elder who was enveloped by the sword light was cut in half. However, he did not die immediately. His miserable scream reverberated, and his internal organs and blood stained the void red. What? He was cut in half by a sword. Another sword, everyone was stunned. That elder was a peerless almighty. He was extremely powerful. However, he was cut in half by Lin Xian's sword. The eyelids of the 5 Elements Palace and the Myriad Thunder Sacred Grounds martial artists twitched wildly. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground screamed. This was impossible. How could he be so powerful? That was not his trump card. It was just a casual ray of sword light, and it split one of their elders? No. They could not believe it. On the battlefield, the other 3 elders from the 9 heavens sacred ground were also facing a formidable enemy. They quickly retreated. They came to the side of the elder who was cut in half, wanting to save him first. Buzz, a golden rune appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. In the next moment, the elder who was cut in half screamed again. His body, which had originally healed, kept rolling in the sky. His aged face was contorted in disbelief. Not good, a soul attack. The expressions of the remaining 3 elders changed drastically. Such a strange method, perhaps only a soul attack could do it. Damn it. Save him. They struck out with unparalleled magical power and poured it into the old man's body, wanting to save him. However, the elder's neck tilted, and he was no longer breathing. Dead. A peerless almighty was killed just like that. Everyone was stunned. What kind of method was this? This was too heaven-defying. Damn it, how could this kid be so strong? This scene made the faces of the 5 elements saint and the myriad thunder saint turn dark. Their hearts raced. The one who was killed was an early 8-star saint. Even they would have to put in a lot of effort to kill him, however, his opponent had effortlessly killed him with 2 moves. This was shocking. Damn it. Little Xian, you're amazing. Behind them, the dark red divine dragon cried out in surprise when it saw the scene. But soon, he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. This is awesome. Who asked you to be so arrogant? Damn it, kill them all. A strange voice rang in the sky. Everyone was silent, completely stunned. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground were even more shocked. Soon, they came to their senses. Damn it, this kid is too strong. Attack together, don't give him a chance. Attack together? Do you think you can keep up with my speed? Lin Xian kept changing his position in the sky. Every time he appeared, these people would exclaim. He was too fast, so fast that their souls couldn't keep up. How could they fight? If the other party kept moving at high speed, they wouldn't even be able to touch the corner of his clothes. At this moment, the people from the 9 heavens sacred ground were extremely sullen. They thought that they could avenge their saint today, but they didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. The people from the 5 elements palace and the myriad thunder sacred ground were also solemn. However, they didn't retreat. This was because they felt that the other party was too terrifying. They had to kill him today, otherwise, if the other party continued to grow, he would be a great enemy of the 3 great sage sacred grounds. Everyone, don't hold back anymore. If you have any trump cards, use them all. The 5 elements saint said coldly. The aura on his body also erupted rapidly, and a 5 elements mountain appeared above his head. Today, he would definitely die. The myriad thunder saint took a step forward, and a purple sea of lightning formed around his body. Use the heavenly palace. The few elders of the 9 heavens holy ground retreated one after another. They gathered together and struck out a series of hand seals. Whoosh, the heavenly palace that originally belonged to Xianxia floated in the sky, emitting thousands of rays of light. It was as if it had really fallen from the immortal realm into the human world. A shocking force burst out from his body. Everyone watching felt their scalps go numb. What the hell is this? Wasn't this Xianxia's divine ability? No, Xianxia was already dead, but this immortal palace was still here. This was definitely not Xianxia's sacred art. This must be one of the treasures of the 9 heavens holy ground. Precious treasure? Are you saying that Xianxia possessed an extremely terrifying weapon and was killed by someone? Heavens, who was it that did it? No wonder the people from the 9 heavens holy ground didn't believe him. The surrounding people exclaimed and discussed animatedly. There were all sorts of speculations in their hearts. The people of the 9 heavens holy ground were indeed aggrieved. The immortal palace in their hands was a precious treasure of the Holy Land. It could be said to be incomparably terrifying. Even if Xianxia encountered a terrifying enemy, no one below invincible kings would be able to break out of the immortal palace. However, why had their holy son been killed? They couldn't figure it out at all. In the sky, immortal light blossomed with incomparable brilliance as the mysterious door slowly opened. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Feeling this aura, everyone's face changed and they kept retreating. It was too terrifying. This aura could kill everyone. Lin Xian's face was also solemn. He never dared to be careless when facing the immortal palace. His body swayed and the dragon sword realm appeared beside him, wrapping him up and turning into the shadow of an azure dragon. However, at this time, the 5 elements red and the 1,000 thunder holy lands trump cards were also displayed. His sword light that filled the sky dimmed. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted. Competing with trump cards? Do you think you're the only ones with trump cards? Buzz. Boom, a golden light appeared in the sky and a white bone floated. An extremely violent aura spread out in all directions. Boom. Boom, boom. The immortal palace trembled and the 5 elements mountain shook. The lightning in the sky dimmed. The entire sky couldn't bear it and countless cracks appeared. The surrounding martial artists vomited blood and were sent flying. Damn it. What was that? They were going crazy. A small bone in the sky could emit such an aura. Did it have to be so terrifying? A sage. This belonged to a sage, damn it, he actually had such a thing, the elders of the 5 elements palace screamed. The people of the 1,000 Thunder Holy Land also felt their scalps go numb. The people of the 9 Heavens Holy Land were even more shocked. How could they resist a sage's item? Everyone, don't panic. He's just a small powerhouse. How could he fully unleash the power of a sage? If he unleashed it, he would probably be destroyed in both body and soul. Therefore, although the sage's bone was powerful, it wasn't impossible to resist. The 5 elements saint said coldly. Hearing this, everyone quieted down. Indeed, so what if it was a sage's item? If it couldn't unleash its full power, it would be useless. Although they didn't have a sage's item, they could unleash the full power of their trump cards. In this way, it wasn't impossible to block the sage's bone. Sure enough, in the sky, the 3 great sages' trump cards blocked the sage's aura. Seeing this scene, the 3 great sages' people heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian sneered. This scene was completely within his plan. What he wanted to do was to block these people's trump cards. As for killing these people, he would do it himself. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he charged over like a flickering shadow. The dragon sword realm above his head covered the entire sky. Thousands of sword chi flew out like a rain of swords, enveloping everyone in front of him. Courting death, those people were furious. How dare the other party challenge the 3 great sages' powerhouses alone? Too arrogant. Too arrogant, they fought back crazily. Behind them, the dark red dragon also charged forward. It opened its mouth and spat out 7 to 8 killing arrays. At the same time, the dragon swung its tail and rushed into the crowd to kill. Whoosh, a mouthful of dragon flames was spat out, and many people screamed. The dark red dragon was like an old monster, rampaging through the world. He had been too aggrieved before. Now that he seized this opportunity, how could he not fight back? In an instant, a great battle broke out in the sky. Whoosh, in an instant, Lin Xian appeared near the 9 Heavens Holy Ground and slashed out with the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. Pung pung pung, clang, the sound of an intense collision rang out. Those 9 Heavens Holy Ground martial artists fought back. In the end, their weapons were instantly cut into pieces. Damn it. Not good. Heaven-class treasure, these people's scalps went numb as they frantically retreated. So what if it's a heaven-class treasure? I have one too, an elder roared, holding a long spear in his hand, and charged forward. With a clang, it collided with the ancient dragon abyss sword, and a bright light burst out. The world shook, and many people were sent flying. Kid, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have a heaven-tier treasure. The old man held a long spear in his hand, his killing intent awe-inspiring. Let's see if your heaven-tier treasure spear or my treasure sword is more powerful. Lin Xian instantly unlocked the ancient sword's 3 seals. An incomparably violent sword chi slashed out. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes, the elder's arm went numb, and his long spear was sent flying. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Both of his arms were completely shattered, turning into a bloody mist. Damn it. How could his strength be so strong? The light on the elder's body soared into the sky, wrapping around his heaven-tier treasure spear as he frantically retreated. Want to leave? Not so easy, didn't you want to kill me? Come, I'll give you this chance. Lin Xian turned into a sword light and chased after him. Damn it, seeing this scene, the injured elder's scalp went numb. The others from the 9 Heavens Holy Ground charged over. Not only that, the people from the 5 Elements Palace and the 1,000 Thunder Holy Ground also charged over, countless attacks shattered the front. However, Lin Xian's speed was beyond their expectations. In an instant, he dodged these attacks. The remaining energy shockwaves were all destroyed by the sword chi on his body. Moreover, these people attacked Lin Xian while resisting the thousands of sword lights in the sky. It could be said that they were in a mess. Lin Xian easily dodged the attacks and once again came in front of the injured elder. "Old bastard, do you think you can kill me just because you have more people?" Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a biting cold killing intent. Since the people from the three great sage holy lands wanted to kill him, then he would not be lenient. He wanted to see who would kill who today. Courting death. The elder was so angry that he vomited blood. "You're just a kid, what qualifications do you have to say such words to me, is that so?" "I'm a kid? You're an elder, but so what? Today, I'll kill you." An elder, sword chi erupted from Lin Xian's body. The surrounding people's faces changed, and even a few experts who rushed over were directly sent flying. A series of dragon roars and sword cries rang out, piercing through the 9 heavens. At this moment, the entire hall had turned into a world of sword Tao. Everyone was trembling. Even the 5 Elements Saint and the Myriad Thunder Saint were shocked. The two of them looked at each other and quickly charged over. They wouldn't give the other party a chance to make a move. However, Lin Xian was even faster. Pung, the sword slashed down and landed on the Heaven-tier treasured spear. The huge force caused the elder to be sent flying again. There were even more places on his body that had collapsed. Other than his head, which was still intact, the rest of his body was torn apart. The old man was scared out of his wits. Light blossomed from his head, and a mysterious rune flickered between his eyebrows. He was protecting his soul because he knew that Lin Xian had a terrifying soul attack. He didn't want his soul to be destroyed in an instant. If that happened, he would really be dead for sure. Shua, Lin Xian disappeared and dodged the attacks of the Myriad Thunder Saint Sun and the 5 Elements Saint Sun. In the next moment, he arrived before the old man once more. At this moment, the old man's body was glowing and he had recovered. His face was extremely ugly. At this moment, he had swallowed countless treasures and even swallowed 2 elixirs that could increase his combat strength. Buzz, he held the long spear, and a bloody light burst out from his eyes. "Damn brat, go to hell," the long spear danced, and a terrifying and violent power accompanied by a murderous aura pierced out. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't care. Countless sword lights surrounded his body, forming a green dragon that coiled around him. Thousands of sword chi destroyed all the power around him. Swallowing elixirs? That's your trump card, you're such an elder? You want to use elixirs to increase your strength against a young junior like me? What a joke, shameless. Ah, damn it. I'll kill you. The old man was furious. How dare Suemo look down on him? What right did Suemo have to look down on him? He was a peerless almighty. An elder of the sacred land, an expert who dominated a region. When had he ever been looked down on by a young man? He roared crazily and completely shattered the void in front of him. However, he couldn't hurt Suemo at all. What peerless almighty? What elder? In my eyes, you're just a piece of trash who climbed to your current position in 1,000 years. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as killing a dog. At the end of his sentence, the great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body exploded again. A dragon's roar resounded in all directions. Boom, the ancient dragon abyss sword released an unparalleled power. The current Lin Xian could completely withstand the power of the 3 seals. Therefore, the ancient dragon abyss sword was unstoppable. Sky-shattering. Battle song. Chaotic pattern. God Punisher, the 4 killer moves exploded, completely destroying the void below. Violent sword intent swept through the 9 heavens. The old man didn't have time to dodge or resist. His body exploded and turned into blood. Even his soul was directly destroyed by the piercingly cold sword light, only a purple spear was left in the sky. Ruffian dragon, Lin Xian waved his hand and sent the purple spear flying. The dark red dragon swung its tail and caught it. Seeing this scene, the people of the 9 heavens sacred ground screamed crazily, "No, damn it. Give us back our treasures, ah. You actually dared to kill our elder. I won't let you go." They were all crazy. Suemo had killed their elder, that was a peerless almighty. Moreover, he was a peerless almighty who used a heaven-grade treasure. they couldn't believe it. At this moment, the young disciples were all frightened and kept retreating. What a joke! How could they fight against such a terrifying person? All the disciples retreated and the elders went forward. Kill him for me. The elders of the 9 heavens sacred ground also understood this, so they hurriedly let the young disciples use the array to attack from afar. As for the elders, they would fight in close combat. The 5 elements palace and the 1,000 thunder sacred ground used the same method. Among them, the 5 elements saint and the 1,000 thunder saint led the charge. They knew that they couldn't wait any longer. They had to get rid of Suemo, otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to sleep well in the future. Boom! Boom, boom. The 5 elements saint and the 1,000 thunder saint joined forces and attacked Lin Xian together. Lin Xian's sword light flashed and shattered the void. He stopped and stared at the 2 saints coldly. Just nice, I'll get rid of the 2 of you today, ruffian dragon, Lin Xian roared. The dark red dragon swung its tail and sent a group of people flying with its spear. At the same time, he said, understood. He naturally understood what Lin Xian meant. With a wave of his dragon claw, black quicksand swept out and enveloped the 1,000 thunder saint and the others, teleporting them randomly. Damn it, seeing this, the 5 elements saint roared and retreated quickly. Originally, he wanted to join forces with the 1,000 thunder saint to kill Suemo with absolute strength. The 10,000 thunder saint had been randomly teleported away before he even started attacking. This scene was indeed beyond his expectations. Therefore, he had to stop. Lin Xian looked at him and sneered disdainfully. Why, without the 10,000 thunder saint, you don't dare to attack, what a piece of trash. Coward, get lost, you ant. You're not worthy of my attack, what? He actually called the 5 elements saint a piece of trash? Coward? In the distance, those people did not leave and were watching from afar. When they heard that, their scalps went numb, and their hearts beat wildly. Who dared to call the 5 elements saint a coward, a piece of trash? No one in the younger generation was qualified to say that. However, at this moment, the other party said it without hesitation. The 5 elements saint's face was terrifyingly dark. You're courting death, he was really mad. Indeed, without the 10,000 thunder saint, he did not have full confidence. However, it was just a lack of confidence. This did not mean that he was afraid of the other party, nor did it mean that he was afraid of the other party dared to call him an ant. He dared to call him a piece of trash, he could not stand it. Kid, do you really think I can't beat you? The 5 elements saint's voice was cold. I just want to find a safe way. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you alone. The 5 elements saint was really angry. He said coldly, everyone, listen up. Step back and don't attack. I want to kill him alone. Saint, when the people of the 5 elements palace heard that, they were extremely anxious. The 5 elements saint snorted. What? Didn't you hear what I said, or are you saying that even you don't believe me? Do you think I'm a piece of trash? When those words came out, the people of the 5 elements palace did not dare to speak. What a joke, the 5 elements saint was a powerful existence. At such a young age, he had defeated all the heroes and obtained the position of saint. How could such a person be a piece of trash? How could he be an ant? Forget it, let the saint do it himself. Yes, with the saint's strength, it was definitely not something that this kid could imagine. Kid, you're dead. Our saint has been suppressing his strength. Today, he will show it all. You will definitely die, what? The 5 elements saint suppressed his strength. When the people in the distance heard that, they were shocked. Lin Xian sneered. Suppressing his strength? Don't flatter yourself, show me what you've got. Today, I'll let you know what it means to be invincible. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Every word he said transformed into countless sword waves that blasted out in all directions. For a time, no one could get close to him. Kid, you don't have to provoke me. I'll show you. I will let you see the true 5 elements world. The 5 elements saint's expression was cold as he quickly formed 5 seals. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth revolved around him. The 5 elements seal was undone, a cold voice sounded. The 5 elements saint's power exploded again, reaching the peak. A terrifying power of the 5th form swept across the surroundings. Everyone took a few steps back. So powerful, the five elements saint's power had indeed skyrocketed. Heavens, could it be that he really suppressed his strength? What was he trying to do? Cries of surprise could be heard. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Indeed, his opponent's strength had increased. But so what? Today, he had to kill him. I was planning to use my 5 phases world to deal with Leaf Doudenier and Sage Sun Alcade. Who could have guessed that I would use it on you instead? However, you can die in peace now. Sure enough, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elemental light appeared around the 5 elements saint. They connected with each other and formed a strange world. Although it was called a world, it seemed to be the other party's domain. However, it was not an ordinary domain. It was an extremely strange 5 elements array that was formed by combining it with the 5 elements saint's domain. Its power was much stronger than a simple domain. Humph, the 5 elements saint snorted coldly. With a wave of his arm, a golden light flashed and turned into countless golden spears that flew forward. Each spear was flowing with a biting cold murderous aura. Even a peerless almighty would not dare to touch it lightly. How terrifying. Is this the 5 elements world? It is indeed powerful. That's right, this attack is much stronger than before. I wonder if that brat will be able to withstand it. Discussions broke out one after another. The people from the 5 elements holy land were paying close attention. The people from the 9 heavens holy land did not go forward. It was not that they did not want to go forward, but the 5 elements saint's domain made it impossible for them to go forward. The 5 elements saint's 5 elements world enveloped all the space around Lin Xian. If they went forward, they would probably be attacked. Therefore, they retreated to the side to watch. Facing the thousands of golden spears, Lin Xian waved his sword and destroyed all the spears with the power of 1,000 soldiers. Clang! Clang, clang! 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 Everyone's blood boiled. Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself the 5 elements world? It is just a space formed by a domain and an array. Let me break it for you. Lin Xian sneered. Indeed, if one was not a sage, one would not dare to call their domain a world. This 5 elements saint was so arrogant that he dared to call his domain a 5 elements world. You are courting death, the 5 elements saint roared. How dare his opponent look down on him? In the next moment, the power of the 5 elements in the 5 elements world formed a 5-shaped spear in his hand. Boom, with a thrust of the spear, heaven and earth collapsed. The terrifying long spear shattered the sword light that filled the sky. It then charged towards Lin Xian in a ferocious manner. Lin Xian used the demigods and quickly dodged. At the same time, he waved the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand again. Clang, a crisp sound was heard. The 5 elements spear was cut in half, and the terrifying power of the 5 elements disappeared. What? It was cut in half, the surrounding people exclaimed. The people from the 5 elements palace were even more shocked. They didn't dare to believe that such a terrifying weapon had a power that was close to that of a priceless treasure. However, it was cut in half by his opponent's sword. This was too unbelievable. Is this your 5 elements world? It is so pitifully weak. Lin Xian sneered. The chaotic heaven destroyer sword and the 5 elements sword appeared and disappeared mysteriously. The 5 elements world trembled as if it was about to collapse. It was too powerful. Everyone trembled. At this moment, the combat power that Lin Xian displayed was really terrifying. It filled all of them with despair. The 5 elements saint kept retreating, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Several cracks appeared on his body. Finally, he stopped and roared at the sky. The power of the 5 elements in his body erupted. Kid, you forced me to do this. He roared like a madman. Boom, boom. Boom, in his 5 elements world, the sky was filled with dazzling lights. 5 figures appeared in the void. These 5 figures were overflowing with light and color. Their faces were exactly the same as the 5 elements saint. Clones, seeing this scene, many people exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, they had seen such a remarkable power before. However, it was usually divided into 2, or at most 3. Damn brat, you've completely infuriated me. Today, I'll let you know my final trump card. A cold voice sounded from all directions. The 5 clones spoke at the same time. A terrifying murderous intent pierced through the clouds. Lin Xian frowned. 5 clones? It was indeed beyond his expectations. But so what? The other party couldn't even defeat him. Did he think he could overturn this situation with a few clones? What a joke, you're no match for me, and neither are your clones. Even if you have 50 clones, I can still destroy them, let alone 5. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, shaking the 9 heavens. In the next moment, a dragon's roar and a sword's cry sounded in his body. Countless violent sword chi slashed forward like a mountain. Raging waves, the cold voice reverberated in the air. The 5 clones in the sky shouted together, and their palms formed the same seal. Then, they suddenly opened their mouths. The seawater in the sky surged, and a blue light shrouded the entire sky. It was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. In an instant, the boundless sea swept forward and completely surrounded the sword chi. Boom! Boom, boom. The void collapsed in an instant, and the surrounding people's expressions changed drastically. The weaker ones were directly sent flying backward while vomiting blood. The stronger ones also felt their chests tighten, as if thousands of mountains were pressing down on their heads. Oh no, this is not ordinary seawater. This is 1,000-layer heavy water. A drop of seawater was as heavy as Mount Tai. What? 1,000-layer heavy water? Was it the legendary water? Damn it, the 5 elements saint is so terrifying. He has mastered 1,000-layer heavy water. Everyone was frightened and retreated crazily. Even the dark red divine dragon retreated to the side. The water was too terrifying. When it appeared, it was like 1,000 mountains crying out in unison. As expected, the seawater in the sky bent countless sword chi. Many of the sword chi were even broken in the middle. Did you see that, brat? With my trump card, you're no match for me at all, the 5 clones on the opposite side sneered, and a terrifying murderous aura erupted from their eyes. Indeed, Lin Xian also suffered the same attack. He felt that the blood chi in his body was about to solidify, and his body was about to be crushed into a bloody mist. 1,000-layer heavy water? As expected, he had some trump cards. However, it was still not enough. With a cold snort, the great dragon sword spirit erupted once more. A powerful force swept out in all directions. The 1001 heavy water around him was completely wiped out by the sword light. Wush Lin Xian stepped into the air, and with each step, a dragon image appeared beneath his feet. Terrifying roars rang out, blasting apart the seawater in the sky. Sky shattering, a beam of sword light flew out and exploded in the sky, splitting into pieces. Heaven and earth shattered. The 1001 heavy water was mercilessly torn apart, and a huge black hole appeared. All the seawater in the sky flowed into the black hole. You want to devour my 1001 heavy water? What a joke. In the distance, the 5 elements saint sneered. The 5 figures formed hand seals again and the black hole collapsed. The 1,000-pound heavy water flowed out once more. They turned into dozens of water dragons and roared in the sky, wanting to completely suppress Lin Xian. As expected of the 1001 heavy water, it was indeed terrifying. If even the black hole could not swallow them, then there was probably nothing that could withstand their weight. All the experts in the surroundings exclaimed. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground and 10,000 thunder sacred ground revealed a cruel smile. The people from the 5 elements palace looked even more ferocious. You want to compete with our saint? You're still far from it. You can't devour them? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not expect sky shattering to be unable to devour these things. However, so what? If he could not devour them, then he would completely destroy them. His great dragon sword spirit was not to be trifled with. Boom, Lin Xian waved his long sword, and the aura of the dragon sword gushed out. Suddenly, the 1001 heavy water that was close to him let out a sizzling sound, then turned into water vapor and drifted into the sky. More and more of the 1001 heavy water was destroyed, turning into water vapor that shrouded the surroundings. In the end, the dozens of water dragons were completely destroyed and did not exist anymore. You want to hurt me with a mere 1001 heavy water? What a joke. What other tricks do you have? Show me, or you won't have a chance. Lin Xian held his sword and strode forward. What? He actually destroyed the 1001 heavy water, moreover, he did it so easily. Heavens, who the hell is this kid? Why is his sword light so sharp? He can actually destroy the 1001 heavy water. Everyone was stunned. The 1001 heavy water could not be destroyed at all. Even the black hole could not devour it. However, Lin Xian destroyed all the water with just a few swings of his sword. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have dared to believe it. Damn it, the Five Elements Saint's face turned ugly. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to destroy his 1001 heavy water so easily. It was really hard for him to believe. However, he soon became ferocious. His trump card was not just the 1001 heavy water, blazing red lotus, North Pole Earth. The 5 clones formed seals again, and the attributes on their bodies changed into the fire and earth attributes. The power of fire and earth surged out, and between heaven and earth, flames burned, forming countless lotus flowers that danced in the fire. The mountains crushed the rift as they charged toward Qin Nan once again. They completely enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved the dragon sword realm and transformed into a true dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and spat out seawater. The dragon swayed its tail and knocked away the surrounding mountains. Buzz, thousands of sword chi burst out from the dragon's body and slashed in all directions. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as if the sun was about to be destroyed. The power of fire and earth were destroyed again. The sky was filled with terrifying sword light. The frenzy of energy terrified everyone. They had completely retreated from the main hall and hid in the surrounding passageways. There was nothing they could do. The energy was too terrifying. Let me show you what the true power of the 5 elements is. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. He floated in the void like a god fiend. Whoosh, he waved his sword and simulated everything in his body. Around him, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared. Then, the 5 elements began to evolve under the effect of the great dragon sword soul. Boom, black flames danced and turned into black suns one after another, filling the sky palace. There were thousands of them densely packed together. Each of them contained terrifying power that would make the eyelids of peerless almighties twitch. Now that thousands of them appeared together, probably nothing could resist. 10,000 suns burning the sky, Lin Xian waved his sword, and thousands of black suns smashed forward like meteors. Boom, boom. Boom, the 5 elements saint felt as if he was struck by lightning. His 5 elements world shook, and countless cracks began to appear. The 5 clones also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, be destroyed for me, the 5 elements saint roared crazily and attacked with the 1001 heavy water again to resist. But at this moment, Lin Xian's second attack came. The power of metal flashed quickly and formed many golden swords in the sky. 108,000 golden swords filled with killing aura filled the sky. Metal slaying, shaking the heavens, 108,000 swords descended together with Lin Xian's wave. The 5 elements saint spat out blood and flew backward again. More cracks appeared on his 5 elements world. The 108,000 swords pierced through his 5 elements world, and the 5 elements power inside was quickly destroyed. The 5 clones were also covered in cracks. 2 of the clones exploded with a loud bang. The 5 elements saint was severely injured, and his face was filled with madness. 10,000 wood descends, the 5 elements saint roared crazily, and the power of wood flashed. Bang, countless forests appeared around Lin Xian, covering the entire sky. Those trees began to absorb Lin Xian's power, trying to suck him dry. Humph. Let me show you what the true power of wood is. Lin Xian's sword flashed, and he destroyed all the primeval forests. He pointed his sword at the sky. Heavenly tree, heaven and earth trembled, and the void above cracked open. A green tree fell from the sky. This green tree was too terrifying. It was surrounded by green light and covered with mysterious patterns. It was like a heavenly tree, and it completely suppressed the 5 elements saint. Puff, the 5 elements saint spat out blood, and his 5 elements world shattered again. The surrounding people were stunned. What is this? How can this kid have such a terrifying superpower? They were stunned, because they had never seen the great dragon sword soul's imitation superpower. They were horrified. The five elements saint could not believe it. He looked at the heavenly tree that fell from the sky, and his face was filled with shock. Impossible. How can his five elements power possibly be more powerful than mine? I don't believe it. Half of his body was smashed by the heavenly tree. Not only that, the heavenly tree took root in his five elements world, and it quickly absorbed his power, causing his five elements world to shatter. The five clones were destroyed at the same time. Not good, Saint. The people from the five elements palace could not hold it in anymore. Although the five elements saint had said that he wanted to fight one-on-one, the situation was very dangerous now. If they fought one-on-one, their saint would be killed. They could not bear the consequences. Therefore, the people from the five elements palace rushed forward like crazy. Damn brat, go to hell. These people unleashed terrifying attacks towards Lin Xian. At the same time, they attacked the heavenly tree. Whoosh, Lin Xian shifted his position and dodged in an instant. However, the heaven-reaching divine wood was able to withstand the attacks that filled the sky, and began to emit rumbling sounds. It was covered with countless cracks, but for a moment it did not shatter. That was because if one were to look carefully, one would be able to discover that those cyan streams of light were actually tiny sword auras. At that moment, those sword auras were extremely sharp. Damn it! These people went crazy and attacked again. Finally, the heavenly reaching divine wood was shattered. The sky-reaching divine tree collapsed, shattering the void. The entire ancient tomb seemed to be on the verge of shattering. The Holy Sun! These people exclaimed and rushed forward, wanting to rescue their Holy Sun. Without the suppression of the sky-piercing sacred tree, the five-element saint retreated quickly. But in the next moment, he screamed. This was because he discovered that Lin Xian was once again charging towards him. Damned brat, how dare you! The people of the five-element palace were furious. Lin Xian actually dared to kill their Holy Sun. How despicable, Lin Xian sneered. What? You think you can kill me? Can't I kill you? His body emitted a piercing light as he unleashed his four killer moves, shattering the void. The five-element sword formed a five-element formation around him. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The four killer moves sent many people of the five-element palace flying. The five-element sword formation was surrounded by sword auras and murderous intent. Many people were blocked. The five-element saint was also affected and kept retreating. Lin Xian could not escape. Lin Xian held his sword and charged forward. The elder of the five-element palace roared. You're courting death. They unleashed the power of the five elements. Mountains crisscrossed in the sky. Flames and seawater filled the sky, making splashing sounds. The entire sky was completely shattered, but all of this was split apart by the sword. Boom, Lin Xian stretched out his palm, and the sun and moon in his hand spun, sending an elder of the five-element palace flying. Lin Xian threw out another punch. The black dragon roared and sent another elder flying. There were not many experts around the five-element saint. The elders of the five-element palace screamed crazily. Friends of the nine heavens sacred ground and the myriad thunder sacred ground, attack together and kill this kid, attack. Hearing the cry for help, the people of the nine heavens sacred ground roared. The people of the myriad thunder sacred ground also rushed out. Although they could not use the immortal palace's trump card, the other party also did not have the sage's hand bone. With so many of them, they could definitely kill the other party. What? You want to bully me with numbers? Have a taste of my array. The dark red dragon also roared. At this moment, he did not hold back. He opened his mouth and spat out killing array after killing array. In an instant, an intense battle broke out. It was extremely terrifying. The surrounding cultivators retreated crazily. They did not dare to stay any longer and could only watch from afar with their souls. The experts of the Great Sage Kingdom were moving with earth-shattering movements. They wanted to destroy the entire ancient tomb. Lin Xian and the Crimson Mystical Dragon felt a strong impact. Damn it, there were too many of them. The dark red dragon roared angrily. A crazy light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. With a wave of his hand, he tore a corner of the sage's hand bone. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out. Boom! The immortal palace was blasted away, the five elements mountain was overturned, and the sea of lightning was torn apart. The terrifying aura of a sage swept out in all directions. The cultivators of the great sage kingdom were sent flying while vomiting blood. There were 2 elders of the sacred ground who did not dodge. They were instantly killed by the aura. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they no longer existed. Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon were also affected. The 2 of them were very fast and kept retreating. They did not suffer too much damage. But the aura in their bodies was tumbling. Damn it, this kid is crazy, the people in the passage were terrified. The experts of the great sage kingdom were roaring crazily. This was the result of both sides suffering. The other party dared to do such a thing. Could it be that he did not want to live anymore? They could not understand. Among them, the elders of the 9 heavens sacred ground roared. Quickly activate the immortal light, use your trump card. Suppress the sage's handbone. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape. They were really afraid. If the other party went crazy and wanted to fight to the death, no one would be able to survive. In the distance, the immortal palace was fixed in the void, emitting thousands of rays of light. The mysterious door slowly opened. 3 rays of immortal light slashed out. It was like a sword from the gods, making people tremble. Once the immortal light appeared, even a peerless almighty would be killed in an instant. They collided with the sage's handbone, and the result was directly shattered. What? It was so terrifying, the experts of the 9 heavens sacred ground felt their scalps go numb. Just a strand of aura was enough to shatter their trump card. This was simply too shocking. The people of the 5 elements palace and the 1,000 thunder sacred ground did not dare to be careless. They also activated their trump cards. Among them, the 5 elements mountain flew over again. This time, 5 runes appeared on it, emitting supreme power. Sure enough, in an instant, everyone in the hall seemed to be frozen. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground and the myriad thunder sacred ground cried out in horror. Fellow cultivator, help us break the seal. The 5 elements palace elder waved his staff and broke the seal on these people. These people frantically retreated. The people in the passageway were filled with terror. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's pupils shrank. They felt that their bodies were imprisoned by the void, and they could not move at all. They could only watch as the terrifying attack came toward them. Look, those 2 are frozen. The martial artists in the passage were shocked when they saw this. That was for sure. Once the 5 elements seal was activated, it would seal the heavens and earth. Nothing could escape. Didn't they see that the other 2 talents from the great sage land were also sealed? If the 5 elements palace had not unsealed them, they probably would not have been able to escape. What? It's so terrifying. Those people trembled. Indeed, they felt a sealing power revolving around them. Furthermore, this was because they were very far away from the sealing power. One could only imagine what kind of suppression Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had suffered. Ha 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 ha. When the elders of the 5 elements palace saw this scene, they all laughed loudly. See? This is the power of the 5 elements palace's Dharma treasure. The 5 elements saint also heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Previously, the other party had caused him to suffer such heavy injuries. He swore that he would cut the other party into pieces. He would not let the other party die so easily. He would torture the other party well. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground and the myriad thunder sacred ground also surrounded them. They all laughed maliciously. Among them, the people from the 9 heavens sacred ground looked even more ferocious. Fellow cultivator, can you let us deal with this kid? They were too angry because the other party might have killed their saint. If they did not capture the other party, they would not be able to explain it to their sacred ground. First, cripple their cultivation and break their limbs. They will not be able to escape. The people from the myriad thunder sacred ground said viciously. Yes, I want to see his body and soul destroyed with my own eyes. The 5 elements saints killing intent sword. Murderous auras and malicious voices echoed between the heavens and earth. The people in the passage were shocked when they heard this. Heavens, it's over. These 2 are probably not going to survive, that was for sure. Although he was strong, he was still no match for the 3 great sage. What a pity. Such a genius could very well become a great emperor in the future. So what? A genius who couldn't grow up was nothing. Sighs could be heard one after another. These people were all sighing for Lin Xian. However, the people from the three great sage lands were laughing coldly. The elders of the nine heavens holy ground and five elements palace could no longer hold themselves back and rushed forward. The two of them instantly arrived near Lin Xian and Crimson Shenong, wanting to destroy their cultivation bases. Then, they cut off their limbs. Humph, upon seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Looking at the elder of the nine heavens holy ground, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Golden runes shone in the sky. Although he couldn't move at the moment, his eye technique wasn't affected. As expected, the elder of the nine heavens holy ground screamed in pain as his body twisted. He retreated like a madman. A piece of the black necklace on his neck broke into pieces. This was the artifact that protected his soul. Under the effect of soul ignition, it broke into pieces. Ah, the elder of the nine heavens holy ground screamed in agony. His soul was severely injured, and he screamed in agony. This scene caused everyone to be stupefied. They didn't expect that even though the other party was immobilized, he could still injure an almighty with just a look. Such a move was heaven-defying. Damn it. This kid's soul power is still there. Hurry up and defend. The people of the nine heavens holy ground roared in anger. They took out all the soul defense artifacts they could use to protect their souls. The people of five elements palace and nine heavens holy ground did the same. Whoosh, among them, the elder of five elements palace had already arrived in front of the Crimson Shenong. He revealed a sinister smile. This was because the Crimson Shenong didn't have the same eye technique as Lin Xian. Wah, the Crimson Shenong indeed didn't have any eye technique. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of dragon flame. This dragon flame contained a trace of dragon blood. It directly enveloped half of the five elements palace elder's body. The elder screamed in pain as half of his body melted. He flew back while screaming in pain. Damn it. What kind of move is this? It's a flame. He actually has such a strange flame. Once he killed this snake, he would definitely take out his inner core. Angry roars could be heard. The people of five elements palace stared at the Crimson Shenong. The people of nine heavens holy ground stared at Lin Xian. Kill, they charged forward once again. They had immobilized the other party and were injured. This made them feel ashamed. This could be said to be a great humiliation. They had to kill the other party alone. Humph, the five elements saint snorted. This time, he was going to do it himself. Although he was severely injured, the five elements palace had many treasures to help him suppress his injuries. His damaged body had also recovered. However, his face was still pale. He stared at Lin Xian. Brat, I'll pay you back 10,000 times, no, 100,000 times for the injuries you suffered. He once again formed a five elements world and circled behind Lin Xian before beginning his attack. He was afraid of Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian laughed when he saw this. Five elements saint, I have to say, you're really a piece of trash. I've been immobilized, but you don't dare to attack me directly, ha 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 ha. Merciless laughter rang out, and the people of five elements palace cried out. The five elements saint was so angry that he vomited blood. The people around him were terrified. Yes, Lin Xian was already in such a state. Other than his eye technique, there was nothing else he could do. Such a person was no different from a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, the five elements saint didn't even dare to attack him directly. He only sneaked behind Lin Xian. It had to be said that it was indeed surprising. It seemed that the five elements saint was completely afraid of Lin Xian. The people of five elements palace roared. So what? As long as we kill you, our saint is still invincible. Invincible? How could a piece of trash like him be called invincible? Lin Xian snorted coldly. No matter what, you're going to die today. The five elements saint's cold voice came from behind. A terrifying killing intent mixed with the five elements realm pressed down. This time, the five elements saint didn't hold back. Buzz. Buzz, Lin Xian couldn't move, and he didn't use his eye technique. Countless sword chi burst out from his body, as if it had turned into a rain of swords. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, the sky full of sword chi blasted on the five elements realm, making earth-shattering collisions. Heaven and earth trembled again, and countless cracks appeared. What? He can still attack. The people from the nine heavens sacred ground and myriad thunder sacred ground were shocked. The people from the five elements palace were even more shocked. That's not right. The great five elements seal can seal not only the body but also one's strength. How did he manage to attack? These people have gone crazy. The five elements saint was even more shocked. He did not expect his opponent to be able to release sword chi. No matter what, his opponent could not escape now. The five elements sword saint frantically activated his five elements force. On the other side, the people from the nine heavens sacred ground and myriad thunder sacred ground charged at Lin Fan again. They unleashed their most powerful super skills, wanting to cripple Lin Xian together. As long as they cripple this kid, he would not be able to cause any more trouble. At that time, he would be at their mercy. Kid, let's see how you'll die this time, the elders from the five elements palace sneered. The people from the nine heavens sacred ground looked even more ferocious. I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to our saint. Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible? There are plenty of people who can kill you. The people from the myriad thunder sacred ground said coldly. The great sage emitted a dazzling light that enveloped Lin Xian. It's over. That kid is dead. When the crowd saw the scene, they sighed. The dark red divine dragon also roared angrily. He let out a series of dragon roars as his body tried to break free. However, it could not do so for the time being. Lin Xian felt a sense of danger and his eyes shone with a cold light. What? You want to kill me with just the great five elements seal? You're still far from it. Lin Fan's aura exploded as the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated. Rays of sword chi appeared on his body. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared on his body and kept circling. The surrounding sword chi became more and more piercing as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Damn it. Attack. Don't give him a chance to resist. The five elements saint roared. He felt that something was wrong with his opponent. He had experienced his opponent's sword chi many times. The sharpness of his opponent's sword chi made him feel despair. Therefore, he would not give his opponent a chance. Ka, roar. However, they had underestimated Lin Xian and the great dragon sword spirit. The power unleashed by the number one offensive saint art in the world was definitely beyond the imagination of these people. The roar of a dragon and the cry of a sword rang out. Between heaven and earth, the dragon sword's shadow slashed in all directions. Countless cracks appeared in the void, with Lin Xian as the center, spreading in all directions. Boom, the space he was in completely collapsed, and black holes appeared one after another. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a long howl. His figure flashed, and he instantly escaped from the black hole. What? He had escaped. How could this be? Damn it, hurry up and kill him, angry shouts rang out one after another. The people of the three great sage lands were all stunned. The warriors in the surrounding passageways were even more shocked. Roar, the dark red divine dragon also let out a dragon roar. Its huge body shook the void as it escaped from inside. Damn it, you actually dare to trap me, I'll cook you all and eat you later. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon's body expanded, turning into a true peerless demon king. The dragon blood in his body surged. With a swing of his dragon tail, it directly shattered the void. It was like 100,000 mountains pressing down. The people of the three great sage lands vomited blood. Kill, Lin Xian also let out a roar. The great dragon sword spirit continued to rise, and the ancient dragon abyss sword was swung out. Spurt, an elder of the myriad thunder sacred ground was sent flying. The thunder cane in his hand was split into 3 parts. His body was also split into 3 parts, floating in the sky. Ah, a miserable voice rang out. That elder was screaming nonstop. Lin Xian, on the other hand, swept out in all directions. Not good, damn it. Counterattack, the 5 elements saint, myriad thunder sacred ground, and 9 heavens sacred ground roared crazily. They realized that the other party's combat strength had increased again. Damn it, could it be that the other party did not use his full strength before? How could it be? is he trying to run? Seeing the five elements saint continuously retreating, Lin Xian sneered. The azure dragon hand stretched out, turning into a coiling dragon picture, and enveloped the other party. Scram, the five elements saint roared and struck out his five elements whirled to fight against the coiling dragon picture. The two forces collided in the sky, creating a tsunami-like energy wave. The coiling dragon picture was blocked, and the five elements saint was also forced back. Whoosh, a dragon's shadow appeared under Lin Xian's feet. He was extremely fast, and in an instant, he was near the five elements saint. You felt good when you sneak attacked me, right? Now, have a taste of my attack. The fourth seal on his ancient dragon abyss sword was undone, and an unbelievable sword chi burst out. No, the five elements saint screamed and instantly summoned his five clones to resist. However, this sword was truly too terrifying. His five clones were destroyed in an instant. His main body was also sent flying, vomiting blood. The five elements world was split into two by the sword. Another sword slashed out, and everyone felt their scalps go numb. They were scared out of their wits by this sword chi. The five elements saint screamed again and again. This time, one of his arms had been chopped off. He wanted to escape, but at this moment, a golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. A pair of cold golden eyes appeared in the sky. Ah, the five elements saint screamed, and his soul seemed to be ignited. He rolled in the sky, and his speed of escape slowed down. Sky-piercing sword, the dragon sword shadow appeared on Lin Xian's body, enveloping him. He held the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand, and the four seals were undone. His entire body turned into a sharp sword light and flew out. Whoosh! Poof! All the light between heaven and earth dimmed, and there was only a sword light in the sky. At this moment, everyone stopped attacking. They turned their heads and stared blankly at the scene. With a splashing sound, blood splattered. No, the people from the five elements palace screamed, and the people from the nine heavens sacred ground and the myriad thunder sacred ground gasped. This was because the five elements saint's head had been chopped off, and his corpse fell to the ground. However, the five elements saint was not dead. His head screamed and turned into a stream of light, trying to break through the void and escape. How could he escape? Lin Xian stretched out his hand, and the sun, moon, and stars revolved around him, sealing the entire space. In the next moment, he grabbed the five elements saint's head and brought it to his side. Then, he activated soul ignition and completely burned his soul into ashes. Whoosh! Lin Xian held the five elements saint's head with one hand and the ancient sword in the other, sweeping it in all directions. Who else, if you want to die, come here, stunned. Everyone was stunned. The people from the great sage land were stunned in the air, and the people in the passageway were all trembling. Fear, infinite fear, spread throughout their bodies. That was the five elements saint, the top genius of the younger generation. The future master of the five elements sacred ground had been killed here. Was this kid still human? Demon king, he was definitely a demon king. In the future, they must not provoke him. Those people swallowed their saliva. The people from the great sage land regained their senses, and they roared crazily. Dead. Their holy son had been killed in front of everyone, his head was even in the other party's hand. This made them want to die. How were they going to explain it to the sacred ground when they returned? Ah, kill him. You must kill him, the people of the five elements palace roared crazily. At this moment, they had lost their minds. Everyone's eyes were red, and their bodies were surrounded by a murderous aura as if they had turned into demons. The people of the nine heavens sacred ground were also roaring. They didn't expect that apart from their holy son, even the five elements' holy son had been killed. This was definitely an earth-shattering earthquake. Although the people of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground were frightened, they were relieved. Fortunately, their holy son had been randomly teleported away by the black quicksand. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. Therefore, at this moment, the elders of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground were secretly delighted. But soon, these people of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground were stunned and even frightened. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. That was because in a passage next to them, a figure streaked across the void like a bolt of thunder and quickly arrived at the main hall. The 10,000 thunder holy sun, this figure was the 10,000 thunder holy sun. Previously, he had been randomly teleported away by the black quicksand, but he had finally returned. As soon as he appeared, the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun released a sea of lightning that filled the entire sky. He roared coldly, "Damn brat, come and die." He was really mad. Before he could make a move, he had been teleported away. Moreover, the teleportation distance was very far. He had spent a lot of effort to rush back here. Therefore, he swore that he would join hands with the five elements Holy Sun. He would torture him to death, but soon, he was stunned. Because he realized that no one responded. The entire main hall was silent. Everyone looked at him with a strange expression. The elders of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground were even more furious. The people in the passage also swallowed their saliva. The 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun had come at this time. Wasn't he walking into a trap and dying in vain? Sure enough, the elders of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground roared crazily. "Holy Sun, leave! Leave this place quickly," they were about to go crazy. Previously, they had been secretly delighted that their Holy Sun was not here and could avoid a calamity. However, they did not expect that just as they finished speaking, their saint would charge over from afar. They had to quickly remind the chosen to leave. Otherwise, who knew what crazy things this kid would do? Leave quickly. What did he mean? The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun was stunned. He frowned. Why did these elders want him to escape? What did she mean by that? She didn't look up to him. He snorted coldly and turned to look at Lin Xian. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he thought, "Damn brat, I will definitely." Before he could finish, he was stunned. He realized that Lin Xian was holding a head in his left hand. That head belonged to the five elements saint. Damn it, what happened? The 10,000 Thunder Saint shuddered, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. The five elements saint's head was held in the other party's hand, and there was no sign of life. What was going on? Could it be that the five elements saint was killed? Holy Sun, leave now. Seeing the 10,000 Thunder Sage in a daze, the 10,000 Thunder Sage's elders roared again. At the same time, they rushed up crazily to protect the 10,000 Thunder Sage. The five elements saint had been killed by this kid. Holy Sun, leave now, the elders roared again. What? He was really killed. The 10,000 Thunder Sage's pupils shrank, and his mind went blank. How could this be? The five elements saint was a genius like him. How could anyone kill him? Even if other saints wanted to kill them, it would be very difficult. After all, they were all of the same level and had many trump cards. Unless it was an invincible challenger or a peak 8-star. A late-stage 8-star powerhouse could defeat a saint, but it was impossible to kill him. Therefore, the 10,000 Thunder Sage did not believe it at all. Although Jiu Xiaoseko was killed before, they did not think that it was Lin Xian who did it. They knew how difficult it was to kill a saint. They said that Lin Xian was the murderer to find an excuse to kill him. But now, the five elements saint was killed by him. This made him suspect that the 9th firmament saint might have been killed by the other party as well. Thinking of this, a trace of horror appeared in the 10,000 Thunder Sage's eyes. He did not dare to stay any longer and turned to escape. Brat, you just wait and see what happens this time. It won't end like this, let's go. Of course, the 10,000 Thunder Sage did not want to admit that he had escaped, so he left a few words and left with his men. At least, he would not lose too much face. Want to leave? I think you'd better go to hell and accompany the five elements saint, that way, you too won't be lonely on the road to hell. Lin Xian was full of killing intent as he charged over again. Damn it, how dare you attack our saint? The elders of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground roared crazily. Lin Xian waved his hand and threw the five elements saint's head out. With a bang, it was blown up by the elders of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground. Damn it, when the people of the five elements palace saw this, their eyes turned red. They stared at Lin Xian with murderous intent. At the same time, they stared at the elders of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground. The elder of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground hurriedly said, "Brothers of the Five Elements Palace, this has nothing to do with us. The Five Elements Saint was killed by this kid. We should join forces to take him down." "Take me down, humph, you guys are already trying to escape. Do you want to drag the Five Elements Palace down with you?" Lin Xian began to sow discord. Sure enough, the people of the Five Elements Palace looked unfriendly. They stared at the 10,000 thunder sacred ground with cold eyes. The people of the 9 heavens sacred ground also walked out. The 10,000 thunder sacred ground obviously wanted to retreat now because their saint had not been killed. However, the people of the 5 elements palace and the 9 heavens sacred ground were different. Their saint had been killed by the other party, but they still wanted to fight to the death. Do you want to leave, 10,000 thunder sage? The people of the 5 elements palace gritted their teeth. The elder of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground braced himself and said, "You guys have seen it. This kid's strength is too terrifying. I think it's better for us to leave for the time being and think about it. Otherwise, more people will die." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the people of the 5 elements palace and the 9 heavens sacred ground turned black. What a joke! How could they stop at this time? The murderous intent on their bodies became stronger and stronger. Xianxia snorted coldly. He stared at the 10,000 thunder sage and said, "I told you, you can't escape." As he spoke, he raised his hand and slashed with his sword. A terrifying sword light slashed forward. "Get lost." The 10,000 thunder sage roared, and the elders were scared out of their wits. Bang! The 10,000 thunder sage's lightning palm was split open by the sword. Damn it! How could his sword chi be so powerful? The 10,000 thunder saint's expression changed in an instant. He did not dare to fight back. After all, his opponent had killed the 5 elements saint. He was afraid that his opponent's strength had surpassed his. Boom! The 10,000 thunder saint roared, and the lightning in the sky intertwined, forming a sea of lightning. He turned around and left. However, he was still one step too late. Xianxia waved his hand, and 108,000 golden swords quickly intertwined and cut off the 10,000 thunder saints' escape route. At the same time, the sky-reaching divine wood descended from the sky, trying to suppress him. Boom! The divine wood was like a giant pillar that reached the sky. It crushed the void, tore apart the sea of lightning, and blasted the 10,000 thunder saint's body. The 10,000 thunder saint vomited blood and flew backward. All the bones in his body were broken. He flew out for a long time before he stopped. Then, with a roar, lightning crackled all over his body, and all the broken bones were reborn again. "Damn kid, don't go too far." The 10,000 thunder saint roared crazily. He was a saint after all. How dare his opponent treat him like this? That drove him crazy. What? You want the treatment of a saint? You want me to be respectful to you? Fine. Xianxia sneered. Then I'll invite you to die. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out. The biting cold sword light shrouded the void as he slashed forward. Thunder God Bracelet, the 10,000 Thunder Saint, was also angry. He opened his mouth and spat out a Thunder God Bracelet. It was covered with terrifying runes. It was one of his trump cards, called the Thunder God Bracelet. As soon as the Thunder God Bracelet appeared in the air, it whistled and crashed forward. Boom! In an instant, it shattered the sword light that filled the sky and erupted with an incomparably powerful power of thunder. The Thunder God Bracelet was a trump card. It was said that it was indestructible and could destroy everything. That brat surnamed Lin also walked the path of a firm and fierce cultivation method. Between the two of them, who would be the stronger one? The martial artists in the passage were discussing animatedly. They were somewhat expectant. The 10,000 Thunder Saint's confidence increased greatly after his successful attack. From the looks of it, the other party was only SOSO. Could it be that the other party had used the Saint's hand bone to kill the 5-element Saint? Although he hadn't seen it, he didn't believe that the other party could kill a holy son by relying on his own strength. In the next moment, he activated the Lightning God's bracelet again and charged forward. Instantly, the surrounding sword chi was all sent flying. Ha 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 ha. You're just SOSO. Today, I will avenge the 5-element Saint. The 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun let out a long roar. Instead of running away, he attacked. The Holy Sun, these elders were worried about the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun. They wanted to remind him to leave. However, Wan Leixing still rushed over and fought with Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled into a strange smile. Great 5-element seal, a cold voice came out of his mouth. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. What? Great seal of 5 elements? What was this kid talking about? He also knows the five elements Great Seal. Heavens, what kind of joke was this? The Great Seal of Five Elements was the supreme secret technique of the Five Elements Palace. Other than the Five Elements Saint and a few of the elders, no one else could learn it. This kid is obviously not from the Five Elements Palace. How could he know the Great Seal of Five Elements? That's right. I think he's just trying to scare the 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun. Although that kid also knows the power of five elements, he can't use the Great Seal of Five Elements. However, these people were soon stunned. This was because they found that the Lightning God's bracelet was fixed in midair. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. The Lightning God's bracelet shone brightly, and countless lightning runes flashed on it. It was very terrifying. However, at this moment, it couldn't move at all. Not only that, but the 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun's body was also stiff, as if he had been enchanted. What? He was really sealed. How could this be? These people were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The people of the Five Elements Palace screamed. Whoosh! In front of him, a sword light slashed over and slashed the 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun's body, sending him flying. The 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun's armor was split open, and blood flowed out like a river, dyeing the void red. Poof, he kept retreating. Ah! The 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun roared crazily. He was finally frightened. It was too terrifying, his opponent's strength was far beyond his imagination. He didn't dare to fight anymore. Revenge for the Five Elements Saint Sun could go to hell, he just wanted to take back the Thunder Bracelet and leave quickly. Boom, the Lightning God's bracelet trembled, and endless thunder burst out like a vast sea, piercing through the surrounding void. Whoosh, it directly broke all the seals and rushed out. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect the Lightning God's bracelet to break through the seal. He didn't expect the Lightning God's bracelet to break through his seal so quickly. He had simulated the Great Seal of Five Elements through the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Although it wasn't the real Great Seal of Five Elements, the seal's effect was not weak at all. The Lightning God's bracelet could escape. It seemed that its strength was indeed powerful. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun heaved a sigh of relief. The Lightning God's bracelet on his head turned around and fled. It turned into a flash of light and tore open the void. Just as he was about to escape, a divine dragon's tail slapped over and smashed half of his body. He was sent flying again, vomiting blood. Who was it? The 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun roared. He was about to go crazy. It was me. The dark red divine dragon sneered. Your magic treasure is not bad. Leave it for me. The dark red divine dragon's eyes lit up as he stared at the Lightning God's bracelet. That was a good thing, the dark red divine dragon was very happy. Previously, he had snatched a Heaven Stage Elementary Treasure Chi Spear, and now he had his eyes on the Lightning God's bracelet. The Heaven Stage Treasure Chi Spear had the soul mark of a peerless almighty on it, but the dark red divine dragon had forcibly sealed it. After the battle, he would erase it bit by bit. At this moment, he grabbed a spear and stabbed it out. Between heaven and earth, thousands of spear lights shot forward like rainbows. Stinky snake. Get lost, the 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun was furious. He waved the Lightning God's bracelet to fight against it. An earth-shattering collision sounded, but at this time, on the other side, Lin Xian also waved his long sword. He slashed the Lightning God's bracelet with his sword. The dark red divine dragon roared and waved his dragon claws, which kept enlarging. Like a red mountain, he enveloped the Lightning God's bracelet. Ha 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 ha, the Lightning God's bracelet is mine. The dark red divine dragon laughed strangely. Ah, seeing this scene, the 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun's face changed. The elders of the 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun roared. Damn it! They put down the Lightning God's bracelet. They attacked like crazy, trying to take back the Lightning God's bracelet. However, they were all destroyed by Lin Xian's sword chi. A sword slashed across the sky, cutting off the connection between these people and the Lightning God's bracelet. The dark red divine dragon grabbed it to the side, wanting to take it back. However, at this time, his expression changed. Because a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from the Lightning God's bracelet. Inside the Thunder God bracelet, a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted. Like a flood, it gushed out. Damn it, in an instant, the dark red divine dragon threw out the Thunder God bracelet. However, he was still affected. Bang, he was sent flying. A crack appeared on his dragon claw, and blood flowed out. Damn it. This emperor is in so much pain. The dark red divine dragon grimaced in pain and hurriedly drank all the dripping dragon blood back. His blood was very precious. He was unwilling to leave it for nothing and let others take advantage of him. Lin Xian was also surprised. He knew that the dark red divine dragon's body was strong. Even a heaven-grade artifact might not be able to blast it open. But now, there was a crack. What exactly was that shocking killing intent? The killing intent of an invincible king. There was actually the killing intent of an invincible king in this Thunder God bracelet. The dark red divine dragon cried out. Damn it, how dare you trick me, what? The killing intent of an invincible king, no wonder. The people in the passage also understood. Indeed, they had seen the power of the dark red divine dragon before, but they did not expect this killing intent to be the killing intent of an invincible king. An invincible king was a terrifying existence that they looked up to. A single look could kill a peerless almighty. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying. The people of the myriad Thunder Holy Land had gloomy faces, and the myriad Thunder Holy Sun's face was even colder. Damn it, it actually failed to kill him, they were too surprised. As these people knew, the killing intent of an invincible king could easily kill a peerless almighty. However, the other party did not die. It was only a crack in his claw. This kind of injury was nothing to people of their level. Kid, be careful. This Thunder God bracelet is too damn evil. The dragon blood on the dark red divine dragon surged and the cracked claw recovered. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably solemn. He did not expect that there would be the killing intent of a king in the Thunder God bracelet. This was definitely something that could threaten his life. However, what puzzled him was that if there was such a terrifying killing weapon, why didn't the other party directly use it before? If that was the case, perhaps he would have suffered more serious injuries. Could it be that the killing intent of an invincible king could not be activated? He could only use it passively. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He felt more and more that it was possible. Moreover, he guessed that invincible kings wouldn't have too much killing intent. Otherwise, the 10,000 Thunder Saint would not have escaped. The elders of the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land would not be so nervous. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. If that was the case, then things would be much easier. Humph, it's just a strand of the killing intent of an invincible king. You want to kill me? You guys are too naive. Lin Xian attacked again. What? This brat actually dared to resist the killing intent of an invincible king? Was he tired of living? Could it be that he still had some sort of trump card to rely on? The martial artists in the passageway discussed animatedly. As for the people from the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land, their faces darkened. Damn it, the 10,000 Thunder Saint waved his hand and controlled the Thunder God bracelet to rush out. Brat, you are too arrogant and ignorant. Today, I will let you know the power of an invincible king's killing intent. Sure enough, a terrifying killing intent circulated between heaven and earth, piercing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Everyone trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground. Lin Xian also felt a great crisis. Countless sword lights surrounded his body, forming the shadow of a dragon sword that roared in the void. It resisted the killing intent of an invincible king. There was a loud rumble, heaven and earth trembled, and Lin Xian retreated with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, the 10,000 Thunder Saint laughed wildly. Did you see that, brat? An ignorant ant like you dares to compete with an invincible king. A wisp of killing intent can destroy you. What's there to be arrogant about? Even if you hurt me, it's the power of an invincible king, not your power. I really don't know where your arrogance comes from. Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. It's just a wisp of killing intent, not the true body of an invincible king. Do you really think you can kill me? So what if you are an invincible king? Next, I will let you have a taste of the pressure of a sage. Lin Xian tore another corner of the sage's seal. Boom, a force that swept across heaven and earth surged out, and the killing intent of an invincible king was swallowed up like a boat in a storm. Damn it, this scene made the people of the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground roar crazily. The people of the 9 heavens sacred ground and 5 elements palace also retreated to resist the pressure of the sage. But fortunately, this time, Lin Xian only tore it for a short while before sealing it again. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. The people of the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground had dark faces. The killing intent of an invincible king in their Thunder God bracelet had been obliterated. Even if there was a wisp left, it was very little and could not exert its power. Ha 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 ha. What invincible king's killing intent? It's nothing in front of a sage. The dark red divine dragon sneered. Keep acting tough. Come and kill me. Let's see if your invincible killing intent can still work. Lin Xian also brandished his sword and charged forward. The ancient dragon abyss sword turned into a giant sword and slashed down, crushing the void. It slashed on the Thunder God bracelet. With a boom, the Thunder God bracelet was sent flying again. At the same time, the sharp sword light slashed toward Jiao Xiaoseiko. Jiao Xiaoseiko's face changed drastically. He knew the power of the opponent's sword chi. If even the Thunder God bracelet could not resist it, he was afraid that his body could not resist it. So, he quickly retreated. At the same time, he controlled the Thunder God bracelet to float above his head to resist. However, the power of the great dragon sword soul was beyond his imagination. If he still had the killing intent of an invincible king, he might be able to resist it. But now, the Thunder God bracelet alone was not enough to resist it. Sure enough, after 3 slashes, the Thunder God bracelet was sent flying again. The 4th slash cut the 10,000 Thunder sacred sun in half. Sacred sun, the elders of the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground went crazy. They even burned their spiritual power and rushed forward crazily, trying to save the 10,000 Thunder sacred sun. Half of them rushed toward the 10,000 Thunder sacred sun, while the other half rushed toward Lin Xian. All kinds of secret techniques and magic treasures were thrown out without any regard for their lives. Lin Xian did not resist. His body shook, and he quickly retreated into the distance. This is great. After saving the sacred sun, the people of the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground breathed a sigh of relief. Boom. Boom, boom. The 10,000 Thunder sacred sun's broken body was reassembled. His face was pale and full of horror. Damn it, run, run, he did not dare to stay here any longer. 6 or 7 elders gathered around him, and there were many disciples of the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground around him, protecting him in the center. The group of people quickly retreated. Lin Xian did not chase after them. Instead, he sneered. Mysterious golden lines appeared in his eyes. Not good, it's a soul power attack, Sacred Sun, quickly defend. The elders of the 1,000 Thunder sacred land shouted frantically. They covered the 1,000 Thunder sacred sun with their soul defense magic treasures. The 1,000 Thunder sacred sun even activated his magic treasure. The opponent's soul power was no weaker than the sword chi. In fact, it was even weirder, therefore, they didn't dare to be careless. They didn't expect that Lin Xian's soul power attack wasn't aimed at the 1,000 Thunder sacred sun. Instead, it was aimed at an elder next to the 1,000 Thunder sacred sun. This elder was very close to the 1,000 Thunder sacred sun, just to his left. Moreover, just now, this elder even gave his soul defense magic treasure to the 1,000 Thunder sacred sun. It could be said that there was no defense at all. It had to be said that these elders were really dutiful. They would rather have their souls destroyed to protect the 1,000 Thunder sacred sun. However, this also gave Lin Xian an opportunity. Lin Xian didn't use soul ignition. He used another magic power. Divine guidance, it was a kind of controlling eye technique. In other words, it could temporarily control someone's soul and thus that person. Lin Xian's current soul power was so powerful that it had surpassed that of a peerless almighty. Coupled with the heavenly secret divine eyes, although the opponent's elder was also a peerless almighty, he was still controlled in an instant. A strange light appeared in his eyes, and his body was out of control. A long saber appeared in his hand, and then he slashed at the 1,000 Thunder sacred sun. He raised his hand and the saber fell. The Thousand Thunder sacred sun was split in half, and blood spurted out wildly. What's going on? The Thousand Thunder sacred sun was split in half. What happened? Everyone was stunned. Could it be that Lin Xian had made his move again? No. Who was it? It was the elder of the Thousand Thunder sacred land. The martial artists in the surrounding passageways went crazy. Not to mention them, the people of the Five Elements Palace and the Nine Heavens sacred land were also stunned. Those of the Thousand Thunder sacred land were even crazier. Damn it, what are you doing? The people next to him hurriedly sent the elder flying with a palm strike. The elder's bones were broken, and half of his body turned into a bloody mist. He screamed miserably and flew out, smashing through the void. However, the pain also woke him up from the illusion. When he found out what he had done, he screamed like a madman. No. Damn it. That wasn't my intention, I'm being controlled. However, the people from the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land reacted as if they were facing a great enemy, and refused to allow them to approach. On the other side, the 10,000 Thunder Saint screamed crazily. He didn't expect to be struck by his own people. This caused his injuries to worsen. Fortunately, although he was seriously injured, it was not fatal. His body slowly healed. However, right at this moment, an ice-cold voice sounded from behind him. Do you still want to recover? Go to hell and accompany the Five Elements Saint. No. The 10,000 Thunder Saint roared like crazy, save me. The elders of the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land went crazy. They wanted to save him. However, it was already too late. During the chaos just now, Lin Xian had reached the back of the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun at an extreme speed. A dragon-shaped sword shadow condensed in his hand. With a slash, the great dragon sword spirit destroyed everything, directly destroying the opponent's mind and spirit. Boom, the 10,000 Thunder Saint's body, which had not yet recovered, exploded again and turned into a bloody mist. This time, not even his bones were left. It turned into a rain of blood, sprinkling in all directions. His soul was also destroyed in the biting cold sword light. The great dragon sword spirit was unparalleled, the 10,000 Thunder Saint was killed. Heavens, everyone went crazy. This was the third saint to die. Although the ancient tomb was dangerous before, no one at the level of a saint had died. But who would have thought that 3 holy suns would fall in succession? Moreover, they were not killed by the powerful array formation in the ancient tomb, but by a young master who killed them in a domineering manner. It's over. Earthquake. It was definitely a big earthquake. The 3 great sage would probably go crazy and hunt them down at all costs. Sure enough, the 10,000 Thunder Saints screamed crazily. They began to burn their spiritual power, and their murderous aura was monstrous. At this moment, they could kill gods and Buddhas. Not only the 10,000 Thunder Saint, but also the Five Elements Palace and the Nine Heavens Holy Land. At this moment, they also attacked at all costs. They sealed off all directions. They swore to kill the other party. Lin Xian waved his hand, and Ruffian Dragon quickly came in. He raised his hand and summoned the Black Earth, and the two of them entered. At the same time, Lin Xian completely tore open the seal on the saint's hand bone. Suddenly, a terrifying force surged out and flooded the entire space. Oh no, run. The people in the passage were so scared that their scalps went numb. They turned around and fled. In an instant, they were enveloped by the pressure of the saint. They turned into a large cloud of blood mist. Only some experts were able to escape. However, their bodies were also shattered. Only one of their heads remained intact and reassembled in the distance. Their faces were filled with horror. Run! These people did not dare to stay any longer, and they did not want to know how the battle was going. The pressure of the saint was too terrifying. Damn it, is that kid crazy? How can he resist this power? Does he want to die together with the saint? These people were terrified as they fled. In the main hall, the people of the 3 great sage screamed again and again. They did not expect that the other party would really dare to activate the saint's pressure. Previously, although they were terrified by the saint's hand bone, their lives were not threatened. Because they knew that the other party did not dare to go all out. Otherwise, the other party would not have been able to survive. But now, the other party had gone all out. Why, they could not understand. In an instant, many elders and geniuses were pierced by the saint's pressure. Their bodies split open in the sky and turned into blood mist. It was sad and beautiful, but it made people despair. Quickly recall our land tokens. The elders of the three great sage roared crazily. An immortal palace floated over, and the door opened, storing the remaining people inside. A purple thunder pool descended, and terrifying thunder and lightning enveloped the remaining elders of the myriad Thunder Holy Land. In the sky, the Five Elements flag rolled and shrouded the surviving people of the Five Elements palace. These three treasures were used to resist the saint's hand bone, so they could not use them. But now, the saint's hand bone had completely erupted, and they could not resist it. They quickly used these three treasures to protect the remaining people and prevent them from being killed. The remaining people had all gone into hiding. In the space, there was only the pressure of the saint and the sea of blood that filled the sky. Although the people of the three great sage had used their super trump cards, only a small number of them survived. About 1/5 of them survived. The rest of them were all killed. Moreover, even if they hid in their trump cards, they still suffered a fierce impact. The three treasures kept retreating, swaying in the sky. On the other side, inside the black earth, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon heaved a sigh of relief. They looked outside through the light screen. The dark red divine dragon sneered, "You let these guys chase us. Now you know what's good for you." But unfortunately, not all of them were killed. It's already very good to be able to do this. It's impossible to kill all of them. If we hadn't used the hand bone to block their three magic treasures, I'm afraid it would have been very difficult to kill the Five Elements Saint Sun and the Thousand Thunder Saint Sun. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The black earth kept swaying in the sky, also suffering a strong impact. However, this was a super spirit ship. Although the impact was fierce, it couldn't be broken at all. Therefore, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon inside were not worried. They stopped in midair and quickly communicated with each other. Lin Xian frowned, "I'm very curious. Who killed Xianxia? You really didn't do it?" The dark red divine dragon asked. Lin Xian shook his head. That was strange. That guy had the immortal palace. It seemed that this immortal palace could withstand the pressure of a sage. However, Xianxia was killed. What kind of method is this? Could it be that there are others who have a sage's magic treasure? Kid, be careful. The people who came in this time were all extremely terrifying people. There were even existences like the sage physique, who knew if there were any mysterious people hiding here. For example, the Yi family and the Yaoguang sacred ground both had imitations of extreme weapons. If the power was fully unleashed, it would be extremely terrifying. It was not inferior to the pressure of a sage. Perhaps, there was another reason. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. What's the reason? The dark red divine dragon asked. A mole. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Remember when I used divine attraction to injure the Thousand Thunder Saint Sun? They couldn't react at all. Even if the Thousand Thunder Saint Sun was heavily protected, I still succeeded. Therefore, a mole is the most difficult to guard against. You're saying that someone from the Nine Heavens sacred ground killed Xianxia? The dark red divine dragon also gasped. Then what is he after? Xianxia's death caused a huge commotion. Even if these people returned alive, they would be punished by the Holy Land. The Holy Land would definitely not let them off easily. What if Xianxia's death was beneficial to that person? For example, he could become the new son of Saint. You're saying that it was done by a successor candidate. The dark red dragon instantly understood. Indeed, the position of the Holy Sun was very coveted. However, the Holy Sun was usually very powerful and had a lot of support. It was impossible for others to plot against him. However, if a Holy Sun was seriously injured and his whereabouts were unknown, then it was a different story. If he could quietly get rid of the other saints, there was a possibility that the other saints would become the next generation of saints. Then he would have the chance to become the future master of the Holy Land. To everyone, this was another form of temptation. Even the inner members of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground would do something like this. After all, the human heart was the most vicious. Forget it. This matter has nothing to do with me. Let them fight each other. It would be best if they were torn apart, Lin Xian sneered. He prepared to take back the saint's hand bone and leave. Forming a seal with his palms, Lin Xian cast a few seals and floated out of the black earth. He flew forward, wanting to seal it again. However, this time, he frowned. What was going on? The seal had failed. Lin Xian frowned. The dark red dragon was also puzzled. It shouldn't be. Let me try. He waved his dragon claws and cast a few seals, but this time, it also failed. Damn, what was going on? Could it be that the seal couldn't work? Little Xian, how big of a seal did you tear? It wasn't too big. It should be the same as before, 3 seals. Previously, when Lin Xian fought against the battle tribe Zhang Wuhan, he had torn this kind of seal. At that time, he had also successfully resealed the saint's hand bone. But now, he realized that he couldn't reseal it. This was far too inconceivable. One had to realize that when he had fought against Zhang Wuhan, he had only been a 7-star king tier. Now, he was already a mid-7-star king. His strength and cultivation had undergone earth-shattering changes. It could be said that it should be easier to reseal it. But now, he realized that it wasn't like that at all. Oh no, something's wrong. Something must have gone wrong. Damn it, this ancient tomb is too strange. The dark red dragon was also scared. He had a feeling that this ancient tomb was definitely not simple. Now, the saint's hand bone was very likely because of this ancient tomb. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the seal on the saint's hand bone outside was broken again. Even more terrifying pressure swept across the area. This time, not only the entire hall, but the surrounding passageways and the distant space were all affected. Oh no! The black earth was instantly sent flying. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's blood boiled. In addition, the martial artists of the 3 great sage lands in the Immortal Palace, the Lightning Sea, and the 5-element flags were so scared that their scalps went numb. They couldn't care less anymore and quickly retreated. They turned into a stream of light and tore through the void. Lin Xian didn't leave. He stared at the saint's hand bone. Now, he could leave safely. However, he still had to reseal the hand bone. So, he stayed here. At this moment, the surrounding void quickly shattered, and black holes appeared one after another, spreading in all directions. Oh no, it's this situation again. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's expressions changed. At this moment, not only them, but all the martial artists in the ancient tomb exclaimed. These people were scattered in all directions. Some were fighting for treasures, some were killing, and some were resisting the array formation. At that moment, without exception, cracks appeared in the space around them. This scene was extremely similar because not long ago, they found the heads of 99 invincible kings in the bronze cauldron. Then, the void shattered, and they were teleported in all directions. Now, the same thing was happening. Damn it, what's happening? These people screamed crazily. Could it be that someone had found the heads of 99 invincible kings again? In the Yi family, Yi Wudao frowned. In the wavering light sacred ground, the wavering light holy sons. Eyes flickered. The 108 godly demon halos around his body protected him. Could it be that there was something similar to the bronze cauldron and 99 heads in the ancient tomb? They weren't the only ones. Gu Santong, No Flower, Morong Qingqing, Shin Jingqiu, Xing Tian, and all the other experts were stunned. In the next moment, they were swallowed by the black hole and couldn't resist at all. On Lin Xian's side, the black earth was also swallowed by the black hole. Damn it! Lin Xian roared and used his last chance to cast another set of seals and float out. He didn't know what happened next. The world spun and the surroundings were dark. After an unknown period of time, there was finally light. This is? Lin Xian and the dark red dragon hurriedly looked outside. They saw that the outside was incomparably vast and boundless. What is that place? Is this another strange space? The dark red dragon was surprised. Lin Xian shook his head. No, look at the ground below. It's exactly the same as the floors of the palaces in the ancient tomb. It's filled with a desolate aura. Come to think of it, we should still be in the ancient tomb. I'm guessing that this should also be a large hall, but it's too spacious and we can't see anything. Damn it, we've been teleported again. Could it be that the saint's hand bone triggered some mechanism in the ancient tomb? That's possible. Lin Xian nodded. The dark red dragon's mouth twitched. Little Xian, do you think the pressure emitted by the saint's hand bone triggered the saint's corpse? Don't talk nonsense. Hearing that, Lin Xian was so scared that his scalp went numb. They could not even resist a wisp of the saint's pressure. If the ancient saint buried in the ancient tomb was resurrected or his corpse mutated, then all of them would be finished. Not to mention the clan of the ancients or the peerless sacred grounds, even if they had the black earth, they would not be able to survive. The saint was too far away from them. One look from the saint could probably kill all of them. The dark red dragon was also shocked by its own thoughts. Impossible, someone who has been dead for tens of thousands of years can't be resurrected. Suddenly, the dark red dragon exclaimed. Kid, the saint's hand bone is back. Sure enough, they discovered that on the floor of the black earth, there was a white hand bone quietly lying there. At this moment, the saint's hand bone was sealed again. Great! Seeing that, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He waved his hand, and the saint's hand bone floated into his hand. It's indeed sealed. He was originally worried that they would be teleported away. What would happen to the saint's hand bone? Wouldn't they lose it? He did not expect it to come back on its own. This is very strange. Don't move around. Let's see where we are first. In the sky, spatial cracks appeared, and figures appeared one after another. It seemed that other than Lin Xian and the dark red dragon, the others were also teleported to the vast and boundless hall. More and more people appeared. As soon as they appeared, they also shone brightly and formed a protective barrier. Then, they looked around in bewilderment. What was that? When they saw the black spirit boat floating in the sky, they all looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. With a flash of light, the spirit boat disappeared. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon appeared in the void. It was that brat. These people were shocked. They didn't expect it to be Lin Xian. We were teleported here as well. Lin Xian said indifferently. He didn't want to start a war for no reason. These people heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party had been teleported here just like them. Damn it. What was going on? What happened? These people discussed animatedly. They didn't know that it was caused by Lin Xian's saint's hand bone. Otherwise, these people would have gone up and fought Lin Xian to the death. Young Master, Xing Tian was teleported over as well. He took a step forward and arrived beside Lin Xian. Other than him, Elder Li, Elder Lu, Elder Wang, Peacock, Hui Dao, and the others had rushed over from all directions. Older brother Xian. Morong Qingqing was also there. Lin Xian, big brother. Shen Jingqiu ran over cheering. Lin Xian hugged the two of them in his arms and asked with concern. Are the two of you hurt? Seeing this scene, the others were envious, jealous, and hateful. F***ck. Having two lovers on each side was the pinnacle of life. That damn brat, how dare he show off his love on the spot? Someone go and kill him. The sound of teeth gnashing could be heard. Boom, they stopped talking because a golden figure was teleported out of the sky. This person was tall and had a golden body. He was exuding vitality like an ancient demon god. Yi Wudao, why do I feel that his aura has become stronger again? Heavens, did this sacred physique get some heaven-defying opportunity and break through? Everyone screamed in horror. The saints and saintesses were also facing a formidable enemy. Indeed, they felt that Yi Wudao's aura was much stronger than before. Moreover, it wasn't his full strength. It was just an aura that was occasionally emitted when he stood there casually. He had broken through. The four symbol saints clenched their fists. It was unbelievable that he had broken through a small realm in such a short time. The saintess of the illusion palace's eyes were also shining. As expected of a sacred physique, he had such a great opportunity. A prince of the Nine Li dynasty was also very envious. After Yi Wudao appeared, he stood in the void and looked around. Soon, he saw Lin Xian and greeted him with a smile. Lin Xian also responded. Behind Leaf Dao Denier, the other elders and experts of the Yi clan hurried over to join him. After him, the Alcade Saint also arrived, and the light on his body was even brighter. Why do I feel that the Alcade Saint's aura is even stronger than before? After the Alcade Saint appeared, he also looked around. The light on his body was so bright that no one could see his expression clearly. Only his eyes were like divine lamps. Powerful figures descended one after another. Among them, there was a handsome man in a green robe. He was spirited and handsome, like an immortal. The Taishan Saint of the Taishan Sacred Ground. As soon as he appeared, the light on his body quickly disappeared, and he looked like an ordinary person. Everyone glanced at him and did not pay attention to him, because his aura seemed to be slightly weaker than the Alcade Saint and Yi Wudao. More and more people gathered. Among them, the people of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, the Five Elements Palace, and the Thousand Thunder Sacred Ground had all arrived. However, these people did not know what had happened. Otherwise, they would not be so calm. Among the people of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, a man's eyes were shining, and he looked very excited. When he looked up and saw Lin Xian in the sky, he immediately sneered. "Kid, let's see how you die later." He was a candidate of the Nine Heavens Sacred Emperor. Previously, he had done something big. If this matter were to spread, he believed that it would definitely shock everyone. Moreover, no one would suspect him. Everyone would suspect that Lin Xian. In this way, not only did he benefit from it, but he also framed others. It could be said that he had killed many birds with one stone. Around them. Where exactly was this place? The others were discussing it. Those elders also gathered together and began to discuss the matter quickly. Boom. Boom. However, at this moment, the sky split open again, and three powerful auras came over. As soon as the auras appeared, the void collapsed. Everyone's hair stood on end, and they retreated crazily. Some of the martial artists who retreated too slowly were directly sent flying. Damn it! Who is it? There's danger. Hurry up and defend! Exclamations came one after another. Everyone was on guard, but when they saw the attackers, they were stunned. In the sky, three black holes appeared. An immortal palace floated, and a lightning pool spread out. A five elements flag swayed in the sky. The three artifacts appeared in the sky. They did not attack, but the aura they emitted casually sent those people flying. Heavens! So powerful! This was the trump card of the Five Elements Palace, the Thousand Thunder Sacred Ground, and the Nine Heavens Sacred Emperor. Why did they use it? What happened to them? The people from the Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground, Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, and Five Elements Palace were also stunned. They quickly flew up to welcome them. They're here. Below them, the saint from the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground sneered. Whoosh, in the sky. The immortal palace opened, and 7 or 8 elders walked out. They were not staggering, but their faces were pale and there was blood on their bodies. It was a shocking sight. What happened? The people from the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground who came to welcome them saw this scene and their hearts beat wildly. They had a bad premonition. Could it be that they had encountered a killing array in the ancient tomb? The others were also puzzled. The people from the Five Elements Palace and 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground became nervous. Even the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground elder who came out of the Immortal Palace was injured. Then, would the people from the Lightning Pool and Five Elements flag be affected as well? Sure enough, when the people from the Lightning Pool and Five Elements Palace walked out, they were also stunned. Because these people's auras were weak, and their eyes were red. Their killing intent was shocking, and their bodies were covered in a bloody light. What happened? They asked, and the others also watched with wide eyes. But in the next moment, they were stunned. Because the three great sage Sacred Ground elders were crying together. They were crying like crazy, it was as if they were newborn children. Heavens, what's going on? Are these elders dazed? A peerless almighty expert was actually crying? These people couldn't believe their eyes. The three great sage Sacred Ground elders who came to welcome them were also stunned. What happened? Their hearts were beating faster and faster. It seemed that the situation was more serious than they thought. No, where's the saint? Where's our saint? The people from the great sage Sacred Ground elders finally reacted. So many experts had come, and the others seemed to have arrived as well. Only the three great sage Sacred Ground elders were missing. Could it be that the holy son of their holy land was trapped by some kind of array formation? Our holy son has been killed. The people from the Five Elements Palace were the first to scream. What? This voice was like a bolt from the blue, and the Five Elements Palace's experts fainted on the ground. The others also cried out in surprise, not daring to believe their own ears. The Five Elements Saint was killed? Heavens, that's impossible. I don't believe it, what a joke. Who dared to attack the Five Elements Saint? Who could kill the Five Elements Saint? Everyone was talking about it. Among the crowd, the Nine Heavens Holy Ground's Holy Prince was dumbfounded. What's going on? He was stunned. He was waiting for news. He knew that Xianxia had been killed. If this news were to come out, it would definitely shock the world. However, the Five Elements Saint had actually been killed. Heavens, did he kill Xianxia? Why was the Five Elements Saint killed as well? What exactly happened? He didn't know. The other saints and saintesses also frowned. Yi Wudao, the Alcade Holy Son, and the Prince of the Grand Xia all had grave expressions on their faces. Moron Qingqing and the others were also puzzled. Lin Xian coldly snorted. As expected, these people still came out alive. Our holy son has also been killed. We won't be able to answer to the Holy Land. The elders of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground and the Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground screamed in agony. Their faces were filled with despair. The people from the remaining two holy lands were also stunned when they heard the news. 3 of the great sages' holy sons had been killed. The countless experts, holy sons, and holy daughters in the hall were all dumbfounded at this moment. To be honest, when they first heard that the Five Elements Saint had been killed, they didn't believe it. However, after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. Although the Five Elements Saint was powerful, he was only average among all the saints. If there was a powerful saint with enough trump cards, it wasn't impossible to kill the Five Elements Saint. However, no one was willing to kill a saint and offend a holy land. Therefore, at first, they suspected that it might be some itinerant cultivator or a lunatic like the twin kings of Middle Ground. However, when they heard that the Xianxia and the Myriad Thunder Saint had also been killed, they couldn't accept it. They couldn't accept it. What a joke, the death of a saint might be an accident. However, 3 saints had died at the same time. What was going on? Could it be that they had encountered a peerless killing array in the ancient tomb? Their hearts beat wildly. After all, this was the ancient tomb of a saint. There were some things left behind that they couldn't resist at all. For example, if the 99 heads of invincible kings were released, not to mention 3 saints, even 30 saints wouldn't be able to resist it. These 3 people from the great sage were too unlucky. Could it be that they had encountered a peerless killing array at the same time? The others were discussing. The saint from the Nine Heavens Holy Land also had a gloomy expression. What a coincidence. Well, it'll help me cover it up. However, that kid got lucky. He looked at Lin Xian. The saints and saintesses of the other holy lands had their eyes flickering. The 3 great sage experts hurriedly asked. Damn it, what did you say? How could our saints have been killed? What's going on? What's going on? Tell us, who killed our holy son? Could it be that it was really a peerless killing array in the ancient tomb? It wasn't a peerless killing array. The 3 great sage elders went crazy. They looked around. Then, they stared in one direction. These surviving elders roared and pointed forward. It's him. It's that kid. He was the one who killed our holy son. What? It wasn't a killing array? It was killed by someone. Who was it? Was it really the twin kings of Xianxia? These people went crazy. They followed the finger of the 3 great sage elders and looked into the distance. Along the way, those martial artists instantly dodged in the direction pointed by the finger. Even the older generation and saints also dodged. Their scalps went numb. What kind of joke was this? They didn't kill any saints, and they didn't want to be the scapegoat. Therefore, in an instant, everyone fled faster than rabbits. However, there was a group of people who didn't dodge, and that was the people of Immortal Palace. Everyone looked in that direction. When they saw Lin Xian and the Immortal Palace experts, their scalps went numb. It wasn't the twin kings of Xianxia, but the people of Immortal Palace. Could it be that the Immortal Palace experts killed the 3 great sage sons? But that shouldn't be the case. No matter how powerful the Immortal Palace experts were, they couldn't compete with the 3 great sage sons. After all, if the three great sage sons joined forces, even a clan of the ancients like the Yi family would have a headache, let alone a mortal palace. For a moment, countless eyes fell on Lin Xian and the others. Among them, Xianxia, Morong Qingqing, and the others were also stunned. Peacock, Hui Dao, and the others were also confused. The immortal palace martial artists were even more stunned. Elder Li, Elder Wang, and Elder Lu were stunned as well. Xing Tian shouted coldly, "Nonsense!" Elder Li also stood out. "If you want to fight, we'll accompany you, but don't use such unnecessary excuses. We're not afraid of fighting with you." The other two elders stood out. They emitted powerful auras. The immortal palace martial artists behind them also had cold expressions. "Damn it, do you think we're afraid of you? Today, we'll kill all of you." The people from the great sage land had gone mad, their killing intent overflowed into the sky like a vast ocean, making everyone's hair stand on end. What was going on? The surviving elders were so mad that they didn't hesitate to burn their life force and soul to attack. Could it be that this kid really did it? Saintus, everyone retreated. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, the elders of the Purple Dawn Holy Land and the Jade Lake Holy Land cried out in alarm. Their saintess was still beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian let go of the two girls and said, "You two, go back to your respective holy lands first." "Brother Xian." Morong Qingqing shouted. Xianxia was also puzzled. They realized that Lin Xian hadn't explained anything until now. This made them have a thought, but they didn't dare to be sure. "Be obedient and go back." Lin Xian patted them on the back. Then, with a burst of energy, he pushed the two of them out. When the two of them returned to their respective sacred grounds, they still wanted to go back. However, they were held back by their respective elders. What a joke, seeing the great sage land's desperate appearance, they didn't want their saintess to take any risks. "Kid, today you will die without a doubt, no one in the heavens or earth can save you. I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to our saintess. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll pull out your tendons, skin you alive, and refine your soul. I'll suppress you in hell forever, you, and these people from the immortal palace. I won't let any of you go." The cultivators of the great sage land surged with killing intent and surrounded Lin Xian and the others. The others frantically retreated, afraid of being implicated. However, No Flower, Gu Santong, Yi Wudao, and the others frowned. No Flower chanted Ba. "Brother Lin, do you need help?" Yi Wudao took a step forward. "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you." His golden blood surged to the sky, making people want to kneel down. Seeing someone step forward, the cultivators of the great sage land frowned. The surviving elders, on the other hand, went crazy. Whoever dared to stop them would be dealt with together. They've really gone crazy. What? Are these people of the great sage land crazy? Are they going to start a war with the ancient families? Lin Xian finally spoke up when he noticed that the atmosphere was getting tense. "That's right, I did kill the 5 Elements Saint and the 10,000 Thunder Saint." "What?" Everyone was stunned. Heavens, what is he saying? He's killed 2 saintesses. No way, this brat actually admitted it. How? How could he possibly have the strength to kill 2 saints? I don't. What's happening? Countless cries of alarm rang out, and even Leaf Dao Denier and No Flower were stunned. They also didn't expect Lin Xian to admit to it. Previously, they had acted because they felt that the people from the 3 holy lands were being unreasonable. That was why they couldn't stand by and watch. But now, the other party had admitted it. This made them feel like they had no justification. "Humph," Lin Xian spoke again, "however, I didn't kill Jiu Xiaoseko. I don't know who killed that unlucky guy. But if the people of the 9 Heavens Holy Land want to put the blame on me, I don't mind. Anyway, killing one more or one less doesn't make a difference to me." "No difference?" Everyone's mouth twitched. "You killed a saintess, do you think you're cutting cabbage?" At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They really couldn't understand what had happened. How could the other party kill 3 of the great sage's sons in a row? The cultivators of the great sage land who didn't know the truth were furious when they heard this. Each of them was filled with killing intent. "Damn kid. Kneel down and accept your death, kill him. You must kill him." Avenge our saintesses. Originally, they didn't believe that their saintesses had been killed. But now, it seemed that their three great sages' sons might really have been killed. Moreover, the murderer was the person in front of them. The elders of the three great sage land were so angry that they were trembling. Good. 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 Kid, you've got guts. You actually dared to admit it. Since that's the case, kneel down and accept your death, not only you. None of Immortal Palace's people will live. I want all of you to taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. Murderous intent filled the sky. The people of the three great sage land were like killing gods as they surrounded Lin Xian and everyone from Immortal Palace. Brother Xian, Brother Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were extremely nervous. The others also frowned. Of course, there were also many who sneered. They thought that Lin Xian and Immortal Palace were too arrogant. They actually dared to kill the saintesses. They deserved to die. Immortal Palace's side was also angry. The other party was so aggressive. So what if their palace master killed these saintesses? Did they really think that Immortal Palace was easy to bully? They did not think that Lin Xian would kill these people for no reason. Lin Xian must have his reasons for killing the three great sages' sons. They also knew that these three great sages' sons were not good people. They had targeted their palace master more than once or twice. Sure enough, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. I killed them because they deserved to die. If you are not convinced, just attack. I'll take it. Lin Xian was not afraid. At most, he would tear the saint's hand bone. He did not believe that these people could resist. Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill. The elders of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, Five Elements Palace, and Thousand Thunder Holy Land roared. Countless figures charged over. Attack. Xing Tian and Elder Li's side also roared. The people from Immortal Palace all attacked. A great battle broke out. However, there were too many people from the three great sages' lands. It could be said that they were 3 times more than Lin Xian's side. Therefore, Lin Xian's side was at a disadvantage for a while. When the surrounding Holy Land saw this scene, they began to discuss. This Immortal Palace was too reckless. 1 against 3, this was a sure death situation, unless they had some trump card. So what if they had a trump card? Did they think that the three great sages' lands were vegetarians? The strength of these holy lands was not too different. Moreover, the three great sages' combined strength was enough to make up for everything. Even the remote antiquities families did not dare to fight them easily. This time, Immortal Palace was dead for sure. Many people sneered. Sure enough, Immortal Palace's people were retreating. The eyes of the three great sages' people were red, like demons. Do you really think that you can fight against us? Do you really think that you can fight us? Do you really want to kill all of you? Morong Qingqing and Xianxia cried out when they saw the scene. They wanted to send people from their holy lands to help. However, they were stopped by their elders. Holy Maiden, you can't. This is not a child's play. Yes, this is not an ordinary battle. The death of the three great sages' holy sons could be said to have driven these people crazy. If they attacked now, they would definitely fight to the death with the three great sages' lands. Although Jade Lake and Purple Dawn Holy Land were powerful, they were not willing to offend the three great sages' lands for no reason. Don't worry, Holy Maiden. At the critical moment, we will take action and save Lin Xian. Hearing this, Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxia also said, Granny Qian, you said it. You have to help later. On the other side, Yi Wudao, No Flower, and the others also had flickering eyes. Although they also wanted to help, the current situation was too complicated. They did not dare to act rashly. However, they also decided that at the critical moment, they would definitely help. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was prepared to take out the Black Earth and fire a few shots at them. He would kill a few peerless almighties first. However, before he made a move, Elderly roared from the side. Competing in numbers? You are too inexperienced. Buzz, Elderly waved his sleeve, scattering out tens of thousands of rays of light. The surrounding people were surprised because they could see that the tens of thousands of rays of light were actually hundreds and thousands of beans. Each of them was like a golden bean, floating in the sky. What kind of divine ability was that, or was it a magical treasure? The surrounding people were shocked. They did not know what the other party was doing. The people from the great sage land sneered in disdain. Just a mere bean and they wanted to make them retreat, what a joke. They had to kill the other party until not a single one was left alive. However, soon, they were stunned. In fact, their faces became extremely ugly. The crowd uttered cries of astonishment. Heavens! What kind of divine ability was that? Everyone was stupefied because the golden bean was trembling in the sky. Then, they suddenly became bigger and turned into figures. Heaven and earth trembled rapidly, and the void cracked, unable to withstand the energy. 1, 2, 3, hundreds and thousands of figures appeared in the sky. When these people appeared, they roared in the void, and the energy sound waves shook the blood of the people, causing the surrounding martial artists to retreat. The eyes of the Holy Land elders were like divine rainbows as they stared ahead. They sucked in a breath of cold air because the figures that appeared in front of them were too strange. They had the upper body of a human, but their lower body was the tail of a snake. They held long sabers, spears, and pikes in their hands. Terrifying killing intent swept in all directions. What was that? Puppet mechanism? The cultivators of Zhou dynasty were discussing this matter. The people from the great sage were also shocked. One of the young men laughed coldly. You're just a mere puppet, and you want to fight us? He was really courting death. He rushed forward, wanting to kill those puppets. He was a genius of the Nine Firmaments' sacred emperor. No matter how strong the puppet was, how could it be compared to them? Kill! With a furious roar, light filled the sky and turned into a silver arc that slashed forward. The void was sliced in half in an instant. From this, one could imagine how terrifying that attack was. Clang! Among them, a figure with a human body and a snake tail stabbed out with a spear. Bang! It collided with the silver light and made a clanging sound. The heavens fell and the earth cracked as thunder rumbled. The silver light was shattered, and the bronze spear pierced through the void, smashing into the body of the genius from the nine heavens' holy ground. What? Everyone was stunned by this scene. Especially the people of Nine Firmaments' Saint Emperor, they screamed like crazy. The faces of the others turned ugly. What kind of puppet was this? That was too terrifying. The one who attacked was a young genius. Although he was not as strong as a saint, he was still a powerful figure. However, he was unable to resist the opponent's spear. The level of these puppets was too terrifying. If there was such a puppet army, no one would be able to resist it. However, they had never heard of anyone who had such a terrifying puppet technique. No, damn it. Impossible, the people of Nine Firmaments' sacred emperor roared. At this moment, an elder of the Yi family narrowed his eyes. This was not a puppet technique, this was Magic Bean's soldiers. What? Magic Bean's soldiers. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. A few elders who were like living fossils trembled in fear. Was casting beans to create soldiers the divine ability of the legends? It was rumored to be an immortal technique. How could these people know it? Immortal technique, everyone trembled. Anything related to immortals was definitely the most mysterious and powerful. How could these people from the immortal palace have such a strange ability? Could it be that they were related to immortals? They did not know. Their faces were pale. Now, they finally understood why the immortal palace dared to fight against the three great sage. With this Magic Bean's soldiers, they could instantly gather thousands of experts. They could definitely fight against the three great sage. Damn it, the three great sage roared in anger. They were also stunned by the other party's move. For a moment, they did not attack. Instead, they stood there in bewilderment. The people of the immortal palace heaved a sigh of relief. They cheered and sneered. Lin Xian was also stunned. He did not know that the immortal palace had such an ability. It seemed that the immortal palace was even more mysterious and powerful than he had imagined. He knew that although he was the palace master now, the immortal palace he had come into contact with was probably only the surface. The true core was probably still in the hands of the old palace master. As for the true strength and foundation of the immortal palace, he did not know how far it had reached. Perhaps other than Xia Jiuyo, no one else knew. So, are we still going to fight? The corners of his mouth curled up as he asked indifferently. The dark red divine dragon sneered again and again. The three great sage, are you that awesome? Come and attack together. Let's hurt each other. With this great ability and so many powerful puppets, they definitely did not fear the three great sage. Therefore, the immortal palace's side was full of confidence. In particular, the dark red divine dragon pointed at these people and cursed. Others were embarrassed to curse, but he could not care less. Come, 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 the three great sages' grandsons, fight 300 rounds with this emperor. This emperor will definitely turn each and every one of you into golden roasted meat. That damn snake, you're courting death, kill him. You must kill them, so what if they have great abilities? They're just high-level puppets. Do they really think they have immortal methods? That's right, how can puppets be compared to us? They were really provoked and went crazy. They attacked again. In an instant, the two sides fought. Boom, 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 the three great sages people rushed up. When Elderly saw this, he snorted coldly and formed a seal with his palm. Boom, in front, thousands of human-shaped puppets held weapons and roared. They were wearing bronze armor. Runes lit up and flickered incomparably. They turned into a green wave and surged forward. Bang, 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 the attacks of thousands of top-notch puppets were incomparably powerful. They collided with the three great sages. Immediately, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Boundless energy swept in all directions. The surrounding warriors retreated one after another, not daring to be affected at all. Bang, 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 the surging green wave was like a heavenly blade, slashing at the three great sages' people. Pooh, those young warriors vomited large mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying with miserable screams. There was nothing they could do. The elders could resist, but their strength was not enough. They were sent flying in an instant. Many sacred land martial artists turned into blood and scattered in the void. The scene was very miserable. Ah! Damn it, seeing this scene, the three great sage powerhouses roared crazily, use your trump cards. They used the immortal palace, lightning pool, and 5 elements flag again, preparing to kill these top puppets. Humph, Elderly snorted coldly and formed a seal with his palm again. Thousands of top puppets roared. The runes on their bodies flickered quickly and circled continuously, forming a huge phantom in the sky. This phantom also had a human body and a snake tail. It held a desolate ancient artifact in its hand and emitted a desolate aura as if it had crossed time and space. Was this a half-demon? Many young disciples were puzzled. Those living fossils were trembling. Don't talk nonsense. This was a totem. It was said that countless years ago, the ancestors of the human race had this form of a human body and a snake tail. This immortal palace was too terrifying and mysterious. I'm afraid they're even more terrifying than we imagined. What? Totem? The surrounding people were stunned. The eyes of the Yi family, Jade Lake Sacred Land, Daoi Sacred Land, and other great sage powerhouses flickered. The elders of the imperial dynasties also had solemn expressions. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Their expressions eased, and they even smiled. The stronger immortal palace was, the safer Lin Xian would be. The more relieved they were. However, the elders behind them were completely stunned. Previously, they had planned to save the other party's life in a critical moment. But now, it seemed that there was no need to do so. The other party's foundation was beyond their imagination. In the sky, the huge totem emitted a desolate aura and quickly pressed down. It collided with the trump cards of the three great sage powerhouses. An even more intense explosion sounded as if the world was about to be destroyed. At this moment, all the surrounding sacred land martial artists activated their armor and defense to resist. They were like small boats swaying in the wind. Boom! 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 Suddenly, in this violent energy, there was an even more terrifying murderous aura. 7 rays of light pierced through the entire space like pillars. They tore apart the storm that filled the sky. Damn it, what happened? Could it be that Immortal Palace used another trump card? The surrounding people were terrified. They all trembled and couldn't help but want to kneel down. This power was too strong, even the Immortal Palace, the lightning pool, and the 5 elements flags in the sky were trembling non-stop. How could this be? How could they possess such powerful strength? The faces of the people of the great sage changed. Could it be that it was the pressure of the sage again? They thought that Lin Xian had unraveled the saint's hand bone and produced this power. Immortal Palace's side was similarly shocked. This was because Lin Xian did not use the saint's hand bone. He looked around and found that other than Elder Li's being soldiers, no one else had used any other terrifying trump cards. Then what was with this terrifying aura? Elder Li also noticed this point, and his expression was uncertain. Elder Li, don't do anything, Lin Xian said from the side. He had a feeling that there was something wrong with the tomb. Sure enough, Elder Li nodded and withdrew the huge totem in the sky. The 1,000 top-notch puppets quickly retreated and circled around them. It disappeared, the totem's aura disappeared. The eyes of the experts outside flickered. Whoosh, the light that filled the sky was pierced through. Finally, everyone could see the scene in front of them clearly. What was that? They were stupefied, because they discovered that the trembling power that made them feel despair wasn't released by Immortal Palace. It was not released by the Great Sage either. It was something else. The Great Sage was also stunned. What exactly was that? Damn it, it wasn't Immortal Palace's people. In the space between them and Immortal Palace, 7 streaks of light appeared. To be more precise, they were 7 coffins. 7 bronze coffins appeared on the ground. They emitted a heavy aura. The 7 streaks of killing intent that connected heaven and earth were released by these 7 bronze coffins. As soon as they appeared, it was as if 7 demonic mountains were pressing down on everyone's hearts. It was so heavy that they couldn't breathe at all. Each of the 7 bronze coffins was incomparably huge, as if they had existed for countless years. Looking from the sky, they formed the shape of the Big Dipper. In fact, there were stars engraved on the 7 bronze coffins. The Big Dipper coffin, everyone swallowed their saliva crazily. They were facing the bronze coffins that suddenly appeared as if they were facing a great enemy. Whose coffin was that? Who was buried inside? Why would it appear at this time? Could it be that they had encountered some kind of restriction when they were fighting earlier? Would it be dangerous for them after it appeared? They had no idea. Boom. Boom, crack. While they were still in shock, one of the bronze coffins suddenly began to tremble. Damn it. What happened? Could it be that it was going to turn into a corpse? Everyone was terrified. No, they had to stop it. They were too terrified because the corpses and heads they had discovered so far were at least at the level of an invincible king. Moreover, the Een soldiers from before had also left a huge shadow on them. Therefore, they did not allow the bronze coffin to revive. They did not allow the things inside to come out. In an instant, countless people unleashed formation after formation to seal the coffin. They flew down, wanting to completely seal the coffin. Boom, the people from the 5 Elements Palace were the closest, and they were the first to set up the 5 Elements seal. Buzz. 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 5 mysterious runes floated down and enveloped the bronze coffin. Whoosh, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Bang, damn it. Not good, they cried out in alarm again because they discovered something. The 5 Elements seal. It was actually shattered in an instant. On the bronze coffin. A flickering star. It directly broke through the 5 Elements seal, and the bronze coffin trembled even more violently. Ice whirled, a delicate shout sounded, and countless ice spread out. Immediately, the trembling bronze coffin was sealed in ice. Not only it, but the surrounding space was covered in snow, turning into a world of ice and snow. An elder from the Moon Palace made a move. However, everyone did not relax and continued to watch intently. Sure enough, in the next moment, the world of ice and snow that filled the sky quickly melted, turning into countless puddles of water that sank into the ground and disappeared. The bronze coffin was still trembling, and it was getting more and more intense. Don't hesitate, hurry up and make a move, the Yi family elder said coldly. The people from the Wavering Light Sacred Land also shouted coldly. In an instant, everyone in the surroundings made a move. The light that filled the sky condensed, trying to seal the bronze coffin below. However, before they could make a move, the bronze coffin in front of them cracked open. Damn it! It opened. Everyone trembled and almost fell from the sky. They did not expect the coffin to open so suddenly. Whoosh! When the bronze coffin was halfway open, a pale hand grabbed the edge. Then, a figure sat up. Crack! Crack! The purple figure walked out of the coffin and floated in the air. What's that? Everyone was stunned. They finally got a clear look at the figure. To be exact, it wasn't a human. It was very strange. It was very similar to the puppet from before. It had a human body, but its body was covered in scales. There was also a tail behind it that looked like a snake's tail. However, it had a different tail. The snake's tail was extremely smooth, but the tail was covered in poisonous thorns. As it swayed, it easily shattered the void. Monster beast, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the thing that came out of the bronze coffin was not a human, but a monster beast. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. They had encountered all kinds of strange things before. They had even encountered the heads of 99 invincible kings. However, those people before were from the human race. They didn't look like monsters at all. But now, one of the coffins of the Big Dipper contained a demonic beast. What was going on? Were the other 6 demonic beasts as well? They didn't know. They couldn't even fight against one of them. That was because the monster with purple scales and a purple tail in front of them was floating in the air. 2 balls of white flame suddenly appeared in its eye sockets. Attack quickly. Boom. Boom, boom. Countless powerhouses attacked, turning into a sky full of energy that slashed at the fist technique. In an instant, the purple figure was shrouded. Light erupted, sword chi and saber light flashed. The space in front of them exploded in an instant, turning into nothingness. That's great. Was it destroyed? Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although the other party had come out, it definitely couldn't withstand the attacks of so many people. Gulp. Gulp. Suddenly, a purple light appeared in the sky. It was like a heavenly saber that cut open the sky. Boom, the energy was also cut open. A pair of purple hands destroyed everything. A purple silhouette walked out from within. Whoosh. Whoosh, it wasn't injured. How was that possible? Damn it, was it still human? What level had this corpse reached? Everyone was stunned. The purple monster beast didn't receive any damage at all. What was even more frightening was that several purple mouths grew out of its body, quickly absorbing the surrounding energy as if it was enjoying delicious food. Oh no, it was going to attack. Boom, the purple palm covered the sky and the earth, slapping toward them. It was as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on them. With a bang, many people were pushed back, and the violent energy in the sky was also torn apart. Damn it! It was so powerful, it seemed that its strength had exceeded that of a supreme. These people were terrified. They didn't expect the other party was too powerful. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the corpse that had been dead for tens of thousands of years had mutated and was now alive. Foolish humans, how dare you trespass into the tomb of the demon race's saint? All of you will die, a cold and ruthless voice, a voice. Ancient tomb of a demon saint, what, how was that? This is clearly the tomb of the human race's saint. All the martial artists from the Holy Lands and great sects were stunned. Lin Xian frowned as well. Because from all the previous signs, all the methods were of the human race. Whether it was those Tao patterns or the treasures, the 99 heads were all of the human race. That was obviously the ancient tomb of the human race's saint. But now, the Big Dipper coffin appeared, and the corpse inside was resurrected. It actually said that this was the ancient tomb of the monster race. Impossible, what was going on? Everyone was stunned. Moreover, more people were puzzled. How could the corpse be resurrected after tens of thousands of years? That was too abnormal. They didn't know the reason, but it was similar to the Yin soldiers. It wasn't a real resurrection, the one that came out of the bronze coffin was already so powerful. If the other 6 bronze coffins came out, wouldn't they be able to defeat everyone? No, they had to kill it quickly. And stop it, why don't we run away? All kinds of discussions sounded. Many people's eyes flickered as they stared at the bronze coffin. They didn't know what was inside the bronze coffin. They felt that it was necessary to check it out. Behind them, the people of the Demon Emperor Palace were overjoyed. That was great. Finally, someone from the monster race appeared. Like I said, this is the ancient tomb of the monster race's saint. Those despicable humans didn't believe me. Now, they know how powerful we are. What should we do now? Should we go up and meet up with the powerful corpse and kill these humans together? An expert voiced his opinion. However, Yan Ryu shook his head. Do you want to be the target of public criticism? Do you think you can exterminate all humans? If one of them goes out, all the holy lands and major sects in the world will attack the Demon Emperor Palace. Do you think the Demon Emperor Palace can survive? If the Saint Physique dies here, I'm afraid the Yi family outside will bring extreme weapons to attack. Hearing about extreme weapons, the experts of the Demon Emperor Palace trembled and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. What should we do? Others asked. Hua Tiandu's eyes flickered. We can stay here and watch. Let them kill each other. These people of the Demon Emperor Palace didn't move forward. Instead, they retreated to a corner. At this moment, no one paid attention to them. After all the Holy Land warriors were staring at the purple figure in front of them as if they were facing a great enemy. At the front, those people were also discussing. Let's fight. We have to deal with this demonic beast. Otherwise, we won't be able to move forward. 5 Elements Palace, 9 Heavens Holy Land, and the 1,000 Thunder Saints people had gloomy expressions. They wanted to take revenge, but they didn't expect such a situation to occur. They gritted their teeth and stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted. Why? You want to fight? I don't mind playing with you. As he spoke, the top-grade puppets around him flickered with mysterious runes and formed a powerful force that intimidated everyone. Damn it. Brat, just you wait. I won't let you off. The people of the Great Sage Holy Land gritted their teeth and didn't continue to attack. Compared to Lin Xian, the purple demonic beast in front of them was a greater threat. Lin Xian sneered. Elderly waved his hand and kept the top-grade puppets. These were trump cards and couldn't be used for too long. He would only use them in times of danger. Seeing this scene, the 4 Symbols Holy Land, Yin Yang sect, Tuoba family, and others had gloomy expressions. Originally, they wanted to let the other party take the lead and use these puppets to kill the purple demonic beast. They wanted to exhaust Immortal Palace's trump cards. However, they didn't expect the people of Immortal Palace to be so decisive and put away their trump cards in an instant. A young expert from the Tuoba family didn't give up and snorted. Fellow cultivator, why put them away? These top-grade puppets don't have life and can't feel pain. Moreover, they are very strong. As soon as these words came out, everyone turned their heads to look. The faces of the people of Immortal Palace changed. Lin Xian snorted coldly, flicked his finger, and a sword wave flew out, directly killing the young powerhouse who spoke. Damn it. What are you doing? The people of the Tuoba family roared crazily. They didn't expect that the other party would dare to attack them. Moreover, it was a fatal blow right from the start. They couldn't react at all. Give me a reason to protect you? Lin Xian asked coldly. Hearing this, everyone fell silent and didn't speak. That's right, when Immortal Palace was besieged and killed, they didn't go forward to help. Now they wanted the other party to protect them. How was that possible? Damn it. We are all humans. Now that we are facing the demon race, we naturally have to unite against a common enemy. The people of the Tuoba family wanted to use righteousness and reason to suppress the other party. After Lin Xian heard this, he sneered in disdain. Are you all humans? In my eyes, you are not humans. You are just a bunch of animals. What qualifications do you have to say that you are all humans, you, the people of? The Tuoba family were so angry that they vomited blood. They were a dignified family of spirit seekers, dominating a region. When the various holy lands saw them, they had to be courteous. But now, someone actually scolded them in public. How could they endure this? They must kill them. This kid was too arrogant. Damn kid, kneel down and kowtow. Countless roars came. Lin Xian's body erupted with endless sword light. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. As soon as the sword light came out, it swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Damn it. His strength had become stronger again. This sword chi was so terrifying, no wonder he could kill the 3 sons of the great sage. His strength was much stronger than before. Could it be that this kid had also broken through? Exclamations came one after another. At this moment, the Alcade Saint's eyes flickered. The Zhongzhou twin kings' faces were ferocious. Yi Wudao smiled. As expected of Brother Lin, he didn't let him down. No Flower also chanted Ba with a smile on his face. Both he and Lin Xian had obtained a small bronze cauldron. Inside the small cauldron, he had obtained a great opportunity. Come to think of it, Lin Xian should be the same. Stupid humans, even now you're still killing each other. Go to hell, the Purple Monster King's cold voice resounded once more. His palms blotted out the sky and covered the earth, sweeping in all directions. From the looks of it, he should be a protector, protecting the peace of this ancient tomb and hunting down all outsiders. Dodge quickly. Seeing this attack, the Holy Land martial artists were so scared that their scalps went numb. They fled like crazy. Pong, the void cracked open, and a huge black hole appeared. Boundless energy surged and swept out in all directions. Many people vomited blood and were sent flying. Boom, however, the experts from the various holy lands also made their moves. Leaf Dao Denier roared, and golden light erupted from him, making him look like a golden sun. Then he thrust his hand out, unleashing a massive sealing mark. Wang, on the Alcade Saint's body, phantoms of gods and demons filled the sky. Above his head, a ball of holy light condensed and flew out quickly. Kill, the middle ground twin kings roared. Demonic chi and Buddhist light flickered. It was strange and terrifying. In addition, the other saints and saintesses all made their moves. Not only the young disciples, but the experts, elders, and living fossils also made their moves. Wang, Lin Xian circled around him. Under his control, the five-shaped sword Qi also flew forward. Flying Flower, Morong Qingqing waved her hand, and petals scattered in the sky, forming a huge light blade that slashed down from the sky. Purple Qi from the east. Shun Jingqiu's face was cold, and her jade-like hands kept waving. Purple Qi floated in the sky, carrying with it a supreme divine power. When these people attacked together, it was really terrifying. Nothing could resist. No matter how powerful the Purple Monster King was, he was still forced back. This is great, he was not an invincible existence. Seeing this scene, everyone was overjoyed and their confidence increased. If they joined forces, they might be able to kill him. Roar, the Purple Monster King was forced back, and he was mad with anger. In his eyes, white flames flickered, and an incomparably mysterious power burst out from his body, sweeping in all directions. The attacks from the experts of the Great Sage were all sent flying or disappeared into the black hole. Quickly, form a formation. These elders and saints might be able to withstand such a violent attack, but those young warriors simply couldn't withstand it. Many of them were directly blasted to pieces. Therefore, the elders hurriedly asked the young disciples to form a powerful formation to resist. Sure enough, the foundations of the Great Sage were very terrifying. The young disciples combined into a formation, and the power of the formation was doubled. It could resist the energy attacks that filled the sky. Damn humans, you have angered me. I will definitely kill all of you, the Purple Monster King said coldly. Wang, his body expanded, and he turned into a peerless monster king like a purple mountain. The power of his body also suddenly erupted. Mysterious runes appeared on his body one after another, shining incomparably. Dao patterns, these were Dao patterns, damn it. He had been refined. The elders of the Yi family, the Gu family, and the other clan of the ancients screamed. The pupils of the powerhouses of the various imperial dynasties also shrank. Not good. Retreat, they retreated crazily. However, it was still too late. A purple fist tore through the void. Terrifying energy rushed towards Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others felt a great sense of danger. The sky was filled with sword chi. He crazily activated the great dragon sword soul and erupted to the extreme. Lin Xian's defense was not the strongest, but his attack power was strong. He used offense as defense and destroyed all the energy that rushed over. He dodged the fatal attack, but the aftershock of the energy still knocked him back. His blood boiled. On the side of the immortal palace, the three elders had used their trump cards, so they were safe. The other saints and experts also displayed their trump cards one after another. The replica dragon pattern cauldron and the golden sword all flew out. On Morong Qingqing's side, a huge lotus flower wrapped around her. On Shen Jingqiu's side, countless purple clouds surrounded her, making her look like a fairy. Although these people also used their trump cards, they were all knocked back. Their attacks were also shattered. Although their lives were not in danger, many of them still vomited blood. The formation formed by the young disciples was torn into pieces in an instant. Many of them were directly blasted into a bloody mist by the punch. Damn it, how could he be so strong? Those who were still alive were extremely terrified. The elders' faces were gloomy. Lin Xian also frowned and asked, "Are you saying that the light flickering on the Monster King's body is Tao patterns? Could it be that he is a saint?" He was too shocked. Now he knew that Tao patterns could only be formed by saints. Those below the saint level could not form them at all. They could only observe. However, Tao patterns appeared on the purple Monster King's body. And there was more than one. This was too terrifying. If this was really the corpse of a saint, then none of them would be able to stop it. It was better to think of a way to escape as soon as possible. No, it wasn't. Palace Master, this was not the corpse of a saint. The Tao patterns on his body were probably carved on by someone else. Carved on? Who had such great strength? Lin Xian was shocked. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. You mean, carved on by a saint? Why would a saint carve Tao patterns on this demon king? Was it just to protect it? That's right, it should be to protect it. Elderly said. With such a powerful corpse guarding it, even if an invincible king came, he probably wouldn't be able to steal the last thing. Could it be that there was some shocking treasure in the saint's ancient tomb? Xing Tian frowned. The dark red dragon's eyes lit up. Could it be the saint's inheritance? Hearing this, everyone's hearts beat wildly. The saint's inheritance. That was the essence of the saint's lifelong learning. Whoever could get it would be able to grow to the invincible king level. Or if they were lucky, they might become the next saint. This made everyone excited. This was much more precious than any natural treasure, spirit pill, or miraculous medicine. But soon, he laughed bitterly. Even if there was really the saint's inheritance, so what? With the current situation, they couldn't resist at all. Moreover, this was only one of the bronze coffins. If all 6 of them came out together, no one would be able to resist them. Now, it was better to think about how to escape. Not only Lin Xian and the others guessed so, but the other Sacred Land martial artists were also discussing. They also guessed that there was a possibility that there was the saint's inheritance. The people of the Demon King Palace in the distance were even more excited. They were the most suitable to cultivate the demon saint's inheritance. After all, although they were half demons, the blood of the demon race flowed in their bodies. Some of them were even mutated species. The demon saint's tradition was very important to them. If they could get one, a living demon saint would appear in the Demon King Palace. In that case, the strength of the Demon King Palace would undergo an earth-shattering change. No, they had to get the last inheritance of this saint's ancient tomb. The people of the Demon King Palace clenched their fists. Hu Tiandu was even more excited. Kill, they had to kill him. The great sage discussed for a while. He attacked again. The elders of the Yi family made their move. Leaf Dao Denier was even more powerful than Yang Qi, and as he did, a golden domain sprang up around him. Endless golden light enveloped the entire sky. Weng, the wavering light saint, pushed the replica dragon pattern cauldron. The elders of the wavering light holy land behind him pushed together and poured all their energy into the dragon pattern cauldron. Weng, the imitation dragon pattern cauldron, kept getting bigger and bigger, crushing the void. The 2 dragons on it seemed to have come alive. Earth-shattering energy poured down in torrents. The Grand Xia Empire. The prince of the Great Xia dynasty also wielded his golden sword. The sky was filled with golden swords, and they slashed down from the sky. Taishan Holy Land. A young man stretched out his palm. In the center of his palm, there were 99 stars revolving around. It was extremely mysterious, as if it was a universe. At this moment, everyone was attacking madly. Furthermore, this time around, those people had all used their most powerful trump cards. Elder Wang, Elder Liu, please protect our disciples. The rest of you, follow me and attack. Lin Xian instructed. He did not order everyone to attack. He held back because he was afraid that the people from the Five Elements Palace would suddenly assassinate him. With the two elders guarding, the rest of the young disciples retreated to the back. Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, Xing Tian, elderly, and Peacock attacked together. Damned human, go to hell! In front of them, the purple demon king roared. The 8 Dao runes on its body flashed rapidly. Wang, the 8 Dao runes flew out and shone brightly, forming a Dao diagram in the sky. It pressed down. The Dao diagram was extremely hazy, but it was like a millstone that could destroy the world. Everything that collided with it turned to dust. Nothing could stop it. Slash, the prince of the great Xia dynasty roared. The golden sword slashed down on the Dao diagram, making a clanging sound. Then, the golden sword was sent flying. On the imitation dragon pattern cauldron, the 2 dragons roared and turned into 2 dragon shadows that rushed over. They clashed with the Dao diagram. But soon, they were also destroyed. Lin Xian's sword chi collided with it and was also sent flying. Not only that, nothing could stop it. Saber light, sword chi, spatial power, sea of fire, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. In short, all kinds of energy were useless in front of the Dao. Bang! Bang! Everyone was sent flying again. Many people vomited blood. Some of their bodies even cracked. A few unlucky elders were touched by the Dao diagram. Their bodies collapsed and could no longer reassemble. How terrifying! A trace of the Dao diagram's energy was enough to kill a peerless powerhouse. Everyone trembled in fear. Lin Xian also retreated. He frowned. The enemy was so strong. Why didn't these people retreat? On the side, Xing Tian explained, young master, it's not that simple. The foundations of the various holy lands were very strong. It was likely that they had many trump cards in their hands that they had yet to use. Not to mention them, Immortal Palace also has many trump cards that we haven't used yet. We haven't used them yet. Lin Xian was surprised. Forget about their Immortal Palace for now, their Immortal Palace was perfectly preserved. Apart from them, the other weaker ones all withdrew from the battlefield. Therefore, there weren't any casualties for the time being. However, many of the geniuses of the other holy lands had been killed. Were those holy lands still not going to use all their trump cards? It had to be said that these holy lands could really endure. Wang, just as they were discussing, suddenly, a green stream of light tore through the void in the distance. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered. Everyone looked up frantically. Damn it, what kind of power was this? They were all trembling uncontrollably. Even Shen Jingqiu, Morong Qingqing, Yi Wudao, and No Flower, who had top bloodlines, were shocked. Whoosh, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The bronze coffin that the purple fiend crawled out of was broken in half. What was going on? What happened? Everyone was shocked. Why did someone attack the bronze coffin? Could it be that they had found some clues? They were puzzled. The green light flashed in the sky and disappeared. Ah, the purple fiend king screamed. Damn it, his strength was weakening. The Dao patterns on his body were quickly dimming, as if they would disappear at any time. What was going on? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Was the purple fiend king going to be killed just by breaking the coffin? Could it be that the coffin was the key? Everyone was stunned. Who was so powerful? Even the powerful array masters in their holy lands didn't notice this weakness. Damn it, you're not human. Everyone followed his gaze, their hearts thumping wildly. Demon Imperial Palace, it's the people from Demon Imperial Palace, oh my god, it's actually Demon Imperial Palace, everyone came to a realization. The people from Demon Imperial Palace were half demons, and the blood of the demon race flowed in their bodies. No wonder they could find the other party's flaw. However, who was the one who attacked just now? What was that green light? Was it their trump card? These people didn't know. There was also one thing that they were very puzzled about. These people from Demon Imperial Palace said that this was the ancient tomb of a demon saint the moment they entered. At first, they didn't believe it. Now, they had doubts. Could it be that Demon Imperial Palace knew more than them? For a moment, everyone looked at Demon Imperial Palace with unfriendly expressions. After all, no matter how powerful the other party was, it was only a sacred ground. There were many sacred grounds here. If they joined forces, they might be able to take down the other party. Humph, seeing the gazes of the sacred grounds, Tiandu snorted coldly. A purple bead rushed out of his body, emitting a powerful demon chi. The demon chi emitted made the warriors of the sacred grounds frown. Of course, there were also saints who sneered. Wasn't it just a trump card? They had won too, however, soon, these saints were stunned and began to tremble uncontrollably. Beside Tiandu, a beautiful woman walked out. A green light flickered on her body. As soon as the aura of the green light appeared, it seemed to carry a supreme pressure, making people want to kneel down and worship it. Damn it! What kind of aura was this? How could it be so powerful? The expressions of the elders of the sacred grounds also changed drastically, and their faces were filled with fear. Could it be a treasure of a saint? This aura was too terrifying. Moreover, they discovered that it was this green light that directly shattered the bronze coffin earlier. Boom boom boom, while the warriors of the sacred grounds were exclaiming, the purple demon king in front also roared angrily. The Tao patterns on his body finally disappeared completely. His body also slowly shrank, and finally returned to normal. The white flames in his eye sockets disappeared. His entire body became a corpse again. That's great. It was broken. When the warriors of the sacred ground saw this scene, they were pleasantly surprised. The people of Demon Imperial Palace also heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at Yanryu and were also extremely nervous. To be honest, not to mention those humans, even they didn't know what the cyan light in Yanryu's body was. Attack! Take the bronze coffin back! Yanryu ordered. Tiandu also coldly shouted. The experts on the Demon King Palace's side all attacked. Not good. Stop them. Although the sacred ground still didn't know what was inside the coffin, they still didn't know. But when he saw the people from the Demon Imperial Palace make a move, those elders also roared in anger and attacked one after another. For a moment, all kinds of light flashed in the sky, fighting until the sky fell and the earth cracked. The bronze coffin below was once again shattered by this violent energy. The huge coffin was shattered into hundreds of pieces and fell apart. Whoosh, one of the experts from the Wind Dynasty, God, took a look and cried out in alarm. Tao pattern. There were Tao patterns carved on it. What? Tao pattern, could it be that the Taoist pattern on the Taoist king's body came from the coffin? They had seen how terrifying the Tao pattern was. So now, they were frantically attacking. For a moment, everyone was crazily snatching. Whoosh, Lin Xian stretched out his palm, and the azure dragon palm spiraled and whistled. He directly grabbed 3 pieces and dragged them back. Damn it, put them down, an expert from the Nangong family roared, but he was sent flying by Xing Tian's slap. On the other side, Yu Wudao was incomparably powerful and also obtained a few pieces. The Prince of Great Xia, No Flower, and the others also attacked. Morong Qingqing and Shin Jingqiu also obtained a few pieces. In the sky, the pieces of the coffin became fewer and fewer, and everyone fought even more fiercely. At this moment, the sound of metal trembling sounded and instantly spread throughout the surroundings. These people trembled and almost fell from the sky. They stopped fighting and turned their heads to look down in bewilderment. Below, a bronze coffin was rapidly trembling. Not good. Something was going to come out again. Everyone was scared out of their wits. The one that came out previously already terrified them. It killed many of their disciples. If not for the mysterious woman from the Demon Imperial Palace, their losses would probably be even more serious. Hurry up and attack, shatter that bronze coffin. They now guessed that the bronze coffin was the fatal weakness of these corpses. As long as it could be shattered, the corpses inside would not be able to revive. Kill, these sacred land experts attacked and quickly attacked the trembling bronze coffin below. Boom, boom. Boom, after a series of attacks, they were dumbfounded. They discovered that the bronze coffin was intact, without a single crack. The people from the Demon Imperial Palace also frowned. Their attacks were also ineffective. Therefore, they looked at Yanryu. Yanryu frowned, and the green light on her body bloomed again. She raised her jade-like hand and was about to attack. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the bronze coffin below. If you attack again, don't blame me for being ruthless and killing you. Hearing this voice, Yen Ryu frowned. She lowered her hand and did not attack again. Instead, she turned around and said, "Let's go." She directly flew forward. Hu Tiandu's eyes flickered as he gritted his teeth and roared. Follow her. The people from the Demon Imperial Palace directly left. Although they did not know where the path ahead led to, they did not stay here. Previously, when they heard the cold voice, it was filled with killing intent and thick demonic qi. It was something that they could not resist. They knew that this was also a powerful demon king. It was even more terrifying than the demon king from before. The remaining sacred land warriors were shocked. They did not expect that a voice would come from the bronze coffin before it was opened. Moreover, it directly scared away the people from the Demon Imperial Palace. This phenomenon was even stranger than before. Could it be that the thing inside was even more terrifying? They gritted their teeth and attacked crazily again. Boom, the bronze coffin below trembled. A wave of power swept out like a heavenly blade, slashing in all directions. It collided with the energy. Reckless humans, all of you can go to hell, not good. Retreat. It was too powerful. In the sky, the power caused the surrounding warriors to tremble. They retreated crazily. They quickly left. Exclamations sounded one after another. These sacred land elders and experts had made a decision. They let the saints lead with the young disciples. These elders and experts would stay here to fight. Go, Yi Wudao shouted coldly and quickly left. Yi Wudao led the young disciples of the Yi family into the sky and flew into the distance. Wavering Light Sacred Land, Daoi Sacred Land, Moon Palace, and Taishan Sacred Land. The great sage lands and sects were all like this. Lin Xian was the same. Only Xing Tian remained by Lin Xian's side. The three elders remained behind. Brother Xian, Brother Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu also brought people over. They turned into a torrent and quickly rushed into the distance. Boom, as soon as they left, a world-shaking energy came from behind. The young cultivators who were leaving turned back. They saw a sky full of light that tore through heaven and earth. Even though they were so far away, they still felt a wave of fear and trembling. It was too terrifying. These elders had all used their trump cards. It was incomparably terrifying. Ignorant humans, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish, an even colder voice sounded. A black shadow covered heaven and earth, devouring all the light. Immediately after, angry roars sounded. The black shadow continued to devour everything in front of it, and it seemed to be spreading in all directions. Seeing this scene, the young cultivators felt their scalps go numb. They fled as if they had gone mad. Hurry up and leave. Lin Xian also led the cultivators of Immortal Palace, Morong Qingqing, and Chou'er. They turned into streams of light and disappeared into the sky. They flew and flew for about half a day. Finally, a light screen appeared in front of them. It was incomparably hazy. The young cultivators who were fleeing all stopped. They looked at the light screen in front of them and frowned. They couldn't pass through it. They were blocked. Damn it, angry roars rang out one after another. The young cultivators even used their trump cards and charged forward. However, they still couldn't open it. The light screen in front of them flickered with flowing light. There was clearly the power of Tao patterns on it. Perhaps even an invincible king couldn't open it. Damn it, there was no way. What should they do? Did they have to go back, or wait here for the battle to end? Everyone was discussing. Many of them looked at Yi Wudao, Wavering Light Saint, and the others. They wanted to see what these top geniuses could do. Brother Lin, what do you think? Leaf Dao Denier didn't respond. Instead, he looked over at Lin Xian. A golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes and surrounded him. Although the hall was huge, it was enveloped by a light screen. There were Dao runes flickering on the light screen. Obviously, there was nowhere to run. He raised his head and looked at the sky. There was a ceiling high up in the sky. The ceiling was decorated with the sun, moon, and stars. It was like the universe. From the looks of it, it was an extremely terrifying formation. Thinking about it, it would be difficult to break it. The ground was also filled with veined patterns. However, Lin Xian frowned. This time, through his heavenly secret divine eyes, he discovered that there seemed to be a tunnel underground. Attack downwards. Lin Xian pointed down and said in a deep voice. Attack downwards? Everyone was stunned. What kind of joke was this? There were also formation runes below. That's right. Even if they could break through the ground, so what, since there's no path below, why don't I just attack from above? Many people shook their heads, not believing that Lin Xian was right. However, no flower. Leaf Dao Denier nodded. Fine, we'll attack downwards. We'll help too. Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing also stepped forward. At the same time, they called for the martial artists of their respective sects to attack together. Damn it, how could Leaf Dao Denier and the others trust that kid? The people of Tai Dynasty, Five Elements Palace, Yinyang sect, and Tuoba family gnashed their teeth. They didn't have a good relationship with Lin Xian, so naturally, they didn't want to listen to Lin Xian. However, even Leaf Dao Denier and the others were attacking downwards. It was useless for them to resist. Let's see what's down there. The martial artists of Five Elements Palace, Nine Firmaments Divine Emperor, and Myriad Thunder Sacred Land snorted. They didn't attack because Lin Xian had killed their holy son. Why would they help him at this time? Leaf Dao Denier glanced at them and said coldly. If you don't want to fight, then scram. We don't raise trash here. These people were so angry that they vomited blood and trembled. However, there was nothing they could do. The other party was a holy physique. They couldn't beat him. They could only attack together with a dark face. These young disciples were all geniuses, and they had their holy sons and holy daughters to open the way. Damn it, he's too strong. We can't blast it open. These people were shocked. There were so many of them, and they were so strong, but they couldn't blast it open. Lin Xian frowned. That's not right. The people of Demon Imperial Palace? Why aren't they here? He looked around and found that there were still many people from the sects who hadn't arrived. It seems that they went in a different direction from us. How about this? Let's lure all of them here and combine their strength to blast it open. Okay, hearing this, Leaf Dao Denier raised his palm, and golden light burst out and swept in all directions. Sure enough, the martial artists in other directions saw this scene and turned their heads. That's the Yi family's holy physique. What happened? Is there a battle? No, it seems to be a signal. Let's go over and take a look. Someone exclaimed. The martial artists in other directions flew in the direction of the golden light. Soon, more and more people gathered. Whoosh, the people of Northern Plains are here, the people of Southern Ridge are here too. The people of Demon Imperial Palace are here too. Everyone exclaimed. Sure enough, Hu Tiandu and Yan Ruyu led the experts of Demon Imperial Palace and rushed over. Wu ji in the sky, a squeak sounded, and then a beautiful figure descended from the sky. It's the holy daughter of Yao Guang, everyone exclaimed as they stared at that beautiful face without blinking. The people of Yao Guang's sacred land heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't see the holy daughter before and thought that she had fallen. Now that they saw her, they were naturally relieved. Isn't that little white? Shen Jingqiu saw a snow-white monkey in the arms of the holy daughter of Yao Guang and immediately exclaimed. Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian also forgot about it. The dark red divine dragon was a while away. Damn, why is this little guy here? The holy daughter of Yao Guang walked forward, wanting to meet up with the holy son of Yao Guang. But at this time, little white in her arms jumped away and returned to Lin Xian's shoulder, jumping excitedly. What? Everyone was stunned, including the holy daughter of Yao Guang. She turned her head to look at Lin Xian and exclaimed softly. Little guy, come here. However, little white ignored her. The holy daughter of Yao Guang took out a few more spirit fruits, wanting to lure it over. The junior shook his head. The holy daughter of Yao Guang frowned, and the faces of those who followed her turned black. This guy wants to leave after eating his fill? How can there be such a good thing? Damn monkey, get over here, a martial artist roared, but the holy daughter of Yao Guang waved her hand to stop him. In the next moment, she walked forward. Sir, can you transfer your little monkey to me? I like it very much. A good show is coming. Everyone was excited. Even the holy daughter of Yao Guang turned her head to look. Lin Xian shook his head and said, I think you are mistaken. Little White is not a pet, he is my partner. Between us, there is no such thing as a transfer of ownership. If he wants to follow you, he will naturally leave me. But now it seems that he prefers to stay with me. Yao Guang Saintess's eyes lit up. Her face was gloomy. The disciples behind her roared. Damn it! This monkey had eaten so many of their treasures along the way, but now, he ignored them. This made them vomit blood. They wanted to attack, but they were stopped by Yao Guang Saintess. Since that's the case, I won't take away your love. Yao Guang Saintess turned and left. That's it, everyone was surprised. Those from Five Elements Palace and Nine Heavens Holy Land gritted their teeth. They were still hoping that Yao Guang Saintess would fight with them. If that was the case, Yao Guang Saintess and Yao Guang Saintess would be able to kill each other. Of course, this was only their beautiful wish. Yao Guang Saintess wouldn't attack Lin Xian just because of a monkey. Ladies and gentlemen, I have called you all here for an important matter. Yi Wudao said in a deep voice. There were Dao runes in all directions. We can't leave. After Brother Lin's investigation, he found that there might be another world underground. So, let's attack the ground together. What? There's a way out underground, the newcomers were discussing animatedly. The martial artists from Demon Imperial Palace also had their eyes lit up. Indeed, they had changed many directions, but they couldn't leave. They also thought of attacking the ceiling, but the array in the sky was even more terrifying. With their strength, they couldn't leave. No one tried to go to the ground. They didn't expect that the most important thing was still on the ground. This time, the number of people was twice as many as before. Everyone joined forces again, and violent power poured out, bombarding wildly for 2 hours. Finally, a crack appeared on the ground. Great, a crack has appeared. Hurry up and attack. Yi Wudao roared, and the power in his body erupted. Imitation dragon pattern cauldron, golden sword, gods, Buddhas, terrifying saber light, terrifying sword chi, and dragon roars sounded. The crack on the ground became bigger and bigger. Dang, Lin Xian's ancient dragon abyss sword hit it, and the crack became bigger. Spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions. The last attack was made by Yan Ruyu. Another green light appeared in her body and slashed down. As soon as the azure light appeared, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Even Lin Xian felt his blood churn within his body. The great dragon sword soul roared uncontrollably. Leaf Dao Denier's blood surged, and everyone looked on in shock. Buzz. The ground beneath their feet completely collapsed, and a huge black hole appeared. Get down, light blossomed from everyone's bodies. Battle armor appeared, and they all walked down. What is this? After going down, they frowned. Although they had left the vast hall, they found that they had not left the ancient tomb. Below him was still an ancient wall, exuding a desolate aura. Clearly, he had experienced countless years. Let's go and take a look. Many martial artists from the Holy Lands were excited. They took the lead and rushed out. Although they didn't leave the ancient tomb, they had at least left that terrifying bronze coffin. Moreover, this place was so well hidden. Perhaps there were some heavenly treasures. Most importantly, they were concerned about the sage's legacy. Humph, foolish human. Even if there is a sage's inheritance, it belongs to our demon emperor palace. You humans can't cultivate our demon saint's legacy. The people from the demon imperial palace sneered. The powerhouses from the Holy Land snorted. Whether or not it is the demon saint's legacy is uncertain. Humph. Just wait and see. The people from the demon imperial palace snorted. After walking for a while, the faces of the martial artists from the Holy Lands darkened, and they even frowned. Because the passage below was completely different from the one outside. Although it had an ancient aura and the vicissitudes of time. However, the runes here were different from the ones above. After walking for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they found that the surrounding walls were all carved with demonic beasts. Each of them had a green face and fangs, and they were strangely shaped and emitted a demonic aura. Damn it, what is this place? Could it be a demonic beast's nest? Why are there so many demonic beast carvings? Many people frowned. The people from the demon imperial palace were excited. These carvings were all demonic beasts of heaven and earth. Ha 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 ha. As expected, this is our demon saint's tomb. Damn it, could it really be the demon saint's tomb? But what was going on with the situation up there? They were very puzzled. In front of them, another empty cave appeared. There were a total of 12 demonic pillars around it, supporting the entire cave. There were also strange beasts carved on them, as if they would come to life at any time. Let's take a break. The attack just now left me with little strength. Many people complained, and they all stopped here. This place was very spacious, enough for everyone to rest. Therefore, the great sage lands all rested here. Those from the demon imperial palace were the most excited. They circled the 12 pillars and looked carefully. The dark red divine dragon also looked around, as if looking for treasures. The powerhouses of the other holy lands, saints, and saintesses all heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally left the terrifying Big Dipper coffin. Now, they could no longer feel the terrifying pressure brought by the Big Dipper coffin. Damn it, I really don't want to stay here any longer. There's no exit. I want to leave. Some people couldn't take it anymore. After all, they had never experienced such a dangerous thing. Especially the heads of the 99 invincible kings and the Big Dipper coffin, the shock they received was too deep. They were afraid that if they stayed any longer, they would die here. Of course, there were also some who didn't care. Although this place was dangerous, there were many treasures, and many of them had broken through. Under normal circumstances, they would probably need to cultivate for hundreds of years before they could break through. However, in just 1 or 2 months, they directly broke through. How could they let go of such an opportunity? No matter how dangerous it was, they had to try. Cultivation was a path that defied the heavens. In front, a few powerhouses of the Gu family stood up. A middle-aged man formed a seal with his palm. 9 ancient runes appeared on his fingertips and imprinted in the void. Pooh! The void was torn open, and a black hole was created that led to the void. What are the people of the Gu family trying to do? The surrounding people also turned their heads in puzzlement. Lin Xian and the others also narrowed their eyes. Soon, they were shocked. That was because they discovered that a light image suddenly appeared in the void of the black hole. Why is the image so blurry? Light filling the sky? Where is this? Could this be the place where the battle took place? Sure enough, when they looked carefully, they found that the light image was indeed the scene of their elders fighting the Big Dipper coffin. What method is this? The Gu family is too powerful. It must be a spatial technique. Great, we can see the battle situation. These people were excited. However, after watching for a long time, their expressions did not look good. That was because their elders did not have the upper hand. They were very frightened. So many elders and powerhouses of the Holy Lands had used their trump cards, but they were still unable to suppress a dead body. Needless to say, they were invincible kings. Not necessarily. The reason why the corpses were so powerful was because of the runes on their bodies. Those runes were so mysterious that even invincible kings couldn't control them. Only saints could. That was why the corpses were so powerful. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the screen in the sky. They were watching the battle. Unbeknownst to them, something was happening in another secret chamber not far away from them. This secret chamber was covered in dust. Evidently, it had been here for countless years. In the 4 corners of the secret chamber, there were 8 statues. These statues were carved in strange shapes, in the shape of 8 demonic beasts. Each of them was fierce and lifelike. Those who didn't know better would think that they were real. Buzz, all of a sudden, the eyes of the 8 demonic beast statues glowed with a green light. Their eyeballs actually swiveled a little. Crack! Crack, crack! Crack! Then, the bodies of the statues began to shake. Dust fell from their bodies. The statues had come back to life. They could sense the pure bloodline of the monster race. They could sense the aura of humans. Trespassers of the ancient tomb, die, cold voices came from the 8 statues. If one looked closely, they would see that they were bats. After the dust fell from their bodies, they were blood red, as if they were made of blood. If someone else was here, they would definitely cry out in shock. The 8 blood-red bats were very similar to the legendary creatures of heaven and earth, the Bloodwing Bat Kings. They were also the protectors of this ancient tomb. They were refined by someone using unmatched magical power, and their corpses were planted with Tao patterns. Even if they were dead, they still had to protect the ancient tomb. Now that they sensed the aura of humans, they instantly woke up. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. The 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings tore through the void and disappeared from the secret chamber. Outside, in the cave, Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others were all watching the screen in the sky. They were extremely nervous. The battle inside the screen was too intense. So many elders of the sacred land had brought along shocking treasures, but they were locked in a fierce battle with the bronze coffin. In the sky, countless runes emitted mysterious power. Damn it, who was buried in the bronze coffin? Why was it so powerful? This guy was much stronger than the purple beast king from before. This was only the 6th bronze coffin. He really didn't know what was in the first coffin. These young warriors were discussing animatedly. When they talked about the first bronze coffin, their bodies trembled. However, those holy sons did not think so. They had full confidence in their elders and their sacred grounds. They knew that their elder had many trump cards in his hands, and from the current situation, he hadn't used all of them yet. In other words, the current situation was not the most dangerous. As long as their elders used all their trump cards, it should not be a problem to eliminate the 6 bronze coffins. Puff, ah, suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the cave. Damn it, what happened? The others quickly turned their heads over, only to see a young disciple lying on the ground, twitching non-stop. His body deflated like a deflated balloon and turned into a human skin. The blood inside was completely gone. Damn it, the people from the Great Development Holy Land shouted furiously because the young disciple who had just died was from their Great Development Holy Land. The others were also shocked. They stood up, no longer looking at the light screen in the sky. Instead, they looked around. Their eyes were like lightning as they scanned the surroundings. Who was it? Come out, ah, another blood-curdling scream rang out. A warrior from the Taishan Holy Land fell to the ground and turned into a human skin. Damn it! Everyone, be careful, the Taishan Holy Sun roared, and 99 stars surrounded his body, instantly covering the surroundings. However, Yi Wudao, the Alcade Holy Sun, No Flower, and the others all snorted and released their king domains. Lin Xian's sword chi burst out, Morong Qingqing's lotus danced, and Shen Jingzhou's purple aura surrounded her. They were all on high alert. Among them, Seiko Dian and the Taishan Holy Sun quickly checked the corpse that had turned into human skin. Soon, they frowned. Their pupils constricted. This was because there were 4 marks on the corpse's neck. They were very thin, and it seemed that someone had bitten the neck and sucked the blood dry. When the others saw this scene, they all gasped. In the next moment, they all turned their heads and stared at the people from the Demon King Palace who were still searching for treasures. Damn you guys, how dare you make a move here? The people from the Demon King Palace felt a great pressure and stopped. They turned their heads and snorted. Stupid humans, how dare you frame us? We didn't do this at all. You want to fight? If you don't like it, then fight. These half-demons from the Demon King Palace had very bad tempers. Nonsense. Who else could it be other than you monsters? We humans don't have such an evil blood-sucking technique like the human chain. Damn it, I said it wasn't us. If you don't like it, then fight. Demonic chi erupted from the bodies of the powerhouses from the Demon King Palace and swept out. Yan Ryu also frowned, and Huatiandu snorted, killing intent surfacing in his eyes. The two sides confronted each other and were about to fight. At this moment, countless runes suddenly lit up around them. Under their feet, in the sky, the same runes flickered. A terrifying force instantly enveloped them. Oh no, it's an array, hurry up and leave. These people's expressions changed drastically. They turned into rays of light and dodged one after another. However, it was already too late. Many people crashed into the light screen and were bounced back. Damn it, ah, they roared crazily. The entire cave was completely enveloped by a large array. They couldn't escape at all. Moreover, this array was very strange. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a monstrous blood aura that made one's soul tremble. Their blood was about to freeze. "Oh no, we've been hit." The saints and saintesses' faces were gloomy. Lin Xian's eyes also flickered. They were indeed careless. This was the ancient tomb of a saint, and it was definitely extremely dangerous. They actually didn't take precautions before. Now that they were trapped by the array, it would probably be very difficult to escape. Damn it, they didn't expect to be trapped in an array just after escaping danger. They didn't know if this was a killing array. Those young martial artists were trembling. The people from the Demon King Palace also shouted coldly. "Did you see that? Damn humans. I've said it before, we didn't do it." Hu Tiandu and Yan Ruyu didn't speak. They looked around, their eyes flickering. "Ruyu, did you notice? The aura of this array is so familiar." Indeed, looking at the runes and the way it was set up, it seemed to be a demon race array. This was indeed the ancient tomb of a demon saint, a demon race array? Demon race's formation. When the surrounding people heard this, their expressions changed and they all became uneasy. Lin Xian also frowned. He said to the disciples of Immortal Palace beside him, "Be careful." "Ha ha ha ha, it is indeed our demon race's formation." Those half-demons laughed loudly. "Damn humans, do you see that? This is our demon saint's ancient tomb. You mere humans want to touch our demon saint's ancient tomb? You deserve to die 1,000 times." The people of Demon Imperial Palace sneered. Clang, suddenly, a stream of light appeared and turned into a blood-colored light, fighting forward. One of the experts from the Demon King Hall roared and spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Half of his body had been sliced apart. "Damn it! Who is it?" The people of Demon Imperial Palace roared, thinking that it was the warriors of the Holy Lands who attacked. Stupid half-demons, it was clearly the formation that attacked. So what if you want the demon saint's ancient tomb? Do you think your Demon Imperial Palace can survive in this formation? Seiko Dian sneered. "Damn it, this is impossible." The people of Demon Imperial Palace gritted their teeth. Hu Tiandu shouted coldly, "Release your aura. I don't believe that the demon race's formation will target us." Boom boom boom, the surrounding formation runes flickered, drawing out countless blood-colored light that shot out in all directions. It enveloped the people of Demon Imperial Palace. At the same time, the warriors of the Great Sage Land were all attacked. Damn it, how could it be like this? The people of Demon Imperial Palace roared. These formations actually attacked them. How is this possible? They had already released their demonic chi, so why was it still like this? They couldn't understand. The holy sons and holy daughters of the Great Sage Land shouted coldly, "Hurry up and defend. Hurry up and attack." Buzz, on Lin Xian's body, the dragon sword domain appeared and quickly transformed into countless sword chi that intertwined. Pung pung pung, the blood-colored light collided with it, emitting an earth-shaking sound, shaking Lin Xian's blood and chi. On the other side, countless petals fluttered around Murong Qingqing, blocking the attack. The purple chi that filled the sky enveloped Xianxia. Everyone tried to defend, but they were all affected. Their expressions changed drastically. Damn it! What kind of formation was this? Why was it so terrifying? The defensive armors of the weaker young disciples were instantly pierced through by the blood-red light, and many of them were split in half. Damn it, Leaf Dao Denier roared, unleashing his golden domain to cover the Yi clan disciples. The Yaoguang Saint controlled the imitation dragon pattern, and the cauldron floated above the Yaoguang Sacred Land disciples. The Grand Xia Dynasty, the Ninli Dynasty, the Four Symbols Holy Land, the Dian Holy Land, and the Taishan Holy Land. All the holy sons took out their trump cards to protect the martial artists of their holy lands. On Lin Xian's side, he similarly opened up the dragon sword domain, enveloping Immortal Palace's martial artists. Damn it, what kind of array is this? How could it be so terrifying? Boom, just as the cultivators of the Holy Land exclaimed, the people of the Fiend Monarch Palace in the distance roared. A surging scarlet light filled the sky, creating a scene of apocalypse. These people from the Demon King Palace had strong physiques and fierce means. Logically speaking, it should not be difficult for them to block the attack. However, at that moment, they were roaring in anger. In fact, many of the Demon King Palace's martial artists were pierced through. Even Huatiandu took out a purple bead. It froze a piece of land. Damn it! How could it be like this? The people of the Demon King Palace gritted their teeth. Because they realized that this array was attacking them more fiercely than the humans, it seemed to be specifically targeting them. Impossible. This is the ancient tomb of the ancient saint of the demon race. It's the demon race's array. Why would it target us? It should be killing the humans. The people of the Demon King Palace went crazy. Even Yanryu and Huatiandu frowned. They could not understand it either. When the martial artists of the great sage saw this scene, they sneered. You think this is the demon saint's place? What, now, have you tasted the power of the demon saint? These people naturally noticed this and sneered. They did not expect this array to be so evil. It seemed to be specifically targeting the people of the Demon King Palace. Boom, boom. Boom, suddenly, the surrounding void trembled, and the runes flickered even more. Blood-red saber lights appeared in the void, slashing in all directions. Boom, boom. Heaven and earth trembled, and cracks appeared on the defense created by the powerhouses of Nashi. Damn it, how could it be so terrifying? The holy sons and holy daughters felt their scalps go numb. On Lin Xian's side, the dragon sword domain whistled and was attacked. He shouted coldly, and the dragon sword domain rotated, emitting countless sharp sword lights to contend with the attack. The two collided, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Those blood-red saber lights were sent flying, but they did not shatter. This scene shocked Lin Xian even more. One had to know that the sword chi emitted by his great dragon sword soul was extremely sharp. Nothing below a heaven-grade treasure could contend with it. However, these blood-red saber lights did not shatter, not even a crack. Kid, be careful. This seems to be the work of a saint. Damn it, it's too evil. We're trapped. The dark red dragon's face was gloomy, and he gritted his teeth. Morong Qingqing and Xianxia led the people of the great sage and merged. The three great sage joined forces to resist. Don't panic. This formation has existed for so long, and it definitely can't display the power it should have had back then. It's not that we can't resist. Although Lin Xian was attacked fiercely, they could still resist. However, they did not know how long this formation could last. They could still hold on for a short period of time, but as time went on, they would be in danger. After all, they were humans. Although they were powerful, their strength was not endless. Moreover, this formation had existed for tens of thousands of years, so it must have its own energy. As time went on, they might really be killed. No, they couldn't continue like this. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Attack, they must break this formation. He was a formation master, so he naturally knew that passively defending was not the best way. Taking the initiative to attack was the way to go. Set up the universe formation. Behind him, Xing Tian shouted coldly. The warriors of Immortal Palace moved quickly. They combined to form a strange formation. This was an extremely terrifying offensive formation of Immortal Palace. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, when these young disciples used it, its power was indeed boundless. On the side, Xianxia and Morong Qingqing also organized their disciples to counterattack. Among them, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground set up the Green Lotus Sword formation. Purple Afterglow Sacred Ground, Purple Afterglow Six Directions formation. When the other saints and saintesses saw this scene, they also shouted coldly. They also set up their own Sacred Grounds unique formations. No flower. The monks of Lanrua Temple formed the Dragon Subduing Tiger formation. Yin Yang formation, Five Elements formation, Four Symbols formation, Big Dipper formation, all kinds of formations appeared one after another. They attacked crazily, resisting the blood-colored saber light that filled the sky. On the side of Demon Imperial Palace, they also fought back with all their might. The warriors of Demon Imperial Palace formed the Eight Desolation Blood Sea formation. Huatiando activated the purple bead, emitting 10,000 rays of light to resist. Any blood-colored saber light that approached was instantly blasted away. The Monster King Palace seemed to be the focus of the attack. Therefore, they were under a lot more pressure. Although the 8-directional blood sea formation was terrifying, it gradually became fragmented and could not withstand the attacks. Humph, Yan Ryu snorted coldly as a green light appeared in her eyes. A green stream of light rushed out from her body and slashed forward. In an instant, the surrounding blood-colored saber light shattered. This scene shocked everyone. The dark red divine dragon exclaimed, "Damn, this chick is too powerful." Sure enough, after one attack, Yan Ryu controlled the green stream of light and destroyed all the surrounding blood-colored saber light. The crisis of the Monster King Palace was resolved. Buzz buzz buzz, the void trembled again as 8 blood-colored figures appeared in all directions and froze the sky. Everyone's expression changed. They looked up at the sky with fear in their eyes. Be it the Monster King Palace or the sacred grounds. Lin Xian also frowned. Sure enough, something else had appeared. Moreover, these 8 figures brought with them a monstrous aura that was much stronger than the previous blood-colored saber light. Demonic beasts, Xing Tian's pupils constricted. At this moment, everyone looked up at the sky. Ah! Exclamations could be heard. Between heaven and earth, the 8 blood-colored figures were extremely terrifying. They seemed to be formed by blood-colored light and emitted a monstrous aura. Huge blood-colored wings were hidden behind their backs, and when they flapped, they brought with them a strong demonic wind. What are these? Bats? Someone exclaimed. Yes, they were indeed bats. And judging from the aura, it should be the Bat King. Damn it! Seiko Dian's face instantly turned gloomy as he recalled that they had a disciple who had his skin sucked dry. Could it be that the Bat King did it? Kill, a genius from the Dian sacred ground charged over. Damn you, stinky bat, return my junior brother's life. A blue sword light flashed across the sky and shone in all directions. It was like a wave that slashed forward. Accompanying it was a loud roar. The surrounding people exclaimed. This sword technique was terrifying. Judging from its power, it was definitely at the level of a top-notch almighty. Buzz poof, there was a scream as the blue sword light in the sky shattered. The genius from the sacred ground was sent flying and his arm turned into a bloody mist. What? How could he be so powerful? Everyone was stunned. Seiko Dian's pupil shrank. The other saints and saintesses also gasped in astonishment. What did they see? A crimson Bat King had severely injured a genius from the sacred land with just a flap of its wings. Wasn't this method a little too terrifying? What realm had these blood-red Bat Kings reached? They did not dare to imagine. So powerful, at the very least, it was an 8-star Supreme Demon King. Moreover, it was not an ordinary Supreme Demon King, it was very likely that he was in the middle to late stages. Thinking of this, everyone's heart turned heavy. Humph, so what? It's just a demonic beast. I'll kill it. A young man from the Nangong family walked out. This young man was very handsome, and his body shone with boundless light. Nangong Holy Sun, the surrounding crowd exclaimed. They did not expect that a saint-level genius was about to make a move. They watched the battle nervously. Nangong Xianxia soared into the sky and stared at a blood Bat King in the sky. The blood-colored Bat King was challenged. It flapped its blood-colored wings, which turned into dozens of sharp saber lights that slashed toward Qing Mu. Boom! Boom! The void was shattered in an instant. Soon, dozens of saber lights shrouded Nangong Xianxia. Nangong Xianxia sneered. An unparalleled power erupted from his body, forming a sphere that spread out in all directions. Boom! The saber lights hit the sphere with a deafening sound. Boom, boom. Boom, the saber lights were shattered and turned into a bloody mist. Nangong Xianxia laughed. You want to hurt me with mere saber lights? Go to hell. As he spoke, he threw out a palm. His palm covered the sky and was completely black. It was as if a demonic mountain was pressing down. The sky was torn apart in an instant. The violent energy caused the surrounding young disciples to exclaim. Boom, the palm landed on the Blood Bat King and completely shrouded it. This is great. He hit it, the disciples of the Nangong family cheered. Humph. Let's see how he dies. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You don't know what's good for you. Cold laughter rang in the air. Nangong Xingzi revealed a smug smile. It was nothing in front of his black demonic palm. However, he was stunned the next moment. What was going on? He felt that his opponent had not turned into a bloody mist under his black demonic palm. Whoosh, the huge black demonic palm was raised. Countless winds and clouds changed. The surrounding people widened their eyes and looked forward. Damn it! How could this be? He's not injured, that's impossible, the people of the Nangong family were the first to exclaim. The geniuses of the other holy lands were also shocked. Lin Xian frowned. Yu Wudao's eyes were like golden lightning that streaked across the void. Damn it! How could this be? Nangong Xingzi was also stunned. His black demonic palm was an ultimate technique. With such a palm strike, even a pinnacle almighty would be smashed into pieces. Even a peerless almighty would be seriously injured. However, his opponent was not injured at all. There was not even a crack on his body. Damn it! Die for me, the black demonic palm struck again. This time, its power was even more violent than before. It could be said that it could destroy heaven and earth. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The entire cave shook and large cracks spread in all directions. However, Nangong Xingzi's face turned even uglier. He was the attacker, so he could naturally sense the situation of the Blood Bat King under his black demonic palm. The Blood Bat King was still intact. Whoosh! Suddenly, the black demonic palm broke into pieces. A blood-colored crack burst open. Two blood-colored wings were like heavenly blades that tore through the void and destroyed the black demonic palm. Damn it, Nangong Xingzi retreated. Cracks had appeared on his palm, and blood was flowing out. His handsome face had become extremely distorted. Xingzi, the martial artists of the Nangong family exclaimed and rushed over. The others all looked ahead in horror. It was too terrifying, the blood-colored bat was so terrifying. It could injure a Xingzi, the opponent's strength was completely above the Xingzi's, moreover, the opponent had only flapped his wings. He did not even move his body. This made the faces of all the Xingzi and Saintesses turn gloomy. Damn it! What the hell is that? Many people were terrified. The people of the Fey Imperial Palace exclaimed. Damn it! It's the Blood-Wing Bat King. It's a mutated beast, wasn't it said to be extinct? They actually appeared here, and there were 8 of them. The Blood-Wing Bat King was an ancient peerless beast. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This ancient tomb was too strange. It even had such an ancient beast that was about to go extinct. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The 8 Blood-Wing Bat Kings moved at this moment. The martial artists of the Great Sage Land suffered a violent impact. The tornado was even more terrifying than the previous saber light. Quickly block it, Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated the dragon sword domain. It roared in the sky and tore apart the surrounding tornadoes. The other saints and saintesses also used their ultimate skills to resist. Whoosh, the 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings moved. As soon as they appeared, they brought with them a powerful storm and a terrifying blood aura. Those array attacks were instantly shattered. Among them, 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings charged towards the human race's holy lands. The other 3 charged towards the Demon Imperial Palace. The faces of the people of the Demon Imperial Palace instantly turned green. One had to know that no matter how powerful they were only a holy land. There were so many holy lands on the other side, but they were only attacked by 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings. Their holy land was attacked by 3 Bloodwing Bat Kings. How could they contend against this? Moreover, these were not ordinary Bloodwing Bat Kings. Any one of them could easily injure a saint-level genius, sure enough. In an instant, miserable cries came from the Demon Imperial Palace. More than a dozen martial artists of the Demon Imperial Palace were instantly torn apart. A large amount of blood mist filled the air as miserable cries sounded. It was like hell on earth. The other disciples were also affected and vomited blood as they flew backward. In the blink of an eye, the Demon Imperial Palace was severely injured. Damn it! Get lost, Hu Tiandu's eyes instantly turned red. He activated the purple orb and shot out a piercing light. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. A Bloodwing Bat King was blocked and forced back. but soon it charged over with a roar. It did not suffer any injuries. Damn it, Hu Tiandu roared and attacked again, fighting with the Bloodwing Bat King. The other two charged towards Yanryu. This scene caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Yanryu snorted coldly and formed a seal with her palm. Immediately, a green treasure bottle appeared in her hand, and thousands of rays of light shone down, enveloping her body. Boom boom boom, the blood-colored tornado collided with it, making a sonorous sound, but it did not break. This scene made the people of the Demon Imperial Palace heave a sigh of relief. However, they did not relax. Because the two Bloodwing Bat Kings had already reached Yanryu's side. What's going on? In the distance, the martial practitioners of the Great Sage also cried out in surprise. They were attacked by 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings. In an instant, a great battle broke out. However, the Holy Sons and Holy Daughters used a wisp of their souls to investigate the situation at the Demon Imperial Palace. When they saw the 2 Bloodwing Bat Kings attacking Yanryu, they cried out in alarm. From the looks of it, the target of these Bat Kings seemed to be that mysterious woman. What's going on? Just what kind of identity did that Yanryu have? How could he alarm 2 Bloodwing Bat Kings? One had to know that they had saint bodies on their side, and each of the great sage's sons and saintesses only had 5 saint bodies. One Yanryu had actually attracted 2 of them. Could it be that the other party possessed some kind of unique bloodline? Or perhaps, his status in the Demon King Palace was very special? They didn't know. Lin Xian also became nervous when he saw this. Yanryu was Zhao Shui. He didn't want anything to happen to her. Pong, damn it, Lin Xian roared. He saw Yanryu being sent flying, but fortunately, she didn't seem to be injured. The people of the Demon Imperial Palace went crazy. Among them, a few powerful Demon Kings roared. Protect the young master, they charged at the Bloodwing Bat Kings crazily. Boom. Boom, the battle was very intense. The sky full of attacks collided with the Bloodwing Bat Kings, making sonorous sounds. However, the attacks did not break through their bodies. Impossible, damn it, could it be that these are invincible Demon Kings? Those powerhouses screamed because it was too unbelievable. Their attacks were extremely swift and fierce. Even if they were peerless Demon Kings, they would have been blown up long ago. No, they were not ordinary Demon Kings. It seemed that they had been refined like the Big Dipper coffin outside. They might also have Dao patterns on their bodies. This was no longer an archfiend. It was more like a guardian of the tomb. Their defense was astonishing, and their combat strength was powerful. They must be careful. Exclamations sounded one after another. As expected, although Lin Xian's side had the advantage in numbers, the young disciples' attacks could not hurt the Bloodwing Bat Kings at all. Even a single Holy Son could not suppress them. They had to work together to suppress them. This was too strange. Every single thing in this ancient tomb was extremely terrifying. One had to know that these Holy Sons and Holy Daughters were all peerless geniuses who dominated the world. Which one of them did not dominate a region? Now, they could only fight to a draw with a Demon King. If this were to spread, no one would believe it. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings were not just attacking alone. When the 5 of them worked together, they formed a strange formation that enveloped everyone. At that moment, Lin Xian and the others began to roar in anger. Lin Xian also knew that this was not everyone's true strength. For example, Yi Wudao, the Alcade Holy Son, and the others probably still had a lot of trump cards that they had not used. Not to mention them, even he had not used the Holy Son's hand bone. Black Earth. Puff, in the distance, the illusion Holy Son screamed. One of his arms was torn off and instantly turned into human skin. Among them, a Bloodwing Bat King charged toward him and kept sucking his blood. Damn it, get out of my way, the illusion Holy Son was so scared that his face turned green. He roared, and his severed arm instantly regrew. A majestic force surged out. It blasted the Bloodwing Bat King away. Phew, the illusion Holy Son exhaled, his face pale. It was too dangerous. He was almost killed just now. When the other Holy Sons and Holy Daughters saw this scene, their expressions turned grave. The young disciples were scared out of their wits. It was too terrifying. Even a holy son would be killed if he was not careful, let alone them. Oh no, don't get hurt by it, Lin Xian shouted coldly. His soul was super strong, and he instantly realized that there was something wrong with these Bloodwing Bat Kings. Their strength was constantly rising. Damn it, don't let them suck blood. They can increase their combat strength, Lin Xian shouted coldly again. What? Hearing this, everyone sensed it. As expected, they found that the Bloodwing Bat King's combat strength was getting stronger and stronger. Damn it, if this continued, they would definitely die. They could not delay any longer. They had to use their land cards. The illusion Holy Sun gritted his teeth and took out an illusion pearl that emitted a strange and bright light. As soon as the illusion pearl was taken out, it tore apart the sea of blood and the terrifying red storm. The other Holy Sons and Holy Daughters also used their trump cards. However, these Bloodwing Bat Kings were too terrifying. They were puppets that had been refined with holy weapons and were the guardians of the ancient tomb. Therefore, even if they used their land cards, these Holy Sons and Holy Daughters would not be able to kill them in a short time. They were severely suppressed. Damn it! Damn it! Why are they targeting us? We also have the blood of the demon race flowing in our bodies, those experts roared angrily. They really couldn't understand. Why would the array specifically target them? Yan Ryu and Hu Tiandu's faces were gloomy. Damn it, bloodline. They're here for our bloodline. Hu Tiandu gritted his teeth and hurriedly protected Ryu. He couldn't let her get hurt. The eyes of the experts of the Demon Imperial Palace also turned red. They crazily surrounded Yan Ryu to protect her. They resisted the attacks of the two Bloodwing Bat Kings. They had no choice. Firstly, they had to listen to Hu Tiandu's orders. Secondly, Yan Ryu's identity was too special. Not only to the Demon Imperial Palace, but to the entire demon race, it was extremely important. They couldn't let her suffer any losses. Kill, the eyes of the two Bloodwing Bat Kings bloomed with a strange green light. They stared at Yan Ryu. Kill, cold roars sounded. That's right, their target was indeed Yan Ryu. Of course, they wouldn't let those humans go. You want my blood? Humph. What a good idea, Yan Ryu snorted coldly. She didn't expect that these guardians would attack her in this ancient tomb. Could it be that the deceased ancient sage of the monstrous beast tribe was plotting against her? But how many tens of thousands of years had it been? Didn't he die long ago? On Yan Ryu's body, a green light surrounded her like a bunch of lotus flowers, completely enveloping her. Pung pung pung, the green lotus phantom was very tall, like an immortal flower. It danced in the air, turned into a divine rainbow, and swept out. With a bang, one of the Bloodwing Bat Kings was sent flying. The Bloodwing Bat King smashed through the void and directly retreated far away, rolling countless times before stopping. But in the next moment, it screamed and charged over. The two Bloodwing Bat Kings attacked crazily. They waved their wings, claws, and teeth, constantly biting the green lotus phantom. The green lotus phantom was bitten into pieces and would shatter at any time, but it recovered in an instant. It grew and multiplied endlessly as if it was indestructible. It blocked the attacks of the two Bloodwing Bat Kings. This scene shocked everyone. Heavens, how could this Yan Ryu be so terrifying? She could actually resist two Bloodwing Bat Kings alone. How could this be? Could it be that her strength far surpassed the saints? These people were all crazy. Yi Wudao, the Yaoguang Saint Sun, the Daoi Saint Sun, the Grand Xia Prince, the Central Continent Twin Kings, and the others all wore solemn expressions. They felt a huge pressure. Someone had actually surpassed them. Humph, impossible. That girl must have some kind of super trump card. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to withstand it. The Twin Kings of the Central Prefecture snorted coldly, and the Alcade Saint Sun's eyes flickered. Her green lotus phantom was terrifying, and it was definitely a precious treasure. Leaf Dao Denier didn't say anything. Instead, he shouted coldly, unleashing his golden spirit domain and unleashing deadly attacks on the Bloodwing Bat King. All of a sudden, the power of the holy physique was displayed. It was earth-shattering as it fought with the Bloodwing Bat King. Lin Xian and the others also fought back with all their might. However, Lin Xian did not display his full combat strength. He had been accumulating strength all this time. Who knew if there was something even more terrifying after these Bloodwing Bat Kings? Now, all he had to do was protect himself. The Immortal Palace could still hold on for the time being. Shen Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing were not in any danger. In the distance, Yan Ryu unleashed a powerful green lotus phantom and temporarily resolved the crisis. All of this made Lin Xian breathe a sigh of relief. Ruffian Dragon, hurry up and find out if you can break this formation. At the same time, Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes, trying to control one of the Bloodwing Bat Kings. However, his ocular technique was instantly reflected back. In fact, there was an even more terrifying backlash force that surged toward him. It was overflowing with blood and wanted to devour his soul. Soul Ignition. Lin Xian activated the secret art of soul ignition in an instant, burning away the cold, bloody energy. Damn it, there was indeed something mysterious in the Bloodwing Bat King's bodies. He guessed that it should be something like a Dao pattern. Otherwise, it couldn't be so powerful that it could resist his heavenly secret divine eyes. Roar, the situation in front of them changed again. The bodies of the three Bloodwing Bat Kings suddenly expanded, and blood-red patterns appeared on their bodies. They opened their bloody legs and enveloped the people of the Demon Imperial Palace. The expressions of the people of the Demon Imperial Palace changed instantly. They felt that the blood in their bodies was rapidly draining. Not good. They want to forcibly rob us of our blood. The expressions of the powerhouses of the Demon Imperial Palace changed drastically. Damn it, this is the Bat King's innate ability. They've activated their bloodline power, hurry up and activate our own. Countless angry roars rang out. The people of the Demon Imperial Palace quickly activated their bloodline power to resist. The Bloodwing Bat Kings were a rare species of heaven and earth in ancient times. They were extremely terrifying peerless beasts. In addition to their ferocity, their bloodline power was extremely terrifying. They could directly rob others of their blood. This method was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. For a moment, the people of the Demon Imperial Palace screamed miserably. Hua Tiandu threw out a purple pearl that kept expanding. It was like a purple sun that froze the sky and blocked the attack. On Yan Ryu's side, the green lotus illusion on her body also expanded, turning into a divine tree of heaven and earth that enveloped all of the people of the Demon Imperial Palace. On the other side, the 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings also activated their deprivability and forcibly robbed the martial artists of their blood. The young martial artists instantly screamed miserably. Their faces were pale, and blood rushed out of their bodies, turning into a river that flew into the sky. The 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings crazily devoured. Many of the weaker ones were directly turned into human skin, and their blood was forcibly taken away. The Immortal Palace side was also affected. The disciples of the Immortal Palace screamed miserably. Their armor and king domains were useless at this moment. The blood in their bodies flew out uncontrollably. Seeing that they were about to be sucked dry, Lin Xian shouted coldly. Great Dragon Sword Soul, in the spirit domain, countless dragon-shaped sword energies flew out and slashed towards the sky. Boom boom boom, countless cracks appeared between heaven and earth. The blood that filled the sky flowed back. The martial artists of the Immortal Palace cried out in surprise. Too good, they felt as if they had just survived a festival. Seeing this scene, the other saints and saintesses also followed suit. They slashed the void, wanting to stop it. However, almost no one succeeded. They couldn't sever this connection at all. Damn it, how could that kid sever it? Could it be that there was something special about his sword chi? The surrounding saints and saintesses couldn't understand. Of course, the other saints and saintesses did not have the great dragon sword soul, but some powerful saints and saintesses had other means. For example, the golden sword, dragon pattern cauldron, only in heaven and earth, and the power of the saint physique could all destroy the divine power. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, however, after such a long time, it would still be a great crisis for the human race. Perhaps, other than a few saints and saintesses, everyone else would be killed. Damn it! Lin Xian roared and rushed into the sky. His body emitted a powerful light as he waved the ancient dragon abyss sword in all directions. Streaks of sharp sword waves burst out like divine swords, shattering the void. They were saved, everyone exclaimed as they felt their blood returning to their bodies. In the next moment, they looked at Lin Xian. It was this kid who saved them. At this moment, they had mixed feelings. The saints and saintesses looked at Lin Xian's figure with solemn expressions. His opponent's sword chi was simply too sharp and too bizarre. Lin Xian ignored them. His figure flashed and instantly arrived at the side of the Demon Imperial Palace. With a few slashes, he broke the Bat King's divine power. They were saved. The people of the Demon Imperial Palace also heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at Lin Xian with complicated expressions. Yan Ryu smiled. "Thank you, young master, for your help." She wanted to smile. "Beautiful," Hu Tiandu snorted, but he still said, "Thank you for your help. I will remember this favor." Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the sky, the 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings stopped attacking. They stood in 8 different directions and stared coldly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a great pressure. It was extremely dangerous to be stared at by so many peerless demon kings. "Humph," he snorted coldly. The sword chi in his body rushed out and shattered the void, destroying the powerful pressure of the 8 demon kings. Lin Xian stood in the sky and looked in all directions. "Everyone, I think we should work together. Brother Lin, do you have any ideas?" Yi Wudao asked. The other saints and saintesses also looked up. Among them, the 5 Elements Palace, the 9 Firmaments Divine Emperor, and the Tai dynasty were furious, but they did not say anything. This was because the other party's sword technique was very powerful. It was able to destroy that kind of blood-sucking divine ability. To them, this was undoubtedly a life-saving straw. They didn't dare to provoke him now. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as tens of thousands of sword beams radiated from his body. He was like a sword immortal. My companion is an array master. He should be able to find the key to breaking the array. When the time comes, we can attack together and break this array. Then, he could leave this place. However, during this period, I ask for everyone's cooperation. Cooperate. Hearing this, the expressions of the people from the Nangong family and the Yinyang sect changed. They remembered what had happened before. Previously, when they were trying to break the 8 trigrams formation in the secret room, they had worked together with the other party. However, at that time, they were not very willing. In the end, they were tortured to death by the other party. The current scene was extremely similar to the one before. This made them gnash their teeth and their faces turn ashen. However, there was nothing they could do. The other party's attainments and formations were far above theirs. "Alright, no problem. We'll listen to you." Leaf Dao Denier nodded. No Flower also made a statement. The Prince of the Great Xia also said that it was fine. Since the top holy princes had said so, the other holy princes and holy maidens didn't dare to have any objections. "Ruffian Dragon, it's up to you." Lin Xian opened up her dragon's word domain. Countless dragon-shaped sword beams surrounded her and cut off the blood-sucking divine ability. The dark red dragon led the people from the Great Sage Land to break the array. However, it wasn't that easy to break the array. There were still 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings eyeing them covetously. As expected, as soon as they began to break the array, the 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings attacked like crazy. This time, their power was even more terrifying than before. Rays of blood-colored light shot into the sky like a surging sea of blood. Although Lin Xian had temporarily suppressed the blood-sucking divine ability, the Bloodwing Bat Kings were still very terrifying without it. For a moment, miserable screams rang out again. They split into 2 groups. One group broke the array, while the other attacked. Lin Xian roared and slashed out with his sword. He sent a Bloodwing Bat King flying as he roared loudly. "Qingqing, Jingqiu, break the array with Ruffian Dragon. I'll attack with No Flower and the rest. Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, lead the others and the dark red dragon too. Break the array." On the other side, Lin Xian, No Flower, Leaf Dao Denier, the Alcade Holy Prince, and the others began to attack. Of course, in addition to them, countless geniuses and powerhouses also attacked. They destroyed a part of the world. However, the 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings were too terrifying. Their bodies were like heaven-grade treasures that couldn't be broken at all. After a fierce battle, the Bloodwing Bat Kings were sent flying countless times. However, each time, they would quickly charge back. It was as if they were endless and couldn't die. Lin Xian's side was miserable. The better ones had exhausted too much energy, and the worse ones were injured. In fact, 2 holy princes were torn apart and almost killed. Humph, Yan Ryu snorted coldly. She took off a bronze octagonal bell from her waist and gently shook it in her hand. Ding ding dang dang. A crisp sound was heard. Suddenly, the void shattered. Not good. It seems to be Flower Protector. The surrounding people's faces changed. They didn't expect that the other party would have a Flower Protector. Damn it, weren't the 3 Flower Protectors taken away? Why is there a 4th one? Someone exclaimed. Even Lin Xian was surprised. Leaf Dao Denier and the Alcate Holy Prince were also surprised. The 3 Flower Protectors were divided among the 3 of them. They didn't expect another one to appear in the other party's hands. Defend! Exclamations were heard. Everyone retreated. The light of Flower Protector blasted the Bloodwing Bat Kings, sending them flying again. Buzz buzz buzz, mysterious patterns appeared on the Bloodwing Bat Kings' bodies. Their bodies flowed like blood. It was incomparably demonic. A terrifying demonic aura spread out. No, help me. I can't unleash the full power of Flower Protector. Indeed, although Yan Ryu was powerful, she was only at the level of a genius. Although Flower Protector was terrifying, they couldn't unleash its full power yet. Attack! Lin Xian also took out Flower Protector. Not only him, but Leaf Dao Denier and the Alcate Holy Prince also took out their Flower Protectors. 4 Flower Protectors floated in the sky, stabilizing the 4 sides of the Heaven Palace. Then, they began to shake. They attacked carefully, controlling all the sound waves within a certain range to avoid being affected. Flower Protectors were very powerful. Although they could only unleash a trace of power, if they attacked, any martial artist below the level of a peerless almighty would be turned into ashes in an instant. Roar! The 4 Bloodwing Bat Kings roared angrily and pounced forward, fighting with Flower Protector. As for the other 4, they charged over once again. Damn it, Yi Wudao roared. Their Flower Protector could only restrain 4 of them. They needed other methods to deal with the other 4. However, Yan Ryu began to breathe a sigh of relief. There were still 4 left, and the danger for them had greatly decreased. It wasn't that they couldn't win. Thinking of this, a green light appeared on her body, and she slashed out, sending one of the closest ones flying. Everyone attacked together, suppressing them. Kill! Angry roars sounded one after another. The cultivators of the Great Sage attacked, forcing the 4 Bloodwing Bat Kings to retreat. That's great, everyone cheered wildly. They saw hope. However, the 4 Bloodwing Bat Kings roared, an endless bloody light spread out from their bodies. Buzz, 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 4 other blurry figures appeared beside them, and they began to combine and transform, forming another 4 Bat Kings. Damn it, how is this possible? Are they clones? The Alcade Saint waved his palm, sending one of the condensed Bat Kings flying. However, he found that there were no cracks on the other party's body. It was also terrifying. Not good, I'm afraid it's not clones. Damn it, what is this? It can't be broken, exclamations sounded, and despair appeared in everyone's eyes. At this moment, the Bloodwing Bat Kings that were fighting against the 4 Flower Protectors also split into 4 clones. 8 Bat Kings became 16 Bat Kings, each of them was incomparably powerful. Their bodies were like heaven-step artifacts, and their attacks were even more powerful. Damn it, no, I don't believe it, everyone was in despair. It was already difficult for them to fight against the 8 Bat Kings. Now that the number had doubled, what could they do? 16 Bloodwing Bat Kings, how could they fight? Everyone's faces were filled with despair. Yi Wudao, the Alcade Saint, and the others' faces were gloomy. Unless they used all their trump cards, could they kill the other party? They had no confidence in their hearts. Ka ka ka, boom, at this moment, the dark red divine dragon exclaimed. Great, the array is broken. Everyone, run, kid, let's hurry up and leave, the dark red divine dragon roared. The eyes of Lin Xian and the others lit up. In an instant, his dragon sword domain enveloped everyone from Immortal Palace and flew into the distance. "Let's go," he called out to Morong Qingqing and Xianxia and quickly left. Off to the side, No Flower, Leaf Dao Denier, the Grand Xia Prince, the Alcade Holy Sun, and the others all shouted coldly. They took their people and left. It was impossible for them to fight back now. There were 16 terrifying Bat Kings, and they simply couldn't fight back. They could only hurry and escape. Those who were too slow would probably be killed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone fled in all directions. Everyone fled in different directions. Their speed was extremely fast. Some were even willing to burn their spiritual power, take secret pills, and use secret techniques to increase their speed. Roar! The 16 Bloodwing Bat Kings chased after him. One of them headed toward the Demon Emperor Palace, and the other toward Leaf Dao Denier. One of them charged towards the Gu family. These three great sage were very powerful and acted alone. The others had more or less joined forces. Roar! Among them, 2 of the Bat Kings charged towards Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's face darkened, and the dark red dragon cursed. F***ck. Why are there 2 of them? They were about to go crazy. Even Leaf Dao Denier and the Gu family had one. Why were there 2 of them on their side? Could it be that the Bloodwing Bat King had recognized their strength? But what kind of joke was this? They suddenly felt the treatment of the Demon Emperor Palace. Damn it, Xingtian also roared. Shen Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing also focused their gazes. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He roared, and the dragon sword domain turned into an azure dragon, enveloping everyone and increasing his speed again. However, the 2 Bloodwing Bat Kings followed closely behind. In the end, they even directly blocked their path. Not only them, but the others were also affected. For a moment, a great battle broke out. Kid, fight. With so many of us, I don't believe that we can't kill him. Don't you have a flower protector? Let's set one first. Lin Xian nodded, and the flower protector floated above his head. To be honest, they were not particularly afraid of the 2 Bloodwing Bat Kings. Lin Xian had many trump cards on his side. There was also the Sage's Handbone and the Black Earth. Buzz buzz buzz, but in the next moment, his face turned green. That was because he discovered that the 2 Bloodwing Bat Kings had once again created 3 more doppelgangers. Damn it! 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings appeared on their side in an instant. How could they fight? They were not the only ones. Roars could be heard from other places as well. Those Bloodwing Bat Kings that besieged the sacred ground also transformed into clones. More Bloodwing Bat Kings appeared. For a moment, screams were heard. No, why would they transform into clones? Lin Xian supported the dragon sword domain and floated the flower protector, blocking the void first. They did not act rashly. The 5 Bat Kings were also glaring at him. There must be a reason. There must be a reason. Why did these guys have clones? Damn it, why is this happening? Lin Xian thought quickly. Previously, they were targeting Yan Ruyu, and now they were targeting them. Not only that, but the Gu family and the Yi family were also targeted. Could it be a bloodline? Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Bloodline? What bloodline? The dark red dragon was puzzled. Lin Xian said, that's right, it must be the power of bloodline. We don't know Yan Ruyu's identity, but it seems that her identity and status are even more powerful than Hua Tiandu's. Thinking about it, the power of her bloodline must be very terrifying. That's why these Bloodwing Bat Kings targeted her. Apart from that, the Gu family and the Yi family were also clan of the ancients, and the bloodline of the great emperor flowed in their veins. Especially Yi Wudao, who had a sacred body. That was why they were targeted. No Flower also had a mysterious bloodline. There were also other saints and saintesses. All the major sects and clans with bloodline power were targeted. We have more on our side. Ruffian Dragon, you don't have to say anything. If the monster race knew about your bloodline, they would probably go crazy. Qingqing and Xiaoer also have shocking bloodlines. Peacock also has the bloodline of the Great Bright Lord. That's why we are being targeted. Damn it, that's really the case. The dark red dragon thought for a moment and realized that Lin Xian's guess was right. The others' expressions changed. That shouldn't be the case. 5 of them had bloodlines. How could there be 5 of them? There must be bloodline power among the others. That should be because they didn't have enough bloodline power. Whether it was Ruffian Dragon, Qiu'er, Qingqing, Yi Wudao, or No Flower, their bloodline power was top-notch. It could be said that it could shatter the past and present. These Bloodwing Bat Kings were guardians. Could it be that the monster saint gave them an order before he died? Did he ask them to collect the top-notch bloodline power? Lin Xian still couldn't figure it out, but he guessed that it was most likely the case. These Bloodwing Bat Kings were indeed there to collect bloodline power, which was why they were targeted. 1, 2, 3, 4, there was still one left. Temple Master, what bloodline power do you have? Peacock asked from behind. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't have bloodline power. No. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. Their temple master was so powerful, but he didn't have bloodline power. That was too unbelievable. That didn't seem right. Who was the extra one targeting? The dark red dragon frowned. It's me. The 1-pound Xing Tian said, I have a spatial bloodline. As expected. The dark red dragon sighed. That makes sense. However, we should think about how to deal with these 5 big guys. It seems that if we don't move, they won't move either. Why don't we stay here and wait for them? Xing Tian, take out the black demon ship. The other disciples boarded the ship and controlled it. Yes. Xing Tian waved his hand, and the black demon ship appeared. Immediately, the disciples of the Immortal Palace all entered the black demon ship and activated the formation inside to resist. I'll seal one with Flower Protector and another with the Sage's Hand Bone. There are 3 left. Qingqing, take one with Qiu'er. Xing Tian, take Peacock and the others and fight one with the black demon ship. Leave the last one to me and Ruffian Dragon. In an instant, Lin Xian distributed the tasks. These people quickly took action. Lin Xian took out the Sage's Hand Bone and floated it in the air. A terrifying pressure surged, and the entire space froze in an instant. Soon, he and Flower Protector sealed 2 of them. These 2 weapons of mass destruction were already very powerful even before they were unsealed. If they broke the seal, they would probably be able to seal them. However, Lin Xian didn't want to break the seal unless he had no other choice. After all, the appearance of the Big Dipper coffin this time was related to him breaking the Sage's Hand Bone. He couldn't guarantee that something terrifying would happen if he broke the seal again. He might as well resist it himself first. If he really couldn't hold on, he would use it. Erupt together, Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon God, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, Xing Tian, and the others were all using their own unique skills. Peacock and the rest coordinated their attacks with the Black Demon ship. This battle was earth-shattering, and it took a very long time. It had already lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Lin Xian and the others were about to run out of energy. Fortunately, they had a lot of natural treasures in their hands. Moreover, the more they fought, the more excited they became, because this was the best battle they had ever had. They could use this to improve their combat awareness and experience. After all, it wasn't something that could happen at any time. Finally, on the 7th day of the battle, Lin Xian felt that it was about time. He began to use his trump card to kill. Whoosh, the great dragon sword soul erupted, and the 4 seals on the ancient dragon abyss sword were undone. A Bloodwing Bat King was sent flying. There was a sword wound on its body that couldn't be healed. This scene shocked the people at the checkpoint. They didn't expect their temple master's sword chi to be so terrifying. As expected, Lin Xian managed to severely injure a Bloodwing Bat King with the help of the great dragon sword soul. However, the Bloodwing Bat King was too terrifying. There were Dao patterns in its body. Unless the Dao patterns were erased, it would be impossible to kill it. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to kill it completely. Kid, use that thing. Didn't you catch a lot of insects like the gold-devouring beetles? See if you can destroy them. The Crimson Dragon God reminded. Okay. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He had forgotten about this. When he first entered the cave, he caught 100 of these black insects, and he could use his soul to control them. Now that he used it, the 100 black insects flew out. They fought against the severely injured Bloodwing Bat King. The Bloodwing Bat King sent the black insects flying. However, these insects were made of darkness magic crystals, and were very sturdy. Their bodies were not inferior to the Bloodwing Bat King's. Therefore, they could fly out and come back again. For a while, the two sides were locked in a fierce battle. However, not only were these black insects hard, but they could also devour everything. Sure enough, before long, one of the Bloodwing Bat Kings let out a miserable roar. Many holes appeared on its body. They were all bitten by these black insects. Bite its head. Lin Xian controlled these black insects to crawl toward the Bloodwing Bat King's head. He guessed that even if there were Dao patterns, they should be in the head and the heart. Therefore, he split up and attacked the Bloodwing Bat King's head and heart respectively. The Bloodwing Bat King struggled frantically. Its body was overflowing with blood, and mysterious runes flashed. However, these black insects were indeed very strange. They could cut through everything. In the end, they broke the Bloodwing Bat King's heart and brain respectively. They bit the Dao patterns in them. The Bloodwing Bat King screamed. It was no longer invincible. In the end, it was killed and turned into a bloody mist. Whoosh, the bloody mist drifted in all directions. The Crimson Dragon God exclaimed. He felt that his dragon blood had been stimulated. This was great. Could it be that this thing could awaken the power of one's bloodline? Thinking of this, he crazily absorbed it. Not only him, but Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, Xing Tian, and Peacock also absorbed it. They felt that the power of their bloodline was boiling. For a moment, they looked at the remaining Bloodwing Bat Kings with shining eyes. Lin Xian was also surprised. However, he did not have the power of his bloodline. However, he had the Dragon Sword Soul. He realized that this thing also had a revival effect on the Dragon Sword Soul. The power of the Dragon Sword Soul was stronger than before. Although the improvement was not much, Lin Xian could clearly feel it. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He knew how difficult it was to raise the strength of the great Dragon Sword Soul. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could he let it go? In an instant, everyone attacked again. Using this method, Lin Xian killed all the blood-robed Bat Kings one by one. When he killed the last Bloodwing Bat King, Lin Xian did not kill it. Instead, he bit off the Dao pattern in its brain. Through his heavenly secret divine eyes, he directly controlled the Bloodwing Bat King and planted a beast slave seal in its body. Come here. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. The Bloodwing Bat King stopped attacking and floated over from the sky. It knelt on one knee on the ground and greeted its master. Very good. Lin Xian flashed a smile while the others around him sucked in a cold breath. No matter how one looked at it, this scene was strange. Such a terrifying Bloodwing Bat King had been subdued. Everyone else heaved a sigh of relief. That was great. This battle was really extremely dangerous. Sure enough, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He asked, how long has it been? Xing Tian calculated. It had been almost a month. Damn, a battle that lasted for a month. These Bloodwing Bat Kings were really terrifying. I wonder how the others are doing? Morong Qingqing frowned. They probably didn't feel too good either. Even we barely made it out alive. It was very dangerous. But thinking about it, Yi Wu Dao and the others must have made it through. Their trump cards aren't any less than ours. Alright, let's rest here and recover our strength. Let's continue. I want to see what's inside this ancient tomb. Everyone sat down cross-legged and rested. After fighting for a month, they had expended a lot of energy. These people rested for 7 days and 7 nights in a row before they were completely recovered. Then, they quickly set off and left this place. In other places, Yi Wu Dao, the Gu family, No Flower, and the others had also experienced a month of battle. They had used their super powerful trump cards to finally kill the Bloodwing Bat King that was chasing them. After recuperating, they set off again. The Fey Imperial Palace, the 4 Symbols Sacred Grounds, and the others did the same. However, some of the weaker ones were in trouble. Although they had killed the Bloodwing Bat King in the end, they had also suffered heavy losses. The Five Elements Palace and the Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground were even more miserable. Their saints had already been killed. Now that they had encountered such a powerful fake king puppet, half of their disciples had been killed. There were even cases where the holy sons of two holy lands were killed. The saints of the Illusion Palace and the Namgong family had both fallen. It could be said that this was a very tragic battle. The entire human race had been affected. The more serious ones had half of their members killed, while the less serious ones were covered in injuries and their strength had been greatly reduced. It could be said that the one that had been preserved the most was Lin Xian's immortal palace. As they had been well preserved, no one had died. They had only been injured and had expended too much energy. If the people of the other sacred grounds knew about this, what would they think? They would probably vomit blood from anger. Boom! Boom, boom. Lin Xian and the others flew forward quickly. They all boarded the black demon ship and turned into a black stream of light. Finally, they arrived at another hall. This hall was very dignified. There were demonic pillars around it, and there were engravings at its feet. It looked incomparably sinister. There were also several halls and secret chambers around it. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian formed a seal with both hands. A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky and scanned the surroundings. He heaved a sigh of relief as he didn't discover any powerful array formations. Collect them separately and be careful. Don't touch the formation. Yes, Peacock, Hui Dao, Ghostly, and the others led Immortal Palace's martial artists in all directions and began their search. Lin Xian, the Dark Red Dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others also split up. Many palaces and pavilions were opened, some of them covered in dust. Yes, there was nothing. Damn it, could it be an empty city? These people are getting a little anxious. It wasn't easy for him to come here. If he didn't bring back some treasures, how could he be at ease? In the distance, Shen Jingqiu cried out in alarm. Brother Lin Xian, come quickly. Seeing this, Lin Xian's figure flashed and flew forward. After passing through several pavilions and halls, he finally arrived in front of Shen Jingqiu. After him, the Dark Red Dragon, Murong Qingqing, Xing Tian, and the others also arrived. Shen Jingqiu pointed to the hall in front and said, Brother Lin Xian, look inside. There are treasures. Lin Xian and the others looked inside and then gasped. The Dark Red Dragon's eyes were shining. We're rich, the other martial artists from Immortal Palace, Purple Glow Holy Land, and Jade Lake Holy Land also flew over. When they saw the scene, they were also extremely shocked. Everyone was stupefied because inside the palace, there were countless treasure chi emitting resplendent light. Swords, spears, staffs, axes, whips, and all kinds of treasures were arranged there. Each of them was like a small sun, emitting a sharp aura. Qiao, did you find this? Lin Xian was shocked. Shen Jingqiu said with a smile, yes, Brother Lin Xian. Looks like my luck is really good. I actually found so many treasures. How is it? I'm awesome, right? Qiao is really awesome. Let's split it among the three of us. Lin Xian said. He waved his hand. The martial artists from Immortal Palace walked in. The people from Purple Glow Holy Land and Jade Lake Holy Land were also extremely shocked. The female disciples from Jade Lake Holy Land looked at Lin Xian in surprise. The people from Purple Glow Holy Land were also shocked. In the crowd, the grandsons of the elders who went against Lin Xian had already been killed by the Bloodwing Bat King in the previous battle. Now, they only had gratitude for Lin Xian. The people from Immortal Palace and the two great sage quickly walked in and distributed the treasures. Peacock and the others looked at this scene and exclaimed. There were earth-rank treasures inside. They were at least mid-rank treasures, and there were many high-grade and top-grade treasures. There were also a few heaven-rank treasures. This made them extremely jealous. They quickly collected and recorded. When Lin Xian and the rest saw this scene, they smiled as well. Palace Master, we're really rich. Peacock walked out with a smile on her face. She had already counted clearly. There were 13,000 mid-grade earth-rank treasures, 2,300 high-grade earth-rank treasures, and 108 top-grade Earth-rank treasures. Hearing this, Lin Xian also counted these. The dark red divine dragon exclaimed. Damn, this is too much. They did not expect that there would be so many treasures in this palace. As expected of a saint's palace, it was indeed incomparably rich. Lin Xian also swallowed his saliva. It was indeed a lot. There are 4 treasures with sky-high prices. We've decided that Purple Glow Holy Land will get 1, Jade Lake Holy Land will get 1, and Immortal Palace will get 2. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. He took the 2 heaven rank treasures. One was a pagoda, and the other was a long saber. In addition, the remaining weapons could be chosen by Immortal Palace's martial artists on the spot. The rest would be rewarded according to their contributions when they returned. Immortal Palace's martial artists exclaimed again and again. They hurried forward to distribute the treasures. Lin Xian gave the heaven-rank pagoda he obtained to Xianxia. Thank you, young master. Xianxia was also excited. He did not expect that Lin Xian would give him a heaven-rank treasure. Lin Xian smiled. This was a great harvest. It was enough to fill Immortal Palace's treasury. The dark red divine dragon went in and glanced around. He put away all the tables and shelves that held the weapons. These things had been preserved for tens of millions of years without spoiling. They were definitely treasures. The others thought about it and agreed. Thus, they moved everything that could be moved away. The entire palace was empty. Nothing was left. Let's go. Everyone was overjoyed. Lin Xian nodded and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, he frowned and a golden light appeared in his eyes. Buzz, in the next moment, he stretched out his palm. A huge palm of light grabbed forward. Boom, the void trembled and a secret compartment appeared on the ground. Then, a dark red stone platform appeared. It was more than a meter tall and appeared in the palace. The stone platform was about 2 meters in diameter. There were 17 simple treasures placed on it. On the mysterious stone platform, there were a total of 17 items. They were placed casually and emitted a terrifying aura. There were even some sparkling lights. Feeling this aura, everyone's expression changed. Heaven-grade treasures. Another heaven-grade treasures, 17 heaven-grade treasures. These people went crazy. Their eyes were red, and their breathing was rapid. Heavens, Lin Xian exclaimed. As expected, there were still hidden treasures, the others were even more shocked. They did not notice at all. How did the other party find out? The other party's eye technique was too terrifying, Xianxia said. Brother Lin Xian, you're too amazing. You can even find them. Lin Xian smiled and pinched Xianxia's face, then walked up. Qiu'er, Qingqing, come, let's split them. After all, Xianxia and Morong Qingqing were his women. Lin Xian did not feel bad about giving them treasures. Of the 17 heaven-grade treasures, Xianxia and Morong Qingqing received 5, and Lin Xian received 7. The 2 girls were elated, and beautiful smiles hung on their lips. Brother Lin Xian, you're so good. Xianxia tiptoed and kissed Lin Xian's face a few times. Morong Qingqing did not do so, but she looked at Lin Xian with eyes full of love. Alright, continue searching. There are so many palaces here. Maybe there are treasures in other places. Lin Yuxuan waved his hand again. At the same time, he gave Peacock, Hui Dao, and Ghostly a heaven-grade treasure each. The 3 of them were overjoyed. Thank you, Hall Master. They were too excited. These people searched quickly. This time, they were full of enthusiasm, and their eyes were red. In a single palace, there were tens of thousands of Earth-grade treasures, and even a dozen heaven-grade treasures. How could they let go of such a huge treasure trove? These people searched carefully, not letting go of even a corner. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He felt that this place wasn't simple. Although there were treasures on the surface, the real treasures were probably hidden in the dark. For example, the stone platform from before. If he hadn't done anything, these people probably wouldn't have discovered it. It had to be kept here for who knew how many years before it could be taken by other intruders. He then activated his heavenly secret god eyes, and a pair of golden eyes floated in the sky, looking down. Suddenly, he frowned, and a fierce light appeared in his eyes. Whoosh, he floated into the distance. Kid, what did you discover? Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon swayed its tail and followed after him. Lin Xian came to a remote place. This place was very dilapidated and could not even be called a palace. It could only be called a shabby stone house. Are you sure it's here? The dark red dragon looked around, then looked at the magnificent palace and frowned. How could there be treasures in such a dilapidated place? Lin Xian was also confused. However, he said that he had indeed used his heavenly fate divine eye to sense a special aura here. It was very unusual. Xiaobai. Lin Xian took Xiaobai out. Xiaobai's stomach was bulging and he burped. He had followed the holy lady and eaten a lot of heavenly treasures along the way. His stomach was bulging. It had been more than a month and he still hadn't refined them. At this moment, he was like a small ball. Therefore, he had been hiding in the black earth and sleeping to digest the heavenly treasures that he had eaten. Now that he was caught by Lin Xian, the little guy waved his little claws in protest. Lin Xian knocked on his head helplessly. Little brat, just how many good things have you eaten from the other party? Your stomach is bulging like a ball now. Wu Ji Xiaobai's eyes widened and kept moving around with a sneaky look. It seemed that he had benefited a lot from following the holy lady. Alright, hurry up and let me see if there are any treasures here. Xiaobai nodded and began to search with the treasure bowl. Soon, his body swayed and he flew forward. Wu Jihe pointed to a piece of land behind him. You said that the treasure is here? Lin Xian asked. Xiaobai nodded and waved his little claws. Let me see what it is. The dark red divine dragon waved his dragon claws and grabbed forward. The ground split open and a deep pit appeared. The dark red divine dragon's claws made a clang. He frowned. There was indeed something that could withstand his attack. It was definitely not an ordinary item. He waved his claws again, and the ground completely split open. It appeared, the dark red divine dragon cried out in surprise. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He found something in the deep pit below. That thing was very thin and folded into a square. There were dense patterns on it. It seemed to be a piece of clothing. However, it was too thin. The dark red divine dragon grabbed it. Sure enough, after the good clothes were unfolded, he found that it was something similar to a Taoist robe. Lin Xian looked at it and found that it was engraved with runes. Its aura was obviously a heaven stage treasure. Moreover, from the looks of it, it should be a medium-grade heaven stage treasure, not bad. I wonder how effective it is? Lin Xian was somewhat happy. He was not worried about his attack power at all. With the dragon sword soul, his attack power could continue to increase. However, his defense was much weaker. Among the holy sons, he was only at the middle level. However, things were different with this Taoist robe. Lin Xian carefully checked the Taoist robe and found that there was nothing wrong with it. Then, he put it on. Whoosh, he poured his power into it, and countless flames suddenly appeared on the Taoist robe. It was very strange. The flaming Taoist robe. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Ruffian dragon, try attacking it. When the dark red divine dragon heard that, it waved its dragon claws, and a sharp ray of light flew out. Lin Xian did not use anything, nor did he flash away. He wanted to see how strong the defense of the Taoist robe was. With a clang, the void split open, and the red ray of light crashed into it, producing a sonorous sound. Lin Xian did not use any power, and the attack was completely neutralized by the flames. So powerful, it's definitely a medium-grade heaven stage Taoist robe. You're rich, kid. The dark red divine dragon was also pleasantly surprised. It did not try to snatch the robe. Its body was very sturdy. Besides, it could not wear the robe. No, you have to give me something to compensate me. The dark red divine dragon coaxed and pestered Lin Xian to get 2 low-grade heaven stage weapons. Lin Xian would not be stingy with the dark red divine dragon. He had more than 10 heaven stage weapons in his possession. Moreover, he was even happier that he had obtained the flaming Taoist robe. With it, Lin Xian's defense would be more than enough. It would be very difficult for an ordinary holy son to break through his defense. Unless they used some powerful trump cards. Whoosh! Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon raised their heads. Those people are here. As expected, they were martial artists from the other holy lands. Seeing that, Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he flew out. He put away the flames on his Taoist robe. In the distance, the martial artists from the Immortal Palace and the two great sage lands who were still searching for other palaces and pavilions also raised their heads. Oh no, they're here. Damn it, hurry up. These people are searching like crazy. If we don't find them soon, they'll snatch them away. Someone's here. When the martial artists in the sky saw that, they instantly cried out in surprise. What are they looking for? Could it be? It's a treasure. Hurry up and find it. Previously, they had suffered such heavy injuries that their hearts were itching with hatred. Now that there were treasures, they naturally wanted to snatch them. Otherwise, it would not make up for the resentment in their hearts. Seeing that these people were about to attack, a cold shout was heard. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu appeared in the sky. It's them. The Jade Lake Saintess and Xianxia Saintess. Seeing this scene, many people exclaimed in surprise. They did not expect it to be them. It seemed that they had also survived the pursuit of the blood-winged Bat King. They did not know. What happened to their little lover? It would be best if he was killed. That would relieve the hatred in their hearts. The person they were talking about was naturally Lin Xian. But soon, the people of the Taiyu dynasty and Tuoba family were disappointed. Because they saw two figures floating in the distance. It was Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Damn it, this kid is still alive. Judging from his appearance, he did not seem to have suffered any injuries. How is this possible? How did they escape? The Taiyu dynasty's crown prince gritted his teeth. The Tuoba family's holy son also looked gloomy. There were also 5 elements palace, 9 heavens sacred ground, and 1,000 thunder sacred ground. They had paid a heavy price in order to kill the Bat King. Countless disciples and experts under his command had died. Lin Xian ignored these people. He looked around and saw Gu Santong, Yi Wudao, Nil Flower, and the others. He immediately smiled and said, "Everyone, how have you been? Brother Lin, I didn't expect you to be here so early." "Yes, there are no treasures here," Yi Wudao and Nil Flower said with a smile. "There are indeed many treasures. Hurry up and search," Lin Xian said. Hearing that there were treasures, Yi Wudao, Nil Flower, and the others were pleasantly surprised. They waved their hands and asked their subordinates to hurry up and search. The people of the Taiyu dynasty, 5 Elements Palace, and the others also moved. I wonder what treasures Brother Lin has found during this period of time. A cold voice was heard. It was the Yin-Yang sect's holy son. He did not expect the other party to arrive before them. Moreover, they did not know how long the other party had been here. If all the treasures were taken away by the other party, wouldn't they suffer a huge loss? The Yin-Yang saint wanted to check if the other party had snatched any incredible treasures. Why? Do you want to know what I got? Lin Xian's lips curled up. Hand over 10 deity crystals, and I'll tell you. The Yin-Yang saint's face darkened. Divine gems weren't cheap. 10 divine gems were a huge fortune. How could he give it to anyone just to get some information? Therefore, his expression was unfriendly. Young Master Lin, your clothes seem very special. Why haven't I seen you wear them before? In the Yaoguang Holy Land, the Yaoguang Saintess said indifferently. Her words immediately attracted everyone's attention. That's right, this Taoist robe looks very ancient and doesn't seem to be something from the modern era. This should be an ancient treasure. It couldn't be the treasure that this brat obtained, right? The saints and saintesses all stared at Lin Xian as they discussed among themselves. However, Lin Xian frowned. This Yaoguang holy daughter seemed to be speaking casually, but she was actually trying to sow discord between them. It seemed that she was still holding a grudge about the little white monkey. Indeed, the little white monkey had eaten so many treasures from the other party, but the other party did not get anything in the end. The other party had acted magnanimous then, but now it seemed that she was indeed holding a grudge. Everyone turned to look at Lin Xian and stared at his Taoist robe. What? You want my Taoist robe? Think about it first. Do you have the ability to do so? If anyone wants to accompany the 5 Elements Saint and 10,000 Thunder Saint on their way to the Netherworld, I don't mind sending them on their way. Lin Xian did not release any terrifying murderous aura, but his words made everyone's expression change. Especially the holy sons and holy daughters. They all frowned. The person in front of them was not a kind person, nor was he a weakling. He was a terrifying demon king. He was a powerful being who had killed 3 holy sons. Ordinary people were no match for him. A bunch of trash. If you don't dare to fight with me, then scram. Disappear in front of me. Lin Xian shouted coldly. That one sentence was enough to intimidate these people. Come to think of it, these people weren't much. You're courting death, kid, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think that no one can deal with you? That's right. Even if the 5 Elements Saint and the others are holy sons, they are only average among us. There are many holy sons and holy daughters who are more powerful than them. The Yin-Yang Saint's voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Is that so? Then have you surpassed them? Lin Xian stepped forward. Sword chi erupted from his body, forming a terrifying sword chi storm. Are you trying to stand up for the 5 Elements Saint and the others? Or are you trying to prove that you are more powerful than them? But no matter which one it is, go ahead. I'll take it. You're courting death. The Yin-Yang Saint was enraged. His opponent was so aggressive that he was about to explode. His Yin-Yang sect was an unparalleled sect in middle ground, and he, the Yin-Yang Saint, was an outstanding genius. Those princes and princesses had to be extremely respectful when they saw him. But now, he was actually being looked down upon. Moreover, this was in front of all the young prodigies in the entire world. If he backed down now, he would probably lose all his face and never be able to raise his head again. Kid, I'll let you know the price of provoking me. The Yin-Yang Saint revealed a ferocious expression. Yin and Yang Qi erupted from his eyes and body. A huge hand that covered the sky slammed down. This hand was as black as ink. It was like a demonic mountain that mercilessly pressed down from the sky. With a loud boom, the entire space exploded. The surrounding light also dimmed. That terrifying power made the cultivators who were looking for treasures in the distance almost kneel on the ground. It was too terrifying. The Yin-Yang Saint was indeed very powerful. It seemed that he was more powerful than the 5 Elements Saint and Wanlei Xingzi. Humph, Lin Xian snorted. If the other party really dared to attack, then don't blame him for being merciless. He used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and moved in the sky. Every step he took caused the entire space to tremble violently. Countless large black cracks spread out from under his feet in all directions. The sword chi on his body pierced through everything. They were like illusory true dragons that moved freely in the sky. It was too terrifying. At this moment, Lin Xian's aura kept rising. He was like a sword god that had descended from the 9 heavens. Everyone could not help but tremble. Even the saints and saintesses furrowed their brows. Many people's expressions changed drastically. Retreat quickly, they quickly retreated and made enough space. Indeed, in the next moment, the sword chi erupted and roared in all directions. It destroyed all the terrifying dark energy in the surroundings. Lin Xian did not attack. Just the sword chi on his body was enough to blast away the black hand. However, this was the Yin-Yang Saint after all. He was very powerful. Although the black hand was shattered, it still pressed down mercilessly. Boom. Boom, boom. The space collapsed. A huge black hole appeared and spread out in all directions as if it was going to swallow everything. Buzz, as expected, Lin Xian was swallowed by the black hole in the next moment. Countless berserk energies kept surging, wanting to destroy him. What? He was swallowed up. That kid didn't dodge. The surrounding people were shocked. The disciples of the Yin-Yang sect even sneered. What a mortal haul, how dare he compete with me, the Yin-Yang Saint, with such strength? He's courting death. They thought he was a powerful figure after all the boasting. They didn't expect him to be so weak. That kid would be seriously injured even if he didn't die from this attack. Countless mocking voices were heard. The Yin-Yang Saint sneered. He exerted more force in his palm, and the yin and yang qi in his body exploded. He wanted to take advantage of the situation and kill Lin Xian completely. The violent energy lasted for a long time before it gradually disappeared. The sky regained its clarity, and light reappeared. It was as if the dark clouds had left. Everyone turned their gazes forward. But the next moment, they were stunned. What? Impossible. I don't believe it, everyone was shocked. The eyelids of the saints and saintesses were also twitching. The yin-yang saint's expression was even worse. He realized that Lin Xian's figure was floating in the black hole in front of him. However, Lin Xian was unscathed. How could this be? His attack could even seriously injure a powerful figure, let alone Lin Xian. He could understand if Lin Xian had used some kind of treasure or secret technique. After all, they were all saints who didn't have their own trump cards, but Lin Xian stood in the void and didn't seem to have used anything. This was unacceptable. Lin Xian didn't have a sacred body. How could he have such a strong physique? Even a sacred body wouldn't be so terrifying. Is this your strength? Just as everyone was stunned, a cold and disdainful voice was heard. Lin Xian stood with his arms crossed as he walked out of the black hole. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes shone like stars. He walked forward step by step. His ancient Taoist robe fluttered in the wind, making him look like an immortal. What yin-yang saint? You're so powerful. I thought it was some kind of world-shaking figure, but I didn't expect that your attack was so weak that it was pitiful, Lin Xian sneered again. Damn it, kid, don't be arrogant. The yin-yang saint roared. The members of the yin-yang sect turned pale and trembled. They really couldn't imagine what was going on. Could it be that his physique had surpassed that of a saintly being? No, it was his Taoist robe. Damn it, this is a treasure. In the distance, the first prince of the Taiyu dynasty screamed. The people of the Tuoba family and the Nangong family also exclaimed. At this moment, everyone stared at the ancient Taoist robe. After the Yaoguang saintess's reminder, they realized that this might be the new treasure that the other party had obtained. However, to their surprise, the power of the treasure far exceeded their expectations. Such a terrifying attack had actually been completely blocked by the defense of the Taoist robe. This was at least a heaven-step treasure. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary heaven-rank defensive artifact. Damn it, this brat actually has such a treasure. How could his luck be so good? He had to snatch it. Many saints were envious. If they could get their hands on this Taoist robe, their defensive power would not be weaker than a saint physique. To them, this was definitely a huge temptation. The yin-yang saint was also tempted. Two balls of black and white flames danced in his eyes, exuding a mysterious power. As expected, it was the effect of this Taoist robe. Humph, brat, what are you so arrogant for? You're just borrowing the power of a heaven-step treasure. Without this Taoist robe, you won't even be able to withstand a single blow. However, so what if you have this Taoist robe? Do you think that I can't defeat you? Speaking of this, his eyes shone with a cold light. Such a good thing. You're just a piece of trash. You don't deserve to have it. As he spoke, an unparalleled light exploded from his body. It was like a sun, making it hard for people to open their eyes. The black and white light flashed in the sky, illuminating the entire palace. The space collapsed and shattered. It couldn't withstand this power at all. So powerful, everyone exclaimed. The saints also looked solemn. It seemed that the yin-yang saint was going to use his true power. The yin-yang sect had the mysterious and terrifying power of yin and yang. They were the two most ancient powers in the world. They couldn't be underestimated. The yin-yang saint's power was probably beyond their imagination. Sounds of discussion could be heard. These people looked solemn. Even Yi Wudao, the Alcade saint, No Flower, the twin kings of Middle State, and the others looked on with flickering eyes. Indeed, the power of yin and yang was mysterious and unfathomable. The yin-yang saint strode forward. The entire sky trembled. Everyone felt suffocated. It was as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on them. Buzz, yin and yang qi exploded, turning into a yin-yang image. It circled in the sky, trying to suppress everything. It was obvious that the yin-yang saint was really angry. Boom! Boom, everywhere it passed, the space shattered. It couldn't withstand it at all. Lin Xian also felt a great pressure. He channeled his power into his Taoist robe. Suddenly, flames danced on the ancient Taoist robe, resisting the bone pressure. The power of a mid-grade heaven-step treasure wasn't a joke. After doing all this, Lin Xian looked up at the sky. The Yin-Yang sect? Just nice. Today, I'll experience the power of Yin and Yang and see if it's as the legends say. Lin Xian's sword chi became more and more terrifying. As the sword streaked across the sky, heaven and earth lost their color. The sun and moon dimmed, accompanied by the roar of a dragon. It was too terrifying. At this moment, the saints felt as if their chi and blood had frozen. It was as if their bodies had been cut in half by the sword. They had never felt such a thing before. Many people retreated frantically. Clang, boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The yin-yang image in the sky vibrated violently. A huge sword light slashed on it. The two collided. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless cracks appeared on the yin-yang image. With the sword light as the center, the cracks spread in all directions. It was about to cover the entire yin-yang image. Damn it! Suppress it, the yin-yang. Saint's pupils constricted. He didn't expect his opponent's sword to be so powerful. The sword was about to shatter his yin-yang image. Roar, with a roar, the power of yin and yang in his body spun rapidly. The yin-yang image spun, releasing two streams of qi. They were like two huge black and white dragons. The entire space trembled. This was an earth-shattering battle. Both of them were peerless prodigies. Now that they were attacking, they were using terrifying mystiques. It was truly a battle between a dragon and a tiger. It was too terrifying. The yin-yang saint lived up to his reputation. That kid was even more terrifying. He actually blocked the yin-yang image. Legend had it that the yin-yang image came from heaven and earth and contained unparalleled power. But at this moment, it couldn't suppress its opponent. The saints and saintesses discussed quickly. Yi Wudao, the Alcade saint, and the others watched with rapt attention. Boom, streams of sword chi swept across. Suddenly, an even more dazzling sword light lit up in the sky. It was like a peerless divine light. Boom. Crack, finally, the yin-yang image couldn't take it anymore and shattered. It was split in half by the sword. The yin-yang saint was sent flying. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured. The yin-yang saint had actually lost in this competition. All the prodigies exclaimed in disbelief. Damn it! Damn it! The yin-yang saint roared in anger. He did not expect that the other party could really injure him. This was a great humiliation. He snorted and wanted to use his trump card to fight the other party. However, at this moment, several other figures walked up to him. Wait, brother Yin-Yang. A cold sneer was heard. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look. Even the Yin-Yang saint frowned. A man in a dragon robe walked over from behind. It was the first prince of the Taiyu dynasty. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were extremely puzzled. What was the other party doing here at this time? But they also knew that he seemed to have a grudge against Lin Xian. Could it be that he wanted to join forces with the Yin-Yang saint to attack him? What do you want? The Yin-Yang saint asked coldly. The first prince smiled. Brother Yin-Yang, why do you have to fight? There are many ways to get the robe. As he spoke, he sent a message to the Yin-Yang saint. We've already joined forces with the Twin Kings, 5 Elements Palace, 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground, and the Tuoba family. We're going to attack together with the Nangong family to kill this guy. We're holding him back. When he lets down his guard, we'll kill him. The Yin-Yang saint was stunned. Then his eyes shone with a terrifying light. He did not expect so many people to want to kill him. It seemed that he had really angered everyone. But this was good. The Yin-Yang saint suppressed his excitement and did not attack again. The first prince of the Taiyu dynasty smiled and said, Brother Lin, we really like the robe you're wearing. Why don't you name a price? How about 1 divine crystal? Hearing this, everyone exclaimed in surprise. What a joke. How could one divine crystal buy such an ancient robe? The first prince of the Taiyi dynasty clearly did not want to buy it. It seemed that he was here to mess things up. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as his lips curled into a cold smile. This first prince really did not know what was good for him. He did not have a chance to teach him a lesson. Who would have thought that he would take the initiative to do so? Did he really think that Yi Futian did not know what he was planning? He had heard everything when the first prince transmitted the Yin Yang Saint's life. This was because his soul power far surpassed these people, and even surpassed them by an entire level. Therefore, Lin Xian was well aware that these people were planning to kill him. This first prince was truly courting death. It seemed like there was a need to kill him. Lin Xian looked ahead, his heart filled with killing intent. At this moment, the Yin Yang Saint laughed coldly. I'll give you 2 divine gems. Brother Lin, can you sell it to me? The two of them were extremely arrogant, as if they did not put Lin Xian in their eyes at all. The other holy sons and holy daughters frowned. They didn't know what the two of them were up to. I took out 3 crystals. At this moment, the central state twin king stepped forward and strode forward. At the same time, he named a price. I took out 4 of them. I have 5. The Tuoba family, Nangong family, Myriad Lightning Sacred Ground, 5-Element Palace, and 9 Firmament Divine Emperors people stepped forward. Place the bid. It seemed like he really wanted to fight for this ancient Taoist robe. However, the price made people's mouths twitch. Not to mention 10, even 50, or 100 gems. They wouldn't be able to buy it. These people were clearly provoking the other party by offering such a low price. Not good. What were these people trying to do? Brother Lin seemed to be in danger. In the distance, No Flower frowned when he saw this scene. This was because he realized that the people who had gone forward to report the price had unknowingly surrounded Lin Xian. Brother Lin, look at how many of us are bidding. Why don't you give us a response? Who do you intend to sell this ancient Taoist robe to? As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding experts who had made a bid attacked together. Their attacks were very sudden, and they were decisive in their attacks. All sorts of great mystiques and killing moves instantly shot towards Lin Xian. The sky was covered, and the void in front of him was instantly blasted apart. Boom boom boom, the violent energy made people tremble, and many people fell to the ground. Not good, Yi Wudao, No Flower, and the others cried out in alarm. In the distance, Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and the others cried out in alarm. The warriors of the Immortal Palace shouted crazily. Palace Master, they didn't expect these people to be so despicable. So many people attacked together, and it was a sneak attack. It's over. That kid is dead for sure. With so many powerful saints attacking, even a peerless almighty would be blasted to pieces. That was for sure. Let him be arrogant again, this time, let's see how he dies. In the distance, the dark red dragon, Xing Tian, Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and the others quickly flew over. No Flower and Yi Wudao also wanted to attack. However, the Twin Kings, the Crown Prince, the Yin Yang Saint, and the others sneered. They joined hands, and the two sides confronted each other. Damn it, get out of the way. How dare you attack Brother Xian? The dark red dragon, Morong Qingqing, and the others roared angrily. Their bodies were filled with biting cold killing intent. Humph, you want to save him? Stop dreaming. Today is the day this kid dies, the Yin Yang Saint sneered. The Crown Prince's expression was even more ferocious. He dared to go against the Taiyi dynasty. It's already a miracle that he's still alive. Do you think he can still live? How dare he kill my saint? He deserves to die, that's right. It's too easy to kill him. The people of the 5 Elements Palace, the 1,000 Thunder Sacred Ground, and the 9 Firmaments Saint Emperor also sneered. They had finally avenged their saint. However, amidst the laughter, a cold voice sounded. So many people attacked together. You are indeed despicable and shameless. However, do you think you can hurt me like this? What a joke. Ignorant, this voice floated clearly into everyone's ears. What? The eyelids of those who attacked were twitching wildly. The surrounding people were also stunned. They all turned their heads to look. A figure appeared in the void in the distance. Was it Lin Xian? His ancient Taoist robe fluttered in the wind. He didn't look injured at all. He wasn't injured? That's impossible, the twin kings of the middle ground were shocked. The Yin Saint, the Crown Prince, and the Crown Prince were also crazed. No, even if it was a heaven-grade treasure robe, it couldn't withstand the joint attack of so many people. Indeed, they were crazy. How could Lin Xian resist them? They didn't know that the moment they attacked, Lin Xian had already used the teleportation black jade platform to break through the void and teleport out. He didn't receive any energy impact at all. Humph, you're courting death. How dare you attack me together? Get ready. Kneel down obediently and accept your death. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He wouldn't spare any of them. Whoosh, Lin Xian's body swayed as he charged forward. His target was the Crown Prince of the Tai dynasty. The surrounding people were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. As soon as he was out of danger, he launched a strong counterattack. The Chosen jumped in fright, and the first prince's pupils constricted. However, he soon revealed a sinister smile. Boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, Lin Xian was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air and stabilized his body. The ancient Taoist robe on his body burned fiercely, neutralizing most of the power. What happened? That kid was sent flying. And he was injured? Heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? When did the Crown Prince become so powerful? His strength has already surpassed that of a saint. Exclamations of surprise were heard. The dark red divine dragon, Morong Qingqing, and the others were also nervous again. Originally, they were relieved that Lin Xian had escaped, but now, they were nervous again. Damn it, who the hell is he? How can the Crown Prince be so powerful? Could it be that he swallowed some kind of pill? Yi Wudao, No Flower, and the Alcade Saint were also focused. They didn't understand what had happened. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. It was an old man with a head full of white hair and an aged face. A royal elder. Everyone exclaimed, and their eyelids twitched. So that was the case. It was not the first prince of the Tai dynasty who could force the other party to retreat with one palm. It was the royal elder who did it. The royal elder's aura was too terrifying. His eyes were like a magic lamp, shining in all directions. Obviously, he was a powerful being whose cultivation had reached the late-stage 8-star king realm. All the saints had grave expressions on their faces. Such a peerless expert posed a great threat to their lives. However, the first prince, the Yin Saint, the twin kings, and the others sneered. This time, the other party was dead for sure. Damn it, the dark red divine dragon appeared. Morong Qingqing and the others roared angrily. Xing Tian even roared. They wanted to attack, but the twin kings and the others stopped them. You want to save me? Stop dreaming, I'll definitely die today, no one can save me. Cold laughter could be heard. Xing Tian roared angrily and was about to attack. However, at this moment, loud laughter could be heard from afar. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. As soon as this voice was heard, everyone was stunned. Xing Tian did not attack, and the two sides faced each other. For a moment, countless people looked into the distance. They realized that the person who laughed was Lin Xian. Lin Xian stopped, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stood up. A late-stage 8-star king. Lin Xian said coldly. I've underestimated your shamelessness. You sent a late-stage 8-star king to kill me, kid, no matter what you say, you'll definitely die today. The royal elder's voice was cold. You're already doing me a great favor by asking me to kill you. What last words do you have? Leave them all, otherwise, you won't have a chance. You're just a late-stage 8-star king. You want to kill me? You're too naive. Lin Xian stopped smiling, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. A terrifying aura rose from his body. No way. This kid wants to fight a late-stage 8-star king? What a joke. Although he was powerful, the difference between them was too great. This kid seemed to have an incredible trump card. That's right, didn't he say that he had something belonging to a saint? Voices of discussion could be heard, and the royal elder at the front sneered. Brat, so what if you have a trump card? Do you think that as members of the royal family, we don't? He shouted coldly, and a heaven-grade saber instantly appeared on his body, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Heaven rank wrap blade, it seemed that the Taiyi dynasty was well prepared. That's right, the imperial family's elders should have many other trump cards. However, a late-stage 8-star expert could easily kill his opponent with a heaven-grade saber. He didn't even need to use his other trump cards. The imperial family elder held the treasured saber in his hand and revealed a ferocious smile as he walked forward step by step. For me to kill you is no different from crushing an ant. Now, kneel down and kowtow to my Taiyi dynasty and admit your wrongs. I can give you a quick death. You want me to kowtow and admit my mistake? Dream on, old man, you will soon regret this. Lin Xian sneered as killing intent surfaced in his eyes. Acting recklessly, in front of absolute power, you can't resist at all. The imperial family elder was unmoved. So what if his opponent had a treasure? He was not strong enough to unleash the power of the treasure. And he was a late-stage 8-star expert. His strength was absolutely terrifying and unimaginable. He slashed out with his saber, and an incomparably terrifying power pierced through heaven and earth, completely enveloping Lin Xian. Damn it, stop it. Xing Tian, the dark red dragon, Morong Qingqing, and Xianxia attacked crazily at this moment. However, the twin kings of Xianxia were not to be trifled with. With so many saints joining forces, they blocked the attacks of Xing Tian and the others for a while. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 Boom, then, a scream was heard. A figure was sent flying, crashing through the void. What? Those who were watching the battle from afar were stunned. That was because they realized that the person who flew backward was not Lin Xian, but the imperial family elder. How was that possible? How could the imperial family elder fly backward? He was a late-stage 8-star expert, and he was invincible. Everyone was stunned. Even the Yin-Yang saint, the twin kings, and the crown prince did not attack. They retreated frantically and turned their heads to look behind them. The imperial dynasty's martial artists screamed even louder. Xing Tian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Although they did not know what had happened, it seemed that Lin Xian should be fine. Brother Xian, Brother Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing and Xianxia also shouted softly. In front of them, the light that filled the sky disappeared. Lin Xian stood in the void, unharmed. In front of him stood a blood-red figure, exuding a terrifying aura. What is that? Everyone looked over and was so frightened that their scalps went numb. Bat King, damn it, it was actually Bat King. Everyone went crazy. They quickly retreated, their faces full of horror. Even Yi Wudao, the Alcade Saint, No Flower, and the others were facing a formidable enemy. It couldn't be helped. Bat King had left a deep impression on them. Thinking back, how much effort had they expended and how many trump cards had they used before they were able to kill him, but they did not expect him to appear again. For a moment, everyone was in danger. However, Morong Qingqing and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Because they knew what was going on. But the others screamed. That's not right. Why is Bat King standing there and not attacking that kid? Damn it, why does it look like he's protecting that kid? When this voice came out, everyone's eyes popped out. How was this possible? Bat King was such a terrifying tomb guardian. He did not even care about the people of Demon Imperial Palace and killed them mercilessly. How could he protect a human kid? Everyone could not believe it. In the distance, the people of Demon Imperial Palace were also stunned when they saw this scene. Impossible. How did this kid do it? The powerhouses of Demon Imperial Palace were shocked. Hua Tiandu's face was gloomy. Yan Ruyu, however, narrowed her eyes. Just now, even she wanted to lend a hand and help. Who would have thought that the other party would turn the tables so quickly, but soon, Yan Ruyu's lips curled into a smile. Ah, an angry roar rang out, and the endless void shattered. An old figure quickly charged over. He carried a murderous aura that filled the sky, as if he was a peerless demon. Damn kid, this figure was naturally the Imperial Family Grand Elder. He had just been sent flying by a huge force. He was injured and spat out blood. But what was even more shocking was his soul. He was about to go crazy. How could the other party send him flying? Could it be that the other party still had some shocking trump card? Or was there a hidden peerless expert on Immortal Palace's side? When he flew nearby, he was stunned. He realized that his guess was right. It was indeed not Lin Xian who did it, but it was not an expert from Immortal Palace either. It was Bat King. Bat King, the Imperial Family Grand Elder's body trembled, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Not long ago, they had been hunted down by the Bat King. They had spent a great deal of effort to kill him. Why would the Bat King appear here? Why didn't it attack the opponent? Why did it only attack him? This puzzled the royal family elder. No one could understand. For a moment, countless eyes looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Go and kill him. Whoosh, the Bat King's body flickered, turning into a red flash and rushing forward. What? This guy can control the Bat King. Seeing this scene, everyone went crazy, especially those from the Taiyu dynasty. They were so scared that their scalps went numb. Impossible. How did he do it? Isn't the Bat King the guardian of the ancient tomb? This is something that was personally refined by a saint. How can it control it? Exclamations and discussions sounded. Whether it was the Yi family, the Gu family, or the Demon Imperial Palace, they were all stunned. Damn it, die. The Taiyu dynasty's elder roared and slashed forward with a huge saber light. The Bat King did not dodge at all and faced the attack head-on. His body flickered with a blood-red light, and he did not suffer any impact. Roar, the Bat King did not waste any time and directly used the deprived divine power to forcefully seize it. Oh no! The elder's blood! The royal elder screamed. He felt the blood in his body churning and wanting to leave his body. This scene scared him out of his wits. Suppress! He roared crazily, and his Dragon Dao aura surged, trying to suppress it. However, other than Lin Xian's Dragon Sword Soul, who could easily destroy it, no one else could do so. Even with the Dragon Dao aura, it was difficult to resist for a while. Streaks of blood stained his skin and rushed into the sky. No! The royal elder screamed. He detonated the Dragon Dao aura on his body and exploded in the sky, forming countless terrifying black holes. Only then did he cut off the mysterious connection. The royal elder's face turned pale. In just an instant, 1/3 of his blood had been taken away. This mystique was simply too terrifying. Damn it! How can this be? How can he control the rotary Bat King? The royal elder's face was ferocious. The others felt their scalps go numb and retreated. The Yin-Yang Saint, the twin kings of Xianxia, the crown prince, and the others' faces twitched. They were terrified. If the Bat King targeted them, it would be difficult for them to escape. But the only thing that made them feel at ease was Bat King. If there were a few more, they wouldn't be able to escape. Wang, the royal elder gritted his teeth and took out a large bronze bell from the void. Dragons were crawling all over it. This was one of his secret treasures, called the Wandering Dragon Bell. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he was going to use it to fight against the Bloodwing Bat King. No one made a move. He didn't ask anyone to help because Bat King was too scary. Die for me. After the Imperial Family Elder swallowed the recovery pill, he once again erupted with power. He controlled the Wandering Dragon Bell and charged forward. There was a dragon bell that released 10,000 streaks of light, continuously becoming larger. It was like a great mountain as it rampaged through the sky, smashing through the void. It fiercely pressed forward. Wang, the Bat King roared. His body swayed, and he disappeared in the air. When he reappeared, he was already next to the first prince. The first prince was so scared that his scalp went numb. He screamed again and again. Elder, save me! As he screamed, he retreated. Brother Yin-Yang, Brother Gemini, save me! He looked to both sides for help. However, the Yin-Yang Saint, Xianxia's Gemini Kings, and the others instantly left, ignoring him. What a joke! They didn't dare to fight against the Bloodwing Bat King. Damn it, a bunch of bastards! The first prince screamed crazily. He didn't expect that the team that had originally joined forces would scatter at this moment. No one helped him. This made him feel a sense of despair. The first prince, Behind him, the people of the Tai dynasty screamed crazily. The royal elder exclaimed in shock. Damn it, he controlled the wandering dragon bell to change direction and fly down to rescue the first prince. However, it was too late. The Bat King opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the first prince in an instant. In the sky, the blood-red mouth made cracking noises. When it opened again, only a human skin was left. What? The first prince was killed, everyone cried out in alarm. Their eyes were wide open and filled with fear. The Bat King was too terrifying. Everyone retreated crazily. Even Yi Wudao, No Flower, and the others retreated with their people. Damn it. Go to hell, the royal elder went crazy. The first prince had been killed. How was he going to explain it to the empress when he returned? He couldn't explain it at all. He could only kill the monster in front of him. Clang, the Bat King didn't dodge at all. Its body was comparable to a heaven-grade treasure, so it slapped out with its palm. With a bang, it collided with the wandering dragon bell. The two collided with an earth-shattering sound. The wandering dragon bell was sent flying. The royal elder also screamed and spat out blood as he retreated. Damn it, the royal elder roared like a madman. He turned around and charged at Lin Xian. Since he couldn't kill the Bat Kings, he had to kill this kid. He would use this kid's head to avenge the first prince. He launched a crazy attack. The terrifying energy could even kill a saint. However, Lin Xian didn't resist at all. The demigods and semi-devils flashed in the sky at extreme speed. Lin Xian's speed wasn't slower than the royal elder's. Therefore, the royal elder couldn't catch him at all. Ah! I'm so angry, damn kid, don't run if you have the guts. The royal elder was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He didn't expect the other party to be so fast. Behind him, the people of the Tai dynasty had red eyes. They roared angrily, kill them. Those martial artists charged out as if they had gone mad. However, in the next moment, they screamed in pain. The Bat King roared and rushed into the midst of those martial artists, killing in all directions. It was too terrifying. No one could stop it. Blood mists burst open, and human skins fell one after another. In an instant, more than 10 martial artists of the Tai dynasty were killed. No, that scene made the royal elder scream. Many of their elders were outside fighting against the Big Dipper coffin. Most of the people there were young disciples. He was secretly following them. Other than him, there were only 2 other elders in the group. However, he couldn't fight against it at all, so there weren't that many people. Thinking of that, he screamed and charged back again. He swore that he would kill that bat. Otherwise, the people of Tai dynasty would have been killed by the other party. Damn it, everyone, attack together, the Yin Yang saint roared angrily. He pulled out a Yin Yang blade and roared crazily. Sure enough, the others also responded. Among them, the people of the 5 Elements Palace, the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Land, and the 9 Firmaments Divine Emperor stood out without hesitation. The people of the Namgong family and the Tuoba family also had sinister smiles on their faces. The twin kings of Xianxia stared at Lin Xian like lightning. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Xing Tian, the dark red dragon, and Morong Qingqing also stepped out with cold expressions. Extremely terrifying auras surged from their bodies. Do you want to fight? Come, 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 Grandpa Dragon will teach you how to behave, the dark red dragon roared, and countless immortal palaces flew over from the distance. In addition, the people of the Purple Dawn Sacred Land and the Jade Lake Sacred Land also flew over. They stared ahead angrily. Previously, when they cooperated with Lin Xian and the others, they were very happy and obtained many treasures. On the other side, Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and No Flower also walked up. Their eyes shone with a cold light. There were conflicts and alliances between the sacred grounds. At this moment, they chose to side with Lin Xian. This scene made the twin kings and the others of Xianxia change their expressions. The Yin Yang saint also looked gloomy and gritted his teeth. Damn it, why are the clan of the ancients helping him? Damn it, this is too despicable. While they were in a stalemate, on the other side, the royal elder was screaming in agony. This was because he was being mercilessly chased by the Bat King and was in a miserable state. Although he was a late-stage 8-star expert with a heaven-grade treasure, powerful armor, and royal superpowers, the Bat King was even more terrifying. It was a mutated species and was very powerful. Now that it had been refined by the ancient saint of the shifter race, its body was engraved with Tao patterns. It also had the superpowers of draining blood. These superpowers were impossible to defend against. The royal elder was at a disadvantage again. Moreover, his attacks could not hurt the Bat King at all. Even if he was hurt, the Tao patterns in his body could be restored. Last time, the Tai dynasty had gathered a lot of forces to kill the blood-robed Bat King. Now that he was alone, it was already a great fortune for him to be able to resist and not be killed. However, this could not go on. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. He wanted to escape and ask for help from his royal family companions. Seeing this, the Tai royal family members also looked terrible. Damn it, go and help him, this was an elder of their royal family. They would not allow any accidents to happen to him. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. The Tai dynasty martial artists could not wait any longer. Hearing Cig's order, they flew out like crazy. But soon, they screamed in agony. They were no match for the Bat King at all. Screams rang out one after another as blood mist exploded. In front of the Bat King, they could not fight back at all. Not to mention the royal elder who was helping them. Damn it, run, the royal elder's eyes were red. Other than him, no one else could fight back. Therefore, for a moment, the royal family martial artists did not dare to go forward. They retreated in horror. Damn it! The Yin Yang Saint roared. Everyone, let's kill Bat King together. Otherwise, we will all be in danger. Hearing this, the twin kings of the Central Plains and the people of the Tuoba family nodded in agreement. Indeed, as long as Bat King was not eliminated, it would be difficult to ensure their safety. If Lin Xian used the Bat King to deal with them, it would be difficult for them to resist. So now, although they were still safe and sound, they were still determined to get rid of this terrifying Bat King. Boom, in the next moment, these chosens all moved out and charged forward. If you want to fight, I'll play with you. Lin Xian let out a long roar, the dragon sword domain flew out, and countless sword lights flew in all directions. On the other side, Morong Qingqing, Shin Jingqiu, Xing Tian, and Anhong attacked together. Terrifying light exploded in all directions as the dark red divine dragon opened its mouth and spat out array formations. It enveloped a part of the world. In addition, Gu Santong, Yi Wudao, No Flower, and the others also made their moves. Damn it, the Yin Yang Saint and the others roared in anger. They were about to go crazy. Yi Wudao, No Flower, Shin Jingqiu, and Morong Qingqing were all peerless geniuses with terrifying trump cards. They were not weaker than them at all. In an instant, they were greatly obstructed. Damn brat, get out of my way, the Yin Yang Saint roared in anger. He struck out with both hands and charged forward. However, all his attacks were split apart by Lin Xian's sword. Lin Xian sneered. What? You can't stand this little bit of attack? Humph, your nightmare is yet to come. Lin Xian sneered, a piercing light in his eyes. He quickly charged forward and killed the Yin Yang Saint with one strike. Although the Yin Yang Saint was powerful, he was not Lin Xian's match. So he spat out a mouthful of blood, and a crack appeared on his armor. Ah! The Yin Yang Saint roared in anger. He pulled out his Yin Yang saber and swung it quickly. A huge black and white saber radiance swept across the sky, slashing towards Lin Xian's Dragon Abyss ancient sword. The two collided, making a clanging sound. Boom, violent energy blasted in all directions, causing everyone to tremble. With a clang, the Yin Yang saber radiance was shattered. However, the Dragon Rock ancient sword was also blocked in midair. Light appeared on the Yin Yang Saint's body, enveloping his body. Yin and Yang aura roared, and he swallowed all sorts of treasures. Finally, he suppressed his injuries. Damn brat, the Yin Yang Saint's face was cold. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Because his opponent was too terrifying. He had injured him with one strike. How could this be? He could not believe it. He was very powerful, and he was very confident in his Yin and Yang power. In his opinion, he could definitely kill his opponent with his Yin Yang saber. But he did not expect it to be blocked. "Brat, I won't let you go." The Yin Yang saint sneered in front. He held the Yin Yang saber in his hand, and the Yin and Yang qi on his body circulated rapidly. He was filled with murderous intent. He could not defeat his opponent previously because he did not use his trump card. Now that he had used his trump card, he did not believe that he could not kill his opponent. Yin Yang slash, Yin Yang split, a huge saber radiance swept across the sky, and the Yin and Yang qi swirled, forming a terrifying force. At this moment, everyone trembled, and their faces were filled with fear. They felt as if their bodies were being torn apart. There seemed to be a force of life and a force of death in their bodies. This scene was too terrifying. Many people vomited blood and were sent flying. The people from Immortal Palace were also affected. "Brat, go to hell," the Yin Yang saint sneered, and his Yin Yang saber enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He also felt that the two forces were trying to pull him into heaven and hell. "Brat, be careful. The Yin and Yang power is very strange." The dark red divine dragon warned him, but he did not dare to get close. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. The Yin Yang sect was indeed a great sect that had been passed down since ancient times. The Yin and Yang power was indeed terrifying and could not be underestimated. However, although the Yin and Yang power was powerful, the Yin Yang saint was not very powerful. He was indeed a peerless prodigy and a powerful saint, but that was only in the eyes of ordinary geniuses. In Lin Xian's eyes, the other party's strength was not enough. The Yin and Yang power? Sure enough, he was strong enough, reaching the acme of perfection, unmistakable even to gods and ghosts. But it's a pity that you're useless. You can't fully display the power of the Yin and Yang power, so you can't do anything to me. A cold voice came from the terrifying light, and everyone's expression changed. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The other party was looking down on him. He could not tolerate it. He was the saint. He was usually high and mighty. When had he ever been looked down on like this? 1-1, €7%. Damn it, I will definitely kill you. I'll let you know how much harm Miley gave I #8 you gave V. The other party acknowledged the Yin Yang sect's strength but did not acknowledge his strength. He was completely mad. The Yin Yang power in his body exploded rapidly. The Yin Yang blade became even more terrifying. The power of life and death tore the void apart, forming a heaven and a hell that floated in the sky. In heaven, Yu City wanted to tell everyone. They were extremely white and had wings on their backs. Their bodies shone brightly, and they had the most serene smiles on their faces. Their eyes were pure. Behind them were countless palaces surrounded by all kinds of rare beasts. It was like a paradise on earth. This was the world's best pure land. The space below kept tumbling. It was pitch black and filled with the power of death. It formed 18 levels of hell. Every floor was surrounded by extremely terrifying evil spirits, and there were no vengeful spirits. One look at it would make one's scalp tingle and one's body tremble. It was impossible to resist. The Yin Yang power completely enveloped Lin Xian, trying to tear him in half. Lin Xian felt the impact. He snorted, and his flame blade burst into flames. Endless flames surrounded him, resisting this terrifying power. However, this power was too strange. Even though the flame Taoist robe was a medium-grade heaven-class artifact, it could not completely block the Yin Yang power. "Kid, stop struggling. You can't resist the Yin Yang power at all." The Yin Yang saint stood in the sky and looked down. At this moment, he was like the divine king who controlled time. His cold and emotionless eyes stared at Lin Xian. "Can't resist? You think too highly of yourself," Lin Xian sneered. "If it was the Yin Yang sect leader, I might not be able to resist. But you? You are not qualified. Today, I will destroy your heaven and hell." Lin Xian roared. Sword light exploded from his body and slashed in all directions. "Dream on, you're underestimating the power of Yin and Yang. Today, you will definitely die," the Yin Yang saint revealed a look of disdain. He did not think that Yi Futian could escape from his ultimate move. He had already used this god to kill many powerful kings. Among them were many elders and peerless geniuses. Although the other party was strong, in the face of his sure-kill ability, he still couldn't resist. Humph, Lin Xian didn't say anything. With a cold snort, the great dragon sword soul in his body erupted. The sharp sword light on his body grew brighter and brighter, as if it was going to break through the clouds. With a roar, a dragon-shaped sword shadow soared into the sky, transforming into a huge dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws as it charged towards heaven in the sky. Roar! The cries of dragons and swords reverberated in all directions, tearing the void apart. Many of the weaker martial artists in the surroundings were smashed into pieces, causing them to lie flat on the ground. Even the other inceptive sages, experts, and elders who were engaged in battle also turned their heads to look at Xianxia in horror. Heavens! This brat's sword skill was really too terrifying. They were incomparably shocked, but at the same time, they rejoiced. That was because they weren't the ones fighting the other party. With this thought, these peerless geniuses were all stunned. They had never had such fearful thoughts about anyone before. But now, they actually felt fear towards a young man. Boom! Boom! Intense collision sounded in front of him. The huge dragon shadow charged towards heaven. Its huge body crashed into those angels and immortal palaces, instantly erupting with a fierce light. The terrifying power blasted everything in all directions. The illusions of the angels and celestial palaces were quickly shattered. Damn it! Kill him for me, the Yin-Yang Saint roared. Those shattered angels and immortal palaces reformed once again. They were the same, emitting a bright light like the sun. The dragon-shaped sword shadow wanted to completely destroy them. An intense battle erupted. The two forces clashed in the sky. The terrifying energy impact made everyone despair. But in the end, the sky full of palaces and countless angels turned into endless spirit chi with a boom. They dissipated in all directions, never to appear again. Puff, the Yin-Yang Saint took a step back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. Damn it! How could it be? Damn it, he actually broke my yang power. He was really too shocked. But what made him even more terrified was yet to come. That was because another sword will burst out from Lin Xian's body. This time, it was a huge sword that reached the heavens, with ancient patterns surrounding it. It emitted a terrifying sword intent. This sword seemed to fly out of time and space from ancient times. It directly slashed towards the 18 levels of hell below. The 18 levels of hell were extremely dark. It was the power of death. It was very evil. It could take away anyone's life. Now that it felt threatened, the 18 levels of hell shone brightly. Countless vengeful spirits and evil spirits rushed out. They rushed into the sky, emitting a cold aura that made everyone tremble. Countless vengeful spirits and evil spirits rushed into the sky, wanting to destroy the heavenly sword. But in an instant, they screamed. It was as if their bodies were made of ice that had encountered a raging fire. They emitted sounds time and time again, and even emitted white smoke. Destroy. Damn it. Go to hell, the Yin-Yang Saint roared. 18 extremely strange demon faces appeared in the 18 levels of hell. They opened their bloody mouths and crazily devoured the power of the heavenly sword. Oh no! Retreat! Everyone around went crazy and screamed. They felt the life force in their bodies rapidly draining away. Many of them even began to age, and their hair turned white. This made them extremely terrified. The saints stopped attacking and protected the disciples of their sacred grounds to prevent their lives from being taken by the power of death. Humph, Yi Wudao snorted coldly. His golden chi surged into the sky. He waved his golden fist and smashed it in all directions, directly shattering the power of death. Ba. No flower formed a Buddhist seal. Countless rays of Buddhist light appeared on his body. They flickered in the sky and blocked the power of death. Humph, Xianxia and Morong Qingqing also used their ultimate techniques to block. The dark red dragon roared, and the dragon blood on its body surged. The Alcade Saint's body flickered with 108 god fiends. The great Xia Prince's sword slashed across the sky. Every expert was using their ultimate techniques to defend themselves, but no one was relaxed, and no one was happy. Because they knew that this was just the aftermath of the power of death. Just the aftermath emitted such terrifying power and energy. They had to be careful. They had to admit that the Yin Yang Saint's strength was too terrifying. It seemed that they had underestimated the Yin Yang Saint. The Yin Yang Saint revealed a ferocious expression. "Damn brat, now you know my power of Yin and Yang, you have no chance to regret it, go to hell for me." His expression was ferocious. The Yin Yang sect martial artists behind him also exclaimed excitedly. "That's great, as expected of a saint. He's really powerful. That's for sure. When has the power of Yin and Yang ever been defeated? No one can resist it." The disciples of the Yin Yang sect were too excited. Lin Xian's strength had made them despair. Now that their holy son was able to suppress such a powerful enemy, this was definitely something that they were very excited about. The people of the Tai dynasty, 5 Elements Palace, 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, and 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground were also excited. Even if they couldn't kill Lin Xian, they would be thrilled to see him fall into the 18th level of hell with their own eyes. They knew that the 18th level of hell was extremely terrifying. Once they entered, they wouldn't be able to die just because they wanted to. They would be subjected to the cruelest punishment in the world. They would definitely experience what it meant to live a life worse than death. Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were worried again. They couldn't help but want to help. Lin Xian also felt great danger. He felt that the life in his body was being taken away. His lifespan was being drained. This phenomenon was very similar to the Bat King's blood deprivation superpower. However, it was far more terrifying than the blood deprivation superpower. This was because the Bat King was taking away his lifespan. If he lost his blood, he could still regenerate it. However, if he lost his lifespan, he wouldn't be able to recover it. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless. With a cold shout, the great dragon sword soul in his body exploded. The dragon-shaped sword shadow destroyed the surrounding death energy. Instantly, he felt that his life was no longer draining away. This made him heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the great dragon sword soul could also destroy the death energy. What's going on? What happened? The Yin Yang Saint was stunned. As the one who attacked, he was the most shocked. Previously, he saw Lin Xian's face turn pale and his lips curl into a hideous smile. He knew that Lin Xian couldn't resist his death energy. However, in just an instant, Lin Xian stopped. His face was no longer pale. It seemed that his life wasn't draining away. But how was this possible? Could it be that the death energy had lost its effect? What a joke! His death energy could definitely take away everything. It was even more terrifying than the Bat King's superpower. Didn't he see that the saints and saintesses were all hiding far away? He had to be careful. One could imagine how terrifying it was to be enveloped by the death energy. Damn it, what's going on? Could it be that this brat used some kind of secret technique? The Yin Yang Saint's face darkened. He knew that it was unrealistic to kill the other party like this. After all, as Immortal Palace's lord, the other party definitely had many trump cards. But so what? He did not believe his opponent's land card could resist his force of death. Thinking of this, a ferocious look appeared in his eyes. He once again unleashed a powerful force and poured it into the 18 levels of hell. He even took out 2 secret pills from his storage ring and swallowed them, causing the spiritual energy in his body to erupt like a vast ocean. Roar, roar, roar. As expected, after swallowing the Buddha's secret pill, the 18 levels of hell became even more eerie and sinister. The 18 faces of the devils were extremely ferocious as the power of death exploded out. Lin Xian was once again in danger. Absorbing energy? I'll let you absorb as much as you want, Lin Xian snorted coldly. A dragon-shaped sword shadow rushed out from his body and rushed downwards. It's useless. Stop struggling. Nothing can resist the power of death. The Yin Yang Saint sneered disdainfully. Lin Xian did not answer him. This time, he did not slash the power of death at all. Instead, he continued to unleash it. The great dragon sword soul exploded, and waves of terrifying energy swept across the land. It was like a vast ocean, crashing down in all directions. The surrounding space collapsed rapidly, and black holes appeared one after another. No one could see what was happening inside. The 18 faces of the devils in the 18 levels of hell revealed greedy expressions. They had never encountered such a powerful force of life before. Such powerful force. They devoured crazily like beggars who had been hungry for a long time and had once again found delicious food. Indeed, to them, the great dragon sword soul was delicious food that could make up for their greed. But after absorbing for a while, the 18 ghost faces widened their eyes in shock. Damn it, stop, enough. They were full. They could not take it anymore. Although their yin energy could devour everything, there was a limit to it. After all, they were summoned by the Yin-Yang Saint, not the Yin-Yang sect leader. No matter how strong the Yin-Yang Saint was, he was only a prodigy of the younger generation. Therefore, the power they could devour was also very limited. But now, they had devoured enough life force and power. However, the life force and power above them continued to surge. They could not devour it at all. But as the element of the power of death, they could not stop it. Moreover, the Yin-Yang Saint had also gone crazy and was using it recklessly. Therefore, the 18 faces expanded more and more. The entire 18 levels of hell also swelled up as if they had become balloons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh boom. Finally, when it reached its limit, there was an earth-shattering boom. The 18 layers of hell exploded and shattered into pieces. The evil demon's face inside was instantly turned into ashes. Boom, 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 this force was too terrifying. After all, the 18 levels of hell formed by the power of death were already extremely powerful. Moreover, they had also absorbed the endless power of the great dragon sword soul. Therefore, this explosion was extremely terrifying. A huge crack appeared in the sky and spread in all directions. Heaven and earth shook. Everyone was pushed back. The weaker ones spat out mouthfuls of blood and fainted. The stronger ones also activated their king's domains to defend themselves. The entire palace shook. Heaven and earth shook as if it was about to be destroyed. Damn it, what happened? Could it be that the brat fought back? Impossible, that brat could not destroy the 18 levels of hell at all. Could it be that he had been devoured and refined? Screams rang out. However, the Yin-Yang Saint spat out blood and flew back. This time, he suffered a very serious backlash. 3 cracks appeared on his body and almost split his body into pieces. His face had become incomparably pale, without a trace of blood, and even his eyes had dimmed. He had no choice. His ultimate technique had been destroyed. Naturally, he was severely injured. Saint, seeing this, the Yin-Yang sect members screamed. They flew out crazily and caught the Yin-Yang Saint. They consumed all kinds of heavenly treasures without any regard for their lives. What happened? What happened? Why was the saint injured? Oh my God, could it be that the brat fought back? Damn it, could it be that the brat used the power of a saint? Impossible, screams and cries rang out one after another. They really couldn't understand what was going on. The Tai dynasty, the middle ground twin kings, the 5 elements palace, and the 10,000 thunder sacred ground were all stunned. They were also very surprised. Their faces instantly became extremely ferocious. They approached the Yin-Yang Saint and quickly asked, "Brother Yin-Yang, what happened? Could it be that you failed? That brat is already so powerful?" Screams rang out. Impossible. I don't believe it. How could he have broken through my ultimate divine power? The Yin-Yang Saint went crazy. He saw heaven being destroyed with his own eyes. But why was hell also destroyed? How did he do it? He didn't know because the black hole had completely isolated everything. He didn't see it at all, nor did his soul capture it. He wasn't the only one. The others were the same. Humph, is your ultimate divine power that powerful? You want to kill me? You're overestimating yourself, a cold voice was heard. It was like a sharp sword that cut through the void. The sky full of light was mercilessly torn apart, and then a figure walked out. He was surrounded by sword halos, and a dragon's shadow appeared under his feet. It was like a peerless immortal light that made people tremble. Damn it, it's that kid, he's not injured at all. How is that possible? Everyone went crazy because they realized that the aura on their bodies didn't weaken. Instead, it became even more violent than before. They didn't know that after the 18 levels of hell exploded, the power of the divine power was released. The absorbed power of the great dragon sword soul was completely released. Not only that, after being refined in the 18 levels of hell, the power became purer than before. Therefore, the power of the great dragon sword soul increased. This made Lin Xian very happy. He didn't expect that a battle could increase the power of the great dragon sword soul. This was really an unexpected surprise. So when he came out, he looked at the Yin Yang Saint and smiled. To be honest, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, my strength wouldn't have increased again. So don't worry, I'll give you a quick death later. Hearing this, the Yin Yang sect martial artists trembled. Their faces were full of fear. The Yin Yang Saint was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Damn kid, I'm going to kill you, I'll definitely kill you. He was really angry. The next moment, he waved his hand, and an ancient drum appeared in his hand. The drum was white on one side and black on the other. It was very strange. This was a secret treasure of his called the Yin Yang drum. Once the drum sounded, it could instantly kill a strong enemy. Kid, go to hell, the Yin Yang Saint roared. He waved his hand and was about to use the Yin Yang drum. However, he didn't have the chance. A piercingly cold sword light flew out and instantly chopped off his arm. The Yin Yang Saint had just grabbed the Yin Yang drum when his arm broke. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the Yin Yang drum and the void red. Ah, the Yin Yang Saint screamed and flew backward. He covered his wound and kept rolling in the air. The others sucked in a breath of cold air as their scalps went numb. Crack, Yin and Yang Qi flowed around the Yin Yang Saint's body. Instantly, his severed arm grew back. He kept gasping for breath, and his face was filled with malevolence. He wanted to attack again. However, he discovered that the Yin Yang Valley was enveloped by countless sword lights. For a moment, it was hard for him to break free. As for him, he was once again sent flying by a sword light. Ah, the Yin Yang Saint still wanted to use his trump card, but Lin Xian did not give him the chance. Sword after sword, he swung out in succession. For a time, countless sword lights crisscrossed, forming a sea of swords that enveloped the area. The Yin Yang Saint was forced to retreat continuously. He had no chance to attack again. The armor on his body shattered, and the Yin and Yang energies grew dim. His body split apart, and an arm was hacked off. Not only that, but the sword strike that followed was even more devastating, directly splitting him into two halves. Half of his body was completely shattered by the sword light. Buzz, the other half of the Yin Yang Saint's body rushed out. Countless rays of light formed a Yin Yang shield that enveloped him and brought him back. Stay here, 5 elements sword, 5 elements as one. Lin Xian swung his ancient sword, and the 5 elements sword danced in the sky. They quickly combined to form an even sharper divine sword shadow that directly shattered the Yin Yang escape. It even cut the Yin Yang Saint's remaining half of his body into two. Boom, blood mist exploded. It was a tragic sight. A saint, the Yin Yang sect members screamed. They looked at this scene with despair. Could it be that their holy son had also been killed? The others were also extremely shocked. Those peerless prodigies and powerful cultivators were extremely terrified. Could it be that another saint had died? Boom, whoosh, just as everyone was shocked, a figure appeared in the void in the distance. It was the Yin Yang Saint. At this moment, his face was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. He looked extremely weak. Boom, with an earth-shattering sound, the Yin Yang drum shattered the sword light that filled the sky. It arrived around the Yin Yang Saint and completely enveloped him. He was not killed. The surrounding people exclaimed. However, the Yin Yang sect martial artists cried out crazily. They were too excited. Their holy son had not been killed, which made them completely relieved. Lin Xian frowned. That was because he was very surprised by this scene. The other party was actually able to survive after such a fierce attack. It was really surprising. Yin Yang talisman of life and death. Yi Wudao said solemnly. Hearing this, many martial artists were puzzled. However, the eyelids of the powerful saints twitched violently. Yin Yang talisman of life and death. Damn it, it's actually that thing. They did not expect the Yin Yang sect to be so cautious this time. Yes, the Yin Yang saint was really lucky. He actually obtained the Yin Yang talisman of life and death. It seemed that his life was saved this time. What was the yin-yang talisman of life and death? Lin Xian frowned. It seemed to be a very terrifying thing. Otherwise, Yu Wudao and the other saints would not be so shocked. Behind him, Xing Tian quickly transmitted his voice. Young master, the yin-yang life and death talisman is a very terrifying talisman. It could have been refined by a supreme king or even a saint. It is an exceptional mystique of the yin-yang sect. It was not an offensive mystique, but a life-saving one. After being refined, it would be placed in the yin-yang saint's body. At a critical moment, it would come out and replace the original body. This was equivalent to having an extra chance of survival. Previously, the yin-yang saint had been able to escape the sword light that filled the sky. He must have activated the yin-yang life and death talisman. There was such a magical thing. After hearing this, Lin Xian was very envious. To be able to replace one death. This was an extremely precious item. After all, using this item was equivalent to having a second life. One more life than others, he had to admit that the yin-yang saint was really lucky to have such an item on him. Damn brat, I will not let you off. The yin-yang saint trembled with anger. He did not expect the other party to make him use the yin-yang life and death talisman. This was indeed planted in his body by the yin-yang sect leader. It was equivalent to having a second life. However, he could not use it on his own. It could only take effect automatically when he was threatened with death. That was why he was still alive. However, this item was extremely rare. It was a treasure of heaven and earth. He did not want to waste it like this. He had originally thought that he would use the yin-yang life and death talisman to save his life when he encountered extreme danger in the ancient tomb. But now, he had used it in advance. Moreover, he had fallen at the hands of a young martial artist like him. The yin-yang life and death talisman was indeed a good item. Do you have any more on you? Being stared at, the yin-yang saint shuddered and almost wet himself. He did not expect Lin Fan to attack him. The members of the yin-yang sect also surrounded the yin-yang saint tightly. They were extremely nervous, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. If not for the yin-yang life and death talisman, their saint would have been killed. And now, Lin Xian still wanted to attack. How could they not be nervous? The yin-yang saint's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, just you wait. I will not let you off." As soon as he finished speaking, he led the yin-yang sect members away without looking back. He even used a secret technique to transform into yin-yang qi, shattering the void and disappearing. The 5 elements palace, 9 heavens sacred ground, 10,000 thunder sacred ground, Tai dynasty, and Tuoba family were all stunned. The others were also stunned. Their scalps went numb. The yin-yang saint had actually escaped. The yin-yang sect had been defeated. No one could believe it. The yin-yang sect was a powerful sect in middle ground. They were extremely powerful. Together with their yin-yang qi, they were extremely terrifying. The yin-yang saint was one of the top talents of the younger generation. But this terrifying young talent had fled. He fled like a stray dog. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Humph, what a piece of trash. So weak. How could he escape so quickly? Lin Xian did not chase after them. He looked at the shattered void in disdain. The other party was no longer a threat to him, so he ignored them. Instead, he turned around and stared at the remaining people. How dare you join forces to assassinate me? Li Yundong thought. Kneel down and accept your death, Lin Xian shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder, exploding in the sky. The Tai dynasty, 5 elements palace, and 10,000 thunder sacred ground cultivators who had gone against Lin Xian trembled and almost fell from the sky. Their prodigy elders, on the other hand, looked gloomy. Brat, you are too arrogant. Just then, a hideous voice rang out. Don't think that you can show off in front of me just because you defeated the yin-yang saint. To be honest, you're still far from it. Now, hand over the ancient Taoist robe obediently, and give me all the resources you've collected. I can only cripple your cultivation and spare your life. Otherwise, if you dare to resist, I'll make sure you lose your life. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked and their scalps went numb. Heavens, who is it? How dare he be so arrogant? Didn't he see that even the Yin-Yang saint had been struck by the other party? He had almost lost his life here. Now, there was actually someone who dared to provoke Lin Xian. It had to be said that he was truly audacious. However, when they looked up at the figure in the sky, they cried out in surprise. The twin kings of the central state. What? It's him. Was he going to make a move? Everyone was extremely shocked. The central state's twin kings were extremely terrifying existences. He was probably even more powerful than the Yin-Yang saint. Moreover, it was a two-headed monster. Although it did not possess the power of yin and yang, it possessed the power of light and darkness. When the two completely opposite forces merged together, it would definitely be an extremely terrifying killing move. That's great. If the twin kings of the central state were to make a move, that kid would definitely die. That might not be the case. Don't forget that they had fought before. But that time, the twin kings of the central state had failed. In fact, they were so close to killing each other. Therefore, I think that kid is more powerful. Impossible. Although that kid is powerful, it's impossible for him to kill the twin kings of the central state. Last time, he had relied on his soul power to launch a surprise attack and cause the twin kings to suffer. Now, with the previous experience, the twin kings of the central state would definitely defend their soul power. Without the soul power, that kid would definitely not be a match for the twin kings of the central state. Indeed, I think so too. Discussions broke out. In this battle, they were certain that the twin kings of the central state would win. This was because the other party's reputation in the central state was simply too strong. Even people like Yi Wudao and the prince of the great Xia dynasty did not think that they could win. Not to mention Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as a disdainful smile appeared on his face. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, the two-headed monster. What, was the lesson I taught you last time not enough? You still dare to cause trouble? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? If you know what's good for you, scram and disappear from my sight. Otherwise, I'll kill you. At the end of his words, a biting cold killing intent rang out between heaven and earth. It was like a peerless sword light that swept across the world. How terrifying. This Lin Xian was too arrogant. He dared to provoke the twin kings of the central state. Just wait, he will lose without a doubt. Discussions broke out. However, the dark red dragon and the others sneered. Two-headed monster, go to hell. You are not a match for brother Lin Xian. Brother Xian, defeat him. Ah, you can go to hell for me. The twin kings of the central state went crazy. Their strength suddenly erupted. Last time, he had indeed suffered a loss at the hands of the other party. Therefore, this time, he must return the favor. He wanted to kill the other party in front of everyone to prove his strength. Boom, on behalf of the gods, I punish you. The virtuous one's face was merciful. Golden light overflowed from his body, making him look like a Buddha. On the other side, the evil one's black hair danced wildly. Demonic chi surged from his body, making him look like a peerless demon king. Two terrifying auras burst out, sweeping across the world and shattering the surrounding void. The spectators frantically retreated, distancing themselves. It was too terrifying. It was much more powerful than the Yin-Yang saint's power. It was undeniable that it made people tremble. At this moment, Yi Wudao, Nil Flower, the Alcade Saint, and the others all had grave expressions. Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were also worried. Although they had mocked Lin Xian before, they were still worried for him after sensing the power. Brother Lin Xian, are you alright? Xianxia looked worried. However, the dark red dragon laughed. Don't worry, that kid won't lose so easily. As expected, Lin Xian roared. Sword chi erupted from his body. Sword waves spread out in all directions with him as the center. It collided with the golden light that filled the sky and the terrifying demonic chi. The three forces collided in the air, tearing the void apart. Hundreds of large cracks appeared. Each of them was like a huge canyon, spreading across the sky. It was extremely ferocious. The surrounding martial artists were horrified. Just the collision of their auras had already caused such a terrifying scene. They wondered what would happen when the two of them fought. It would probably be an earth-shattering battle. Fortunately, this was the tomb of a saint. Even if they fought until the heavens fell and the earth cracked, it was still fine. Even if it was earth-shattering, the saint's tomb would not shatter. Hence, they just had to keep a safe distance. Buzz, after the three forces collided, Lin Xian made his move. Since the other party was courting death, he would fulfill his wish. The chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword erupted with a terrifying sword light that swept across the world. The Xianxia twin kings also roared. The virtuous one wielded the heavenly Dharma wheel, while the evil one wielded the death scythe. The two of them charged out together. Not only that, but a huge square seal formed above their heads, radiating thousands of rays of light. Brat, we've already protected our souls with our previous experience. You won't be able to break our soul protection. Let's see what you can do without your soul attack. The Xianxia twin kings laughed sinisterly as they quickly rushed over. Sure enough, when the surrounding people saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. Haha, without the soul attack, this brat's strength would be greatly reduced. He wouldn't be a match for the Xianxia twin kings. This was for sure. Just wait and see. This time, he's definitely dead. The surrounding people sneered. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The other party was too naive. Did they really think that his strength would be greatly reduced without his soul power? What a joke, his soul power was only his trump card. His true strength wasn't something these people could imagine. In the next moment, he waved his ancient sword. 3 runes unraveled, and a shocking sword light flashed out. Boom, today's collision sounded. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The terrifying power shattered everything in all directions. It even blasted the Xianxia twin kings away. What? The Xianxia twin kings were blasted away. How was this possible? Everyone was stunned. This was completely different from what they had expected. In their opinion, without his soul power, Lin Xian wouldn't be a match for the twin kings at all. But now, the other party was still incomparably strong. He directly blasted the Xianxia twin kings away. The twin kings of Central State were also stunned. Their minds went blank. They retreated for a long time before they stopped. Damn it, how could this brat be so strong? Brother, don't be careless. This brat must have obtained some opportunity in this ancient tomb that allowed his cultivation to increase. That's why he could erupt with such power, right? The virtuous one said in a deep voice. The evil child was able to move the demonic energy that filled the sky. He snorted coldly. Damn it, this brat's luck was really good, he actually broke through, but so what? Did he really think that we didn't have any opportunities? Today, we'll let him see how powerful we are, the Xianxia twin kings smiled. They didn't attack again. Instead, they stopped in midair. Soon, light flickered on their bodies. They took out something from their storage rings. It was an array disc with words carved on a stone. It was abnormally old and covered with cracks. 1/3 of the edges had even disappeared. Obviously, this was not a complete thing. However, the Central Province's twin kings were extremely cautious and excited as they held the treasure in their hands. From the looks of it, the value of this stone plate was beyond their imagination. Brat, I'll show you our fortuitous encounter. The two of them grinned and waved their palms, pouring their power into the stone plate. Suddenly, the stone plate trembled, and the patterns on it lit up quickly. It was very mysterious. One rune after another floated out and rotated above them. Wang, an earth-shattering voice rang out as a tall figure walked out from the runes that filled the sky. It was a stone golem. It was 2 meters tall, and its body was filled with the texture of rocks. However, it was full of cracks, and 1/3 of it had even disappeared. Clearly, the degree of damage was the same as that of the stone plate. This stone man was summoned by the stone plate. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What was that? It sounded like the Xianxia twin kings had obtained a treasure from the saint's tomb. But what was the use of this stone man? Attack, or were they puppets? There was a lot of discussion, but soon, they found out. The stone man should be a kind of attacking puppet. In the sky, the tall stone man's body swayed and directly smashed through the void, instantly arriving in front of Lin Xian. Boom, the large stone hand slapped out, forming terrifying black holes one after another, completely enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he instantly dodged. At the same time, he slashed the stone man with his sword. Clang, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and sparks flew. However, the stone man was not damaged at all. He only took a few steps back, roared again, and charged forward. What a strong defense! Everyone exclaimed. They had seen how terrifying Lin Xian's sword technique was. He had directly split the yin-yang saint in half with one slash. Even a top-notch saint would have a headache if he saw such sword chi. However, the stone man in front of them. He actually took a hit from the sword without being injured at all. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. Treasure, this was definitely an earth-shattering treasure. This defensive power was even more terrifying than a heaven-grade treasure. No wonder the middle ground twin kings were so excited earlier. They had definitely struck gold. Their luck was too good to be able to find such a treasure in the saint's tomb. Exclamations rang out. Obviously, the stone man's defense was indeed beyond their expectations. Lin Xian also frowned, and his face became gloomy. What a terrifying defensive power. He knew his own sword technique best. Even a peerless almighty would not dare to take a hit from his sword. However, the stone man withstood it. No wonder the middle ground twin kings were so confident. Kid, did you see that? In front of our fortuitous opportunity. Your fortuitous opportunity is nothing at all. In terms of talent, you are no match for us. In terms of fortuitous opportunity, you are no match for us. Therefore, you can die in peace. Is that so? Lin Xian sneered. However, you are too confident. The fortuitous opportunity you are so proud of is nothing at all in front of me. Stubborn fellow, who do you think you are? The stone man's defense is far beyond your imagination. You can't break it at all, the twin kings snorted coldly. Their eyes were filled with disdain because they had tested it before. Even they could not break it. They could only kill it if they used their super trump cards. Therefore, they did not believe that the other party could break it so easily. Lin Xian did not say anything. Instead, he stretched out his hand and grabbed a few black bugs. Go, it's time to show your strength. Lin Xian grabbed 5 bugs and threw them out. These bugs danced in the sky and rushed toward the stone man. In an instant, they landed on the honest man. What were those things? The surrounding people were stunned at first. How many bugs did the other party take out? What kind of joke was that? Was the other party an idiot? How could a few bugs kill such a terrifying stone man? They did not believe it at all. The middle ground twin kings also sneered disdainfully. Kid, it seems that you are really at the end of your rope. In that case, let me finish you off. They controlled the stone plate again and made the stone man attack crazily. However, very soon, the stone men stopped in midair. It was because a small stone had fallen from their bodies. Although it was very small, it still attracted everyone's attention. Especially the middle ground twin kings, their pupils constricted. Damn it, what was going on? Something actually fell down, the evil son was shocked. The virtuous son said, Brother, don't worry, it must be something else. How could the stone man be damaged? That was true. The evil son recovered his expression and snorted coldly again. However, not long after, a few more small stones fell. Moreover, the stone man in front of him slowed down. In fact, a crack appeared on his body. A crack that should not have appeared. Damn it, the stone man was injured. This time, it wasn't just the twin kings. The other chosen powerhouses had also witnessed this scene. They were stunned. What was going on? Such a powerful stone man and peerless sword chi could not break it. At this moment, it was actually damaged. Damn it, it had something to do with that bug. Damn it, aren't those black bugs similar to the metal-devouring bugs? Some powerhouses exclaimed. What? Are you talking about the bugs that were created with the dark night gold in the cave? The others also came back to their senses. They looked carefully and exclaimed in surprise. Damn it, it's really them. They thought that they looked familiar, but they did not think that way. That was because they had suppressed some of those bugs in their sacred grounds. However, they did not dare to use them. Those bugs contained the will of the saints, which was extremely terrifying. They did not dare to use them now. They could only use them after the elders of their sacred grounds refined them. But now, the other party had taken out a few black bugs. Was he not afraid that the will of the saints would leak and cause some unforeseen events? No, damn it, the stone golem had blasted those bugs away many times. Those bugs all flew back to attack the stone golem. That shouldn't be. Those bugs attacked indiscriminately. Why are they only attacking the stone golem this time? Just as they were feeling puzzled, the stone golem in front of them shattered again, and a few holes appeared on its body. There was also a hole in between his eyebrows, so he stopped in midair. What happened? Why isn't it moving? Everyone was surprised again. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled. It seemed that he had indeed destroyed the stone golem. Not only did he have the black bugs, but he also had the heavenly secret divine eye. He discovered that there was a rune in the stone golem's head. Therefore, he asked the black bugs to bite the rune. As expected, the stone golem in front of him. It stopped moving. Damn it. Move. The Middle Crease twin kings roared like they had gone mad. However, no matter how they tried to control it, the stone golem seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep and stopped moving. It had truly turned into a statue. Come back. Lin Xian waved his hand, and all the black bugs returned to his side as he put them away. Seeing that scene, everyone went crazy. Damn it, what did that kid do? He actually took back the black bugs so easily? Oh my god, why do I feel that he can control those black bugs? One of the saints screamed. When the others heard that, they were even more terrified. Don't talk nonsense, how could he possibly control it? That was because the black worm contained the will of a saint, and he could not erase it. I say, stop scaring people. Voices rang out one after another. Clearly, no one dared to believe this fact. Lin Xian didn't explain. What he wanted was a sense of mystery. Only then would these saints and experts fear him. Sure enough, at this moment, the way everyone looked at Lin Xian changed. Damn it, this brat is too freaky. First, there was the terrifying soul power, and then there was the peerless sword art. Now, there was the black bug. In fact, he could even control it. Who the hell was this kid? Why do I feel that the twin kings of the central prefecture are in danger this time? Don't speak nonsense. Although the stone man was damaged, the central state twin kings were not injured. With the twin king's strength, defeating this brat was not a difficult task. However, there were also people who shook their heads. Haven't you noticed? Ever since this kid appeared, he hasn't lost a single battle. Whether it was the Five Elements Saint, the Myriad Thunder Saint, the Yin-Yang Saint, or the Twin Kings this time. Every opponent became stronger and stronger, but the other party also became stronger and even had more trump cards. The other party was like a bottomless pit, able to defeat all the experts and stay in an invincible position. Was this true? Everyone was horrified. They thought carefully and found that it was true. Since they knew him, he had never been defeated. God, this was the potential of a great emperor, an old man exclaimed, and the others turned their heads to look. It was rumored that when the great emperor was young, he had defeated all his peers and had never been defeated. It was common for him to kill enemies of a higher level. Only by defeating all the experts in the world could he become a great emperor. The brat in front of them seemed to be on the path of an ancient great emperor. The saint of all beginnings' eyes flickered as she spoke in a deep voice. Ancient great emperor, these 4 words were like a mountain, pressuring people to the point that they couldn't breathe. All the saints and saintesses were silent. They stared at Lin Xian, and a piercing light flashed in their eyes. Each of them looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Because as top geniuses and peerless geniuses, their goals were not only to become the saint lords of their respective holy lands. They also had a more ambitious goal, which was to become a great emperor. Because only by becoming a great emperor could one rule the world and be qualified to enter the legendary immortal realm. Only then could one be qualified to become an immortal. They had been working tirelessly for this goal. However, at that moment, there was someone walking ahead of them. The other party had already shown the potential and demeanor of a young great emperor, which made them extremely vigilant. On the road to becoming a great emperor, everyone was an enemy. The twin kings of Xianxia also understood this truth. Therefore, they did not hold back at all. They exerted all their strength and attacked. This was an extremely exciting battle. The two fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked, and the sun and moon lost their light. Countless rays of light shone in the sky, and cracks were everywhere. The monstrous sea of blood surged and dyed the entire sky red. The ancient dragon abyss sword crossed the sky, and every time it slashed down, it was accompanied by a shocking dragon roar. On the opposite side, the heavenly treasure Dharma wheel and the death scythe were also becoming more and more terrifying. They evolved magical powers all over the sky to compete with the piercing sword chi in the sky. Buzz, the shockwave of the shocking attack spread out in all directions. Suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Many experts did not have time to retreat and were directly sent flying by the shockwave. The other saints and experts' faces changed. It was too terrifying. Just the shockwave alone was so powerful, and it made them extremely shocked. The others also retreated crazily, and no longer dared to go forward. Lin Xian also frowned. He had to admit that the twin kings of Xianxia were indeed terrifying. They were indeed powerful to be able to dominate Xianxia for so many years. If he did not have the great dragon sword soul to display his super powerful combat strength, it would be difficult for him to fight until now. After all, it was equivalent to him fighting against two saints with his own strength. Boom, boom. Boom, in the sky, there was another collision of ultimate skills. The power of light and darkness rushed toward Lin Xian together. Lin Xian used his 4 major killer moves to contend with them. Puff, the twin kings of Xianxia vomited blood and retreated. Lin Xian also kept retreating. His robe was dyed red with blood. The collision of magical powers caused both of them to be injured. Buzz, in the sky, Lin Xian stopped and activated the longevity incantation. The power in his body surged, and the light on his body flowed quickly, forming a dragon-shaped shadow that enveloped him. The giant dragon roared and sucked hard. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in all directions was sucked into his body and poured into Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian activated the longevity incantation and used the power to repair his body. On the other side, the twin kings of Xianxia were also roaring. The golden light on their bodies and the monstrous demonic chi kept rolling and repairing their wounds. Kid, I have to admit that you are strong and are our opponent. No one has been able to fight with us for so long. You are the first. However, this is the end. Next, I will let you know what true despair is. Boom, Xianxia's twin kings roared, and a bronze chariot rushed out from between his eyebrows. Light swirled on the chariot, and sinister heads were engraved on it. It was very mysterious. The bronze chariot emitted an unparalleled power, shattering the void and causing the surrounding people to tremble. Heaven-grade treasure, many people exclaimed. The saints' pupils shrank because they could feel that this was not an ordinary heaven-grade treasure. It might be a mid-grade heaven-grade treasure. At this level, it was definitely a powerful weapon. It could wipe out an area. If it was controlled by a top almighty, it would be extremely terrifying. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Xianxia's twin kings to have a mid-grade heaven-grade treasure. Lin Xian also frowned. He knew the power of a mid-grade heaven-grade treasure. The ancient Taoist robe on his body was a mid-grade heaven-grade treasure. He did not expect the other party to have one as well. But so what? Even if the other party had a mid-grade heaven-grade treasure, he was not afraid. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand bloomed with a brilliant light. It was an ancient treasure and a heaven-grade treasure. Its grade was unknown. But it obviously surpassed a mid-grade heaven-grade treasure. The dark red dragon used 9 seals to seal it. At this moment, Lin Xian had already broken 3 seals. But now, he had broken another one. The 4th seal was opened. Boom. Boom, boom. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Sword chi swept across the world, shattering the void. The surrounding warriors' faces all changed. Damn it, the long sword in the kid's hand is also a treasure. Looking at its power, it was no weaker than a mid-grade heaven-grade treasure. The battle between 2 mid-grade heaven-grade treasures was absolutely terrifying and could destroy the world. If it were not for the saint's tomb, this attack would have completely collapsed everything within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. However, the saint's tomb had completely suppressed this power. The internal space was blasted into smithereens. That was not all. Outside the saint's tomb, countless large cracks had appeared within a radius of 1,000,000 miles and were spreading in all directions. The plains and earth had turned into huge canyons one after another. Damn it! Retreat. In the ancient tomb, the holy sons, holy daughters, and other experts retreated one after another. Leaf Dao Denier, Sage Sun Alcade, and the Crown Prince of the Grand Xia all unleashed their power. Humph, in the sky, the bronze chariot continued to expand until it was about 10 meters tall. There were ferocious heads on them. If one looked carefully, they were all ferocious beasts of the world. Among them, there were 4 heads that were the most terrifying. They were scattered around the bronze chariot. This bronze chariot was also known as the 4-beast chariot. The twin kings of the Central Plain stood on the 4-beast chariot, holding the heavenly treasure Dharma wheel and the death scythe. Their eyes shone with cold light. His powerful aura suppressed the surroundings. Kid, I admit that you're very powerful, but in front of our trump cards, you don't have any power to resist at all. If you obediently kneel down and accept your death, I can give you a quick death. The Central State twin kings looked down like immortal kings, making people look up to them. Humph, you want me to admit defeat with a mere mid-grade heaven step artifact? You're really too naive. If you have any tricks up your sleeves, just use them. Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. You'll see. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll fulfill your wish. The twin kings of the Central State waved their palms. Tens of thousands of rays of light bloomed. The 4 ferocious heads seemed to come alive and roared. Countless rays of light spewed out from the 4 heads. Each ray of light could kill a peerless powerhouse. It could be said that it was extremely dangerous. Kill. Lin Xian held the ancient dragon abyss sword and attacked together with the great dragon sword soul. The 2 of them fought together again. The heavenly treasure Dharma wheel, the death scythe, endless demonic chi, and golden light shone in the sky. At the same time, Lin Xian used the power of 5 elements and the chaos sword technique. There were dragon roars and sword cries. All kinds of unique skills emerged one after another. Both of them used powerful attacks and trump cards. Lin Xian's eyes shone with cold light. The great dragon sword soul in his body continued to rise. Dragon roars and sword cries rang out. This time, he wanted to completely kill the twin kings of the Central State. He did not want to let them escape. He knew that this was a peerless enemy. Not only was he strong and talented, but he also had great opportunities. If he let them continue to grow, it would be troublesome for him in the future. It was better to take advantage of this opportunity to kill them completely. The twin kings of the Central State had the same plan. They drove the 4-beast chariot and attacked crazily. Lin Xian waved the ancient dragon sword and turned it into a giant dragon-shaped sword that was 100 feet long. It pressed down mercilessly. Sword after sword collided fiercely with the 4-beast chariot. Boom! Boom! After dozens of sword strikes, the 4-beast chariot kept retreating. The twin kings of the Central State also vomited blood. Their bodies were dyed red. Even if they were strong and had the 4-beast chariot, they still could not resist. No way, that kid was so strong. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Originally, they thought that the twin kings of the Central State would win. But they did not expect that the 2 sides were locked in a fierce battle. When the twin kings took out their mid-grade heaven-grade artifacts, they thought that there was no suspense in this battle. However, things went beyond their expectations again. The twin kings of the Central State were the first to be injured, and the opponent was getting stronger and stronger. After the twin kings of the Central State became angry, the good one kept driving the 4-beast chariot, while the evil one spat out a black treasure saber. The treasure saber was broken in half and emitted a boundless killing intent. As soon as it appeared, it shattered the void. It was another mid-grade heaven-grade artifact, but it was a broken mid-grade heaven-grade artifact. Everyone exclaimed. They did not expect the twin kings of the Central State to have such a terrifying trump card. It was useless. It was just a broken mid-grade heaven-grade artifact. Even if it was used, it would not be a threat to them. Lin Xian's ancient robe burned fiercely, forming a strong defense. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand was even more powerful. Every strike tore the world apart. Boom! Boom! triumphed, the twin kings vomited blood again. Indeed, even if they took out the black treasure saber, they would not be able to resist. Lin Xian was too strong. The ancient dragon sword was mysterious and unfathomable, and the great dragon sword spirit was an offensive saint technique. Therefore, the twin kings of the central state were defeated in this battle. Ah, the twin kings of the central state roared and turned to escape. The four-beast chariot bloomed with incomparable light. It was about to rush into the sky. Buzz, Lin Xian raised his hand and struck out the five elements sword. It turned into a cage, suppressing heaven and earth, blocking the twin kings' path. Want to leave? It was impossible. Today, you will stay here. Lin Xian's voice was cold. His body was full of killing intent. Holding the killing sword in his hand, he strode forward. Damn kid, don't go too far. The twin kings of the central state roared. He did not expect that the other party would dare to block his path. It was really hateful. Lin Xian sneered. What, you're allowed to bring people to kill me, but I'm not allowed to fight back, you're too naive. Damn it, I'll fight you. Zhongzhou's twin kings turned around and charged. He did not believe that his opponent could hurt him again. He guessed that his opponent must not have much energy left after fighting for so long. However, he soon screamed in agony. He realized that his opponent's sword chi had not weakened. In fact, it had become even sharper. Damn it, how is that possible? How can he be so powerful? He should have been exhausted long ago. He was not the only one. Everyone around him was stunned. How can his opponent's power be endless? Damn it, this kid has so many rare treasures. He must have secretly taken them. That was the only explanation that could make them feel at ease. On the other side, Zhongzhou's twin king's body was riddled with wounds. More than half of his bones were broken. He also swallowed rare treasures and a large drop of spiritual liquid to recover instantly. Kill. After another earth-shattering battle, Zhongzhou's twin kings was injured again. This time, his injuries were even more serious. It had even damaged his origin. Therefore, although consuming rare treasures and spiritual herbs could heal his body, his combat strength was weaker than before. He could only use about 80% of his previous power. That put him at an even greater disadvantage. However, he realized that Lin Xian's combat strength had also weakened. After fighting for such a long time, he finally realized that his opponent was not invincible. His power would also weaken. When the other saints and elders saw that, they also heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, their opponent would also be exhausted. Otherwise, they would have thought that their opponent was a monster. Lin Xian sneered. So what if my power has weakened? I'm more than enough to kill you. Lin Xian held the killing sword in his hand and walked forward step by step. The power of the five elements surrounded him, suppressing heaven and earth, blocking Zhongzhou's twin kings' path. With Lin Xian in front of him, Zhongzhou's twin kings had no way out. Brother twin kings, do you need my help? Just when everyone thought that Zhongzhou's twin kings were dead for sure, a cold voice suddenly came from afar. It was a woman's voice. It was very pleasant to the ears, but it did not carry any emotion. Her voice came from afar and clearly entered everyone's ears. One could imagine that the person who spoke was definitely a top expert. Lin Xian also frowned. He stood in the void and turned his head to look into the distance. In the distance, a woman in white walked over. She was extremely beautiful and her black hair fluttered in the wind. However, there was a domineering look in her eyes. It was rare to see such an expression in a woman's eyes. Therefore, when Lin Xian saw it, he was stunned. Who are you? Lin Xian asked coldly. You don't deserve to know who I am. The woman in white looked proud. She looked disdainfully at the sky and said coldly. You can leave now. Remember, this is me sparing your life. Hurry up and thank him and leave. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The holy sons and holy daughters also frowned. Who was this person? How arrogant, how dare he say such things to Lin Xian? Their understanding of Lin Xian was now different from before. Previously, they had thought that the other party was just an ant that was not worth mentioning. However, after this trip to the ancient tomb, they knew that their previous thinking was completely wrong. The other party wasn't an ant at all, but a dragon, a demon, a killing god. He had killed the 5 elements saint and a few other saints. He had even slashed the yin-yang saint. Finally, he had defeated the middle state twin kings. Every single one of his achievements was an existence that could shock and awe everyone. Such a person could be said to be extremely terrifying. Now, the other holy sons and holy daughters would not dare to provoke him unless they had no other choice. However, there was someone who dared to speak to him in such a manner. Did he not want to live anymore, or rather, what kind of mysterious background did he have? Lin Xian also frowned. The other party's arrogant attitude made him very unhappy. The middle state twin kings looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Brat, continue to be arrogant. Come and kill me again, just you wait. Wait until I leave and recover from my injuries. One day, I will trample you under my feet. I will return all the humiliation that I have suffered today. The middle state twin kings were really mad. Ever since he started his cultivation, he had never been defeated. Not to mention that he had beaten a cripple to the point where he was severely injured and almost killed. Therefore, he swore that he would not let the other party off. Do you think that a woman can protect you? Lin Xian sneered. The murderous intent in his eyes exploded again. Like a storm, it swept in all directions. Lin Xian, I admit that you are very strong. However, this time, you can't do anything to me. The middle state twin kings were not afraid in the face of such a terrifying murderous intent. Instead, they sneered. What? What did you say his name was? The woman in white turned her head and frowned. His name is Lin Xian. He is the master of the immortal palace. The middle state twin kings gritted their teeth and said again. Lin Xian? The Lin Xian who killed General Xianing. The woman in white asked. Yes, it was him. He was the one who killed our General Xianing. The people of the Tai dynasty screamed. Fairy, avenge us, that brat also killed our prince. The people of the Tai dynasty screamed crazily. However, just as they screamed, a scream came from afar. Immediately, everyone turned their heads to look. They all went crazy when they saw that. The people of the Tai dynasty had a mental breakdown. Their royal elder was torn in half by the Bloodwing Bat King, and half of his body was swallowed. The other half of his body exploded into a bloody mist. He was killed. Their imperial family elder had also been killed. The warriors of the Tai dynasty screamed crazily. Fairy, avenge us, Lin Xian? Very well, I'm looking for you. I didn't expect you to be here. It was really a case of traveling far and wide looking for something, only to find it without any effort. The woman in white sneered. Lin Xian frowned. Looking for me? Which side are you on? Why are you looking for me? He did not know the woman in front of him, nor did he know who she was. He originally thought that she was just passing by and came to save the middle state twin kings. Who would have thought that it was not the case? I am the war concubine of the war tribe. The woman in white's voice was sonorous. When she spoke, it was like thunder, shattering the world in all directions. War tribe, war concubine, heavens, she was actually from the war tribe. Everyone was shocked. Even Lin Xian frowned. He did not expect that the woman in white was actually from the war tribe. He was no stranger to the war tribe. He had once killed the young prodigy of the war tribe, the Golden Lion King. He had also fought with the peerless powerhouse of the war tribe, Zhang Wuhan. He had a deep understanding of the power of the war tribe. He did not expect that the woman in front of him was also from the war tribe. She should be a genius of the war tribe. However, so what? Lin Xian snorted coldly and pointed his sword forward. So she's from the war tribe. Why? Are you here to die again? How dare you? You don't have to yell at me. Your battle tribe's genius, the Golden Lion King, was killed by me. Do you think you're stronger than the Golden Lion King? As soon as these words came out, the sky changed color. The surrounding experts exclaimed. They had long heard of this battle. They thought it was just a legend. But now, they didn't expect to hear it from Lin Xian's mouth again. It seemed that the legend was true. This kid not only provoked the Tai dynasty, 5 Elements Palace, and other holy lands, but also an ancient family like the battle tribe. God, did he not want to live anymore? I don't care what battle concubine you are. Since you provoked me today, I'll make you a dead concubine. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Lin Xian's attitude. It shocked everyone. It seemed that this kid was still as arrogant as ever. It wasn't because the other party was an ancient family. It was because of fear. The middle state twin king smiled. It seemed that he didn't need to instigate the two sides to fight. Moreover, it was the kind of fight that wouldn't end until one of them died. Thinking of this, he quickly retreated, activated the four-beast chariot, broke the five elements seal, and then fled into the distance. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly, waved his hand, and reached out, wanting to block the middle state twin kings. Clang, in midair, there was a clanging sound, and the green palm was blocked. Your opponent now is me. The battle concubine's voice was cold, blocking Lin Xian's path. Get lost, Lin Xian shouted coldly and punched out. With a bang, the starry sky shattered. The battle concubine's body emitted a dazzling light, forming a resplendent armor that covered her delicate body. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a golden halberd appeared in his hand. It gently slid, piercing through the void in front of him. A peerlessly beautiful woman holding a gigantic halberd, this scene was indeed extremely shocking. Kid, how dare you offend my battle tribe? Now go to hell and repent. The battle concubine waved the halberd in her hand and slashed forward. A huge golden light fell from the sky like a waterfall. How terrifying, this battle concubine was indeed terrifying. God, are all the people of the battle tribe so terrifying? First, there was the Golden Lion King, and now there was a battle concubine. I suspect that any young person from the battle tribe can suppress a world. Countless martial artists, frightened and envious. But they knew it was useless. They couldn't envy. The war race had been passed down since ancient times, and could even be traced back to an even more ancient era. They were a race that was born for war, and they had a terrifying bloodline power in their bodies. He was born with a powerful combat strength. In addition to the war clan's abundant resources, the martial artists of the war clan would often reveal their talents in their youth and become geniuses of a region. Looking at it now, it was indeed extraordinary. Battle concubines to the battle twos to TB. However, so what if he was strong? Lin Xian snorted coldly and swung the Dragon Abyss Valley sword towards the sky. When it collided with the halberd, a shocking sound rang out. It was as if 100,000 golden lightning bolts were about to fall together. The battle tribe. You shouldn't have appeared, go back to your tribe and live a peaceful life. The battle outside no longer belongs to you. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, full of confidence. Pung pung pung, the battle concubine was forced back. The armor on her body flickered, neutralizing the force. Then, she stopped in the void. Her beautiful eyes burst out with a shocking light. They were like two suns, growing stronger and stronger. Don't belong to us, kid, I have to say, you are too arrogant or too ignorant. When my battle tribe ruled the world, you didn't even appear. History is rolling, and there will always be powerful beings that disappear. There will also be rising talents that will stand at the top of the world. Your battle tribe will still become history. Now, this world belongs to us, the future also belongs to us. The sword intent on Lin Xian's body grew stronger and stronger. An extremely terrifying dragon roar and sword cry sounded. At this moment, he was like a peerless sword god. Belong to you? What a joke, the battle concubine snorted in disdain. The other saints and saintesses in the distance also had cold expressions. The other party wasn't a great emperor yet, but he said such arrogant words. He really didn't know what was good for him. Since ancient times, how many brilliant geniuses, how many powerhouses that shocked the past and present. But in the end, how many great emperors appeared? Too many geniuses, dazzling stars, fell in the passage of time. Without reaching the final step, no one dared to say that they were invincible. But now, Lin Xian actually said such words. They couldn't help but be shocked. Ignorant kid, next, I will let you see the true power of my battle tribe. The battle concubine's voice was ice cold. Mysterious runes appeared on her body one after another, beginning to circulate. A blood-colored aura wrapped around her. Bloodline power, this was the battle tribe's bloodline power. in the distance, a saint cried out in surprise. The other martial artists also cried out in surprise. They looked ahead, their bodies trembling, feeling as if the blood in their bodies was about to coagulate. They even had a feeling of wanting to kneel down and worship that beautiful figure in front of them. Bloodline suppression, this was absolute bloodline power. Some elders cried out in surprise, roaring like crazy, resisting. Those who were weak retreated frantically. Humph, Yi Wudao snorted coldly. Golden light circulated around his body like a god of war. He had also activated the Yi family's bloodline power. Immediately, the battle tribe's bloodline suppression was neutralized. Behind him, the demon imperial palace's Yan Ruyu's eyes also circulated. Her body instantly recovered. One could imagine that Yan Ruyu's bloodline power was definitely not weaker than Yi Wudao's. But as for what it was, no one knew. Apart from them, Hu Tiandu, No Flower, the Crown Prince, Gu Santong, Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others also circulated their bloodline power. They resisted. At this moment, the saints and geniuses with bloodline power activated all sorts of methods. As for those without bloodline power, or those with weak bloodline power, they could only retreat. Or they could use artifacts to defend. Just because the other party had activated their bloodline power and hadn't used any major methods, it had already caused such a terrifying scene. One had to admit that the battle tribe's bloodline power was too terrifying. Even after countless years, after countless generations of inheritance, it still possessed such power. They didn't dare to imagine how terrifying the first-generation battle god ancestor would be. He probably wouldn't be weaker than the emperors of old. Or perhaps, the battle tribe's ancestor might be an emperor. However, the battle tribe had existed for far too long. They didn't have any information about the battle tribe's ancestor. But for the other party to be able to pass down his bloodline for so many years, he was definitely a shocking character. Lin Xian also felt an immense pressure. In fact, the pressure he felt was much stronger than the saints and saintesses. Seeing Lin Xian's body tremble, Zhang Ji revealed a disdainful sneer in the distance. "Kid, did you see that? I've only activated my bloodline power and you're already trembling. What else do you have to fight against me, a mortal like you can't even withstand a single blow from my war tribe's bloodline? Now, kneel down obediently and accept your death." Zhang Ji's voice was cold. In the distance, Zhongzhou's twin kings, Taiyu dynasty, and Five Elements Palace all smiled sinisterly. It seemed that there was no suspense in this battle. This was because they had never seen Lin Xian use his bloodline power before. Thinking about it, he shouldn't have any powerful bloodline. In that case, he wouldn't be able to fight against the war tribe's bloodline power. Bloodline power? It was indeed very powerful, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. But you don't have anything to be proud of. This bloodline power was passed down to you by your ancestors. Even if it's glorious, it's your ancestors' glory, not yours. I don't understand. What do you have to be proud of? Besides, do you think you're invincible just because you have the bloodline power? Today, I'll let you know that even without the bloodline power, I can still beat you up. The sword chi on Lin Xian's body became brighter and brighter. Ignorant kid, you'll regret it soon. Zhang Ji's voice was cold. She didn't say anything else, and the blood-red light on her body became stronger and stronger. Mysterious runes revolved around her body. The aura on her body was much stronger than before. One could imagine that her strength had also increased by several times. Humph, seeing this scene, Lin Xian made his move. He wouldn't let his opponent's strength continue to increase. Using the demigods and semi-devils, Lin Xian rushed forward like lightning. At the same time, he waved the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand and slashed forward. Boom, the sky trembled and exploded. Zhang Ji also made her move. She waved her halberd, drawing out streaks of golden light in the sky to block the opponent's sword chi. She couldn't get close. Kill, with a soft shout, the bloodline power on Zhang Ji's body became dazzling. Countless runes flickered, providing her with powerful strength. Boom, the halberd was swung, turning into a terrifying golden demonic mountain that descended from the sky, causing the dragon origin sword to tremble violently. How terrifying! Was this the power of the battle clan's bloodline? It was actually able to raise the opponent's combat strength to such a high level. the surrounding cultivators all trembled in fear. Even Leaf Dowdenier, No Flower, and the others wore dignified expressions. This Xianxia was definitely a super strong opponent. If they were to encounter him, they would probably have to go all out to deal with him. This combat concubine was too powerful. That brat might not be able to resist her. Indeed, he was too arrogant. He had underestimated the power of his bloodline. This was especially true for the war race, a race that had been passed down since ancient times. His strength and foundation were absolutely terrifying. Furthermore, from the looks of it, this war concubine's bloodline power was extremely pure. Likely, it was rare even in the war race. Sounds of discussion rang out one after another. The majority of the people were talking about the battle clan's bloodline power. Older brother Lin Xiangij, in the distance, on the other side, Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were also extremely nervous. Morong Qingqing's body flickered with light as countless petals danced in the air. A green lotus platform revolved beneath her feet. On her body, there were mysterious blood-red runes. Clearly, Morong Qingqing had also activated her bloodline power. On the other side, Xianxia was the same. However, both of them were extremely nervous. In fact, they couldn't help but want to attack. Don't worry. Just watch the battle quietly. That fellow will not lose so easily. Don't worry. Just watch the battle quietly. Indeed, among these people, the one who understood Lin Xian's strength the most wasn't Morong Qingqing or Xianxia. Instead, it was the dark red divine dragon that had always grown with Lin Xian. Therefore, the dark red divine dragon was the least worried now. At the very least, he knew that Lin Xian wouldn't lose so easily. Buzz buzz buzz, Lin Xian was pushed back. The dragon sword roared, his arms trembled, and the blood in his body surged. His body almost split open. How terrifying. Is this the bloodline power of the war tribe? It's indeed powerful. His expression was extremely solemn as a trace of golden light appeared in his eyes. At the same time, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared continuously. He's indeed a powerful opponent. However, this time, he should be able to make me go all out. Lin Xian felt the blood in his body boiling. He wasn't afraid. Instead, he was excited. After all, it wasn't easy to find a powerful opponent and fight to his heart's content. Now, he had finally found one. Very good. The bloodline power of the war tribe is very powerful. It's worth it for me to go all out. Lin Xian waved his arm and circulated the energy in his body to remove the numbness. At the same time, terrifying sword qi burst out from his body. His combat strength increased once again. A dragon-shaped shadow appeared on his body and roared. What? Hearing Lin Xian's words, the surrounding people were shocked. What did he mean by it was worth it for him to go all out? Could it be that he didn't use his full strength previously? How was that possible? No one believed it. They didn't believe it and thought that he was just putting on a show. However, when they sensed that Lin Xian's sword qi had become stronger again, they were all stunned. Their bodies trembled as they knelt on the ground. His strength had actually increased, damn it. How was that possible? Could it be that he really didn't use his full strength previously? I don't believe it. He didn't use his full strength and killed the Yin-Yang Saint. He defeated the twin kings of Middle State. Just what level had this brat's true strength reached? Screams rang out as everyone looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a super monster. Xianxia also frowned. Lin Xian didn't run away in fear. Instead, he became more courageous and even said more arrogant words. Used his full strength, humph. Don't try to be mysterious. You must have used a secret technique to burn your spiritual power or blood to temporarily obtain this powerful strength. That's an unorthodox technique that can temporarily increase one's strength. However, the aftereffects are huge. Compared to our bloodline power, it's a far cry. Xianxi's face was full of disdain. In her opinion, Lin Xian had used such a self-damaging method to increase his strength again. How could such a method be able to contend against the power of her bloodline? More importantly, her bloodline power had endless uses. It was definitely not something that Lin Xian could imagine. As expected, the void trembled. Countless blood-colored runes circled around Xianxia's body as if a blood-colored armor was draped over her body. The heavenly halberd in his hand was also covered by a layer of blood-colored light. Kill! With a furious roar, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Everyone retreated again. The terrifying heavenly halberd was like a blood-colored dragon that charged toward Lin Xian. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar rang out. The 9 heavens and 10 lands trembled. Countless sword chi intertwined to form a sword diagram that enveloped Lin Xian. Boom boom boom, in the sky piercer received a shock and even trembled before flying back with a bang. What? So powerful, everyone was stunned. They looked at Lin Xian with their mouths agape. What was that, dragon, damn it, why do I feel that the aura of the Tao of Dragons on this kid is even stronger than those geniuses of the royal family, damn it, could it be that he has the bloodline of dragons? When this thought came out, it gave them a fright. Everyone hurriedly shook their heads. What a joke, how could he have the bloodline of dragons? That's right, dragons are legendary divine beasts. It's not certain if they exist. Indeed, the powerful beasts and mutants that have been discovered so far are all related to dragons or their descendants. But no one has ever seen a real dragon. Although this kid doesn't have the power of a bloodline, I think he should have something else. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. A series of discussions sounded. The surrounding saints and experts were discussing intensely. In the distance, the people of the Demon Imperial Palace were also shocked. Many of them were even trembling, and the blood in their bodies seemed to be condensed. Although they were all mutants and had the power of a bloodline, they usually roared in all directions. But now, they realized that their bloodline power actually wanted to submit to the other party. What was going on? Could it be that the other party really had the bloodline of dragons? But the other party was clearly just a person, they couldn't understand. Hua Tiandu's face was also gloomy. He also activated his bloodline power to resist the pressure coming from the front. Yan Ruyu's eyes flickered as she looked forward. In front of her, a green lotus swayed gently and enveloped her. Kill! With a roar, Lin Xian attacked. Countless dragon-shaped sword chi wrapped around the ancient sword and slashed forward, directly shattering the void and destroying the blood-colored light. Boom! The Xianxia was blasted back and smashed through the void. However, the blood-colored patterns on her body became even more resplendent and released a terrifying pressure. Countless blood-colored runes even condensed behind her, forming a hazy blood-colored figure. The moment this figure appeared, it directly shattered the 9 heavens and 10 lands. A terrifying force surged over like thousands of waves. Pung pung pung, many martial artists vomited blood and were sent flying, their faces full of fear. What was that blood-colored figure? Bloodline ancestral awakening, heavens, this Xianxia was actually so terrifying that she could achieve bloodline ancestral awakening, an elder screamed. At this moment, Yi Wudao, No Flower, Gu Santong, and the others, had extremely serious expressions. They were all possessors of bloodline power. Naturally, they knew the uses and origins of bloodline power. Bloodline atavism was an extremely frightening and terrifying thing. This meant that the other party was either exceptionally talented or had been born with exceptionally pure bloodline power. Ancestral bloodline, ancestral bloodline. Of course, the other branch bloodlines would also appear, but the probability was much lower than that of the direct bloodline. The other was the evolution of one's bloodline. In other words, at the beginning, he would not be able to reach ancestral awakening, and would only have ordinary bloodline power. However, by relying on various opportunities and their own strength, they were able to evolve their bloodline power and reach the level of ancestral awakening. Regardless of which it was, bloodline ancestral awakening was definitely something incredible. Bloodline power was actually a kind of inheritance. When the ancestor of a family reached a cultivation level, he would change his body and blood. Then, he would pass down this power through his descendants. Generally speaking, the stronger one was, the stronger the bloodline power passed down. However, as time passed, the effect of the power of the bloodline became lesser and lesser. But during this time, if someone in the family broke through again and reached the sage level, the bloodline power would be strengthened again and continue to be passed down. Bloodline power contained remnants of the ancestor's bloodline. With special methods, it could be activated and form a phantom that borrowed the ancestor's power. This was the origin of the blood-colored figure behind the Xianxia. This blood-colored figure should be one of the ancestors of the war tribe. But whether or not it was the first ancestor, they didn't know. But even if it wasn't the first ancestor, it should be an extremely terrifying existence. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to manifest. Sure enough, when the blood-colored figure appeared, everyone's expression changed. Even Lin Xian frowned. He felt a strong sense of danger. The threat that the blood-colored figure posed to him was too great. Buzz, as soon as the blood-colored figure appeared, he raised his hand and slapped out. The endless void shattered, and a blurry blood-colored palm descended from the sky. Boom, the space in front of him shattered instantly. Lin Xian used demigods and demigods and demigods to dodge quickly. The ancient Taoist robe on his body burned. At the same time, he crazily slashed out dozens of sword lights. However, he was still sent flying. In an instant, all of the sword chi was destroyed. Even the ancient Taoist robe was suppressed. Lin Xian spat out large mouthfuls of blood. More than half of the bones in his body were broken. But in the end, he managed to dodge and wasn't killed. He was injured. That kid was seriously injured, countless people exclaimed. Heavens, the blood-colored figure was too terrifying. Lin Xian was so powerful that he could kill many saints, but he couldn't block a single palm from the blood-colored figure. If the opponent wasn't fast enough, that palm would have destroyed his body and soul. At this moment, countless people looked at the blood-colored figure and trembled. That's great, the people of the Tai dynasty and the Five Elements Palace laughed sinisterly. In the distance, the middle ground twin kings also grinned, revealing a cruel smile. Humph, kid, let's see how you die this time, Brother Lin is probably in danger. Yi Wudao also said in a deep voice. At the side, No Flower also had a serious expression. The prince of the Great Xia dynasty, the Alcade Saint, and the others were all paying close attention. Damn it, this time even the dark red divine dragon was nervous. That was because the blood-colored figure also gave him a great sense of danger. He had miscalculated. He didn't expect that the war concubine could reach the bloodline awakening realm. Not good, Brother Xian is injured. Morong Qingqing and Shin Jingqiu were also very nervous. At the side, Xing Tian roared in anger. His palm had already formed a seal. As long as the situation wasn't right, he would immediately use it. Cast bean soldiers. He would use the best puppets to save Lin Xian. Cough cough. In the sky, Lin Xian stopped and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Kid, do you see that? This is the difference between us. In front of the power of my bloodline, you have no chance of resisting. So, obediently kneel and accept your death. I can give you a quick death. The war concubine looked down at Lin Xian from above. Victory was already in her hands. Her opponent couldn't block the ancestor's phantom she summoned. Only people like Yi Wudao and No Flower could summon their ancestors' phantoms to contend with her. However, that was only limited to Yi Wudao and a few others. As for the kid in front of her, let alone the phantoms of ancestors, he didn't even have the power of bloodline. How could he be her opponent? The Xianxia stretched out her jade-like finger and waved it in the air. One move, I only need one move. I can kill you, a confident smile appeared on her beautiful face. One move, hearing this, everyone's eyelids twitched. The Xianxia was too confident, but she did have the qualifications to be so confident. Their gazes once again turned to Lin Xian. This kid was probably going to die this time. There was no other way. There was always a higher mountain. Who asked this kid to be so arrogant before? Now that he had offended the battle tribe, he was probably going to be killed. This was even better. On the road to becoming a great emperor, there would be one less powerful opponent. Humph, I've said it before. A genius who doesn't grow up is nothing. Even if this kid was talented and powerful, no one would remember him after his body and soul were destroyed. Many young geniuses sneered because they were jealous of Lin Xian. Moreover, they didn't have the strength to defeat Lin Xian. Therefore, when they saw someone who could injure Lin Xian, they naturally laughed sinisterly. Ah pooey, shameless bastards. This emperor will spit on you to death. Insidious ants like you still dare to talk about stepping on the road to becoming a great emperor? Look in the mirror. Do you have the qualifications? Damn snake, what did you say? Several young geniuses were instantly enraged. A snake dared to look down on them? The dark red dragon sneered. What did I say? I said you were trash. Trash, if you really think you are geniuses and want to walk on the road to becoming a great emperor, then go and fight with Lin Xian now. You don't even have the guts to fight with him. Don't you find it ridiculous to talk about the road to becoming a great emperor? The young geniuses were so angry that they vomited blood. Indeed, they didn't dare to fight with Lin Xian. However, they wouldn't allow a snake to look down on them. Therefore, among them, two figures sneered. Damn snake, I'll kill you today. The two of them charged toward the dark red dragon like ghosts. However, in an instant, they screamed and retreated. Half of their bodies were crushed by the dragon's claws. The dark red dragon tossed half of the body into its mouth and started munching on it. His gaze was like a blood-red arrow, piercing through all directions. Let me teach you a lesson. If you dare to provoke me again, I'll skin you alive. Damn it, just you wait. Those young martial artists who had sneered earlier fled like stray dogs. They didn't dare to stay any longer. The others were also extremely shocked. Who would have thought that this snake would be so powerful? With just a raise of its hand, it had severely injured several young geniuses. His means were not any weaker than the saints. But so what? No matter how arrogant this snake was, that Lin Xian would not be able to escape death. This was certain. His fate had already been decided. In front of him, Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes bursting with the light of zero strength. You want to kill me with one move? You're overconfident. Xianxia didn't say anything. She once again controlled the blood-red figure behind her, and another blood-red palm pushed out. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, destroying everything. Lin Xian spat out blood and flew backward again. His body that had just recovered was once again shattered. This was when he used his maximum speed and ancient Taoist robe. If not for this ancient Taoist robe, his body would probably have been blasted into pieces. Whoosh, Lin Xian's body appeared in the distance. He kept panting, and his Taoist robe was dyed red with blood. However, his eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Kill me with one move? What a joke, after one move, I'm still alive and well. Don't you think that's very mocking? Lin Xian's voice sounded, shocking everyone. Xianxi's expression became extremely gloomy. The other party actually dodged. This was really beyond her expectations. Moreover, not only did the other party dodge, but he also mocked her. Xianxi's expression darkened, and her killing intent swept out like a storm. So what if the other party dodged? He was just relying on his strange speed. However, judging from the current situation, the other party couldn't compete with her at all. He could only dodge passively. How many times could he use this speed? Even if he didn't die after 2 moves, he would definitely die after the 3rd. Kid, I have to say that your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. You can actually take 2 of my moves. However, you don't have to be arrogant. Your current situation is basically no different from death. Do you think you can escape my attack in the end? You'll just live a little longer. Everyone was silent. Indeed, they felt that Xianxia was right. Judging from the current situation, Lin Xian could only dodge, and he couldn't completely avoid it. After one move, he would be seriously injured. If the other party didn't have precious recovery treasures like the large drop of earth spirit liquid, he would be dead. Even if he didn't die, he would probably be half dead. Lin Xian didn't say anything. He flipped his palm and took out a jade gourd. He opened the cap and was about to swallow the earth spirit liquid to heal his body. However, at that moment, he frowned. His figure swayed, and he dodged to the side. As soon as he moved, the void beside him exploded. Boundless demonic chi and golden light enveloped him. Although Lin Xian was seriously injured, his soul was not injured. Therefore, he sensed the danger in advance and dodged. However, at that moment, he was still seriously injured, so he couldn't completely dodge. Half of his body was swept away by the surging demonic chi, and he was sent flying. Damn it, what happened now? The shocking change stunned everyone on the spot. Die, kid. A sinister voice came from the front, causing everyone to come back to their senses. The Twin Kings. It was the Twin Kings of Middle Ground. He actually made a move at that moment. It seemed that he hated the other party to the core and wanted to kill him with his own hands. Cries of surprise could be heard. That's right, the one who made the move was none other than the Twin Kings of Middle Ground. Previously, they saw that Lin Xian was seriously injured twice, so they seized the opportunity to make a move before the other party recovered. However, they had underestimated Lin Xian. They didn't succeed in killing him in one move. Kid, you can't escape. The Twin Kings of Middle Ground had a sinister expression. Although his origin was still injured and could not fully recover, he could still kill a seriously injured enemy with only 80% of his strength left. It was definitely a piece of cake. Bloodwinged Bat King, kill him. Seeing the Twin Kings of Middle Ground charging at him again, Lin Xian roared angrily. Buzz, a blood-red figure appeared and charged at the Twin Kings of Middle Ground. An intense collision sounded, and the Twin Kings of Middle Ground were sent flying. The Bloodwinged Bat King spread its wings and charged over. Damn beast, get lost. Zhongzhou's Twin Kings roared angrily as they brandished their heavenly treasure Dharma Wheel and Death Scythe at the Bloodwinged Bat King. However, the Bat King was a guardian of the ancient tomb and could not be killed in a short time. Instead, Zhongzhou's Twin Kings were in danger. Buzz, Lin Xian took advantage of this moment to swallow the Earth Essence liquid. His damaged body and broken bones were all healed. It was useless. Zhangji looked at this scene and did not stop him. She looked at all of this coldly with disdain in her eyes. So what if he recovered? Previously, he could not block her palm when he was at full strength. Now that he had recovered, did he think he could block it? She did not think so. You have eaten so many heavenly treasures, so there must be a lot of energy left in your body. After I kill you, I will refine your body and refine all of your energy for my use. Zhangji's voice was cold as she slowly raised her palm. Was it going to end? Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Lin Xian would not be able to withstand the third palm strike. Lin Xian took a deep breath as a cold light burst out from his eyes. He formed a seal with his palms and the sword chi on his body became more and more piercing, forming a dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him. As soon as the dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, a dragon's roar and a sword's cry rang out. In an instant, countless cracks appeared in the sky. Everyone's bodies trembled again as they kept retreating. Many people were pressed to the ground. Damn. What was that? He still had a trump card, even the saints and saintesses exclaimed in surprise. What a terrifying sword intent. This aura was not weaker than the blood-colored figure at all. Damn it, who said that this kid did not have a bloodline power? Screams rang out one after another. They now suspected that Lin Xian definitely had a bloodline power, and it was a very terrifying bloodline power. Otherwise, why would the dragon-shaped sword shadow be? The power of the dragon-shaped sword shadow was simply too terrifying. Even Zhangji frowned at the sight of it. She also felt a sense of threat that could threaten her life. She could not believe it. Her opponent's sword intent was on par with her ancestor's shadow. How was that possible? One had to know that she had the bloodline of the war tribe. The bloodline of the war tribe was extremely powerful. It took tens of thousands of years of accumulation to form the bloodline power. What was the dragon's shadow in her opponent's body? How could it be on par with her ancestor's shadow? She did not know. She did not believe it. The next moment, she said coldly, "Damned brat, no matter what you have, you will not be able to escape death today. Now, go to hell." Zhangji didn't want to drag this out any longer. She used all of her strength and struck out with her final palm. Buzz, in the sky, the blood-red figure slowly raised his palm and slapped forward again. The power of this palm was even more terrifying. It was as if 100,000 blood seas were surging in the sky. Nothing could resist. Buzz, Lin Xian held on to the dragon-shaped sword as well. It was, he swung his sword without holding back at all. Dragon sword sword dragon sword 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 dragon sword sword dragon sword 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 dragon dragon. Sword, boom boom, the two collided fiercely. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were completely devoured. At that moment, everyone activated their defenses and resisted with all their might. They even used their trump cards. Otherwise, they might be killed by the aftermath of the energy. Between the heavens and the earth, the rumbling continued. Many people fled into the distance. Some even left the palace completely and ran into the passage to take refuge. Countless gazes looked at the sky. Although they could not see anything, they still stared at it, unwilling to let it go. Finally, the smoke dissipated. Everything was revealed. It appeared. Look, everyone held their breaths. But soon, they were stunned. In the sky, the faces of the two figures were incomparably pale, without a trace of blood. However, upon closer inspection, they were completely different. Although Lin Xian's face was pale and his aura was chaotic, he still stood there. The dragon-shaped sword in his hand was also roaring. On the other side, Xianxia was different. The blood-colored shadow behind her gradually dissipated. Finally, it shattered into countless fragments and merged into her body. As for her, she vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Her body was slashed open, almost split into two halves. What? Xianxia was defeated, the bloodline phantom had been directly slain. How was that possible? Everyone was stunned and could not believe it. At that moment, the minds of the saints and saintesses went blank. Even Yi Wudao, No Flower, the Alcade Saint, the Great Xia Prince, and the others were shocked. To be honest, they were worried that Lin Xian might not be able to resist the ancestor's shadow. After all, they had a deep understanding of the ancestor's shadow. However, things were beyond their expectations. The one who was defeated was not Lin Xian, but Xianxia. Not only was Xianxia defeated, but she was also almost killed. Her bloodline shadow was directly shattered. Everyone looked at Lin Xian in horror. They stared at the dragon-shaped sword in his hand, their hearts beating wildly. What was that dragon-shaped sword? Why was it so powerful? Was it the power of the bloodline, or was it something else? Could it be something that belonged to a saint? They did not know. They wanted to continue observing, but Lin Xian had already absorbed the dragon-shaped sword into his body. He took a step forward and walked forward. In front of him, Xianxia was half kneeling on the ground, blood flowing from her body. She shook her head frantically. Impossible, damn it, this is impossible, I can't be defeated. How could my ancestor's shadow be shattered? She had gone crazy. Originally, she was full of confidence and thought that she could easily kill her opponent. But now, she had been defeated. She had been utterly defeated, and her bloodline shadow had been shattered. This caused her confidence and faith to shatter. She was on the verge of collapse. Because her opponent had not been lucky. He had completely defeated her in the area she was most confident in. There was nothing more despairing than this feeling. Thud, 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 Lin Xian walked towards Xianxia. At the same time, he spoke in a deep voice. War race prodigy? Bloodline power, ancestor's shadow? I told you, you can't kill me with this. As he spoke, Lin Xian had already arrived in front of Xianxia. Xianxia raised her head and looked at him with a ferocious expression. Damn brat, I don't believe it. I was careless this time. Next time, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. Next time? Lin Xian sneered. Do you think there will be a next time? Do you think I will let you go? What? Xianxia's pupils constricted. You dare to kill me? I am a prodigy of the war race, she screamed crazily. Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Was the prodigy of the war race very powerful? Wasn't the Golden Lion King a prodigy of the war race? Since I've already killed a prodigy of the war race and completely offended them, so what if I kill another one? At this point, Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying killing intent, causing everyone's bodies to tremble. They were terrified. This was too arrogant and powerful. The other party really wanted to kill a prodigy of the war race, however, it made sense. The other party was already at the point of death with the war race. If they didn't kill the other party now, would they wait for the other party to return and recover? If it were them, they would probably kill the other party too. No, you can't kill me, Xianxia was finally afraid. She knew that the person in front of her couldn't be threatened at all. The other party wasn't afraid of the war race at all. She quickly said, let me go, let me go. After I return, I'll definitely plead for you. I'll let the war race stop chasing you. How about we exchange conditions? No need, just let the war race come and kill me. I want to see if you can kill me or not. Lin Xian shook his head decisively. What a joke. He wasn't a fool. How could he be fooled by the other party's stalling tactic? He wouldn't let the tiger return to the mountain. Buzz, Lin Xian slowly raised the Dragon Abyss ancient sword. Do you have any last words? No, damn it, you can't do this. Xianxia screamed crazily. However, the ancient sword slashed down mercilessly. Xianxia retreated crazily. At the same time, she shouted, "Save me, as long as you save me, the war race will be endlessly grateful and give you a great opportunity." When these words came out, many people were tempted. For someone like Xianxia, who had her bloodline awakened, she was definitely an important figure of the war race. If they saved her, they would be able to obtain a favor from the war race. With the strength of the war race, this favor was definitely heavy. However, saving her now was a huge risk. Because it might directly arouse Lin Xian's killing intent. They didn't have the confidence to contend against Lin Xian. After all, the terrifying ancestor's phantom was destroyed by the other party. Ordinary methods couldn't contend against the other party at all. Pooh, just as they were hesitating, Lin Xian's Dragon Abyss ancient sword had already slashed down mercilessly. With a poochie, Xianxia's body was split in half. Blood turned into a sea of blood that surged in the surroundings. She was killed. Everyone's scalps went numb when they saw the scene. The other party was too decisive, he didn't give them any chance to hesitate. However, Xianxia was a genius of the war race. She was extremely powerful. Even though her body was split in half, she was still alive. She brought the sea of blood that filled the sky and the two corpses converged. Soon, her body was reassembled. However, her face was as white as a sheet. She kept panting as she stared at Lin Xian viciously. Damned brat, I will remember this sword. I will definitely return it to you, Shi Lin Lin HH. Want Xianxia Zhan die, Zhan. Zhan, boom Zhan was Zhan. The other party definitely had a lot of secret techniques. Ordinary sword chi would probably not be able to kill him completely. Zhan. Sure enough, once the dragon sword soul appeared, it had the power to destroy everything. Xianxia's wounds couldn't heal in a short period of time. She screamed in fright and used her trump cards crazily. However, they were all sent flying by the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Finally, another sword slash cut her in half. This time, Xianxia's body couldn't be reunited at all. Her two bodies floated, but she still didn't die. Her soul was still intact. Her soul wrapped around the two parts of her body and fled in the sky. Fellow Taoists, I'll definitely be grateful for saving my life. The peerless powerhouses of my war tribe are already on the way. As long as we can block him for a while, when the powerhouses of my war tribe arrive, they will definitely kill him. What? The powerhouses of the war tribe are here. Everyone's eyelids twitched when they heard that. A war tribe's genius was already so powerful. How terrifying would the true powerhouses of the war tribe be? Thinking of this, Taiyu Dynasty, 5 Elements Palace, 10,000 Thunder Sacred Land, and the others all moved. They originally had a grudge with Lin Xian. Now that they saved Xianxia, they could join forces with the war tribe and kill him together. Courting death, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He opened the jade gourd and swallowed 2 drops of spirit liquid again. His strength recovered. At the same time, 3 drops of spirit liquid floated out and landed on his body, repairing the wounds on his body. Lin Xian quickly recovered. He waved his long sword and sent all the people who came to rescue him flying. Those who were weak were directly killed with a single slash. Those elders who were stronger were also sent flying while vomiting blood. For a moment, no one dared to approach. With the strength of a single person, he killed everyone in all directions. This scene shocked everyone. Xianxia was killed to the point where she had nowhere to go. Her trump cards were destroyed one after another. It seemed that she could no longer fight back. However, at this moment, rumbling sounds came from afar. Immediately after, countless powerful auras appeared and quickly spread from the passage. What was going on? Everyone was horrified when they felt this enormous power. This power was too powerful. It was enough to destroy everyone here. Could it be that something had happened in this ancient tomb? Had a powerful formation awakened? Everyone was terrified. However, someone carefully sensed it and screamed. "Elder, it's our elder who's back." It seemed that they had successfully resisted the Big Dipper coffin. As soon as this was said, everyone sensed it. Sure enough, they sensed the auras of their respective elders. Immediately, they cried out in surprise and heaved a sigh of relief. Great, this ancient tomb was extremely dangerous. Although they were outstanding prodigies, they were still too young. With the elders around, it would be much safer. Among them, the people of Nine Firmaments Divine Emperor, Myriad Thunder Sacred Land, Five Elements Palace, and Tai Dynasty screamed crazily. "Elders, come and save us!" They had to join forces and save Xianxia. "Who dares to attack us?" An angry roar sounded. Those elders roared again and again. They thought that something had happened, but before they could arrive, their souls had already investigated. Their gazes were like lightning, piercing through all directions. They saw the situation in the hall clearly. When they saw Xianxia, they were extremely surprised. The people of the war tribe had also come, however, when they saw the entire scene, they were indeed stunned. The prodigies of the war tribe were being hunted down. Heavens, who was this? Did they not want to live anymore? Damn it, it was that kid again. The elders of Five Elements Palace, Tai Dynasty, and Myriad Thunder Sacred Land gnashed their teeth. They discovered that the person who was chasing after Xianxia was none other than Lin Xian. Sensing this, everyone frowned. The Yi family and the Gu family were also extremely surprised. The palace master was too heaven-defying. He even dared to kill a prodigy of the war tribe. Attack! The elders of the Tai Dynasty and the Five Elements Palace roared and increased their speed. They had to save Xianxia. Not good, hurry up! Elder Li and the others also increased their speed. These elders were all peerless powerhouses. They flew at full speed and arrived at the main hall in the blink of an eye. In an instant, countless energy blasted into the sky, blasting away the sword chi that filled the sky. They firmly protected Xianxia. Damn brat, how dare he kill a prodigy of the war tribe? Kneel down and accept your death, you won't live. Cold shouts came one after another. Elder Li and the others instantly returned to Lin Xian's side and activated magic arsenal. Countless top-notch puppets protected Lin Xian. Great, they were saved. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief after being protected by so many people. Her body temporarily fused together. However, if one looked closely, they would find a small sword mark in the middle that could not be completely fused. In other words, she was very weak now. Although she was not dead, she did not have much fighting strength left. It was good enough that she could survive. When they returned to the war tribe, they would ask their elders to destroy the sword chi. Only then could she recover. She stared at Lin Xian. She swore that she would take revenge when she returned. She wanted to capture him and let him taste a fate worse than death. No one could provoke her, and no one could provoke the war tribe. Thank you, fellow Taoists and seniors, for your help. Our war clan will remember this favor. Xianxia hurriedly said. Now that the elders of the sacred lands were her support, she had to rope them in. Hearing Xianxia's words, the elders of the sacred lands heaved a sigh of relief. They also hoped to join forces with the war tribe. Therefore, both sides had reached a consensus. Do you think you can save her? Seeing this, Lin Xian's lips curled up and he sneered. The surrounding people frowned. What? Could it be that this brat wanted to start a war with so many sacred lands? This was not a battle between the younger generation. With so many elders, even if the other party had so many puppets. If they were to fight, it would probably not be enough. After all, no matter how powerful Immortal Palace was, it was still only a Holy Land level power. Meanwhile, the other side had 5 or 6 Holy Lands joining hands. The gap between them was too obvious. Hearing this, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The other party's confidence made her feel uneasy. The elders of the Holy Lands had gloomy expressions. They whispered to Xianxia, "Don't worry, with us here, that kid won't be able to hurt you." Then, they looked up into the distance and stared at Lin Xian. Brat, you're too insolent and reckless. Who? Do you think you are? You want to hurt someone in our hands? How naive, I reckon even your Immortal Palace's elders don't have this kind of ability. Not to mention a brat like you, is that so? You can try. Lin Xian sneered. He quickly formed a seal with his palms and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Wang, the void trembled as a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky, looking down with incomparable coldness, as if they were the eyes of a god. Crack, being looked down by these eyes, the martial artists below trembled and felt their scalps go numb. Even the holy sons and holy daughters felt their hearts skip a beat. It was as if everything about them had been seen through by this pair of mysterious eyes. The elders of 5 Elements Palace and 10,000 Thunder Holy Land also had gloomy expressions. They stared up and shouted coldly. Not good, it's that brat's eye technique, it's a soul attack, everyone, quickly defend. We can't let him succeed. These people were extremely nervous. They knew that Lin Xian had an extremely terrifying eye technique and soul attack that was impossible to guard against. They had to be careful. Boom boom boom, these Holy Land elders were rich and had many trump cards. In an instant, they took out soul defensive treasures one after another and floated in the sky. They enveloped them and completely protected Xianxia. Xianxia also took out an ancient mirror and floated above her head. She sneered. I thought it was some special method, but it turns out to be a soul attack. Useless brat, you can't break through so many soul defensive treasures. If it was any other attack or a dragon-shaped sword shadow, Xianxia might be afraid. However, she wasn't afraid of a soul attack. Buzz, Lin Xian didn't say anything. He waved his hand and launched a soul attack. In the sky, the cold eye spun rapidly. Golden runes flickered and jumped. A terrifying power surged between heaven and earth. When the surrounding martial artists felt this power, their expressions changed and they all retreated. They also took out treasures to defend their souls. As for the area where the elders were protecting Xianxia, it was completely broken. The sky trembled as the soul defensive treasures trembled. Clearly, they had suffered a powerful soul attack. Ka ka ka, in an instant, 3 treasures cracked from the middle and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the elders were shocked. What a powerful and terrifying soul attack. Indeed, the other party's soul attack was too powerful. Even Xianxia was alarmed. But so what, this time, with so many elders working together, the other party would definitely not be able to break through the defense. As expected, after another 3 treasures were broken, they were finally able to resist. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha, the elders all laughed. Kid, your methods are only SOSO. If you have any other trump cards, feel free to use them. The elders all sneered. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian was not surprised when he saw the scene. After all, there were so many of them. It would be strange if he could really break through. He said in a deep voice. I don't know what you old fellows have to be proud of. You have more than a dozen elders, yet you don't have the confidence to resist my soul attack, or are you afraid of my soul attack from the bottom of your hearts? It seems that you elders are only SOSO. I think that in a one-on-one battle, I can instantly kill your souls. Nonsense. Bullshit, how dare you, kid, you are too arrogant, the elders all roared. They should have been happy that they had blocked Lin Xian's soul attack. However, being mocked by the other party made them vomit blood. The others were shocked. It made sense. More than a dozen elders had used so many treasures to block the other party's soul attack. Moreover, 6 of the treasures had been broken. If it was a one-on-one battle, the elders would probably not be able to resist. Ignore this kid. Our goal is to protect Xianxia. Everything else has nothing to do with us. The elder of the Tai dynasty said in a deep voice. The elders of the other holy lands also calmed down. They took a deep breath as a cold light bloomed in their eyes. Kid, what other tricks do you have? Use them. I want to see how you'll kill in our hands. In the distance, the elders of the sacred ground sneered. Ah, a scream suddenly sounded, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. Damn it, who's screaming? These people looked around, thinking that something had happened in the ancient tomb. But soon, they were stunned. Because they found out. The scream came from the sky. Moreover, it came from behind the elders of the sacred grounds. Behind those elders was the war concubine. Why was she screaming? What happened? No one knew. They hurriedly looked over. Those elders were also stunned. The smiles on their faces froze. They suddenly turned around, their eyes like divine rainbows. Damn it, how did the other party do it? They hurriedly checked and then gasped in shock. The war concubine was surrounded by so many elders, but she was still rolling on the ground and screaming. Black insects were crawling all over her body. What are those things? Get lost. The elder of the Tai dynasty snorted coldly. With a wave of his palm, countless gusts of wind and light enveloped the insects, wanting to blast them away. However, these insects did not move at all. They did not dodge at all. Instead, they drilled into the war concubine's body like crazy. Nothing happened? How is that possible? When the elders saw this scene, they were all stunned. They were peerless powerhouses. That attack would have split an ordinary mighty figure into pieces, but these insects did not die. How is that possible? Oh no, it's those insects. They're insects made of dark night gold. In the distance, a young warrior exclaimed. They had seen Lin Xian use this method before. However, back then, Lin Xian had only used 5 bugs. Right now, there were probably over 100 of them. Where did the other party get so many black insects? Oh no, damn it, how did this kid do it? These elders acted as if they had gone crazy and quickly attacked. They entered the war concubine's body, trying to force the insects out. At the same time, they protected the war concubine's soul to prevent her from being completely destroyed. However, they still underestimated the black insects. These insects were very hard. Furthermore, they were refined by a saint. It was very strange. The moment it entered the Xianxi's body, it began to frantically destroy her life force. Soon, the Xianxi's body was completely shattered. As for the Xianxi, she simply did not have the ability to recover. Blood dyed the sky red, dripping down, directly shattering the void, countless cracks appearing. This was blood that contained the power of the bloodline. It was extremely terrifying. When the bugs crawled towards Xianxi's head, Xianxi could not help but scream. A blood-red rune appeared between her eyebrows, and a violent force rushed out. With a bang, all the insects were sent flying. Not only that, but the elders guarding Xianxi were also sent flying. A few of them who were close by had half of their bodies blasted into a bloody mist. The remaining ones also coughed out mouthfuls of blood as they looked ahead in terror. The Xianxi's body cracked open, leaving only her head intact. At this moment, a figure appeared above her head. An incomparably radiant figure. Was this the phantom of the ancestors? Everyone exclaimed. An elder shook his head. No, it was not the power of the bloodline. It was a soul imprint left in the Xianxi's body by an expert of the war tribe. It should be used to protect the Xianxi's life at the most critical moment. After all, a peerless genius like the Xianxi had the atavistic bloodline. The expert of the war tribe definitely had a way to prevent her from being killed. The Yi family's elder also had a solemn expression. Looking at the aura of the imprint, it should have been left behind by an invincible king. An invincible king, everyone was shocked. In the era where saints did not appear, no one was a match for an invincible king. The elders of the Tai dynasty and 5 Elements Palace were quickly covered by the light and recovered. Although they were angry before, when they saw the invincible king imprint, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Great, even without their protection, the Xianxi should be fine. The Xianxi also heaved a sigh of relief. She had finally triggered the last defense in her body. However, the last defense was also the most powerful one. Once this phantom appeared, no one present would be able to threaten her. Thinking of this, she turned her head and stared at Lin Xian. Brat, you caused me to be so seriously injured. I will definitely tear you into pieces, elder, kill him. You must kill him, the Xianxi screamed crazily. In the sky, the blurry figure silently turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. Immediately, Lin Xian's body tensed up. He felt the surrounding air condense as if a pair of invisible hands were crushing him. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The sword hummed and the dragon roar in his body sounded, completely destroying the pressure. He looked at the sky and frowned. He did not expect that there would be such a thing in the Xianxi's body. You dare to harm a genius of the war tribe? Die, the blurry figure's voice was cold. With a point of his finger, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. This finger was too shocking. It was enough to kill a peerless powerhouse. Lin Xian's pupils constricted and he instantly disappeared on the spot. This time, the speed was too fast and it had locked onto him. Even if he changed his position, he would not be able to dodge. Humph, Xianxia roared angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out a hammer that swept forward. Boom, the light emitted from it hit the terrifying finger light and sent it flying. Bang! Bang, bang! The void rumbled continuously. The sky was completely destroyed. Everyone was shocked. Firstly, the mysterious figure's strength was too strong, making them unable to resist. Secondly, they were even more shocked by Immortal Palace. Immortal Palace actually had a way to resist. What did the other party use? Young master, are you alright? Xianxia stood out. There was a glowing hammer on his head that kept bobbing up and down. He asked with concern. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head. Elderly and the others also walked up. Palace master, leave the rest to us. All right. Lin Xian nodded and retreated. Indeed, the strength of an invincible king had already exceeded his current range. He would leave it to Xianxia and the others to deal with. Damn it, how was this possible? The Xianxia looked at this scene with disappointment. She originally thought that she could kill the other party with this attack. But she did not expect that the other party would escape again. The other elders were also shocked. They stared at the hammer above Xianxia's head. In the sky, the blurry figure was also surprised. He did not expect that someone could block his attack. Buzz. He also lowered his head and looked at Xianxia. When he saw the hammer above Xianxia's head, he cried out in surprise. Sky Splitter Hammer. No, it should be a replica. However, you are too weak. If it was an invincible king holding it, it might be a threat to me. But you are not qualified. The blurry silhouette was extremely confident. He looked around disdainfully. Although it was only a wisp of remnant soul imprint, it was left behind by an invincible king after all. It could definitely crush any peerless almighty. Now, you can all die. The blurry silhouette pointed its finger again. Soul-destroying finger. With a point of finger, both body and soul were destroyed. Seeing the other party attack again, Xianxia roared angrily and used all his strength to activate the sky-splitting hammer above his head to collide with it. Although the sky-splitting hammer was not big, each strike was incomparably powerful. Bang bang bang, an intense collision sounded, and the last finger light shattered. However, Xianxia was also forced back. The blood in his body was in turmoil, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. But this was already very shocking. One had to know that that was the imprint of an invincible king. It could easily kill a peerless almighty. However, the other party was actually able to block it. It was indeed shocking. The hazy and blurry figure was also an accident. This time, his face completely darkened. With a palm strike, everything was destroyed. This time, Xianxia really could not resist. Buzz. Elderly at the side made his move. With a wave of his hand, he took out a golden decree and quickly opened it. Buzz buzz buzz, when the golden decree was opened by a third, countless runes quickly flickered, turning into a light sword in the sky and slashing out. Boom, the terrifying palm was sent flying. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Countless great cracks extended outwards. The surrounding people were also sent flying. Damn it, what was that thing? It was actually so terrifying, it actually sent the palm of the light figure flying. These people were all crazy. The elders were also shocked. Xianxia also did not dare to believe it. What was the origin of this immortal palace? How could it contend against the powerhouses of the war race? It was just an imprint of an invincible king. What was there to be arrogant about? Even if it was a true invincible king, we would dare to kill him. Elder Li's voice was cold. He opened the golden decree again. When he opened it halfway, runes flashed in the sky, forming a sharp light. When this light appeared, everyone's hearts jumped, and they all felt the threat of death. Even the people from the Yi clan, the Gu clan, and the wavering light sacred land were the same. It was as if they were facing a great enemy, but fortunately, this light was not directed at them. An earth-shattering sound rang out, accompanied by angry roars. This voice was formed by the silhouette of the invincible king. It was clear that he had also suffered a violent impact. "Ah, damn it, you actually dared to kill my clone, just you wait, I will never forgive you. If you dare to kill my battle clanspeople, no one in this world will forgive you," a cold voice rang out as a hazy silhouette completely disappeared into the void. He disappeared. Could it be that he was killed? Everyone was shocked, not daring to believe it. Even the clone imprint of an unmatched king was killed. This immortal palace was just too terrifying, right? The Xianxia began to tremble. Her face was filled with despair and her eyes had lost their luster. Her final trump card had also been destroyed by her opponent. Could it be that she was really going to die here today? Wang, sure enough, Lin Xian raised his hand and flicked out a sharp sword wave, directly blasting apart the Xianxia's final head. Bloody mist filled the sky. The Xianxia's soul was also blasted apart. This time, she was completely killed. Everyone was completely stunned. They never expected that after 5 elements Saint Child, 10,000 thunder Saint Child, Jiuxiao Seiko, another exceptional genius would be killed. Moreover, this person's identity was even more terrifying. It was the Battle Clan's genius. This was definitely going to cause a huge commotion. The Battle Clan would definitely not let Lin Xian and Immortal Palace's people go. Humph. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He didn't care at all. This wasn't the first time he killed a Battle Clan's genius. He had long developed an irreconcilable hatred with the Battle Clan, so killing another one now was fine. In the next moment, he stared at Tai Imperial Court and 5 Elements Palace's elders, coldly asking. What? You want to attack again? Those elders' eyelids twitched crazily as they quickly retreated. Everyone was stunned by the scene. A young man scared off so many elders with a single sentence. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Those elders retreated to the back and stopped. Their faces were incomparably gloomy. Although they were furious and wanted to chop this kid in front of them into 8 pieces. However, they couldn't do it at all. The other party actually had a killing weapon that could instantly kill an invincible king's clone. This made their hair stand on end. Seeing those elders retreat and not dare to fight again, Lin Xian sneered. He raised his head and stared at the sky again. In the distance, the Bloodwing Bat King was fighting with the Central Continent Twin Kings. The Central Continent Twin Kings were about to cry. He didn't expect the Xianxia to be killed. Even the invincible king's clone imprint was destroyed. Especially now, when he felt Lin Xian's gaze on him again, he was scared out of his wits. Ah, he roared angrily and directly burned his power. He quickly escaped. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian waved his sword, and a huge sword light enveloped the Central Continent Twin Kings. Pooh, the other party screamed miserably, leaving behind a trail of blood. Ah, the Central Continent Twin Kings' body was split in half. This time, the good and evil were really split in half. This scene caused everyone to be alarmed. The Twin Kings screamed crazily. He didn't stop or fight back. Instead, he used a secret technique without caring about the consequences. He disappeared into the sky. Humph, Lin Xian didn't chase after him. The sword just now contained the power of the great dragon sword soul. That sword chi wasn't easy to erase. It seemed that the other party wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. Moreover, the Twin Kings of the Central Prefecture were no longer a threat to him. He didn't need to kill them with great fanfare. It was better to explore this strange ancient tomb first. He had a feeling that the ancient tomb below and the ancient tomb above were different. It seemed to be 2 tombs, but he wasn't sure. The elders of the Yi family and the Gu family also gathered together to discuss when they saw that the battle had ended. Although they had just arrived here, they also frowned according to the young warrior's description. Are you saying that there are many things of the monster clan in this ancient tomb? It's the ancient tomb of the monster clan? How is that possible? These elders who came later frowned when they heard this. Elder Li and the others' eyes also flickered. The dark red divine dragon said. It was said that in the past, no one would build a saint's ancient tomb. Some would even build many fake ancient tombs to confuse the later generations. The real tomb is hidden in a place that no one knows about. Do you think that the ancient tomb above is a fake one? The real ancient tomb is the one we're in now. If it weren't for a coincidence, we wouldn't have been able to reach the bottom. Hearing the dark red divine dragon's words, many people came to a realization. Xianxia, elderly, and the others nodded slightly. There was indeed such a saying. Many people in ancient times did this. However, there was one thing that didn't make sense. Why were the two tombs above and below completely different in style? One was a human and the other was a monster. These people didn't know, so they decided to go together to investigate again. After walking for about a day, they gradually slowed down. A cave appeared in front of them. It was surrounded by vines that were very thick, like dragons. The leaves on them were incomparably green and flickered with a cold light. Everyone, be careful. Seeing that it wasn't a palace in front of them, the elders hurriedly reminded them. Everyone raised their defenses and walked inside. The group entered the cave and found that there was a passage inside. They continued to walk forward. Not long after, a scream sounded. What's going on? Everyone turned around and found that the person was entangled by the vines. Damn it, there's something wrong with the vines. Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators roared and attacked the vines crazily. But in the next moment, the attacks were pierced through, and everyone was entangled by the vines. Even Lin Xian and the others were entangled by the vines. Get lost, Yi Dao Denier roared and punched the vines, causing countless cracks to appear. But the vines didn't break, and they were still firmly entangled around Yi Dao Denier. No way, these vines are so strong. What are they? How can they withstand the attack of a saint physique? Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. With a wave of his finger, a biting cold sword light clashed with the vines around him. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew from the vines. But only faint white marks were left behind. They weren't cut at all. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. How is this possible? How terrifying is his sword qi? It can even kill a peerless almighty. But the vines were unharmed. What the hell is this? Whoosh, just as everyone was about to fight back, the vines moved. They pulled Lin Xian, Yi Dao Denier, Morong Qingqing, and the others forward quickly. Bang, 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 everyone slammed into the walls and the ground, their blood roiling. Fortunately, they had raised their armor. Otherwise, some of them would definitely have been killed. The people from Fei Imperial Palace were also affected. This shocked the powerhouses of Fei Imperial Palace. Damn it, the purple cloud vine, wasn't this supposed to be extinct? How could it appear here? The purple cloud demonic vine was an extremely terrifying vine. Aside from its powerful defense, what was even more terrifying was that it could absorb energy limitlessly, enough to turn thousands of miles of land into ashes. These demonic vines, as a mutated species of heaven and earth, were rare to begin with. Once in ancient times, there was a demonic soaring calamity that caused countless countries to be annihilated. Finally, the supreme experts were enraged. They joined forces and finally killed all of the demonic vines. From then on, there was no more purple cloud demonic vine in the true spirit world. Who would have thought that the purple cloud demonic vine would appear in this tomb? Furthermore, looking at how hard it was, who knew how many years it had been growing, but I'm afraid it's already grown. Damn it, is this purple cloud devil totem trying to suck us dry and turn us into its raw materials? The martial artists of the Demon Imperial Palace roared. When these words were spoken, everyone was alarmed. They had also heard of the legend of the purple cloud demonic vine, but they hadn't expected to see it in person. No, I have to fight back, angry roars came one after another. Lin Xian and the rest fought back with all their might, preparing to chop off these demonic vines and escape. However, they chopped for a day and night, but they couldn't cut it off. And during this day and night, the purple cloud demonic vine pulled them and continued to move forward at lightning speed. During this period, many people were knocked unconscious. The remaining people were also dizzy, their qi and blood roiling. Finally, after a day and night, the purple cloud demonic vine's speed slowed down. After about another half a day, everyone felt that they were completely pulled out of the passage. It was no longer dark before their eyes. Instead, there was light, blinding everyone to the point that they couldn't open their eyes. Lin Xian and the rest felt their bodies become light, as if there was no ground below them anymore. They were hung in midair. Lin Xian opened his eyes, golden light revolving around his eyes. He saw the surrounding scenery clearly. This was an extremely huge cave. There were countless holes around it, all of which were passageways. All of the passageways led inside, and there was no way out. Could it be that this was the final burial place? Lin Xian was shocked. He raised his head and found that there was a huge vine in the sky, covering the entire valley in all directions. It was so tall that he couldn't see the top, as if there was no end. As for them, they were suspended in the air by these vines. The others also saw the scene and exclaimed in shock. Heavens, such a huge purple cloud demonic vine, how many thousands of years did it grow? They were going crazy, they had never seen such a huge demonic vine. Those from the Demon Imperial Palace were scared out of their wits. Hua Tiandu and Yan Ryu both frowned. Purple cloud demonic vine, 3,000 years of seedling, 3,000 years of small maturity, and 3,000 years of major maturity. Even if it wasn't major maturity, it was at least 7,000 to 8,000 years old. Damn it, how could there be such a terrifying thing here? They were indeed shocked. Even invincible kings could only live for a few thousand years. Saints could live for a few thousand years, and emperors could live for 10,000 to 20,000 years at most. A 7,000 to 8,000-year-old demonic vine was definitely enough to shock these people. However, the elders from the sacred ground started to frown. No way, this ancient tomb had existed for 30,000 to 40,000 years. How could it be that the purple cloud demonic vine had only grown for 7,000 to 8,000 years? The time didn't match. They were extremely confused. Perhaps there was only one explanation, and that was when the ancient tomb was formed, there was no purple cloud demonic vine. It was only in the last 7,000 to 8,000 years that the purple cloud demonic vine began to grow again. Yan Ryu said in a low voice. After all, the purple cloud demonic vine no longer existed in the true spirit world. It wasn't easy for this vine to grow. Perhaps everyone could accept this explanation. But, who planted it? Why was it planted here? Was it to protect the ancient tomb? They didn't know. Look, there's someone there. One of them exclaimed and pointed below. Everyone looked over and exclaimed in surprise. It turned out that they were too focused on the purple cloud demonic vine and didn't see the two figures standing below. Although everyone was suspended in midair and unable to fly over, their souls were still probing downwards from all directions. In an instant, they found out who the two people were. It seemed that they were a man and a woman. The woman was dressed in white, her black hair reaching her waist, and her face was extremely beautiful. She stood there with her eyes closed as if she was asleep. Beside her was a man in bronze armor. He looked valiant and extraordinary. However, he was wearing a bronze mask on his face. In his hand was a small bronze box, which he held tightly. Everyone carefully looked at the bronze man. Ah! They jumped in fright, and many people screamed. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He discovered that the eyes of the man in bronze armor were actually open. The eyes of the man in bronze armor were actually open. A pair of green eyes flickered with a cold light, seemingly watching Lin Xian and the others. This gaze made people's hair stand on end, as if this bronze man was alive. Many people were so scared that they withdrew their souls. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He could feel that these two people were cold and had no soul fluctuations. Obviously, they had been dead for a long time. The other saints also discovered this scene. They heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were already dead. If they were alive, they would probably be some powerful guardian. If they attacked them, it would be difficult for them to resist in their current state. No, we have to find a way to escape. Otherwise, we will end up very miserably. Many people's faces were gloomy. They found that not only were they hanging on the vines, but there were also some bones hanging on them. They were not even complete skeletons. Some only had a little left. Obviously, countless years ago, many people had come here, but they were all tightly entangled by these vines. Humph! Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a cold light. The great dragon sword soul roared, and a sharp sword light gushed out. This time, Lin Xian did not hold back. Clang, the sword slashed on it, making an earth-shattering sound. Boom, finally, the vine wrapped around Lin Xian directly broke, and Lin Xian fell down. His figure flickered, and he appeared in the void. When the others saw this scene, they did not hold back and used their trump cards one after another. Those saints, saintesses, and elders all used their trump cards to leave. However, those ordinary disciples were not so lucky. They could not open it at all. Ah, bang, a martial artist of the Divine Wind dynasty roared and directly slashed at his own leg. Bang, one of his legs exploded, and his body fell below. Soon, he hurriedly escaped and came to a safe place. His body flickered with light again, and this time a new leg was formed. Although this method was self-mutilating and cruel to oneself, it was their only chance to survive. With this method, a broken leg could be recovered in an instant. Therefore, when the others saw this scene, they followed suit. In the sky, countless bloody mists surged. Everyone had left the purple cloud demonic soaring. Everyone looked at the purple cloud demonic soar with lingering fear. They were only escaping from the binding of the vines. The purple cloud demonic totem hadn't attacked them yet. Their endings would be even more tragic. With the purple cloud demonic totem growing here, it seemed like this was the final resting place. An elder said in a deep voice. The others gasped. Could it be that the sage's body was buried here? They were so shocked that they didn't even dare to move around. They couldn't even defeat the corpses of invincible kings, let alone the corpses of saints. They probably wouldn't be able to withstand even a wisp of saint might. We don't need to touch the saint's corpse. Let's see if there are any treasures in other places. These people searched in all directions, but soon, they frowned. The reason for that was because there was nothing there. It was inferior to the amount of treasures in the palaces they had encountered earlier. Previously, in the palaces, Lin Xian and the others had obtained a lot of treasures. There were tens of thousands of earth-grade artifacts, tens of thousands of bottles of pills, and mountains of materials. There were only so many things in the palaces. This made them think that the final resting place would be 10 times or even 100 times richer than before. However, that was not the case in reality. The surroundings were empty. There was nothing except for the huge vines and endless caves. If there was anything, it would be the two figures standing under the vines. However, these two people were obviously guardians. They didn't dare to touch them. No, look at the bronze man. He's holding a bronze box in his hand. Could it be that there was some treasure in the box? Many people finally stared at the bronze box. Their eyes flickered, wanting to see clearly. However, with their current strength, they couldn't see through it. It should be a treasure. There must be treasures in the final resting place. Although there aren't many of them, perhaps one of them is comparable to all of our previous gains. That was indeed the case. Treasures couldn't be judged by quantity. If there was a sage artifact inside, it would definitely be comparable to all the other treasures in the entire ancient tomb. After some discussion, everyone decided to take action. Although they knew that it might be dangerous, they were already here. If they were to leave without giving it a try, these people would definitely not be willing to leave. Buzz, an elder of the Taishan sacred ground, took action. His palm was extremely blue, like a starry sky, covering the area below. Whoosh, in an instant, he was above the bronze man's head. However, his hand didn't fall. Instead, countless stars surrounded it, forming rays of light that hung down. They swept towards the bronze box in the bronze man's hand. Their target was only the bronze box. They would try their best not to touch anything else. Buzz, all the rays of light disappeared when they got close to the bronze box, as if they were swallowed by a black hole. They disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, the people of the Taishan sacred ground frowned. Let me do it, an elder of the Yinyang sect walked out. He waved his hand and a Yinyang diagram flew out above his head. Not only the Yinyang sect, the Five Elements Palace, the Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground, the Four Symbols Sacred Ground, and the Dayan Sacred Ground. At this moment, all the Sacred Ground families took action. After all, there was only one treasure box. It would belong to whoever managed to snatch it, right, Buzz? All the attacks were blocked when they got close to the bronze box. There seemed to be an invisible force. Humph, you're already dead. How dare you compete with us? The elder of the Yinyang sect sneered and attacked again. The others did the same. On Lin Xian's side, elderly, Xing Tian, and the others also took action. Boom. Boom, boom. In the sky full of light, two figures stood there, unaffected. At this moment, the man in the bronze armor suddenly raised his head. He slowly raised his head, and a cracking sound could be heard. Buzz, a strange light burst out from his green eyes. Oh no, seeing this, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. How could the man's head move? Could it be that the other party was still alive and not dead? As soon as they thought of this, a terrifying light rushed out of the bronze man's body and turned into hundreds of sharp sword lights that pierced in all directions. Every ray of light turned into a sword light and combined with each other, forming a peerless killing array. In an instant, the attacks in the sky were shattered. These people were all sent flying. Many of them were directly pierced through and nailed to the void. Bang! 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 Ah, sounds of intense collisions rang out, followed by blood-curdling screams. Snow filled the air. Everyone's expression changed. It was impossible. How could he not be dead after so many years? Even great emperors could not live for so long. He was definitely not alive. Perhaps he had been refined into a puppet, or perhaps there were other reasons. The elders of the Yi family and Gu family had deep looks in their eyes. They did not believe that someone could live for so long. Ka ka ka, after the light burst out from his body, the bronze-armored man's body shook and crackled. Finally, he recovered. The green light in his eyes turned into hundreds of long rainbows that swept across the sky. Ka ka ka, the bronze box in his hand was pressed against the armor in front of him, becoming one with the armor. It was stuck there. It seemed that if they did not defeat the bronze-armored man, it would be difficult to obtain the bronze box. Humph, it was just a puppet guardian. It was not like they had not killed it before. The elder of the Dayan sacred land shouted coldly. The elder of the Daoi sacred land also focused his gaze. At this moment, everyone's aura was majestic. Their opponent was just a bronze-armored man. They had so many elders and peerless geniuses. Why would they be afraid of him? Kill! With a roar, everyone attacked crazily. Runes appeared on the bronze-armored man's body one after another, instantly covering the entire space. The aura on his body also suddenly erupted, fighting against the energy that filled the sky. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a bronze god of war. Whoosh, his figure swayed, and the bronze-armored man flew into the sky. At the same time, his doppelgangers and afterimages appeared in the sky. These doppelgangers did not disappear. Instead, they let out a long roar and fought with the elders and saints. Damn it, there were so many doppelgangers. The expressions of the elders changed. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Combination array formation. Do not be careless, roars could be heard as the elders of the sacred land formed their own powerful array formation to resist. However, the top elders, saints, and saintesses were fighting on their own. They were powerful and did not fear the doppelgangers. Boom, Lin Xian swept his sword, and the three doppelgangers that approached him were instantly killed. Boom boom boom, Morong Qingqing yelled as countless petals appeared before her, revolving around her. At the same time, she took out a fan that was as red as gold. With a light wave, the cry of a phoenix could be heard. A phoenix projection streaked across the sky, sending all of the clones flying. Phoenix wing gilded fan, many people in the surroundings exclaimed in surprise. This was the Jade Lake's most precious treasure, yet it was given to the Jade Lake Saint. Clang, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sound rang out, and Leaf Dao Denier's body began to glow with golden light, making him look like a golden war god. A pair of fists opened and closed, sweeping in all directions with the power to swallow mountains and rivers. No flower formed a seal with his fingers, and the Buddhist light behind him was equally powerful. The Yaoguang Saint, the prince of the great Xia dynasty, the Daoi Saint, and the saintess of all beginnings. At this moment, all the saints and saintesses displayed extremely powerful combat abilities and fought against the countless doppelgangers in the sky. In the end, all of the clones were destroyed. Humph, just a mere guardian. You want to stop our footsteps? What a joke, kill him and snatch the bronze box, a group of people charged forward. Among them, the elders of the Five Elements Palace, the Yin-Yang sect, and the Hall of Innumerable Tribulations were the fastest. In an instant, they arrived beside the bronze man. Their hands carried supreme divine power as they grabbed the treasure box on the bronze armor. Crack, bang, ah, screams rang out as the three elders of the great sage flew back. Their arms had been mercilessly torn off. Among them, the elder of the Yin-Yang sect was pierced by a palm, and a terrifying bloody hole appeared. His internal organs were all shattered. Ah, these people screamed and retreated crazily. The others also stopped in midair and looked down in bewilderment. D***, this bronze guardian is too strong. Just as everyone was in shock, the bronze guardian in front of them emitted a strange light again. He stretched out his hand, and it instantly enlarged like a blue sky, covering the entire sky. Then, it descended. This bronze hand was so big that it covered the sky and the sun. There was no way for them to escape. They could only resist crazily. Humph, you're courting death, how dare you fight against so many of us, attack, the elder of the Yi family snorted coldly. The other party was powerful and stronger than them. No one was a match for him alone. However, with so many of them working together, the other party could not resist at all. The others also attacked crazily. However, vortexes appeared one after another on the bronze hand. There seemed to be strange runes flashing in the vortexes. Oh no, damn it, what's going on? Screams of surprise rang out one after another. Lin Xian was also very surprised. Lin Xian's pupils constricted because he discovered a terrifying scene. His body was actually gradually becoming smaller. Not only him, but everyone's bodies were shrinking. It was as if they were turning into ants. Damn it, what kind of divine power is this? They had never seen it before. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. Could it be an illusion? He suspected that it might be an illusion. He checked around and found that it was not an illusion. Their bodies had really shrunk. Ah, everyone screamed. They attacked crazily, shattering the surrounding void. However, they could not stop their bodies from shrinking. The large green palm in the sky pressed down mercilessly. Oh no! Their faces turned green. If they were hit by this palm, they would definitely be finished. And now, they had become infinitely small, and their strength was suppressed. Lin Xian roared furiously as well, his body rumbling and roaring non-stop. However, there was still a force blocking him. Damn it, could it be the power of the laws? Elderly and the others were shocked, and their eyelids twitched. Xianxia shook his head. Impossible. If the other party had the power of the laws, he could kill all of us in an instant. However, other than the power of the laws, I can't think of any other power that could be so powerful. I reckon that even an invincible king would not be able to cause such a change to us. The elders of the Yi family and Gu family also had ugly expressions. Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others also had solemn expressions. It seemed that it should be the fragments of the laws. An elder of the Dao One Holy Ground said in a deep voice. After all, he was the guardian of the saint's tomb. Perhaps some of the laws were planted in his body. However, after experiencing the merciless passage of time, the laws had become fragments. That was why there was such a situation. Perhaps. Everyone had a rough idea, but they were not relaxed. Although they knew what was going on, they could not resist. Elderly, Xing Tian, transfer all of your power to me. Lin Xian suddenly said. He formed a seal with his palm, and the great dragon sword soul appeared in front of him. He grabbed it. Elderly, Xing Tian, and the others from the immortal palace quickly poured in their power. Boom boom boom, the dragon-shaped sword shadow trembled and rumbled, turning into an azure dragon. It kept roaring and growing. Ka ka ka, the light around them cracked, and their bodies stopped shrinking. Seeing this scene, Elderly and the others were overjoyed. It was effective. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. As expected, the dragon sword soul was incomparably terrifying. It could destroy the power of the law fragment. However, with his current strength, he couldn't unleash the full power of the dragon sword soul. He could only borrow the power of others. Seeing this scene, Mu Rongqingqing and Xianxia also came over with people from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground and the Purple Dawn Sacred Ground. They also poured power into the Dragon Sword Soul. On the other side, Yu Wudao took a deep breath and stood up. "Everyone, please lend me a hand." At this point, he opened his golden domain. Light bloomed behind him, and a golden giant quickly rose. It kept growing bigger, as if it was indomitable. Immortal King descends to the 9 heavens. It was an extremely terrifying divine ability of the Yi family. At this moment, Yu Wudao was displaying it. It was truly terrifying. However, although this divine ability was powerful, it still couldn't fight against the law fragment. He could only borrow the power of others. The Yi family, Gu family, Dao 1 Sacred Ground, For Symbol Sacred Ground, Dian Sacred Ground, and many other sacred grounds all used their power to support the Immortal King. The Immortal King's phantom became more and more solid. A terrifying battle armor even appeared on his body. The runes on it flickered with supreme power. Yan Ryu also stood up. Her white clothes fluttered like a fairy. Buzz, her body was also surrounded by a green light, but it was different from the bronze hand. A terrifying aura rushed out of her body, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This aura was extremely powerful. It wasn't any weaker than Lin Xian's Dragon Sword Soul or Yi Wudao's Immortal King descends to the 9 heavens. When this scene appeared, everyone was extremely shocked. They didn't expect Yan Ryu to be so terrifying and have such a secret in her body. "Fellow Taoists of the human race, let's work together." The green light on Yan Ryu's body became more and more intense. When the people of the other sacred grounds and great sects saw this scene, they gritted their teeth and nodded. Indeed, now wasn't the time for internal strife. Many people of the sacred grounds and great sects also flew to Yan Ryu and transferred their power to her. "Kill!" With a roar, Lin Xian waved his sword and slashed forward. The power of this sword was simply too strong. After all, it had gathered the power of countless experts. With a swing of the sword, the world lost its color, the sun and the moon lost their luster, and the entire void was split into 2. The strange energy around them was also torn apart in an instant. The bodies of Lin Xian and the others continued to grow bigger, and the bronze hand even let out vibrating sounds. "Kill!" Leaf Dao Denier roared, then unleashed the immortal monarch descends to the 9 heavens. That golden giant launched an attack, brandishing a terrifying fist, blasting apart the heavenly dome. "Kill!" Yan Ryu tenderly shouted. Green light rushed out from her body, turning into a divine rainbow as she shot out. The 3 peerless geniuses had used their strongest trump cards and gathered the strength of all the great sects of the sacred lands. At that moment, their attacks were truly capable of destroying heaven and earth. Boom! Boom! The sound of an intense collision rang out. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Everyone's bodies returned to their original state. From the looks of it, the power brought about by the law fragment had been completely eliminated. Not only that, but the enormous bronze hand also shattered into pieces. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Another 3 roars rang out. Lin Xian, Leaf Dao Denier, and Yan Ryu once again attacked with all their might. This time, they charged towards the bronze guardian. Boom! A terrifying power erupted, drowning out everything. The entire world trembled. The purple cloud demonic vines constantly twisted and spun, protecting the space around them. When the smoke dissipated, Lin Xian's face was pale, while Leaf Dao Denier and Yan Ryu were constantly panting. This time, almost all the energy in their bodies had been sucked dry. It wasn't just them. The elders, saints, and saintesses were the same. They didn't dare to hesitate, and quickly took out their treasures. Lin Xian and the others also swallowed the Buddha Earth Spirit Elixir to recover their strength. Fortunately, they had obtained a bountiful harvest in the ancient tomb. Therefore, at this moment, they didn't feel any heartache. After swallowing the treasures, their strength quickly recovered. At the same time, they turned their gazes and looked ahead. In front of him, the bronze guardian was still split into pieces. The armor on its body was shattered, and the bronze treasure box fell to the ground. Whoosh! When the Yin-Yang sect saw this, they quickly moved. The 4 symbols sacred grounds were not to be outdone. Scram! The 2 of them attacked in the air, tearing the void apart. Then, the 2 of them kept retreating, cracking the ground. When the others saw this, they also frowned. Seeing this, Lin Xian stepped forward and said coldly, "Let's stop fighting. Why don't we all open the box together?" Leaf Dao Denier also stepped forward. "I agree with Brother Lin." Yan Ryu, No Flower, and the others also nodded. Seeing that the various geniuses had expressed their opinions, the others also fell silent. Indeed, if they continued fighting, rivers of blood would flow. Moreover, this place was extremely dangerous. The white-clothed woman next to them was not injured at all. This shocked them greatly. Therefore, now was not the best time to fight. Everybody nodded. Among them, the elders of the Gu clan and the Yi clan, the two clans of the remote antiquity, walked out. They were prepared to go and retrieve the bronze treasure box. Whether it was strength, reputation, or foundation, the two ancient families were admired by the other sacred grounds. Therefore, they did not have any objections to letting the two ancient families fight. Lin Xian also did not have any objections. He knew that the Yi and Gu families would not take the box for themselves. The elders of the Yi family and the Gu family walked forward. They carefully set up a seal and wrapped it around the bronze treasure box. They wanted to return. However, when they saw the bronze-armored guardian that had been torn to pieces, their pupils shrank. The two of them were stunned. What was going on? What happened? The others were puzzled. Many people walked forward. "Ah," they also screamed. Whoosh, an elder of the Daoi sacred ground waved his sleeve and blew away the broken bronze armor. Everyone saw the situation under the armor. Everyone was shocked because they realized that the thing under the bronze armor was not a human. Instead, it was a furry monster with a tail. "A monster," everyone exclaimed. The people of the Fey Imperial Palace were even more shocked. It was a fox. Its body was green and there were strange patterns on its fur. Its green eyes were wide open, gradually losing their luster and becoming cold. This guardian was actually a monster. This surprised everyone. Could it be that this was really a tomb of the Fey Imperial Palace? Hua Tiandu said with a serious expression. This seems to be a green hill fox. It was also a mutant of heaven and earth. Moreover, it was one of the most terrifying foxes. Indeed, the other experts of the Fey Imperial Palace nodded. There were two royal families of the Fox clan, the Green Hill Fox and the Nine-Tailed Fox. They did not expect this bronze guardian to be a Green Hill Fox. What was the treasure box it was guarding? Everyone was puzzled. They looked to the side at the white-clothed woman who was standing there like a statue. Who was that white-clothed woman? Was she a human or a monster? If she was a monster, it meant that it was very likely to be the tomb of a monster saint. But what if she was a human? That made them even more puzzled. What was going on with a human and a monster guarding this place? They could not figure it out. Forget it, let's not think about it. Let's see what's inside the bronze box first. The elders of the Yi family and Gu family carefully brought the bronze box to an empty space at the side. Everyone gathered around and looked carefully. They opened it. Many people were tempted. The two elders used their power to try to open it. However, they could not find the root. Let's increase our numbers. Everyone attacked together. However, they could not open it either. The dark red dragon screamed, "Don't be rash. This thing might explode. If it does, we'll all be finished." Everyone's eyelids twitched when they heard that. No way, don't talk nonsense. How could this thing explode? That's right, there must be a natural treasure inside. Many doubtful voices sounded. However, the faces of the young disciples were gloomy. Elders, let's listen to it. The snake's attainments and formations were very high. They were the ones who discovered the tomb. It was also the one who broke it. The young disciples quickly sent voice transmissions to each other. When the elders of the sacred grounds heard that, their eyelids twitched. They stared at the dark red dragon. The formation masters of the Gu family and the Yi family also walked out. They said in deep voices, "That's right, we can't act rashly. The runes on it are very dangerous. If it receives a strong impact, it might explode. At that time, the energy it will release will be unimaginable. What should we do?" Everyone was disappointed. The top formation master of the Yi family said, "This is normal. No matter how you look at it, there's a treasure buried inside." The previous owner of the treasure would not have let anyone open it so easily, nor would he have let anyone open it with brute force. However, since it was a treasure box, it could be opened if it could be closed. However, it would be more troublesome. There were many runes on it, and they seemed to be formations. As long as the formations were opened, the treasure box would open. "Ruffian dragon, it's up to you." Lin Xian looked at the dark red dragon. The dark red divine dragon walked up. Come, come, come. Bring a few experts. Let's break it together." It waved its claws as if it was the leader. Seeing this, the faces of many elders from the Holy Lands darkened. But there was nothing he could do about it. Since the other party was a formation expert, he had to listen to them. In the end, the Yi family, Gu family, and the Crimson Divine Dragon took the lead. Together with the array masters from the other Holy Lands, everyone joined forces. 2 days later, they finally broke through the restrictions on the formation above them. Was the treasure box? The dark red god. F***ck, I'd been tricked. Indeed, everyone's faces were ugly, because the light on the bronze box disappeared. The symbols quickly changed, and finally formed a keyhole. After 2 days, they had only managed to break through the outermost layer of the seal, which had just revealed the keyhole. In order to open it, he needed a key. The surrounding cultivators raised their heads and looked in all directions. Lin Xian's eyes were also shining. It must be in this space, and it shouldn't be too far away. The 4 symbol saints frowned. Damn it. Did he not create a key at all? Why don't we bring it back and study it after we leave the tomb? Many people from the sacred grounds had the same idea. Indeed, they had sent many people this time, but not all of them were from the sacred grounds. For example, the living fossils and the grand elders did not come. That kind of person was the most terrifying. They should have a way to crack the bronze treasure box. Crack, crack. A low sound was heard. Everyone turned their heads. Who's there? Come out. Angry roars were heard. Lin Xian stared at the white figure in the distance. Damn it. It's another guardian. Whoosh, hearing that, everyone turned their heads and stared at the white figure in the distance. As expected, the voice came from the white figure. The beautiful face of the other party slowly changed. Her small peachy lips slowly opened at this moment. With the previous experience of the bronze guardian, these people did not dare to be careless. They reckoned that the white figure might also have a nomological fragment. Therefore, in an instant, everyone activated their strongest defense and guarded carefully. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with golden runes. He attacked first, but it didn't seem to be an attack. Kid, what exactly is it? Can you see it clearly? Many people asked anxiously. Lin Xian looked carefully and then said, "It seems to be a key." A key? Are you sure it's a key? Everyone was shocked. They were extremely excited because a possibility arose in their hearts. There was a keyhole in the bronze treasure box in their hands, and they were just short of a key to open it. They searched everywhere but could not find it. However, the other guardian had a key. Could it be the key to open the bronze treasure box? That's possible. That's right. That must be it. The young cultivators exclaimed. 2 guardians, one holding the treasure box and the other holding the key. That made sense. However, the elders were puzzled. Even if there's a key, why did she expose herself? She's clearly reminding us. Damn it, this is too strange. Is this white-clothed woman still alive? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. That's right, no one wants their treasure to be taken away by others. Even the dead are no exception. But why would the white-clothed woman take the initiative? To hand over the key? Is this a trap? They did not know. Young Master Lin, you're powerful and a top genius. Your soul power is even more terrifying, and you're proficient in formations. Why don't you go and take the key? A coquettish voice sounded. Lin Xian was pleased to hear that. Someone was flattering him in public, which made him feel very good. However, when he heard the last sentence, his face turned green. Damn it, which bastard dares to trick me at this time? His eyes were cold as he looked around. Finally, he locked onto a beauty from the Alcade Holy Land. Damn it, it's this Alcade Holy girl again. Lin Xian's face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth. Isn't it just a little white monkey that ate some of your treasures? Do you have to hit me when I'm down? Immortal Palace's people's faces were ugly. Morong Qingqing and Shinjingqiu frowned. Among them, Shinjingqiu stared at the Alcade Holy girl and snorted. Damn it, this bad woman. This suggestion isn't bad. I feel that Palace Master Lin is a young genius and can take on this role. He had almost been killed by the other party previously. Now that he had a chance to kill the other party, how could he let it go? Anyway, with so many powerful elders from the Yin-Yang sect around, he was not afraid of the other party. F***ck. This Yin-Yang saint is really courting death. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. He wanted to go up and slap this guy to death. Hall Master Lin's battle strength is unparalleled. A cold voice came from the Tai dynasty. Hall Master Lin, don't back down. This matter belongs to you. That's right, Hall Master Lin. Aren't you curious about what's inside the bronze box? Voices came one after another from the Five Elements Palace, the Thousand Thunder Sacred Ground, the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, the Tuoba family, and the Nangong family. In short, all the families and sacred grounds that had a grudge against Lin Xian spoke up one after another. The other sacred grounds and sects did not speak, but they chose to remain silent. Among them, Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, No Flower, and the others who were close to Lin Xian frowned. They said that this matter was too dangerous and could be a trap. They needed to think about it at length. Yes, they needed to think about it at length. Morong Qingqing also spoke up quickly. She would not let Lin Xian take the risk. Fairy Morong, you're wrong. Hall Master Lin is so powerful. How could he be in danger? That's right. The memory of Hall Master Lin killing so many saints is still fresh in our minds. Now that he's missing the key, it should be easy. Those people were not moved at all. The cold voice and the silent consent of the others made the situation very unfavorable for Lin Xian. Those from the Immortal Palace looked gloomy. Xing Tian, elderly, and the others had murderous looks in their eyes. These people were too despicable. The dark red divine dragon jumped out. F***ck, you shameless people. What's wrong? You can't beat us, so you want to use such a despicable method. You call yourselves the elites of the sacred grounds, the peerless elders. You've embarrassed yourselves. We're not as good as Hall Master Lin. That's why we let him do such an important thing. The Yin-Yang saint sneered. The elders of the Five Elements Palace also looked fierce. No matter what the other party said, they had to push him out today. The reason for that was because they knew that this was most likely a trap. It would be best if the law fragment could directly kill this brat. In order to relieve the hatred in their hearts. The dark red divine dragon was so angry that it stomped its feet and cursed loudly. However, at this moment, Lin Xian waved his hand and swept his gaze across the surroundings. It's not impossible for me to make a move. Everyone was stunned after hearing this. Their gazes shifted toward Lin Xian. Brat, are you crazy? Hearing this, the dark red dragon shrieked. Palace Master, you can't. Xing Tian, elderly, and the others also tried to persuade him. Lin Xiangij, older brother Xian, Morong Qingqing and Shinjingqiu turned pale. Don't worry, I'm confident. Lin Xian turned his head and smiled at them before looking around. The others, on the other hand, were ecstatic. Many of them revealed ferocious expressions. Haha, this idiot brat is really arrogant. Does he really think that he can contend against the law fragment just because he killed a saint? That's great. This time, we'll definitely be able to kill him. Lin Xian spoke again. I can go forward and take the bronze key. But. However, what? An elder of the Nangong family asked. If the bronze treasure box is opened, no matter what's inside, half of it must be given to the first immortal temple. What? Half of it to you. How is that possible? The others were going crazy. Their faces instantly darkened as they shouted one by one. Brat, what a joke, you're too greedy, that's right. There are so many sacred grounds and sects here. How dare you ask for half of it? These people were very unhappy. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. What's wrong? You don't agree? Of course, you don't agree. The Yin Yang saint snorted coldly. Those from the Taiyu dynasty and the Five Elements Palace also had cold expressions. How could they agree to such a condition? Since they didn't agree, the negotiation had failed. Lin Xian shrugged. So, you can go forward and take the key yourselves. Poof, F*ck, these people were so angry that they vomited blood. Their faces became incomparably ugly. The corners of the others' mouths twitched. No wonder this brat was so arrogant, daring to ask for half of the treasure. It turned out that he was waiting for them here. Brother Lin, you really are. Yu Wudao and the others shook their heads. On the other side, Immortal Temple's people also breathed a sigh of relief. So this was their temple master's idea. However, Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing were still a bit worried. What if these people agreed? This white-clothed woman was clearly a protector. She was definitely not simple. The others were also discussing spiritedly. Although they didn't want to give half of the treasure to Immortal Temple, they were even more unwilling to take the risk. That damn brat, he actually dared to ask for so much, he must have expected that we wouldn't dare to go forward. Those sacred grounds were all gnashing their teeth in anger. The Alcade Saintess also frowned. She didn't expect Lin Xian to have such an idea. Humph, she snorted coldly. These sacred grounds were too narrow-minded. So what if they gave him half of the treasure? Perhaps he would be killed before the bronze box was opened. Among them, there were a few youths who thought that they were geniuses. They said, Elder, why don't you let me try? Nonsense, what kind of place is this? Even I don't dare to go up. Do you want to die? Did you forget that you shrunk? When these words came out, the young geniuses trembled, and fear appeared in their eyes. The bronze hand from before was like a nightmare, reminding them of it. These people hurriedly shook their heads and retreated. They might as well agree to this brat's request. After all, whether or not he could come back alive was another matter. Let's trick him first. I don't believe that he can fight against the law fragment alone. The elders of the sacred grounds quickly discussed. In the end, they decided to agree to this condition. Among them, the elder of the Yin Yang sect stood out. Brat, as you wish, half of the treasure in the bronze box will be given to Immortal Temple. We will divide the rest. Okay. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He took a step forward and walked forward. Brother Xian, big brother Lin Xian, behind him, Murong Qingqing and the others were extremely nervous. Don't worry, Qingqing, Qiu'er, I'm fine. Lin Xian waved at them. Whoosh, balls of flames appeared on his ancient Taoist robe, enveloping him. Lin Xian walked towards the white-clothed woman. Although he looked relaxed on the surface, Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, filling every part of his body. It would emit an extremely sharp sword light at any time. Moreover, he had already summoned the sage's hand bone. As long as the situation wasn't right, he would immediately enter the black earth and activate the sage's hand bone. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Finally, Lin Xian arrived in front of the white-clothed woman. He slowly stretched out his fingers, which were covered with sword patterns and filled with the power of the great dragon sword soul. Whoosh, crack, suddenly, there was a flash of light. Lin Xian felt his hands being grabbed by the other party. When the surrounding people saw this, they cried out in alarm and retreated at lightning speed. It moved, it really moved, damn it, I told you, it's a guardian, ha 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 ha. That kid is dead for sure, he's caught at such a close distance, there's no way he can escape. The people from the Yin Yang sect, Five Elements Palace, and Taiyu dynasty laughed wildly. Palace Master, Brother Xian, Murong Qingqing, Elderly, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Terrifying rays of light surged from their bodies as they were about to rush over to help. Don't come over, all of you retreat, I'm fine. Lin Xian's voice sounded. Murong Qingqing and the others stopped in midair. Brother Xian, are you really okay? I'm fine. Lin Xian shook his head. Although he was caught, the woman in white didn't make any further moves. And he believed that with his trump card, he could break free. Alright, let's go back. The dark red dragon waved its claws. Although Morong Qingqing and the others were unwilling, they still went back. They also retreated to a safe distance. On the other side, the people from Tai dynasty laughed sinisterly. This kid is really arrogant. Does he really think he can fight against the Guardian? Arrogance is better. This way he'll be easier to kill. We can finally avenge our enemies. The others' eyes flickered. They didn't believe that Lin Xian could resist the Guardian. Yi Wudao, no flower, and the others also frowned. They were also worried for Lin Xian. But now it seemed that Lin Xian wasn't in much danger. Because the woman in white grabbed Lin Xian's hands tightly and didn't make any further moves. To be honest, the moment the woman in white made a move, Lin Xian was also very nervous. He almost summoned the sage's hand bone. However, he still held himself back. Because he didn't feel any killing intent from the other party. However, since he couldn't move his hands, he could only grab it with his sword qi. Sword qi gushed out from his body and turned into a huge palm. He grabbed forward, wanting to take the bronze key. However, in the next moment, the white-clothed woman opened her eyes. Lin Xian felt all the sword qi in his body being suppressed. The palm that shot out also disappeared in an instant. Damn it, what's going on? Cold sweat trickled down Lin Xian's forehead. His entire body's strength had been sealed in an instant. The people behind him also cried out in surprise. It opened, the woman in white opened her eyes. Heavens, she was indeed alive. These people were terrified. The others thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure. So terrifying. What kind of power was this? Was this the power of a saint? Lin Xian didn't know, but he felt that this power was too strong. When will I be able to possess such power? Lin Xian was envious. Soon, he came back to his senses. He knew that now was not the time to think about these things. He had to think of a way to take out the bronze key and leave safely. That was the most important thing. Although the sword qi in his body was suppressed, Lin Xian realized that he could still move. After thinking for a while, Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and stretched his head forward slowly. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to kiss the woman in white. However, he bit the bronze key with his teeth. The people behind him were also stunned when they saw this scene. No way, was that kid possessed? How dare he take advantage of the woman in white at this time? Wasn't he afraid that he would be smashed into a bloody mist? Idiot kid. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were also stunned, but they soon understood. Brother Xian was taking the bronze key. Using his mouth to take the bronze key? What a joke, no one believed it. The holy maiden also snorted softly. However, these people were soon stunned. Because they realized that Lin Xianxian had returned again. No one could see clearly whether he had obtained the bronze key or not. However, the white-clothed woman slowly closed her eyes. She also retracted her hands. Whoosh, Lin Xian returned to the back. Did he get it? Damn it, that kid is safe and sound. How is that possible? Everyone was going crazy. However, the people from Immortal Palace heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. Shen Jingqiu also clapped and cheered. Buzz, suddenly, the sky was torn apart, and a hazy figure appeared in the void. He raised his hand and threw out a palm, enveloping Lin Xian. Not good, the people from Immortal Palace changed their expressions. The people from the other sacred grounds were also surprised. They did not expect that someone would attack Lin Xian at this time. Who was it? Yin Yang sect? Tai dynasty? Or the people from Five Elements Palace? No one knew at all, and they did not have time to investigate. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Someone dared to attack him at this time. He was courting death. Whoosh, he swam in the air like a divine dragon swinging its tail, narrowly dodging the palm. He snorted coldly and was about to counterattack. However, the person in the sky took out a purple gourd. Buzz, countless rays of light bloomed, and the purple gourd scattered thousands of rays of light, enveloping Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian was sucked into the gourd. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The hazy figure turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Damn it, he actually took the bronze key. Go after him, the people from Dian's sacred ground roared. elderly, Xianxia, and the others went crazy. They rose into the air. The others were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Was the other party's target the bronze key? Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Everyone raised their heads and looked into the distance. They saw the person who escaped was sent flying. The purple gourd was torn into pieces. The sword light around Lin Xian's body shot out from the gourd. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. 13 rays of piercing sword light formed a row and slashed toward the hazy figure. The figure used a divine ability to block the attack. However, he could not block it at all and was killed in the end. Whoosh, the light in the sky dimmed. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He wanted to see which sacred ground dared to attack him. Lin Xian was stunned. The others were also stunned. After the hazy figure was slashed open, there was no blood, and no corpse fell. Instead, it turned into endless spirit chi and disappeared into the void. It was not the real body. It was a clone, Lin Xian frowned. The others were also puzzled. The people from Immortal Palace walked up and protected Lin Xian. At the same time, they looked behind them. They stared at the people from Tai Dynasty and the Yinyang sect. Damn it, who did it? The others also looked over. The faces of the people from Tai Dynasty and the Yinyang sect darkened. Why are you looking at us? We didn't do it. Kid, you have to have evidence before you speak. An elder from the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground gritted his teeth. They didn't dare to admit it, nor did they want to take the blame. That was because they weren't the ones who sent the clone. They didn't dare to provoke the other party now. They didn't dare to start a fight with the other party. Therefore, they quickly explained. Do you have any clues about the purple gourd and the divine ability that person said he used? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Every sacred ground's secret techniques and treasures were different, so it should be easy to identify them. However, Xianxia, elderly, and the others shook their heads. They couldn't tell. The other party obviously didn't use any of their martial arts. They had never seen his palm technique and the gourd before. It seemed that the other party had planned this for a long time and would definitely not expose his true identity. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. You better not let me find out who did it. Otherwise, I'll let him know what regret is. After saying this, he took a deep breath and waved his hand. Alright, let's put this matter aside for now. Let's open the bronze box first. Hearing this, everyone took a deep breath. The most crucial moment had arrived. What treasure was inside the bronze box? Was it a sage's treasure? They didn't know, but they were extremely excited. Lin Xian handed the key to the Yi family's elder. The elder nodded and didn't refuse. Then, the group of people retreated. They put on their armor and activated their king's domains to defend themselves. After all, no one knew what was inside. The Yi family's elder took a deep breath, and golden patterns appeared on his body. He was a peerless almighty and had the bloodline of the arch. At this moment, his defense was incomparably terrifying. On the side, an elder from the Gu family also floated in the air, emitting a terrifying void energy. If there was any danger, he would instantly transfer the bronze box into the void. Ka ka ka, a low sound rang out as the key slowly turned. The bronze box also made cracking sounds. Then, the bronze box slowly cracked open. There wasn't any terrifying aura inside, nor was there any terrifying light. This caused everyone to be stunned. When they looked carefully, the bronze box was completely open. Two things fell out. One was a fist-sized treasure seal. It was square and had mysterious runes engraved on it. Above the seal, there was a malevolent head that made one's heart tremble. The other one was a rolled-up beast skin. These two items were simple and unadorned, lying there quietly. What are these two things? No one knew. The dark red divine dragon waved its claws and instantly grabbed the beast skin. Haha, like we said before, our immortal palace wants half. It just happens to be two things. The beast skin is ours. Here's an imperial jade seal. You can divide it among yourselves. F***K, damn snake, hand it over. Those people went crazy and screamed like crazy. To be honest, even Elder Zhang, Xing Tian and the others from Immortal Palace were stunned. They did not expect the dark red divine dragon to act so quickly. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. As expected of his old partner. Sure enough, he understood his intentions. The members of the Yinyang sect roared. Lin Xian sneered. Why? They had agreed on the conditions before, but now they wanted to go back on their word. It wouldn't be good if word got out that the sacred lands went back on their word. Who would cooperate with you in the future? You. Hearing this, the elders of the Tai dynasty and the Yinyang sect vomited blood and anger. They trembled and almost fainted from anger. How hateful, but there was nothing they could do. They had indeed agreed before. If they went back on their word at this time, their reputation would be tarnished, and very few people would dare to cooperate with them. Therefore, they could only suffer this loss themselves. The other sacred lands were also envious. Damn it, if they knew there was no danger, they would have taken the key themselves. That was because they did not discover any danger during the entire process. It was just a false alarm. That made them regret it very much. However, it was useless to regret. Lin Xian took the beast skin and threw it directly into the black earth. Don't think about getting back what you put in. Unless someone could blast open the black earth. However, even an invincible king would not be able to do so. Alright, you can study this Yushi yourselves. Our immortal palace will not interfere. Lin Xian shrugged. Xingtian, elderly, and the others also smiled. They had obtained a complete one of the two items. This was definitely a great harvest. Everyone, let's study what this jade seal is first. Yi family's elder Zhang said in a deep voice. He was also very envious and curious about Lin Xian's beast skin. However, it was not a good time to ask now. It was better to wait until they left the tomb and let Yi Wudao ask. Yi Wudao and Lin Xian had a good relationship, so he should be able to ask what the beast skin was. At least let them know that it was a cultivation technique. A map? Or was it some ancient secret? The rest of the people studied the jade seal. Even Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu brought people up. However, at this time, the Yushi suddenly bloomed with countless rays of light that pierced in all directions. Cries of alarm rang out, and blood flowed out. Damn it, they roared and attacked like crazy, destroying the world in front of them. Lin Xian also stood up and furrowed his brows. His gaze was like lightning as he stared ahead. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were also there. Qingqing, Qiu'er, are you okay? Lin Xian asked. Shen Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing were escorted by two great sage elders as they retreated. Both of them had grave expressions. They were fine. They were just scratched. Morong Qingqing shook her head. There was a small cut on her arm. Shen Jingqiu also had a cut on her hand, and a few drops of blood flowed out. On the other side, Yi Wudao, No Flower, the Grand Xia Prince, and everyone else retreated. Among them, many of them had suffered cuts and bruises. Lin Xian was shocked. Xingtian, Crimson Dragon, and the others also cried out in alarm. Because even Yi Wudao was injured. That was not possible. They knew how powerful the Saint Physique was. That was an existence that could catch a heaven-tier treasure with his bare hands. There was no need for them to explain how terrifying his body was. Moreover, the people from the Demon Imperial Palace were all injured. Even Yan Ryu had a scratch on her body. It had to be said that the previous attack was too strange. What was that Imperial Jade Seal? The cultivators from the Immortal Palace heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lord Long did not take the Imperial Jade Seal. Otherwise, they would be the ones injured. That was too terrifying. They had a lingering fear. The Crimson Dragon frowned. Kid, you have to be careful with that beast skin. I feel that it is very strange. Lin Xian nodded and transmitted his voice to Hey Tuesday. Hey Tu directly sealed the beast skin in the Black Earth ship. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and turned around. He had discovered something strange. Ruffian Long, something's not right. Look at the injured people. Aren't they the ones who were chased by the Bloodwing Bat King? Yi Wudao, No Flower, Gu Santong, the two girls, and the prince of the Great Xia dynasty, they all have bloodline power, and their bloodlines are extremely powerful. That's right. The ordinary disciples aren't injured. Damn it, the Imperial Seal is attacking people with bloodline power again. Lin Xian hurriedly told them his guess. The saints and elders of the other sacred grounds frowned when they heard that. Bloodline power. It's bloodline power again. Previously, the Bloodwing Bat King was chasing people with bloodline power. Now, the Imperial Seal was attacking people with bloodline power again. What's going on? Generally speaking, people with bloodline power were peerless geniuses. It's normal for them to be targeted. Some elders guessed. Someone exclaimed. Look at the blood in the sky. Everyone looked up. They saw that the blood in the sky didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it quickly sank into the Imperial Seal as if it was attracted by something. Buzz buzz buzz, the Imperial Seal absorbed all kinds of bloodline power and shone brightly. The entire Imperial Seal turned from white jade to red jade. Whoosh, finally, it floated in the sky and spun nonstop. Streaks of blood-red light floated out of the seal along with the patterns on it. It emitted a strange aura. No way, what is the Imperial Seal made of? So many violent attacks from before, but it wasn't damaged at all. Someone screamed. The others also came back to their senses. Indeed, when they were attacked earlier, the elders had fought back with all their might. Logically speaking, a heaven-grade treasure should have been shattered, but there wasn't a single crack on the Imperial Seal. Needless to say, this was a heaven-defying treasure. However, this treasure was beyond their expectations. Buzz buzz buzz, the blood-red light in the sky became stronger and stronger, and the power it emitted became more and more terrifying. Suddenly, the Imperial Seal trembled and flew to the side. The void instantly collapsed, giving everyone a fright. The warriors in that direction hurriedly fled. However, what made everyone heave a sigh of relief was that the Imperial Jade Seal did not continue to attack these martial artists. Instead, it directly flew towards the huge purple cloud demonic vine in front of him. Buzz boom, in the next moment, the blood-red Imperial Jade Seal slammed into the purple cloud demonic soaring. The purple cloud demonic vine trembled. Countless vines swayed, and the entire space shook as if it would collapse at any moment. Ka, what happened this time? Everyone was startled. They saw that below the purple cloud demonic vine, the huge branch suddenly split open from the middle. It was as if it was torn apart by a pair of invisible hands. A huge monster was pushed out from the crack. Rumble. The void was shattered. What is this? Purple cloud soaring, everyone was shocked. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. His eyes flashed. He discovered that what came out of the crack was actually the purple cloud devil ting. Merely, this purple cloud demonic vine was clearly even more ancient. Furthermore, it was shaped into a coffin. A coffin made of purple cloud devil vine. Looking at the appearance of this purple cloud demonic vine, it should be from tens of thousands of years ago. Who could be so generous? The purple cloud demonic vine was not an ordinary plant. It was a mutated plant. The one in front of them was alive and had a cultivation of 7,000 to 8,000 years. It was at least an invincible king. And the one that was made into an official coffin was very likely at the level of a saint. But now, the corpse of a demonic beast saint had been made into a coffin. How could they not be shocked? Perhaps only an even more powerful saint would be able to do such a thing. Thinking of this, they gasped, and their eyes burned with passion. As expected, this was the final burial place. The new purple cloud demonic vine coffin was very likely the owner of this ancient tomb. For a moment, everyone was on guard. They watched carefully. About half of the purple cloud demonic vine coffin came out before it stopped. In fact, the crowd could see that there were actually 8 chains surrounding the purple cloud demonic vine coffin. Each of them was as thick as an arm. The chains were dark green in color and were engraved with runes. They gave off a feeling as heavy as a mountain. They firmly locked the purple cloud demonic vine coffin. What was going on? What was going on? Everyone was puzzled. It was one thing for the coffin to be special, but why were there 8 chains locking it? Was it trapped here, or was there some other explanation? Everyone knew that ancient tombs contained feng shui and spirit veins. It was very mysterious, and they could not completely understand it. Therefore, in their opinion, the 8 chains were very likely some kind of saying, used to remove some kind of flaw. After waiting for a long time, the purple cloud demonic vine coffin completely quieted down. Everyone looked at each other. Should they go up and take a look? There shouldn't be any danger. Everyone was very curious. After all, this was the first time they had seen the tomb of a saint. A few bold people went up to take a closer look. There was no danger. That made everyone feel even more relieved. Therefore, everyone also went up and led the people from the immortal palace up. However, they did not get too close. The Gu family, Yi family, Morong Qingqing, and the others were even more so. After all, they were attacked and even injured before. Therefore, they were very careful now. When they got closer, they realized that there were runes engraved on the purple cloud demonic vine coffin. They were very mysterious and densely packed, covering the entire coffin. Even the elders of the clan of the ancients and the sacred land could not recognize those runes. The dark red dragon looked at it for a long time and then said, "I only recognize one word. The word at the front is blood. I don't know anything else." Blood, Lin Xian frowned. He had a feeling that this ancient tomb seemed to be targeted at people with bloodline power. "Should we open it and take a look?" someone suggested. As soon as those words came out, many people were shocked. "Do you have a death wish? Do you dare to open the tomb of a saint?" "That's right, we probably don't have the strength to open it even if we want to. If we open it and find that it's the corpse of a saint, we'll all be finished." Those elders quickly shook their heads. What a joke. Although they were also tempted, they knew that there must be a shocking treasure in the coffin. However, they did not dare to open it at all. Of course, they did not dare to open it, but it did not mean that they would give up on the ancient tomb. They had already investigated it. They decided to quickly go back and inform the living fossils and the grand elders of the sacred land to bring the supreme divine weapons and attack it. Bang, bang, bang. Just as they were about to leave this place, a deep voice suddenly sounded. Everyone turned around. What was going on? What happened? Who was behind it? No, it wasn't us. Where did that voice come from? Damn it, why do I feel that the coffin moved a little? What? Don't talk nonsense. Everyone had been frightened by the Big Dipper coffin before. Any one of those who walked out of the coffin could defeat everyone. That was the coffin of a sage. If it walked out, it would kill them all in one move. Bang. Bang, bang. This time, the sound was even more intense. Everyone could clearly feel that the vibration came from the purple cloud demonic vine coffin. Furthermore, they could even see that the entire coffin was trembling slightly. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Many people were so scared that they wet their pants. Damn, that coffin had actually mutated. Could it be that it had turned into a corpse? They frantically retreated, wanting to escape. However, they were all surrounded by the vines of the purple cloud demonic vine. They couldn't escape at all. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the purple cloud demonic vine coffin behind them opened with a bang. Countless rays of light shone, and terrifying energy surged out. The people below felt their scalps go numb, and many of them directly fell to the ground. "Ancient sage, we didn't mean to offend you. Please let us go. We won't dare to come again." Many people begged for mercy. However, there were also some people who turned their heads abruptly, and Lin Xianlin was one of them. Lin Xian looked back and was stunned. In the next moment, the azure dragon claw grabbed forward. "Ha ha ha ha, we're rich." The dark red dragon also waved its dragon claw. The others, including Yi Wudao and the prince of the great Xiao dynasty, also made a move. Seeing this scene, the people who were originally afraid turned around. They discovered that the purple cloud demonic vine coffin had indeed opened. However, no corpse came out. There was actually a coffin inside. Moreover, the gap between the large coffin and the small coffin was filled with divine crystals. Each of them was the size of a fist, colorful, and contained terrifying energy. Those were divine crystals, which were incomparably precious outside. At this moment, they filled the entire space. "Attack!" the others also roared. All the sacred lands madly attacked. Of course, they also knew their limits. They didn't dare to touch the small coffin inside. Although it was called a small coffin, it was only slightly smaller than the purple-cloud demonic vine. The large one was dozens of meters in size. The small one was more than 20 meters in size. In an instant, all the divine crystals between the two coffins were snatched away. There were more than 1,000 divine crystals here. Lin Xian and the others were the first to make a move, so they snatched the most. The others more or less got a share. On Lin Xian's side, he had snatched nearly 200 pills. The lowest number of people only managed to snatch a dozen, while the majority only managed to snatch dozens. Compared to Lin Xian, there was still a huge gap. Therefore, many people looked at Lin Xian with red eyes. They couldn't help but want to kill him for his treasures. However, when they thought of Lin Xian and Immortal Palace's strength, they all clenched their teeth and gave up. There was nothing they could do, they couldn't win. As for the other aristocratic families, like the Yi clan and the Grand Xia Empire, they didn't dare to provoke them either. Damn it, I actually missed such a good opportunity. No, the next opportunity must not be missed. They gritted their teeth and fixed their gazes on the second coffin inside the coffin. Don't move. This coffin might really contain the corpse of a saint. The dark red divine dragon reminded. Hearing this, everyone's eyelids twitched. The elders of the clan of the ancients stepped forward. The people of the four great empires also frowned. Yan Ruyu and the others from the monster imperial palace put away the divine crystals they had snatched. Their eyes also flickered. Triple immortal suppressing coffin. Yan Ruyu's red lips parted slightly. Triple immortal suppressing coffin? What is this? The young martial artists were very confused, but the elders of the clan of the ancients and the four great empires narrowed their eyes. Ancient sects like the Yinyang sect and the Daoi sacred ground also frowned. Could it be that legend? Heavens, is there really someone who wants to do this? How is that possible? Exclamations of surprise were heard. Lin Xian was very confused. Legend? What legend? Triple immortal suppressing coffin, what exactly is it? He also didn't know about this ancient legend. Triple immortal suppressing coffin was a very ancient burial method according to legend. There were a total of 3 coffins, big and small, and the outermost one buried the corpse. Each coffin was made of extremely precious metal or wood. A large amount of energy and vitality would be placed between each coffin to preserve the corpse. Moreover, the coffins were buried in places with extremely rich spirit veins. It was even said that very mysterious Tao patterns had to be carved, but we don't know the specifics. We only know that the triple immortal suppressing coffin had a special effect after being buried. It was said that it was possible to bring the dead back to life. It could be said that it was a very mysterious and strange burial method. What? Bring the dead back to life? Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked and gasped. How is that possible? Even the great emperors can't bring the dead back to life. Not to mention the others. The palace master was just a legend. As for whether someone had really come back to life, there had never been any records of it in history. Moreover, very few great emperors used triple immortal suppressing coffins. There seemed to be some taboo. He didn't expect to find triple immortal suppressing coffins in the saint's ancient tomb. Kid, don't worry about it. It's just an ancient legend. It's impossible to bring the dead back to life. The dark red divine dragon shook his head. He didn't believe in such a legend, and so did the others. Although they felt that the triple immortal suppressing coffins were extremely strange, they wouldn't believe in such a magical thing like coming back to life. However, the dark red divine dragon swallowed his saliva. If the first coffin was covered with divine crystals, what would the second coffin be made of? It was probably worth far more than divine crystals. If they could open it, they would definitely be rich. The others had the same thought. Anyway, if the second coffin was opened, it wouldn't be the real corpse. Therefore, they wanted to do it. As long as they didn't open the third coffin, there shouldn't be any danger. The many sacred land elders discussed and decided to open the second coffin. That was because the things inside were too tempting. Lin Xian and the others discussed and decided to do it. The Yi family, Gu family, and the others also wanted to do it. Bang! Bang! However, before they could do it, the second coffin began to tremble as if it was about to open again. Damn it, what happened? Why did it open automatically? Was it really going to come back to life? God, that's impossible, that was just a legend. How could a dead person come back to life? Moreover, it seemed that he had definitely been dead for tens of thousands of years. Look at the runes on it, we don't recognize them at all. This corpse is at least 80,000 years old. Everyone swallowed their saliva, but this time, they didn't retreat too much. That was because they knew that even if the second coffin was opened, it wouldn't be a corpse. Boom. Boom. The second coffin trembled more and more as it slowly opened. Rumble, 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 a deep sound rang out, accompanied by a heavy aura. Immediately after, the sky was filled with green light. Everyone felt refreshed. The injuries and energy that they had consumed had recovered in an instant. Heavens, treasure, my injuries are completely healed. What a pleasant expression. Haha, great. They had thought that they would need to rest for a few years to recover, but they had recovered in an instant. Damn it, it's a green light. Just a ray of light is enough to heal us. This is definitely a heaven-defying treasure. At this moment, everyone's eyes were red. They had all gone crazy and quickly rushed forward. This is? Everyone finally arrived at the front and saw the situation inside clearly. After the second coffin opened, a third coffin appeared. The third coffin was dark purple. It was about 7 meters long, and the runes on it were even more profound. One would be lost in it with just a glance. Everyone hurriedly cut off their souls, not daring to pay too much attention to it. They were afraid that their souls would be destroyed if they looked at it any longer. How terrifying. Lin Xian's heart trembled. Even with the heavenly secret god eyes and the great dragon sword spirit, he still did not dare to look too much. Because the runes on it were too terrifying. If they were carved by someone, a single rune would be enough to kill everyone here. The power of a sage, this is definitely the power of a sage. For the first time, Lin Xian felt how terrifying a sage was. This was a completely different realm from a king. He estimated that the source of power used by both sides was different. Everyone was careful, not daring to look at the purple coffin. They looked at the space beside them and saw that there were many leaves in there. Each leaf was incomparably green and crystal clear. Although tens of thousands of years had passed, they still emitted a powerful vitality. The Tree of Immortality. These are the leaves of the Tree of Immortality. Heavens, does such a tree really exist? Someone exclaimed, and the others screamed after hearing that. The Tree of Immortality was a very magical tree in the true spirit world, known as the Divine Tree. No one knew when it had grown, nor did they know how many tens of thousands of years it had lived. They only knew that it seemed to be immortal and indestructible. The Tree of Immortality had become a spirit and would not appear in the world. Even if they did appear, they would only exist in various peerless forbidden grounds. Therefore, it was very difficult to obtain its leaves. However, its leaves were extremely mysterious. It contained a powerful vitality. It was said that as long as a single leaf was not destroyed, it could allow a dying person to instantly recover. This effect was like having a second life. Moreover, it was said that it was also effective against invincible kings. Back then, the saints had even fought for it. One could imagine how precious the Tree of Immortality was. Such a treasure was enough to make everyone's eyes red with envy. Attack, it was unknown who roared. Suddenly, powerful auras burst out and swept through the world. A terrifying light shone in all directions. At that instant, their alliance was shattered. The Tree of Immortality is ours, bright laughter rang out. Then, countless sword lights crisscrossed the world. Swords of light were inserted into the void. These light swords joined together to form an extremely terrifying sword formation. Dian Sword Formation. Get lost, with a roar like thunder, a palm shot out, blotting out the sky. It was as if an ancient demonic statue had descended from the sky. It crashed into the sword formation. The two sides erupted with incomparable power. Terrifying cracks extended in all directions. The four symbols' holy suns made their move. Buzz, between heaven and earth, countless chaotic chi flickered, hanging upside down like a waterfall. The saintess of all beginnings made her move. The saint of all beginnings was not to be outdone. His body flickered with chaotic light like a sun as he charged over. Kill, Dowie Holy Sun, Yi Wudao, No Flower, and the others also made their moves. Lin Xian also made his move. In the face of such a treasure, it was impossible for him not to be tempted. Next to him, Xianxia, Morong Qingqing, and 2 other elders of the great sage quickly attacked. For a moment, a chaotic battle broke out. Fortunately, this was the ancient tomb of a saint, and the coffin was also a saint's, so it was not damaged. Lin Xian shouted coldly. The snow-white little monkey jumped out and manipulated the shabby small bowl to retrieve the items in the air. However, those Tree of Immortality leaves were in the saint's coffin and could not be taken out remotely. The power of the saint isolated everything. This made the snow-white little fox scratch its ears and cheeks angrily. However, it still found an opportunity. That was because the battle between Seiko Dian and the 4 Symbols Holy Sun was very fierce. In the end, they sent 2 leaves flying. Buzz, the 2 leaves floated in the sky, shuttling back and forth among countless rays of light. Ha 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 ha, they're mine. The saint child of the 4 divine symbols stretched out his palm. Every finger of his was as sharp as an azure dragon, carrying with it an unparalleled divine might. He grabbed the 2 leaves. Don't even think about it. Seiko Dian sneered. Sword light erupted from his body, and the Dian sword formation was even more arrogant. The 2 of them fought very fiercely, but at this moment, a light flashed in the sky, and the 2 leaves disappeared into thin air. Damn it, who dares to snatch our treasures? The 4 Symbols Holy Sun was angry. A roar shook the 9 heavens. Seiko Dian's eyes were like swords, slashing in all directions. At this moment, the 2 great sage Holy Suns were really angry. The people around who were fighting for the treasures were so scared that they retreated. Even some of the elders felt their scalps go numb. Oh, no. The little white monkey kept jumping. He came in front of Lin Xian, raised the small worn-out bowl, and grinned. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He was a little disappointed that the little white monkey couldn't retrieve the treasures from the Holy Sun's coffin. However, he didn't expect it to work this way. As long as the undying tree leaves left the Holy Sun's coffin, the little white monkey would be able to snatch them. As expected, he got the first 2 undying tree leaves. Damn it, it's him. It's that damned monkey. Seiko Dian and the 4 Symbols Holy Sun were so powerful that they instantly captured the little white monkey. When they saw the little white monkey give the 2 leaves to Lin Xian, the 2 Holy Suns' eyes instantly turned red. Damn it, this is too much. Kill that kid. The 2 great sage Holy Suns roared and charged over. Boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The void beside the 2 great sage Holy Suns cracked open, and a black hole directly swallowed the 2 of them. Space-shattering fist. Xing Tian retracted his fist, and a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. If you dare to attack the young master, you'll have to get through me first. Holy Sun. No. The people of the 4 Symbols Holy Lands and the Dian Holy Lands screamed crazily. They saw their holy suns being swallowed by the black hole and disappearing. How could they tolerate this? Damn it, kill him, kill the people of the Immortal Palace. The 2 great sage Holy Suns attacked crazily. The elder's hair was white and his figure was stooped, making him look extremely old. In just an instant, an unparalleled power erupted from his turbid eyes. His short and small body also abruptly expanded. Boom, in the end, the elder transformed into a white-haired god of war. His eyes looked disdainfully as the aura on his body crushed the void. Boom, 4 Symbols Sacred Fist. The old man waved his fist, not holding back at all. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly and fought back. Terrifying 5 elements power flickered on his fist. Using his fist as a sword, he broke through the void. Boom. Boom, boom. The 2 collided, causing heaven and earth to collapse. With the 2 of them as the center, a terrifying wave was formed and spread towards the surroundings. Poof, beside them, many people were sent flying and coughing up blood. The 4 Symbols Sacred Ground elder's expression also changed. His ruddy face instantly turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire arm was also deformed instantly. Crack. Crack, crack. A crisp sound was heard as the 4 Symbols Sacred Ground elder's arm was directly broken. Ah, he screamed miserably as he retreated continuously, trampling on the void. Damn it, how is this possible? How could his strength be stronger than mine? The elder was extremely shocked and did not dare to believe it. He was a peerless almighty and an elite of the Four Symbols Sacred Ground. The Four Symbols Sacred Ground was famous for its boundless strength and powerful defense. But now, he was actually suppressed in terms of strength, his arm was even broken by a punch. He did not dare to believe it at all. Kill, with a furious roar, his broken arm instantly recovered. The elder's white hair fluttered as he charged forward again like a god of death. After an intense battle, the Four Symbols Holy Land's elder's body was completely destroyed, apart from his head that was still intact. In fact, he was smashed 3 times. Ah! The Four Symbols Sacred Ground elder roared at the sky as his broken body was reassembled. However, the aura on his body was much weaker than before. Buzz, the elder turned and fled, no longer lingering in the battle. Humph, trying to escape? Lin Xian sneered as he executed the demigods and quickly chased after him. The other party came too. Kill him and he fled because he could not kill him? How could it be so simple? He wanted to let everyone know that he, Lin Xian, was not someone who could be killed by just anyone. Wang, in the sky, countless sharp sword lights flew out. The terrifying light flashed and shattered the world. This scene caused many people to turn their heads. They were scared out of their wits when they saw the scene in the distance. Heavens, what am I seeing? That brat was actually chasing after an elder. That was too scary. The Four Symbols Holy Lands really did not learn their lesson. He actually dared to fight with Lin Xian. Discussions rang out as the people from the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds roared like they had gone mad. Damned brat, stop, you dare to hurt my elder? I'm not done with you. Roars rang out one after another, but Lin Xian remained unmoved. Boom! Boom! In the end, the elder from the Four Symbols Sacred Ground was mercilessly killed, never to be revived. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Many experts from the Four Symbols Holy Grounds charged forward. Roar! Lin Xian directly brandished his dragon-shaped sword Qi, sweeping out in all directions. Those experts were sent flying, their faces full of horror. Wang, killing intent surged wildly from their bodies. Damned brat, my Four Symbols Sacred Grounds will not play with you, humph. I'll accompany you anytime. Lin Xian's voice was cold. But if you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed, no matter who you are, whether you are a saint or an elder, I won't let you off. At the end, sword Qi surged from Lin Xian's body. A terrifying sword light was like a divine sword that reached the heavens, shining until people could not open their eyes. Hearing this voice and feeling this sword Qi, many people trembled. Lin Xian's gaze turned, staring at the people from the Dian Sacred Ground. You guys want to attack me too? Humph, brat, you're too arrogant. An elder from the Dian Sacred Ground stood out. He carried 3 treasure swords on his back, terrifying sword light flickering on his body continuously. His Dian Sacred Ground was also a peerless sacred ground. How could he lower his head to a brat? Although the other party was very powerful, he was more confident in his Dian sword technique. Moreover, he was an elder who had lived for nearly 2,000 years. He did not believe that he would lose to a brat. Whoosh, the elder from the Dian Sacred Ground waved his hand, and the 3 treasure swords on his back flew out and waved in front of him. Rays of dazzling sword light descended from the sky like the Milky Way, slicing through the void. Ka, Lin Xian pulled out the ancient Dragon Abyss sword and quickly met the attack. The ancient Dragon Abyss sword enlarged and became a giant sword. It danced in the sky, annihilating all the sword light that came at it. Since you want to fight, don't blame me for not being polite, the great dragon sword soul roared, and the 4 seals on the ancient Dragon Abyss sword were released, flickering with incomparable light. Rays of sword Qi slashed down, instantly blasting the Dian sword formation into water. The 3 treasure swords trembled in the sky and flew out. There were even cracks on them. No way, so strong, these people were stunned. The people from the Dian Sacred Ground were so frightened that their scalps went numb. This elder of theirs was extremely terrifying. The 3 treasure swords on his back were also very famous. But now, this elder was forced to retreat, and there were cracks on the 3 treasure swords. Is this brat still human? Why do I feel like he's going to defy the heavens? There was no need to think about it. He had already entered the ranks of the top saints. In a one-on-one fight, other than Yu Wudao and the others, no one was a match for him. Those elders were no match for him either. Unless they ganged up on him. Indeed, ordinary elders were no match for Lin Xian in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, the Dian's sacred ground shamelessly sent out another elder. On the four symbol sacred ground side, another elder flew out. 3 elders against Lin Xian. F*CK, this is going to be a big game. Seeing the 3 elders standing in the void and crushing the world, the surrounding people trembled. That brat is going to be in danger. Indeed, no one could beat him in a one-on-one fight, but there was no suspense in a 3-on-1 fight. Brat, your people have been restrained. Let's see who can save you this time. In the 4 symbol sacred ground, a middle-aged man gritted his teeth. The 2 elders from the Dian sacred ground were even more murderous. Indeed, Xing Tian, elderly, the dark red divine dragon, and the others were fighting with others. They were fighting for the undying leaf. Now, there was no one around Lin Xian who could help him. Is that so? Lin Xian's lips curled up. With a wave of his hand, a blood-red figure appeared beside him. Seeing this figure, the elders' eyelids twitched wildly, and their faces instantly turned ugly. Blood-robed Bat King, damn it, how could they forget about this? The blood-robed Bat King was extremely terrifying. It could definitely restrain one of them. As for the remaining 2, would they still have a 100% chance of winning if they fought each other? They did not know. The 3 of them were already the most they could send out at the moment. If they sent more people over, they would be at a disadvantage in the other battles. They were discussing and predicting their chances of winning. That was because they discovered that after the Bloodwing Bat King, there were dozens of black bugs beside Lin Xian. One by one, they crawled in the air. Their pitch-black bodies flickered with a metallic light. Damn it, it's those bugs. He can control those bugs. The 3 elders were so scared that their faces turned pale, and their bodies trembled. The people in the distance also cried out in alarm. This was the 3rd time they had seen Lin Xian use those black bugs. If the first 2 times were a coincidence, what about the 3rd time? The other party must have mastered some kind of method to directly control those bugs. Thinking of this, they were terrified. Those bugs were not any weaker than the Bloodwing Bat King. Come, have a taste of the gifts I prepared for you. Lin Xian grinned. The 3 elders, however, turned around and fled. What a joke. They were confident in fighting 3 against 1. Now that the other party had taken out 2 trump cards, they could not win at all. 3 streaks of red light streaked across the sky and fled into the distance. How could Lin Xian let them go? With a wave of his hand, the black bugs and the Bloodwing Bat King quickly charged over. He even used the demigods and semi-devils to fly rapidly in the sky. Boom! Boom! Ah! In the end, the 3 elders let out miserable screams and angry roars. A great battle broke out. The 3 elders knew that they could not escape, so they did not hold back at all. They exerted their combat strength to the limit. At the same time, they threw out all kinds of trump cards without any regard for their lives. But in the end, they were still killed. There was no other way. Whether it was Lin Xian, the black bugs, or the Bloodwing Bat King, they were all very terrifying. They were not people they could fight against at all. 3 streaks of blood mist exploded and spread in all directions, turning into a sea of blood that surged in the sky. It dyed a corner of the sky red. Everyone was stunned. No one dared to go up and find trouble with Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand and controlled the Bloodwing Bat King and the black bugs that filled the sky to quickly charge over. He wanted to use these 2 trump cards to snatch the Leaf of Immortality. Get lost, kill. For a moment, countless angry roars came from below as terrifying energy surged. In the end, Lin Xian also joined the battle. The battle lasted for a long time. 2 figures broke through the void and flew back. It was the 4 symbols Saint Child and Seiko Dian. Their expressions turned gloomy. When they found out what had happened earlier, the 2 of them were completely enraged. They charged downwards in search of Lin Xian and prepared to take revenge. What kind of joke was this? An elder of their holy land had been killed in front of everyone. They had to take revenge. Wang, a large palm stretched across the sky, completely enveloping the space where Lin Xian was. Damn it! The people around Lin Xian were also furious. This palm didn't just envelop Lin Xian, it enveloped them as well. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the sky, a cold glint in his eyes. Acting recklessly, he thrust out his sword and collided with the sky-covering giant hand. Wang, suddenly, Seiko Dian's figure appeared behind Lin Xian, and the great expansion sacred sword in his hand slashed out rapidly. Bang! Lin Xian didn't dodge and pushed out his left hand. It was as if an azure dragon had collided with the great expansion sacred sword, and a loud clang was heard. Wang, at the same time, a ball of golden light appeared in his eyes as he looked at Seiko Dian. Seiko Dian screamed in agony as sword chi erupted from his body to defend himself. He was pushed back, and his face was extremely pale. In the sky, the four-symbol saint child saw this and hurriedly defended himself with his soul. In an instant, everyone retreated a great distance. Damn it, this kid is using a soul attack again. Seeing the fear in everyone's eyes, Lin Xian sneered. He didn't attack again. Instead, he took out a bronze bell and shook it in the sky. Ding ding dang dang. Terrifying sound waves spread in all directions, and the surrounding people were sent flying while vomiting blood. Damn it, Seiko Dian and the four-symbol saint child's faces changed instantly. Flower protector. This guy took it out again. Damn it, the treasures that Lin Xian had obtained in this ancient tomb were too powerful. They could only use their trump cards to defend themselves. However, they probably couldn't attack Lin Xian for the time being. In the end, the four-symbol saint child and Seiko Dian gave up. This was because the two of them couldn't do anything to Lin Xian even if they joined forces. Moreover, even if they fought to the end, both of them would be injured. It wasn't worth it at all. Therefore, the two of them didn't attack Lin Xian anymore. Instead, they joined in the fight. While Lin Xian was fighting, the blood-winged Bat King and the black bug didn't stop. Among them, the black bug wrapped around 3 leaves, forming a large black ball that flew rapidly in the sky. Countless attacks landed on their bodies, making loud clanging sounds. Sparks flew as the attacks pierced through the void. However, the bug was refined from dark night black gold, which was equivalent to a heaven-grade treasure. For a moment, no one could break it. They could only watch as Lin Xian left with the 3 leaves. On the other side, the blood-winged Bat King also obtained 2 leaves. It directly activated its blood-sucking ability, scaring the surrounding people into retreating frantically. It also successfully brought back 2 leaves. Xing Tian, elderly, and the others all obtained some benefits. On the other side, the Yi family, Gu family, Wavering Light Sacred Land, and Lanrua Temple also did the same. Morong Qingqing and Shinjingqiu also gained a lot. In the end, more than 100 leaves were completely divided among these sacred lands and sections. Of course, everyone received more and less. For example, Lin Xian, the Yi family, and the Gu family, who were more powerful, naturally received more. Lin Xian's side obtained 12 leaves, which was considered the most. After all, there were only a total of more than 100 leaves. There were dozens of sacred lands, so it wasn't enough at all. 12 leaves was already very heaven-defying. Sure enough, many people looked at Immortal Palace from time to time. It seemed like they were very jealous. However, no one dared to make a move rashly. After obtaining the leaves, these people quickly retreated, formed their own groups, and sat down cross-legged. Array formations flickered one after another. The previous battle was very intense, and many people had fallen. Even more people were seriously injured. At this moment, they naturally wanted to recover. All kinds of heavenly treasures, spirit pills, and miraculous medicines were swallowed without any regard for their lives. These people's bodies were overflowing with light. Lin Xian and the others didn't suffer much injuries, so at this moment, he was counting the spoils of war. Moreover, his eyes flickered as he stared into the distance. The undying leaf was gone, but the purple coffin was still there, flickering mysteriously. There were 3 layers of immortal suppression coffins. The 3rd layer of coffins should contain the bodies of the saints. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He had a saint's hand bone in his hand. Just a small section of the hand bone was so terrifying that it made people tremble. Not to mention the entire corpse. If it appeared, it could probably kill all of them. Therefore, everyone was very conscious and didn't have any ideas about the third coffin. They decided to leave as soon as possible after recuperating. Pung Pung, those cultivators who were meditating and recovering from their injuries suddenly opened their eyes, and a hint of fear appeared in their eyes. They quickly stood up and looked around in bewilderment. Damn it, what's that sound? Many people trembled and pointed in front of them, almost kneeling on the ground. The purple coffin moved. It moved, and the sound came from inside. What? A third coffin? The expressions of the elders and saints changed. Lin Xian's pupils also constricted. He also saw the purple coffin move just now. Moreover, the sound came from inside the purple coffin. The third coffin contains the corpse of a saint. Could it be that the corpse of a saint had changed? Don't joke around. If the corpse of a saint is resurrected, we're all finished. Let's go, let's go. Those people's scalps went numb. They did not care about their injuries and retreated one after another. Whoosh whoosh, however, at that moment, a strange sound was heard again, as if someone was breathing. The sound rang clearly in their ears, and many of them were so scared that they peed their pants. Those elders also turned their heads abruptly, and their faces were pale. A sharp light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes, and it even formed a pair of golden eyes above his head. He looked down at the ground. Where did that sound come from? What a trick! A series of cold shouts were heard. Lin Xian's gaze was fixed on the purple coffin. The sound of breathing came from inside the coffin. He said in a deep voice. What? The sound of breathing came from inside the coffin? Kid, don't joke around. That's right. Although your eye technique is powerful, you can't scare us like that. Those young disciples were about to cry. What kind of joke is this? That's the corpse of a saint buried there. If the corpse of a saint can breathe, could it be that it's coming back to life? Xing Tian, elderly, and the others looked solemn. The dark red divine dragon was also shocked. Kid, are you sure you're not mistaken? Brother Xian. Morong Qingqing and Shin Jingqiu also looked over. Countless gazes gathered on Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. I can't be wrong. The breathing is coming from there. Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Many of them immediately knelt on the ground. The elders of the Yi family and the Gu family also turned pale. Palace Master Lin is right. We also sensed it. It can't be, right? Everyone's hearts went cold, and their faces turned pale. This corpse was tens of thousands of years old. How could it still be breathing? Breathing meant that he was alive, a sage who had lived for tens of thousands of years. If this news were to spread, it would probably shock the entire world. This was impossible. The elders shook their heads frantically. Even a great emperor couldn't live that long, let alone a saint. But what's with that breathing sound? The people of the Jade Lake sacred ground were also puzzled. The elder of the Wavering Light Holy Land said, Don't panic. It might not be what we think. After all, the saint's tomb was special. Just because there were breathing sounds didn't mean that the saint was still alive. That was indeed the case. Hearing this speculation, many people's expressions eased, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he finished speaking, the people of the Wavering Light Holy Land regretted it. Their faces even turned green. They weren't the only ones. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian and the others also looked incomparably solemn. The young martial artists were so scared that they wet their pants. That was because the third purple coffin in front of them was making cracking sounds, and then it slowly opened. That was not the end. A figure slowly rose from the coffin like an elevator. It rose from the bottom of the coffin to the top. This made it so that everyone could see it without getting too close. There was indeed a corpse. There was a figure lying on the purple jade platform. Around the corpse, there was a small stream of crystal-clear water droplets that flowed in all directions. The water didn't flow outside, but all of it fell from the jade platform into the purple coffin. At this moment, everyone's injured bodies recovered in an instant. The effect was even more terrifying than the undying leaves. Heavens, what are these water droplets? It must be a supreme treasure for recovery and healing. Everyone was overjoyed. Those from the sacred grounds who didn't get too many undying leaves before were even more envious. Of course, they were only envious. None of them dared to go forward. In fact, these people kept retreating. The spring of life, this is the spring of life, the spring of life that was rumored to be able to bring bones back to life. Everyone went crazy. The elders of the Yi family and the Gu family were also breathing rapidly. Even Xing Tian, elderly, and the others were trembling with excitement. Lin Xian had also heard of this name, but he had only seen it in ancient books. He didn't expect to see it in real life. At the side, the dark red divine dragon's face was ugly. Damn it, what was this sage trying to do? First, there were so many divine crystals, then the undying leaves, and now the spring of life. These were all treasures that contained powerful vitality. Coupled with the legendary triple immortal suppression coffin, could it be that this sage was really trying to revive? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. It couldn't be. Could it really be possible for someone to come back from the dead, other than being turned into a puppet or a zombie? They had never seen anyone who could come back from the dead. Puppets and zombies were beyond normal resurrection. They couldn't be considered resurrection at all. Huff huff. Just as the crowd was discussing spiritedly, the sound of breathing was heard once again. This time around, the crowd was able to hear it clearly. It was coming from the corpse lying before them. Everyone's scalps went numb, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. They couldn't see the corpse clearly because the corpse was wearing armor. The armor covered the corpse's entire body. Only a pair of eyes were exposed, but they were still closed. It must be said that when they saw the armor, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. That was because the armor was too exquisite. It was more exquisite than any armor they had ever seen. The streamlines on the armor were natural, as if it was a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. Runes and Dao runes interweaved with each other, forming an exquisite pattern that covered the armor. He, it's really good stuff. If we can get this thing back, who in this world will be our match? Just as everyone was panicking, a cold voice sounded. Then, 5 or 6 figures rushed forward like ghosts. Who's that? Are they tired of living? Lin Xian was surprised. The others also exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Damn it, they're from the Chasing Corpse sect. Oh no, what are they trying to do? The elders of the Yi family and the Gu family exclaimed in surprise. The others also came back to their senses. Is the Chasing Corpse sect from that ancient sacred ground in Nanjiang? They're here too. Damn it, did they hide before this? No one had seen them before. They thought that the other party must have been in disguise. Now that they saw the saint's corpse, did the Chasing Corpse sect finally lose their patience? The Chasing Corpse sect was a sacred ground in Nanjiang. It was very ancient and mysterious. That sect was very special. Their main method of attack was to use corpses and control corpses. In their view, corpses were their weapons and their source of strength. And those people from the Chasing Corpse sect did it. They refined corpses. The Dharma treasures formed were very terrifying and powerful. However, they didn't expect those people from the Chasing Corpse sect to be so bold as to set their eyes on the saint's corpse. Could it be that they have a way to obtain the saint's corpse? What a joke! No one dared to believe it. Is the saint's corpse so easily obtained? Everyone's scalps went numb as they retreated crazily. The 6 elders of the Chasing Corpse sect still arrived near the corpse. The 6 of them stood in 6 directions and quickly formed seals with their palms. Terrifying black holes appeared one after another. In front of them, 6 corpses appeared. Whoosh, the 6 zombies opened their bloody mouths and spat out 6 black rays of light that intertwined in the sky. They formed a large black net that enveloped the area below. It covered the corpse of the saint. Including the purple coffin, it enveloped everything and wanted to take it away. Could this be the legendary Hell's Magic Net? It could see everything in the world, an elder of the Thousand Calamity sect said. Now that you mention it, I remember that the Chasing Corpse sect does have such a treasure. I didn't expect them to bring it. The elders of the other sacred grounds also turned pale. Damn it, they couldn't have succeeded, right? Many people became nervous, and their eyes turned red. Although the 3rd coffin was dangerous, it was the corpse of a saint. If they brought it back, they would definitely make a fortune. A saint's body was full of treasures. A wisp of saint's might could destroy the world. If they could obtain the saint's corpse, it would be equivalent to a huge treasure trove. Moreover, the saint was wearing a set of armor. It was probably a saint's artifact. Not to mention the saint's corpse, just the spring of life in the third coffin was enough to make them jealous. This was the spring of life that could revive bones and had a strong vitality. It was very rare and could not be seen outside. He, it's us. The 6 elders of the Chasing Corpse sect had ferocious expressions as their eyes emitted a dark green light. The Hell's magic net carefully enveloped the saint's corpse and the purple coffin. Damn it, hurry up and attack, finally, someone could not help but roar. They naturally wanted a share of the loot. However, Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he quickly waved his hand and said, "Let's go." At the same time, the dragon sword's spiritual domain enveloped everyone. Pong, just as he finished doing this, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Between heaven and earth, countless rays of light shone as if it was the light of destruction. A black hole was drawn in the sky and it directly shattered. The 6 elders of the Chasing Corpse sect and the 6 zombies were all enveloped. A miserable sound was heard, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. Quick, defend! The people from the Holy Lands and major sects were so frightened that they hurriedly used their trump cards to defend themselves. The terrifying fluctuations came and went quickly. In an instant, he disappeared. Everyone thought that they were dreaming. However, the shattered spell formation around them and the shattered armor they wore indicated that the spiritual power fluctuations they had sensed just now had indeed existed. Lin Xian also withdrew the dragon sword domain, and they looked forward. Then, he drew in a breath of cold air. Up ahead, the people of the Chasing Corpse sect had already disappeared without a trace. Not even a drop of blood was left behind. Not only the 6 elders of the Chasing Corpse sect, but their 6 zombies had also disappeared. Even that terrifying treasure, the Hell Weave, had disappeared. What? Everyone was shocked. Was this the power of a saint? This was too terrifying. In an instant, it could kill a peerless expert. However, this was not what frightened them the most. What terrified them the most was that the corpse in front of them was actually sitting up. That's right, he did sit up. His upper body was upright as he sat on the purple jade platform. Damn it, what's going on? Could it be that the sage had been resurrected? Everyone trembled. F*CK, Chasing Corpse sect, I'll remember you. If I can return alive, I'll kill every member of the Chasing Corpse sect I meet in the future. Many people went crazy. It was all because of the damn Chasing Corpse sect that they had to make a move. If they didn't make a move, the sage's corpse definitely wouldn't have changed. And it wouldn't have sat up like now. Who knew if the other party would have survived, because they should have been able to feel that the sage was indeed breathing. A corpse was breathing. This made them think that the sage in front of them shouldn't be dead. It was as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. I've encountered such a situation before. If a person is sealed in a divine crystal or the spring of life, they can indeed be preserved for tens of thousands of years without dying. However, in that case, the amount of divine crystals and the spring of life required was extremely large, to an unimaginable extent. On top of that, only martial monarchs or supreme saints were able to do it. Could it be that the sage in front of them was like that? When these words were said, everyone was shocked. Those elders all had terrified expressions on their faces. They had naturally heard of this possibility. That was because in the past, a powerful seeker spirit master had once cut open the stone transported out of the Primordium ancient mine. At that time, they cut out such a thing. That stone was very large, dozens of meters tall. In the end, a divine crystal that was more than 10 meters tall was cut out. That divine crystal was incomparably resplendent. However, what was terrifying was that there was actually something sealed in the divine crystal. A monstrous beast. In the end, it was jointly taken away by the people of several clans of the ancients. Moreover, this matter was quickly suppressed and only became a legend. However, it was spread among the great sage lands. At this moment, when they saw the strange thing in front of them, they naturally recalled the previous legend. However, the people of the Gu family frowned. That shouldn't be. The corpse was clearly not sealed. Although it was soaked in the spring of life, it was completely different from being directly sealed by the spring of life. If it wasn't sealed, it wouldn't be able to survive for tens of thousands of years in the spring of life. Moreover, if it wasn't dead, why would it spend so much effort to build an ancient tomb? What exactly was the reason? Everyone was puzzled. Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, and the others also frowned. However, Elder Li's body trembled slightly. Not only him, but Elder Lu, Elder Wang, and the other two also felt the same. Xing Tian also had a frightened expression as if he had seen a ghost. Xing Tian, Elder Li, what did you find? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. He noticed that the expressions of these elders were not right. Meanwhile, Elder Li, Xing Tian and the others were staring ahead intently. No way, how could it be? How could it be that thing? Not to mention Lin Xian and the others, even Peacock, Hu Yidao, and the young martial artists of the Immortal Palace were puzzled. At this moment, the elders of the surrounding sacred lands also looked over. Fellow cultivator, what did you find? The elder of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground asked in confusion. This, Elder Li and the others did not say anything. They discussed with each other. Xing Tian sighed. Forget it, we can't hide it. We'll find out sooner or later. This matter is already beyond our control. Hurry up and call for help. What's going on? As soon as he said that, the surrounding people were shocked. Lin Xian was even more puzzled. Elder Li took a deep breath. Elder Li took a deep breath. He also knew that this matter could not be hidden, so he spoke in a deep voice. The Yuhua Immortal Robe. What? The Yuhua Immortal Robe? As soon as these words came out, the eyelids of the elders of the Yi family, Yaoguang Sacred Land, and Gu family twitched fiercely. Their eyes erupted with an incomparable light, and the aura on their bodies swept through the 9 heavens. In the next moment, they stared fixedly at the corpse of the saint who was sitting up in front of them. To be precise, it was the clothes on the corpse of the saint. Could it be that this was the legendary Yuhua Immortal Robe? Heavens, no way, wasn't that a legend? Could it really exist? These elders were stunned. Those young disciples were very puzzled. Elder, what was the Yuhua Immortal Robe? Yes, was it very precious? Was it a saint's magic treasure? They had never seen their elder so agitated. It should be a saint's magic treasure. However, the elders of the great sage shook their heads. The Yuhua Immortal Robe had probably surpassed the saint's magic treasure. It was a supreme treasure between heaven and earth, and it was very magical. Rumor had it that wearing the Yuhua Immortal Robe could bring the dead back to life. One could even live forever. What? Bring the dead back to life. Immortality. At this moment, those young disciples were all stunned. Their breathing became rapid, and their eyes were red. They also stared fixedly at the figure in front of them. However, Yi Wudao, No Flower, the Prince of Great Xia, and the others frowned. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Immortality? Bring the dead back to life? How was this possible? Wasn't it said that even great emperors couldn't escape death? If they didn't become immortals, they would eventually become a pile of dust. This was also the reason why everyone was so obsessed with becoming an immortal. Because only by becoming an immortal could one have eternal life and immortality. But now, these elders were telling them that a Yuhua Immortal Robe could allow one to live forever? This directly impacted their understanding. If there was such a treasure, how could it be in the hands of a saint? It must have been taken away by the great emperor. No, the Yuhua Immortal Robe was very magical. It had not appeared for hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer. It only existed in extremely ancient legends. We even thought that it was impossible for the Yuhua Immortal Robe to exist. But who would have thought that it would appear again? Everyone was shocked. However, there were also people who were doubtful. That might not be the case. Perhaps Immortal Palace's people couldn't be sure that this was Feather Immortal. That's right. The others were also puzzled. Wasn't this corpse breathing before? We suspect that it was sealed by the divine crystal and the spring of life, and that's why it survived until now. From the looks of it, that might not be the case. This saint might really be dead. However, he wore the Yuhua Immortal Robe and lived through countless years. What? The dead had come back to life. Everyone felt as if they were listening to a legend. Could it really be the effect of the Yuhua Immortal Robe? Everyone was shocked. But then again, how could a corpse breathe? With the addition of the legend of the Yuhua immortal robe, everything could be explained. Thinking of this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Many people were going crazy. They did not expect that they would actually encounter the legendary Yuhua immortal robe. This was a blessing that they had accumulated over several lifetimes. The feather immortal had disappeared for over 100,000 years. Even some martial monarchs had never seen him before. But now, they actually saw it. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Then, the void split open, and the world lost its color. Surging death chi filled the air, and an incomparably terrifying black palm pierced through the sky like a demonic mountain. It shrouded the area below. As soon as the black palm appeared, many people directly fell to the ground, and even more people vomited blood and flew out. Their faces were full of horror. The elders and saints of the various great sage lands also felt their scalps go numb as they quickly retreated. Lin Xian and the others also retreated rapidly. Elderly instantly summoned his magic arsenal, and countless puppets completely surrounded Lin Xian and the others. "Damn it, it's an invincible king has appeared," an old man exclaimed, and with a bang, his body split open and turned into a bloody mist. Seeing this scene, everyone screamed. That was a peerless mighty figure, but he was actually shattered by the aftermath of the energy. One could imagine that it was definitely an extremely heaven-defying energy. In addition to the previous voice, they believed that an invincible king had really appeared. Was it the guardian of the ancient tomb? Everyone immediately thought of this possibility. Because there was a woman in white next to him. However, they soon discovered that it wasn't her. Although this black palm carried a sky full of death chi, it was incomparably terrifying. However, it wasn't the guardian of the ancient tomb. It was someone from the Chasing Corpse sect. It was the invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect who had made a move. The Yuhua immortal robe must belong to our Chasing Corpse sect. The huge palm smashed the surroundings, and countless black auras drooped down. It was like the demonic aura from hell, rolling over. It spread out in all directions, completely sealing the entire space. "Damn it," Leaf Dao Denier roared, and his golden chi and blood surged into the sky. A golden giant stood indomitable. The immortal king descends to the 9 heavens. This was his terrifying technique, and he wanted to destroy everything in all directions. But this time, the boundless black aura completely suppressed the immortal king descends to the 9 heavens. Leaf Dao Denier kept retreating, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. "Damn it, protect Dao Denier." Howling, the elders of the Yi clan sent 4 experts to surround Leaf Dao Denier and protect him. Leaf Dao Denier was their Yi family's sacred physique, and they absolutely couldn't allow anything to happen to him. The Yi family's sacred physique was indeed worthy of its reputation. It could actually block a wisp of my aura. A cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. As soon as this voice came out, many people directly exploded. Those who were weak couldn't bear it at all. Even the elders, saints, and saintesses couldn't help but vomit blood. Lin Xian also felt the impact. He felt the chi and blood in his body tumbling, as if his body was about to explode. It was terrifying. Was this the power of an invincible king? Lin Xian was shocked. Next to him, the dark red divine dragon and the others roared in anger. Damn it, they actually brought an invincible king here. They were about to go crazy. The huge palm in the sky rumbled in all directions. It was like an ancient demonic mountain, pressing down on everyone until they couldn't breathe. The invincible king didn't reveal his true body. Just a palm was enough to sweep in all directions. He injured Leaf Dao Denier with one palm, then stared at the Alcade Saint. Boom, he waved his palm gently, and boundless black aura spread out, turning into a black dragon that rushed towards the Alcade Saint. Not only that, but many black dragons appeared in the sky. In addition to the Alcade Saint, they also rushed towards Lin Xian, the Grand Xia Prince, No Flower, Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, Yan Ruyu, and the others. "Not good, damn it, get lost," the saints roared crazily. The dragon-patterned cauldron trembled and grew larger in the sky. It was like a mountain was crushing the void. On Wu Hua's side, boundless Buddha phantoms appeared on his body, looking very mysterious. The golden sword in the hands of the great Xia prince turned into a golden dragon, roaring in all directions. A green light rushed out of Yan Ruyu's body. Morong Qingqing waved her phoenix wing golden fan, sending out a phoenix phantom. Shinjingqiu shouted. Boundless purple aura spread out from her body. It was like a purple aura coming from the east. It was extremely mysterious. It wrapped around her completely. Lin Xian's expression was serious, as if he was facing a great enemy. He used all his strength to activate the great dragon sword soul, and a terrifying dragon roar sounded between heaven and earth. Then, it turned into a dragon-shaped sword shadow and slashed forward. Boom boom boom, the other saints and saintesses attacked at the same time. Terrifying energy rolled between heaven and earth, and the void was completely shattered. Boom boom boom, puff, figures retreated one after another, spitting out mouthfuls of blood in the sky, dyeing it red. At this moment, whether it was Lin Xian, Yan Ruyu, or the others, they were all injured. It couldn't be helped. Their opponent was an invincible king. Although it was just a light attack from an invincible king, it was still not something they could resist. Top geniuses and peerless geniuses were nothing more than this. You want to climb the path of the great emperor? The invincible king of the Chasing Corps sect said in a disdainful voice. His black palm was full of killing intent. Damn it! You dare to attack us? The elders of the Yi and Gu families were furious. They didn't expect the invincible king of the Chasing Corps sect to be so crazy. He dared to attack all the top geniuses. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to kill all the top geniuses? They didn't dare to imagine. The others were also frightened. The saints trembled. If Yi Wudao, the great Xia prince, and the other top geniuses died here, there would be an earth-shattering shock in the outside world. Not to mention the other holy sons and holy daughters, just the fact that Yi Wudao had died was enough to send the Yi clan into a frenzy. At that time it was very likely that he would become a living fossil of the Yi clan, and he would wield an extreme weapon to wipe out the Chasing Corps sect. Just thinking about this scene made one's scalp go numb. After all, once an extreme weapon appeared, it was no longer just the Chasing Corps sect's problem. That was because its power was simply too terrifying. It could definitely cause endless territories to sink. This was definitely an earth-shattering catastrophe. Therefore, the crowd could not understand why the Chasing Corps sect was so bold. Humph, if I kill all of you, the news won't spread. The invincible king of the Chasing Corps sect said coldly. The light on the black palm became more and more terrifying and boundless. Demonic chi spread out. At this moment, everyone coughed up blood once more. Lin Xian, Leaf Dao Denier, and the other elders were all infuriated. However, they couldn't resist at all. However, before the invincible king of the Chasing Corps sect could make his move, another shocking change occurred. In the sky, the blood of Leaf Dao Denier, Yan Ruyu, Morong Qingqing, and the other prodigies gathered in the air and did not disappear. Instead, it turned into a red light that flew towards the sage's corpse. Then, all the blood was absorbed into the sage's corpse. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Even the invincible king of the Chasing Corps sect exclaimed in surprise. In the next moment, a pair of black eyes appeared in the sky and stared coldly at the sage's corpse below. Damn it, what's going on? Why is the corpse sucking blood? He didn't know, but he felt that things might be serious. Buzz, as expected, his guess was right. After the blood of the top prodigies entered the sage's corpse, the sage's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Rays of terrifying light swept in all directions, like a peerless heavenly blade that cut through the void. Wherever it passed, nothing could withstand it. Crack! Crack! Terrifying cracks spread out, and everyone frantically retreated. At this moment, the great sage and the clan of the ancients all revealed their trump cards. Buzz, on the Yi family's side, a golden cauldron floated above them, completely enveloping them. On Lin Xian's side, Elderly took out a decree. In the sky, countless terrifying runes flickered. They weren't the only ones. At this moment, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, Xia Sacred Ground, Wavering Light Sacred Ground, Fei Imperial Palace, Gu Family, and all the other sacred grounds and sects didn't hold back at all. This was because if they didn't use their final trump cards, they might be killed by this pressure. Terrifying light erupted in the sky, and intense sounds collided. The palm of the invincible king of the Chasing Corps sect bore the brunt of the impact. His large black palm was impacted by the sage's power, and suddenly, the sky and earth shook. The large black palm kept slapping, shattering the entire sky. However, in the face of the sage's power, he couldn't withstand it at all. In an instant, the large black palm was torn into pieces. In the sky, the pair of black eyes became blurry and even filled with fear. Boom, the void shattered, and a figure appeared in the sky. He was like a demon king, and his aura made people tremble. The invincible king had appeared, that's right, the invincible king of the chasing corpse sect finally couldn't hold back anymore. His true body had appeared. In front of him, there was an incomparably pitch-black corpse. It was similar to him, but it was expressionless. This was a zombie that he had refined, and it was also the corpse of an invincible king. It was very terrifying. At this moment, he had used the invincible king zombie to its limit. At the same time, a large black net floated above his head. Hell's demonic net. It was the treasure of the chasing corpse sect. Previously, everyone thought that the Hell's demonic net had shattered, but they didn't expect it to be taken away by this invincible king. Now that it was displayed again, it was truly terrifying. After all, the strength of an invincible king was much stronger than that of a peerless almighty. In addition to the Hell's demonic net, two more things appeared beside the invincible king of the chasing corpse sect. One was a black bead that looked like an eye. It was very strange. The other was a black demonic saber that emitted a strong aura of death. Obviously, the invincible king didn't dare to be careless in the face of the sage's corpse. He had to go all out. Whoosh, the others retreated crazily. In a battle of this level, just a wisp of energy was enough to kill them. Fortunately, their elders had already used their shocking trump cards to protect them. Otherwise, no one would be able to survive. On the Immortal Palace's side, Lin Xian's face was pale. He swallowed a few drops of earth spirit liquid, and the bones in his body crackled. Previously, when he was resisting the aura of the invincible king, he was injured. Fortunately, he had many natural treasures in his hands, and he had recovered. The current situation had already exceeded his ability to control and endure. Not to mention him, even these elders would not be able to interfere at all. Sure enough, Elderly didn't attack. He used a top-grade puppet to protect the people of Immortal Palace. The decree above his head floated in the air. Mysterious runes flickered in the sky. Don't hesitate anymore, Xianxia said. Hearing this, Elderly nodded his head. Then, he, Xianxia, Elder Wang, and Elder Lu quickly formed hand seals. The golden decree trembled non-stop as it slowly opened. The golden decree was only half opened. At this moment, it seemed to be fully opened. Welcome, Great Guardian, Xianxia, Elderly, and the others said respectfully. Their expressions were extremely sincere. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Peacock, Hui Dao, and the other Immortal Palace martial artists trembled. Their eyes were filled with shock. Could it be? Before they could think of anything, the golden decree suddenly shone brightly and turned into a golden waterfall, spinning in the sky. The golden runes formed a mysterious array that tore through the void. A figure emerged from the golden light that filled the sky. This was a man who wore battle armor. He looked extremely valiant and extraordinary. As soon as he appeared, he shattered the void. His aura swept through the 9 heavens. His aura wasn't any weaker than the invincible king of the chasing corpse sect. Invincible king, another invincible king, after the invincible king of the chasing corpse sect, the invincible king of Immortal Palace also appeared. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He knew that the person who appeared was the great guardian of Immortal Palace. His strength was extremely terrifying. However, he didn't expect Xianxia, Elderly, and the others to have such abilities and methods to allow invincible kings to descend. If the invincible kings of Immortal Palace could descend, then what about the other sacred grounds? Lin Xian looked into the distance again. Sure enough, his guess was right. After the great guardian of Immortal Palace arrived, the Yi family, Gu family, Daoi sacred ground, Wavering Light sacred ground, and other sacred grounds all shone brightly. Strange runes flashed in the sky one after another. Then, a majestic aura emerged and tore through the void. That aura belonged to invincible kings. Clearly, invincible kings had arrived. There were more than a dozen invincible kings. At this moment, when they appeared in the sky together, it was really enough to make the heaven and earth collapse. Luckily, the invincible kings of the various sacred grounds unleashed their light to protect the crowd below. That was why those people weren't affected. Before, you dared to take action against my immortal palace's master? As soon as the great guardian appeared, he did not immediately look at the saint's corpse. Instead, he stared at the invincible king from the chasing corpse sect. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Obviously, he wanted to stand up for Lin Xian. It was because Lin Xian was his immortal palace's palace master. No matter when, he would always represent their immortal palace. However, someone actually wanted to kill Lin Xian. If a saint or saintess of the younger generation were to attack Lin Xian, the great guardian would definitely not care. That was because he knew that Lin Xian had to go through these battles. However, an invincible king who stood at the peak of the continent actually attacked a young junior. This was something he could not tolerate. Sure enough, as soon as these words were spoken, Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. The people of Immortal Palace also became excited. They knew that the Great Guardian had come to avenge them. After the Great Guardian of Immortal Palace, the invincible king of the Yi family also shouted coldly. Endless golden light erupted from his body, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A terrifying golden saint aura suddenly erupted. The invincible king of the Gu family, the Jade Pool, and the Dao One sacred ground, powerful figures, like divine arrows, pierced through the void and stared at the invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect. The martial artists of the Chasing Corpse sect felt their scalps go numb, and their faces turned green. They did not expect that these sacred grounds could summon invincible kings, and more than 10 of them appeared at once. Previously, they were proud, thinking that only their Chasing Corpse sect could summon invincible kings. This way, they could capture all the peerless geniuses in one fell swoop. They could severely injure the great sage. Moreover, they could push all the blame onto the saint's corpse. They could say that it was the saint's corpse that killed them. This way, they could do it without anyone noticing. However, they did not expect that before the invincible kings on their side made a move, the invincible kings of the sacred grounds had already arrived. Moreover, everyone was pointing their spears at them. They felt as if they were facing a great enemy, and their hearts were cold, and their faces were filled with despair. Because they only had one invincible king. No matter how strong he was, how could he defeat more than 10 of them? If more than 10 invincible kings attacked together, their Chasing Corpse sect would definitely not survive. Humph, the great guardian of Immortal Palace took the lead. He held a red spear in his hand and stabbed out. Lightning filled the sky, and endless divine lightning pierced through the void, attacking the invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect. The invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect roared, waving his black demonic blade to resist. However, at this time, the Yi family, Gu family, Blade Intent Sacred Ground, and the invincible kings of the heavens all attacked. More than 10 invincible kings attacked together, blasting the void. No matter how powerful the invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect was, he could not do it. Therefore, in just an instant, the invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect vomited blood and was sent flying. The invincible king-level zombie in front of him was torn apart, unable to resist at all. Ah, damn it, just you wait, the invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect roared. He waved his hand and led all the people of the Chasing Corpse sect to escape into the distance. You still want to escape? Stay here, the great guardian snorted coldly and stabbed out with his spear. Buzz, in the sky, a red spear descended from the sky like a divine red, directly piercing through the invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect. Puff, blood sprayed out, dyeing the void red. Boom. Boom, the invincible king of the Yi family waved his fist, and golden light shone in the sky, making everyone unable to open their eyes. The lower half of the invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect instantly shattered, turning into a bloody mist. Otherwise, black holes would have appeared around him, and a terrifying chaotic aura and world-destroying light would have appeared. In short, this invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect was severely injured, and only his head was left. He was also on the verge of death. It was covered with cracks and would shatter at any time. The martial artists of the Chasing Corpse sect below him were even more miserable. A large number of martial artists turned into a bloody mist, and less than 1% of them were still alive. Ah, with a roar, the shattered head of the invincible king escaped into the void with the remaining martial artists of the Chasing Corps sect. An invincible king was seriously injured and fled just like that. Moreover, he was almost killed. Too strong. These invincible kings were simply too strong. Every strike made them shudder with fear. They all carried boundless power. Lin Xian also clenched his fists, and his eyes erupted with a fiery light. Invincible king, he must become an invincible king, only then could he stand at the peak of the continent. In the sky, more than a dozen invincible kings retracted their gazes from the distance and looked down again. When they saw the corpse of the saint with his eyes open, they all frowned. Shock, extreme shock. Even though these people were invincible kings and were powerful, they still felt a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts when facing a saint. It couldn't be helped. Saints had a natural suppression on kings like them. Even if they became invincible kings, they were still kings, not saints. If they didn't surpass kings and enter the saint realm, they would never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with saints. But now, it was different. The reason for that was because that sage was not alive. Instead, he was a corpse. Although his eyes were open and he was breathing, he was still much weaker than a real living saint. The Yuhua immortal robe was indeed real. The eyes of the invincible kings of the Yi family were like two suns, blooming with light. The great guardian of the immortal palace had a solemn expression. The other's eyes also flickered, not daring to be careless. Blood, at this moment, a low and hoarse voice sounded. Hearing this voice, everyone's souls trembled. In the sky, more than a dozen invincible kings' pupils constricted. They stared down. That voice was actually from the saint's corpse. Damn it, did this saint's corpse really come back to life? Lin Xian and the others were even more shocked. They retreated again. That was because the scene before them was simply too bizarre. It was beyond their understanding. Let's do it. The great guardian took a deep breath. Okay. The Yi family, the Gu family, and the other invincible kings all nodded. In the next moment, they quickly attacked. A long spear pierced through the void, and a golden fist was like a sun. Terrifying spatial cracks spread. At this moment, more than a dozen invincible kings didn't hold back at all. Boom, in the energy storm that filled the sky, wisps of saint power directly broke through heaven and earth, shattering all the energy. More than a dozen invincible kings were forced back. What, he was actually so powerful, Lin Xian, Leaf Dao Denier, and the others were shocked. It was only a sliver of sage might, but it was enough to cut through the attacks of the invincible kings. A saint is too scary, isn't it? Beside him, Xing Tian, elderly, and the others wore solemn expressions. It couldn't be helped. Saints had transcended the heavens and earth. They were extremely terrifying, far surpassing our imaginations. This was just a wisp of sage's aura. If it was a living sage, the Tao pattern law would be earth-shattering. It was estimated that the dozen or so invincible kings in the sky would not even be able to withstand a single blow. What? The Tao pattern laws were actually so powerful? Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces full of shock. In the sky, more than a dozen invincible kings snorted coldly. A dead saint was not invincible. They also quickly used their trump cards. Some people even took out broken sage magic treasures. Lin Xian knew how terrifying the power of a saint's fragment was. Furthermore, he did not dare to completely tear open the seal. However, these invincible kings were extremely powerful. They could tear open the seal far more than Lin Xian could. Therefore, in a flash, they attacked again. The sage's corpse was still sitting there, unable to move. He couldn't move, and only his eyes could still move. However, this was already terrifying. Just his gaze alone was enough to block the attacks of more than a dozen invincible kings. For a moment, both sides were fighting to the death. Boom! Boom, boom! Suddenly, strange runes appeared in the sky one after another. They were extremely terrifying, enveloping Leaf Dao Denier, the Grand Xia Prince, and the others. Not good. Seeing this, the elders of the Grand Xia dynasty and the Gu clan screamed. Leaf Dao Denier and the others were even more shocked. In an instant, they felt as if their blood was being sucked dry. Damn it, these runes were sucking their blood. What was going on? A sage. A sage was attacking, an elder screamed. He had long since realized that something was wrong. These runes were absorbing the bloodline power of the peak. Don't let him succeed, otherwise, it was very likely that he would really come back to life. When these words were said, everyone's expression changed. In fact, it was normal. From the very beginning, they had seen all kinds of strange things. Later on, the Bloodwing Bat King attacked the geniuses with the peak bloodlines. All of this indicated that the entire ancient tomb seemed to be searching for the most powerful bloodlines. As for what it was for, they didn't know at the time. Now, it seemed that it was for the revival of the sage. At this thought, their scalps went numb. Those with peak bloodlines turned pale. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have entered even if they were beaten to death. But now, it was too late. In the face of the mysterious runes, they couldn't resist at all. Lin Xian was still fine. He didn't have the power of a bloodline. He only had the dragon sword soul, so for a while, he wasn't enveloped by the runes. However, he didn't dare to be careless. Because Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were still enveloped. He had to think of a way to save them. He wanted to use the Black Earth. During this period of time, he had obtained a large number of natural treasures in the tomb. He could already use the Black Earth again. He wanted to use the Black Earth to attack and save Morong Qingqing and Xianxia, then leave this place. Who cared about the sage's corpse? Everything had nothing to do with him. However, before Lin Xian could make a move, a roar suddenly came from the distance. The sound was very faint at first. It was obvious that the place where it came from was very far away. However, in the blink of an eye, it turned into boundless thunder and surged forth. Suddenly, the space where Lin Xian and the others were in collapsed. Damn it, what happened? Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others were shocked. In the sky, the dozen or so invincible kings retreated. Their faces were solemn. Crack, the void cracked, and a blue light appeared, turning into a huge coffin floating in the sky. Seeing this coffin, all the elders' scalps went numb. Damn it, it's the Big Dipper coffin. Isn't this the first coffin? Why is it here? The elders were really crazy. When the Big Dipper coffin appeared, they told the younger generation to quickly retreat. As for the elders, they were working together to kill him. In the end, they suppressed a few. Among them, the first coffin was the most mysterious and terrifying. However, nothing strange happened. When they completely left, the first coffin didn't open, which made the elders sigh in relief. But they didn't expect that the first coffin would come here. Moreover, it emitted such terrifying sound waves. Could it be that the corpse of the sage had summoned it? Everyone's expression turned ugly. The corpse of a sage was already so terrifying. If he were to summon another powerful guardian, those invincible kings would probably be defeated. However, to everyone's surprise, the first coffin of the Big Dipper didn't attack the invincible kings or Lin Xian and the others. It was the corpse of the sage. A blue lightning bolt shot out from the coffin and struck down. Its target was the corpse of the sage. Everyone was taken aback by this scene. What was going on? Shouldn't the first coffin of the Big Dipper be the guardian of the tomb? Why would it attack the corpse of the sage? This made them all confused. Lin Xian and the others were also very surprised. The corpse of the sage raised its head, and two divine lights shot out from its eyes, shattering the lightning bolt. Clang, otherwise, the two gazes still landed on the blue light screen, which immediately caused a monstrous tremor. The coffin trembled from the impact, and shattered into pieces in an instant. The surrounding void also collapsed in an instant. A blood-red figure rushed out from the blue light curtain. Everyone's scalp went numb when they saw that. The blood-red figure was a corpse. However, the skin on it was gone, and only flesh and blood were exposed. It was a blur. The blood dripped down and directly pierced through the void. One could imagine that this person must have been a very terrifying existence when he was alive. However, everyone still underestimated the blood-red corpse. That was because the expressions of the dozen or so invincible kings in the sky instantly changed. Damn it, it's the blood of a sage. A drop of blood pressed down on the surroundings, making them tremble. Only the blood of a sage could cause such a terrifying scene. They didn't expect that the corpse in the coffin was also the corpse of a sage. Damn it, there were 2 sages in this ancient tomb. To be honest, they were all stunned. Because they never thought that this would be the result. If they used all their trump cards, they might be able to fight against the corpse of a sage. But now, they couldn't fight against the corpses of 2 sages. Although these sages were all dead, they couldn't resist the might and blood of the sages. For a moment, the invincible king's expressions became extremely ugly. The eyelids of Lin Xian and the others were also twitching. They didn't understand what was going on. The experts from the demon imperial palace screamed. This was demonic blood. The saint's blood contained a strong demonic aura. This was a demon saint. That's right, it was indeed a demon saint. Yan Ryu and Hua Tiandu also had ice-cold expressions. They also felt the aura of the demon clan. The others' expressions changed. What was going on? How could it be a saint of the demon clan? Could it be that one of them was a human ancient sage and the other was a demon ancient sage? Why are these 2 saints together? Roar! Just as everyone was puzzled, the blood-colored sage above launched another attack. He charged towards the saint's corpse below. A huge blood-red hand covered the sky and covered the entire sky. Could it be that his target was also the Yuhua immortal robe? Everyone was shocked. This must be the case. This demon saint also wanted to snatch the Yuhua immortal robe. Below, the saints of the human race dealt with it calmly. The armor on his face made cracking sounds and retreated to both sides, revealing a face. When they saw that face, everyone exclaimed, and Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Because this face was very familiar to him. It was a woman's face, as pale as a sheet of paper, and very beautiful. However, everyone realized that they seemed to have seen this face before. Damn it, it was that woman in white. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He had taken the bronze key from the mouth of the woman in white before, so how could he forget this face? But why did the saint's corpse look exactly the same as that woman in white? Could it be that the 2 of them were originally the same person? At the side, the dark red divine dragon also said. Thinking about it, that woman in white should be a clone of this person's corpse. Sending his doppelganger to guard his tomb should be the safest way. That could only be the reason. Everyone nodded, but they still couldn't understand why there were 2 saints. However, this was no longer important. Because the 2 of them had already started fighting. Although both of them were corpses, they directly tore the entire sky apart as soon as they fought. Large cracks also appeared on the surrounding ancient tomb. It couldn't be helped. Just because the invincible kings couldn't break the ancient tomb didn't mean that the saints couldn't. Sure enough, the 2 of them had only exchanged 10 moves when the sky shattered, and the light from outside shone in. Run! Seeing this scene, the invincible kings roared angrily. They also activated the saint artifact fragments in their hands and joined the battle. For a moment, the battle became even more intense. The ancient tomb of the saints was also more and more damaged. Countless cracks spread in all directions, directly tearing the ancient tomb into pieces. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the others didn't dare to delay. They turned into a long rainbow and flew out. It was too dangerous inside, so they had to leave. When the saints fought, it was estimated that millions of miles would sink directly, or even millions of miles. They had to retreat quickly. Buzz! At this moment, the powerhouses of the great sage used their trump cards and quickly left. Boom! Boom! After they left, the saints of the human race rode the purple coffin and soared into the sky. The blood-colored demon overlord chased after them. More than a dozen invincible kings also followed with treasures in their hands. They also left the ancient tomb. After leaving the ancient tomb, without the suppression of the ancient tomb's laws, this energy instantly attacked the area within a radius of 5 million miles. Immediately, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The surrounding creatures were in a terrible situation. Screams sounded one after another. Lin Xian and the others even activated the Black Demon ship and quickly retreated with all the Immortal Palace's martial artists. The Yi family, the Gu family, and all the great sects of the Holy Land did the same. They retreated 5 million miles away and didn't stop. They didn't stop until they were 10 million miles away. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They wondered how the battle was going. Someone said with a fearful expression. It would definitely be very intense, but they didn't know who would win in the end. Let's wait and see. These people already felt safe after retreating to this point. Therefore, they wanted to wait and see how the battle was going. However, not long after, a roar sounded in the distance. Then, a ray of light pierced through heaven and earth. Even though they were 10 million miles away, everyone could still see it. Another invincible king had made his move. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful invincible king. Xianxia, elderly, and the others exclaimed. The people of the Yi family were also shocked. This should be someone from the Great Xia dynasty, right? After all, this territory was within the Great Xia dynasty. Sure enough, after this ray of light, a few more terrifying rays of light pierced through heaven and earth. End of chapter 2588. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.